October 23, 1988. 41-year-old Peggy Carr was waitressing at a local restaurant in Alturas, Florida, when her heart suddenly began racing and her palms began to sweat. On March 3, 1989, about 5 months later, Peggy Carr would lose the fight with her sickness and pass away. The case remained a mystery until a brave undercover investigation into the strange illness and death of Peggy Carr revealed a sinister plot to take out an entire family. Peggy Carr and her family lived in Alturas, a small, closely knit community in Polk County. With a population of just over 4,000, Alturas is known for its peaceful ambience and beautiful orange groves. Today, Alturas has a violent crime rate of 21.8%, lower than the national average of 22.7%. This makes it a relatively safer neighborhood than most communities in the U.S. But in 1988, when the events in today's case take place, Alturas was a much safer place. The type of place where leaving your front door open at night was not a problem, and neighbors looked out for each other. Born in 1947, Peggy Carr never had a life easy. Her parents were deaf and dirt poor, so from a young age she had to go out and find work that could put food on the table for her family. But with her minimal education, Peggy could hardly find any good jobs. The ones that she did find paid extremely low or were very dangerous, like waitressing jobs at isolated truck stops on the highway. Still, she did her best to make ends meet and had a positive outlook. Peggy also developed a very tough personality to deal with the hazards of her job, such as drunken men looking to prey on a woman waitressing at an isolated spot in the middle of the night. Peggy's hard exterior made it almost impossible for her to find a romantic partner for a long time. But eventually a man whose identity remains unknown would win her heart and she would get married to him. Over the next couple of years, Peggy and her husband would have 3 children, Yelena, Alan, and Dwayne. The couple worked hard to provide for their family, and it seemed things were finally going right for Peggy. But soon, Peggy started to have issues with her husband, and before long the marriage would come crashing down. By the mid-1980s, Peggy was in her mid-30s, a single mother working jobs to raise 3 children. Although she tried to keep a positive attitude at work, Peggy grew increasingly sad and lonely. Life had been hard on her, and it just didn't seem like things would ever get better. As her kids grew up, they started to notice how sad and lonely their mother was, and they wished she would meet someone, fall in love, and be happy again. By late 1987, her children's wish came true. Peggy met a man named Perlin Carr, whom everyone called Pi. Pi, like Peggy, had recently divorced his wife. He also had 2 teenage children, and he worked at a local phosphate mining company in Alturas, Florida. Peggy and Pi hit it off when they met, mainly because they were both strict people who did not condone nonsense from others. When Peggy and Pi started dating, Peggy's children noticed a significant improvement in her mood. She was happier, lighter on her feet, and more relaxed. By April 1988, Peggy and Pi delighted their children with the news that they were getting married. Peggy and her 3 kids moved into Pi's home in Alturas, Florida after the wedding. Although Pi's home was small and 4 new people made it even tighter, the blended family seemed to work out well. The family had 2 big dogs, 5 children got along well, and they were just happy to see their parents. But just a few months after they got married, Peggy and Pi began to have some marital issues. On top of their issues, Peggy had begun hearing rumors that Pi was still seeing his ex-wife, so they grew increasingly distant from each other. Around the time that Peggy and Pi's issues started, their 2 dogs suddenly became violently ill. They were howling in pain, losing weight rapidly, and their fur started falling out. It seemed like the dogs may have come down with a strange disease, or they might have ingested a poison. Before long, both dogs passed away, further plunging the Carr household into a gloomy atmosphere. Peggy and Pi continued to have daily issues that drove them further apart. In early October 1988, Peggy and her children had to move out of Pi's house for a week to stay at a motel because Peggy and Pi's fights had reached a point where they couldn't stand each other. The children also began taking sides with their respective parents, so the once happy family was now being torn apart. On October 23, 1988, Pi decided that he wanted to go on an unplanned hunting trip to get away for the day. Peggy and her kids had returned to the home by this time, so Peggy could be with the kids while Pi went on his trip. Once Pi left, Peggy and her daughter, Yelena, prepared to go to work. They were both waitresses at a local diner, and they had morning shifts on that particular day. As Peggy waited tables and attended to customers, she suddenly began to feel her heart racing erratically. That morning, Peggy was not doing any heavy lifting or stressful work. The only thing she was carrying were the trays holding customers' orders. Peggy thought she should just take it easy and her heart would stop beating so fast. And before long, she started to feel this tingling sensation in her arms and legs, and her palms started to sweat. Still wondering why she was feeling this way, it suddenly occurred to Peggy that she might be having a heart attack. But rather than panicking or becoming hysterical, Peggy tried to calm herself down. She went to the staff restroom and washed her face and hands, then slipped into the staff break room to relax for a bit. As she was relaxing, Yelena noticed that her mother had gone into the break room, so she went to check on her. Peggy calmly said she felt she might be having a heart attack and that she would go home and wait it out. Yelena was immediately alarmed at the idea that her mother could be having a heart attack, but she was not surprised at Peggy's calm demeanor. She knew Peggy was not fond of raising false alarms or panicking unnecessarily, so she believed if Peggy said she would sleep off a heart attack, then there wasn't anything to worry about, but she did make her mother promise that if she started feeling worse, then she would go to the hospital. Peggy informed the manager that she would be taking the rest of the day off because of how she was feeling, and Yelena promised to check up on her as soon as she finished her shift. When Peggy got home, she found the house empty. The kids were still at school and Pi was still away on his trip, so she went to her bedroom to lie down. After a few hours, Peggy's 17-year-old son, Dwayne, returned from school to find his mother lying in bed. The sight of Peggy taking a nap in the middle of the day was so strange to Dwayne that he immediately knew something was wrong. Peggy never took naps, not even when she was ill. With concern written all over his face, Dwayne asked Peggy if she was all right, and Peggy said she was. But just as he turned to leave the bedroom, Peggy suddenly blurted out she was not fine and felt horrible. She said that it felt like fire was being pumped through her arms and legs, and the pain was so blinding that she could barely even speak. At this, Dwayne's suspicions were confirmed. His mother was not a dramatic person, so if she said this was the most painful thing she had ever felt, Dwayne knew she had to get to the hospital immediately. Luckily, Pi returned home from his hunting trip just then, and Dwayne immediately told him that they had to take Peggy to the hospital immediately. But to his shock, Pi merely waved him off, saying that he was sure that Peggy was just suffering from the flu, and she would be fine in a day or two. Dwayne immediately called his sister and asked her to return home so she could take Peggy to the hospital, since Pi was not planning on doing so himself. When Yelena arrived at the house, Dwayne had to carry Peggy to the car because her condition had gotten so bad that she could not even walk or stand. When they got to the hospital, Peggy was wheeled into the intensive care unit to begin receiving treatment. And this was where the real problem began, because neither Dwayne nor Yelena had any idea about what might have caused Peggy to feel the way she was. By now, Peggy could only lie down, moaning in pain. Her heart was still racing, her limbs still felt like they were on fire, and she was now nauseous and vomiting. The doctors ran a number of tests on Peggy, trying to determine what was wrong with her, but all the tests turned up negative or showed nothing was wrong with her. This seriously baffled the doctors. Peggy was writhing in pain, and it seemed like her ailment came out of nowhere, because they could not find anything wrong with her from the tests they had run. With no better alternative, the doctors decided to keep her in the hospital and observe her. After about 3 days of being in the hospital, Peggy's symptoms seemed to improve. Although she felt bouts of extreme pain in her limbs and her heart was still racing occasionally, she could now talk, eat, and move around a bit. Since she seemed to be on the mend, the doctors decided to discharge her so she could fully recuperate at home. When Peggy got home on October 26, 1988, she lay in bed to recover and she felt herself improving. But within 24 hours, all the symptoms were back again, much stronger this time. Her arms and legs felt like they were on fire. Her heart was racing. She was nauseous, and she had lost so much weight that she looked like a shadow of herself. But rather than go to the hospital, Peggy's family knew that even the doctors had no idea what was wrong with her, so they thought it might be better for her to stay home. But right before their eyes, it seemed like Peggy was coming apart at the seams. She couldn't walk, talk, eat, or even sleep. She could only lie in bed writhing in pain and occasionally screaming into her pillow because of the intense pain she was feeling. Finally, on October 30th, her family relented and decided to take her to the hospital again. When Peggy arrived at the hospital, the doctors remembered her from the previous week and also remembered that they had been unable to determine the cause of her symptoms. But just to be sure they were leaving no stone unturned, the doctors decided to run another batch of tests on Peggy to see if they could find something they had earlier missed. They tested for food poisoning, thinking Peggy had ingested something tearing up her insides, and they tested for all the common diseases that might affect a 41-year-old woman. But the test results again showed nothing was wrong with Peggy. Once again, the doctors had no better alternative than to put Peggy in a room and observe her. As Peggy lay in her room, other patients and hospital staff could hear her screams of pure agony echo through the hospital halls. By October 31st, Peggy had begun slipping in and out of consciousness, but the situation was about to get even worse. Peggy's son, Dwayne, and Pi's son, 16-year-old Travis, were rushed into the same hospital that Peggy was at. They had suddenly begun suffering the same symptoms that Peggy had been suffering for over a week. Like Peggy, the doctors ran several tests on Dwayne and Travis to determine what was wrong with them, but they also came up with nothing. But suddenly, Dr. Robert Van Hook, one of the neurologists working on Peggy, noticed something about their symptoms that immediately stood out to him. Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis were losing their hair, and combined with the other symptoms they were feeling, the neurologist had a hunch that he knew the exact cause of their illness. But first he sent for a very specific test kit to confirm his suspicions. When the test kit arrived and the neurologist tested Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis, the test results were positive. All three had ingested a rare and expensive chemical called thallium-1 nitrate. Thallium-1 nitrate is a tasteless, colorless, odorless metal that was once used in rat poison, but was banned because of how toxic it was to humans. The average human has a small quantity of thallium in their system, but even the slightest increase in that naturally occurring amount can have fatal consequences, with symptoms like severe pain in the hands and legs, nausea, hair loss, weight loss, and erratic heartbeat. Peggy had 50,000 times the naturally occurring amount of thallium in her body, while Dwayne and Travis each had about 20,000 times that amount. Doctors decided to test the rest of the family, and they all had elevated levels of thallium in their system, though not as much as that of Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis. Before the test results, the doctors had not previously considered that Peggy and her son's cases were a potential crime. But with the test results showing that Peggy and her family may have been poisoned, they began to see the case in a new light. The hospital contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office to let them know about the case and the fact that there was a potential crime at play there. Nobody knew where Peggy and her boys had come into contact with such a rare and expensive chemical. Was it accidental or were they deliberately poisoned? While the police began their investigation, things looked grim for Peggy. Although there was a cure for thallium poisoning, Peggy's body had been so completely ravaged by the poison that even if treatment had been administered, she would not likely survive. Doctors told her that the only thing they could do was to make her as comfortable as possible while they waited for the poison to take her life. But there was hope for the boys. They could begin receiving treatment and everyone hoped it would be fast enough to save their lives. A few days after Peggy received the news that she could not be saved, she slipped into a coma. She would remain in the coma for the next 4 months until March 3, 1989, when her family decided to take her off life support. After spending 2 months in the hospital, Dwayne made a full recovery. Travis would remain hospitalized for 6 months before eventually recovering from the poisoning. But tragically, he could never walk again because of the extreme damage the poison had caused to his limbs. For Sheriff Judd from the Polk County Sheriff's Office, Peggy and her son's case was very delicate, regardless of whether they were intentionally poisoned. If someone had poisoned them, they had a murder and several attempted murders on their hands and a killer at large. If they had ingested the poison by accident, then there was the likelihood that the source of the poison was still out there for other Alturas residents to ingest. Either way, the stakes were high, so Sheriff Judd was determined to get to the bottom of it. Investigators tested every single item and surface in the car house for thallium, but all the results came back negative. Meanwhile, as news got out that the Carr family had been poisoned, and the police did not know where the poison came from. Panic began to spread throughout Alturas. People were afraid that the poison might have come from their groundwater, or that they could even already be dying and not know about it. So investigators examined the car's well water, which was connected to at least 2 other houses, but they found nothing. Also, no one else in the community had come down with the symptoms that Peggy and her sons suffered. At this point, Prosecutor John Aguero from the Florida State's Attorney's Office joined the investigation and started to look into pesticides, insecticides, or any other plant spray where thallium might have come from. Alturas had many orange groves, and there might have been thallium in the chemicals used to preserve the trees. But the test results all came back negative. While scouring the car house to find what Peggy and her sons could have eaten or drunk that could have contained the poison, police discovered their first break in the case: an 8-pack of Coca-Cola bottles with lids that had been tampered with. They immediately sent the bottles for testing, and when the results came back, it showed that the Coca-Cola bottles had high levels of thallium. Someone had put thallium inside the drinks and then replaced the covers. The first obvious lead was that this had become a case of product tampering from the bottling company's end. If it was, there could be a national thallium poisoning crisis because practically everyone drank Coca-Cola. When Altura's residents heard about this new lead, many became scared of drinking Coke. However, as the investigation proceeded, it came out that the poisoning did not come from the bottling company or the stores that sold Coca-Cola in Alturas. This led investigators to one chilling conclusion. The bottles had been tampered with, but it had been done by someone who deliberately targeted the Carr family. The prime suspect was Pi himself. On October 23rd, the day Peggy had begun experiencing the symptoms, Pi had suddenly decided to go on a hunting trip that kept him away for most of the day. Investigators believe this might have been his way of trying to cover his tracks. There was also the fact that Pi worked at a phosphate mining company, so he could have access to a chemical as expensive and rare as thallium. Coupled with the fact that Peggy and Pi had begun having marital issues, it seemed very possible that Pi was the one who poisoned Peggy. However, this theory had some loopholes. Pi and his children had also tested positive for thallium poisoning, meaning they drank from the Coke that Peggy and her children drank. So if Pi truly wanted Peggy dead, it seemed more realistic that he would have planned it in such a way that she was the only one who ingested the poison. Or at least he would have made sure that his children did not ingest it. Still, police brought Pi in for questioning. Pi told them that he knew nothing about how the poison got into his home, swearing that the hunting trip was coincidental. As he was talking, he mentioned something offhandedly that did not seem like a big deal then. But when police followed up on Pi's tip, they would find the next big clue to help them piece this puzzling case together and discover who had poisoned Peggy and her family. As Pi sat in the interrogation room trying to defend himself, he suddenly remembered something that happened a few weeks before Peggy fell ill. Peggy's son, Dwayne, had gone to check the mail one day when he found a printed note addressed to Pi. The note read, "You and your so-called family have exactly 2 weeks to move out of the state of Florida or you will all die. This is no joke." At the time, Peggy and Pi had dismissed the death threat as a prank by some mischievous teenagers. But now that the entire family had been poisoned, it seemed that the note might not have been a joke. It might have been from the person who poisoned the Carrs. As police began investigating the note, they noticed a few things that immediately told them that whoever had sent the note knew Pi and his family well. For example, the sender had spelled Pi's name correctly as Pye rather than Pie, as most people would spell it. Armed with this new lead, police began interviewing hundreds of Altura's residents trying to find out who might have had a reason to hate the Carrs and want them dead. But in a small and closely knit community like Altura's, neighbors looked out for each other. Police could not find a single person with a motive to hurt the Carrs, so they decided to ask FBI Special Agent Mark Young, a profiler with hundreds of cases under his belt, to help build a profile of the likely perpetrator of this crime. Agent Young believed that a person using poison to kill was likely someone who had been wronged and wanted to correct the wrong they believed had been done to them. Also, the specific type of thallium used to poison the Coca-Cola bottles was the unnoticeable type. It was expensive, not something you could pop into the store and buy. This showed that the perpetrator was intelligent, with a significant knowledge of chemistry. With this in mind, investigators ruled out suspects until they reached the Carrs' neighbors, George Trapal and his wife Diana Carr. George Trapal was born on January 23, 1949. He was a chemist and computer programmer with multiple degrees. His wife, Diana Carr, who had no relationship with Pi, was a successful orthopedic surgeon with a private practice in Alturas. While Diana had a very strong personality and was more outgoing, George was a quiet man who barely left the house, but he wasn't always so laid back. In the 1970s, when George was a student at Clemson University, South Carolina, he was fond of doing drugs and was always willing to share his substances with others, with or without their consent. George and his friends formed a habit of picking up hitchhikers and giving them drug-laced brownies or cookies just to see how they would react. In 1975, he was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison for running a large methamphetamine or meth lab. An interesting thing about George's meth cooking process was that one of the byproducts was thallium. George also had a habit of studying police manuals. He considered himself an expert on crime scene procedures. George and Diana were not exactly the best neighbors to live with. They always had problems with Peggy and Pi and their children, from complaining that they were laughing or playing music too loud, to complaining that their dogs were barking too loud. Diana and George found the Carrs annoying and obnoxious, and although Peggy tried to be amicable, they were never on good terms. Diana especially hated the Carrs. She would always complain about them. George, on the other hand, seemed nicer. He smiled and waved at them, and did not complain as much as his wife did. But secretly, George hated the Carrs as much as his wife did. In March 1988, George reported Pi to the local zoning board for violating zoning laws, as Pi had tried to convert his garage into an apartment for his stepdaughter, Yelena, and her baby girl. 2 days before Peggy fell sick, Diana stormed to the Carr house to complain as usual. When they told her off, she left shouting, "You won't get away with this. This isn't over." Aside from being very successful in their respective fields, George and Diana were very intelligent people. So intelligent that they were members of a prestigious organization called Mensa. Mensa was founded in 1946 by a barrister named Roland Barrel and his friend Dr. Lance Ware. It is an exclusive club for people who fall within the upper 2% of the general population on a special IQ test and are highly intelligent. To gain entry into Mensa, applicants have to pass a series of special IQ tests, and even passing those tests does not always guarantee admission into the club. Once they are admitted, members regularly hold meetings, discussion panels, debates, seminars, and other hangouts to share ideas and engage in stimulating conversation. Although Mensa was originally based in England, it has branches worldwide. The Florida chapter of Mensa, to which George and Diana belonged, regularly held monthly fun, mentally stimulating meetings called Murder Mystery Weekend. Members would take turns planning a crime mystery that the rest of the members would try to solve for an entire weekend. For that weekend, all the members would go to a secluded location like an inn or hotel where they would stay and play their parts in solving the murder mystery. In April 1989, a few weeks after Peggy's death, the Mensa Florida chapter welcomed a new member, a middle-aged woman named Sherry Gwynn. Sherry had moved to Florida after escaping an abusive marriage in Texas. Once she joined Mensa, she found a sense of community and immediately became close with George and Diana. The month that Sherry joined Mensa was George and Diana's turn to plan the murder mystery that would be solved for that month's Murder Mystery Weekend. George, now 40 years old, took this role very seriously, and he spent weeks trying to create the perfect crime. Their Murder Mystery Weekend was very successful, as all the members had a hard time trying to solve the crime and identify the murder weapon. But when George finally disclosed the murder weapon to the group, Sherry became fascinated. She would spend hours talking to George about it, trying to learn everything he knew about the murder weapon, how it would play out if it were used in real life. George, who was often overshadowed by his wife, was flattered by the attention he received from Sherry, and he was happy to answer all her questions. In December 1989, Diana moved her medical practice from Alturas to a neighboring town called Sebring, so she and George decided to move there too. When Sherry heard about it, she immediately asked if she could rent their house since they weren't selling it yet. As soon as Sherry moved into the house, almost the entire Alturas police department descended upon the house. Sherry Gwynn was not, in fact, a divorced woman who fled Texas after escaping an abusive marriage. Her real name was Susan Gorek, and she was an undercover policewoman assigned to investigate George Trapal and Diana Carr. During their initial investigation, police interviewed George. Although he seemed meek and reserved, when asked if he knew anybody who would want to hurt the Carrs, he said, "Someone must have wanted them to move out of the neighborhood." This statement echoed the death threat Pi had received weeks before Peggy fell ill. When police discovered the altercations between the Trapals and Carrs, their suspicion of George grew. Additionally, he fit the FBI profile for the perpetrator: a white, extremely intelligent male with a passive personality who avoided conflict. Susan Gorek had been assigned to investigate them undercover. When Susan discovered that the murder weapon George used to plan his murder mystery was thallium poisoning, she knew George was most likely the killer. Also, the pamphlet he printed describing the murder in this mystery read, "When a death threat appears on the doorstep, prudent people throw out all their food and watch what they eat. Hardly anyone dies from magic. Most items on the doorstep are just a neighbor's way of saying, 'I don't like you. Move or else.'" So as soon as he and Diana left their house, she called for backup and ordered a search of the house. In the garage, the police found a treasure trove of chemicals, including thallium. They also discovered that George often brewed his own beer, so he had machines to remove bottle caps and replace them. Investigators determined that George had finally had enough of his neighbors, so he decided to get rid of them. He fit the profile, had the means and motive to commit the crime, and had the opportunity to sneak a case of Coca-Cola into the Carr's kitchen. Alturas was a community where people hardly ever locked their doors, and casually strolling by to say hello to a neighbor was normal. With all this evidence, the police had enough to bring George in for questioning. When George arrived at the Alturas police station, he appeared shy and avoided eye contact with the officers interviewing him. But faced with all the evidence, he maintained that he had nothing to do with the poisoning, but investigators were not buying it. On April 5, 1990, Trapal was indicted on 1 count of first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 7 counts of poisoning food or water, and 1 count of tampering with a consumer product. In January 1991, George went on trial for these 15 criminal counts, including first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted murder, poisoning food or water, and product tampering. After a trial that lasted for 4 weeks, from January 7th to February 7th, 1991, the jury returned a guilty verdict against George on all counts. He was sentenced to death. Today, George remains on death row at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida. George has filed several appeals challenging the FBI's investigation procedure and the credibility of the state's witnesses, but all his appeals have been denied. Diana Carr was never charged with anything. She would eventually divorce George in 1996 and remarry. Peggy's children, Alan, Yelena, and Dwayne, have since moved on, knowing the evil mastermind who killed their mother, paralyzed their stepbrother Travis, and nearly killed Dwayne, has been made to face the law. Peggy's life was very difficult for a long time, and just when things were about to start getting good for her, her life was violently snatched by a neighbor who just didn't like her and her family. At least her family can move on knowing she got justice. Let's rewind the clock back in time to February 6, 1960, the very day a sweet little girl entered this world. Born to Edward and Norma Hutto in the cozy town of Largo, Florida, she was given the name Carol Dean Hutto. As the youngest in the family, she was showered with affection and attention by everyone. Growing up, Carol attended Largo High School, where her kind and gentle nature made her a beloved figure among her peers. Carol's family was quite a crew. She had a half-brother, Jerry Irwin Hutto, and while we don't know a lot about him, what was clear was that Carol and Jerry shared a close and special bond. Jerry deeply cared for his sister, and he always went out of his way to fulfill her wishes. Whatever Carol asked for, Jerry did his best to make it happen, showing the strong connection they had as siblings. Besides Jerry, Carol had 4 more siblings, 2 sisters, Pamela Beal Hutto and Melinda Darlene Hutto, and 2 other brothers, Maurice Barnett Hutto and Frank Hutto. Carol was a girl who brought joy to her family, especially her mother. They enjoyed doing activities like going to thrilling NASCAR races and exciting wrestling matches. Her mom fondly remembers her as a devoted Christian who chose her friends carefully. Carol had big dreams and a heart full of adventure. But sadly, she didn't get the chance to fully experience them and live those dreams. On December 13th, 1976, Carol Huda was spending time at her home on Corvette Drive with her mother, Norma, and her half-brother, 17-year-old Jerry Irwin. Everything seemed like a usual evening. They were all enjoying themselves, sharing jokes and laughter. Norma was busy preparing dinner for the family, and Jerry was getting ready for a date. However, their evening took an unexpected turn when the phone in the house started ringing. Norma went to pick up the call, and it turned out to be Carol's friend on the line. So she handed the phone to Carol, and they spent a few minutes whispering to each other. But when Norma came back, she quickly ended the call. Strangely, after the call, Carol's mood took a sudden turn. She became incredibly happy and excited, which caught Norma's attention. Carol hurriedly went to her room, fixed her hair, and checked her appearance in the mirror. After about 15 minutes, she told her mom that she was heading to a store nearby, which was just a 10-minute walk away from their house. Even before Norma could ask what she needed from the store, Carol was already at the door. However, before leaving, Carol made a promise that she would be back soon. Later, Carol's half-brother Jerry also left the house for his date and said goodbye to Norma. The store was not too far away, and it usually took about 20 minutes or even less for Carol to walk there and back. So Norma expected Carol to return home in a half an hour. But after 1 hour had passed and Carol still hadn't come back, Norma started to wonder if Carol had bumped into her friends on the way and was chatting with them, which might be why she was taking longer. But after 2 hours had passed and Carol hadn't come back, Norma became even more anxious. It was getting dark outside, and Carol's absence was concerning because she had never missed her curfew before. At around 10 p.m. when Jerry arrived home, Norma, deeply concerned, asked if she had seen Carol. However, Jerry was clueless about her whereabouts, just like Norma. Upon learning that Carol hadn't returned home since she left, Jerry became even more worried. Norma urged him to go out and search for her. He started combing the streets, calling out her name, but didn't receive any responses. He even went to the store near their house, where Carol was supposed to go. But the store staff mentioned that they hadn't seen her today, which led to the concerning questions of where Carol might be if she didn't go to the store as planned. Jerry sadly returned home and shared the unfortunate news with Norma that he couldn't find Carol anywhere. Despite their concern, they decided to wait until morning, hoping Carol might come back home on her own. However, as the morning sunlight arrived, Norma became even more anxious because there was still no sign of Carol. Without delaying any further, Norma decided to call the police to report Carol as missing. However, the police informed her that since less than 24 hours had passed since Carol went missing, they couldn't file a missing person report. At this point, they also considered the possibility that Carol might have run away from home. But Norma wasn't ready to accept that Carol would ever leave her home on her own or run away from her family. She had a strong feeling that something bad had happened to her daughter. Because of this, Norma and Jerry didn't want to sit and wait for the police to do something about it. They decided to take matters in their own hands and actively search for Carol themselves. They went around their neighborhood, talking to neighbors to see if anyone had seen Carol the previous night. Most of the neighbors remembered seeing Carol around 8 p.m. when she left home, but no one had spotted her coming back home that night. Norma and Jerry also visited all of Carol's friends to find out if she had spoken to anyone or gone to their homes, but they couldn't find any trace of her. The sudden disappearance of Carol deeply affected Norma, and the entire community also came together after the news that their little Carol was missing to help in any way they could. At the same time, the police were also actively searching for Carol. They checked various stores, both nearby Carol's house and more distant, to see if she had visited any of them that night. Unfortunately, no one could confirm seeing her at any of those locations. The police noticed that there was a security camera outside the store that Carol was supposed to go. However, upon reviewing the footage, they couldn't find any evidence of Carol visiting the store on the night she disappeared. Back in those days, security cameras were not as common as it is today, so only a few stores had installed them, making it challenging to track Carol's movements. But it didn't take long for a tragic discovery to occur. On the evening of December 14th, 1976, Carol's half-brother Jerry stumbled upon her lifeless body under unusual circumstances. He had been searching the neighborhood on his own, desperately trying to find Carol. His search led him to the end of the street, near a building that was still under construction. This building was located at 418 Imperial Drive, close to a lake. It was there that Jerry claimed to have discovered Carol's body. The details surrounding how he came across her in this specific spot remain a mystery. Carol's lifeless body was found floating in the water, her clothes partially removed. This sight was shocking and deeply disturbing for Jerry. He immediately contacted the Largo police to report the discovery, and then had the difficult task of returning home to inform Norma about the heartbreaking news. When the police arrived, carefully retrieved Carol's body from the lake to preserve any potential evidence. It became evident quite quickly that Carol's death wasn't accidental. The presence of injuries on her body and a concrete block used to submerge her indicated foul play, suggesting that someone intentionally killed her and attempted to hide her body. The police believed that the attack likely occurred at the under-construction house, and then her body was placed in the lake. A crucial clue was Carol's watch, which was stopped at 10:36 p.m., indicating the time of her murder was likely between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. After Carol's lifeless body was sent for a thorough autopsy, some unsettling facts came to light. The coroner found that Carol had been strangled, which likely made her lose consciousness but didn't kill her right away. Additionally, she had suffered from a blow to the head with a heavy object, resulting in a severe injury. Adding to the distressing findings, also had a significant burn on her thigh. The medical examiner's report uncovered an even more horrifying detail. When Carol was thrown into the water and a heavy concrete block was placed over her body, she was still alive. Despite the harrowing circumstances, she remained conscious and tragically succumbed to drowning over time. During the examination of Carol's body, the coroner also discovered 3 long hairs that were of the same person but seemed to belong to someone other than her. Additionally, a 4th hair, unidentified and possibly belonging to the killer, was found on Carol's blue jeans. This discovery held the potential to be a crucial breakthrough in the case. However, the limitations of medical technology in the 1970s meant that not much could be done with the hairs at that time. So they were carefully stored away, awaiting the development of more advanced techniques that could help identify the person responsible for Carol's tragic fate. For a little while, the Largo police had their eyes on Jerry Irwin, Carol's half-brother, because he was also outside on the night Carol was killed. Even though Jerry said he was on a date, the police discovered he got done half an hour earlier than he claimed. This made them wonder what was he doing during that time gap. The restaurant he went to was only about 8 minutes away from home, so why didn't he return home soon? The police started thinking that Jerry might be involved in Carol's death, since he couldn't provide an alibi for that time gap. They concentrated their investigation on him, but it didn't lead to any solid evidence. They couldn't find any proof that Jerry could have hurt Carol. Norma, Carol's mother, was convinced that Jerry cared deeply for his sister that would never hurt her. Despite their initial suspicion, the focus on Jerry didn't bring them any closer to the truth. After a while, the police cleared Jerry of suspicion as they couldn't find any more evidence against him. For the next 18 months, the police put a lot of effort into exploring every lead. But unfortunately, they couldn't find any clues to solve the case, and the investigation only went in circles. As time went on, the investigation began to lose momentum, and the case grew cold. This left the Hutto family with aching questions. What really happened to Carol on that fateful night? Who was responsible for her death? They not only suffered the loss of their beloved daughter, but also the frustration of not finding justice for her. For almost 20 years, the mystery of Carol's murder remained unsolved. But in March 1994, a twist of fate brought a fresh set of eyes to the case. Officer Brad Hoyes, sidelined by a work injury, found himself poring over cold case files during his desk duty. As he sifted through the forgotten files, he stumbled upon the haunting details of Carol Hutto's murder case, reigniting a dormant investigation. As Officer Brad delved into the case, he sensed that there were hidden layers that hadn't received thorough scrutiny during the original 1976 investigation. Driven by his intuition, he made the bold decision to reopen the case and retrieved the evidence box that had been stowed away for years. Among the contents, he stumbled across Carol's personal diary. Officer Brad saw potential in those pages, hoping the diary might hold the missing pieces needed to unravel the mystery of Carol's tragic end. A few pages into the diary, Carol wrote about her secret romance with her classmate. It was back in 1976 when Carol was 16 years old. She had a major crush on a 17-year-old boy, James Brian Kuhn, born July 20th, 1959, also known as Jimmy Kuhn. They both were juniors at Largo High School and used to talk to each other all the time at school. The whispers of their closeness spread among the school corridors, but they chose to play it cool and never openly acknowledged their relationship. It was Kuhn who asked Carol to keep the relationship a secret, as his family was really strict, so they decided to hide it from everyone. At one point, Carol also claimed that she was so in love with Kuhn. Kuhn was also among the attendees at Carol's funeral, who appeared genuinely sorrowful and far from a suspect. In 1976, during the initial investigation, Kuhn was also questioned as a friend of Carol, and he claimed he hadn't seen or spoken to her on the night of the murder, asserting that he was at home the entire time. However, in 1994, when cold case detectives revisited the case, they spotted a discrepancy between Kuhn's statements and what the Hutto family had originally told the police. They revealed that on the fateful night of December 13, 1976, Carol had received a phone call from none other than Jimmy Kuhn. By this time, Kuhn was 34 years old and had become a father to a daughter. Following his graduation, he pursued a path in the U.S. Navy where he achieved significant success. His military career was marked by his role as a submariner stationed at the U.S. Naval Submarine Base in Connecticut. Largo Detective Sergeant Mike Short, age 43, had a personal connection to the case. He too had attended the same Largo High School as Kuhn and Carol. So when he got to know about the case, he took the lead in investigating Carol's murder. Working alongside him was Lieutenant John Carroll, who is currently Largo's deputy chief. In a bold move, they made an unexpected trip to Connecticut, where Kuhn, an 11-year military veteran, was stationed. During this encounter, Kuhn's story drastically changed. He contradicted his earlier statements and confessed that he had indeed seen Carol on the night of her disappearance. He barely remembered anything, Sergeant Mike Short recalled. According to Mike, Kuhn explained, "I put up walls. If I remember, I'm going to jail." These words left a strong impression on Mike, leading him to believe that he had identified Carol's killer. However, the following day, Kuhn changed his stance. He sought legal advice, refused further interviews, and declined to take a polygraph test. The police and prosecutors faced a challenge as they lacked enough evidence to definitively prove that Kuhn was the one who had killed Carol on the night of December 13, 1976. Convicting him of first-degree murder seemed unlikely. Due to the statute of limitations, anything less than first degree might result in Kuhn going free. However, the evidence box held an even more intriguing discovery. Among the items in the box, Detective Mike came across a collection of unfamiliar hairs retrieved from both Carol's body and the crime scene, and these hairs had been diligently preserved. During the late 1980s, a pivotal moment in forensic science emerged, which was the utilization of DNA testing to establish whether someone was guilty or innocent in criminal investigations. As the 1990s progressed, the approach shifted towards examining mitochondrial DNA, which resides in small structures within human cells and is more likely to endure the test of time. Given these advancements, Mike was eager to conduct a genetic test on the hairs to potentially unveil the true identity of the perpetrator. However, there was a problem. They didn't have a sample of Kuhn's DNA, which was a crucial element for the testing. To obtain this vital piece of evidence, the detectives needed to obtain Kuhn's blood through a legal search warrant. With this plan in mind, they aimed to maximize the time spent with the suspect and decided to proceed strategically. In 1998, Detective Mike decided to bring in the reinforcements in the form of the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, or NCIS. They thought the presence of naval officials might make Kuhn nervous and lead him to a confession. On July 1998, Detective Mike waited outside the police interrogation room while Navy investigators Tom Asimos and Dave Early sat down with their murder suspect, James Kuhn. After obtaining the necessary warrant, they first collected a blood sample from Kuhn for further testing. Then Asimos and Early began their conversation with Kuhn, aiming to make him feel supported and comfortable. Their goal was to build trust, so that he might open up and gradually reveal the truth. At this moment, the NCIS agents were confident that Kuhn was on the verge of disclosing what happened on the night of December 13, 1976. Surprisingly, without any solid proof, they managed to make Kuhn break down as he wiped away his tears and finally revealed the heartbreaking truth about how he killed his girlfriend, Carol Hutto. Although Kuhn appeared emotional, the experienced cold case detectives weren't convinced of his honesty. The injuries Carol sustained, particularly to her neck and head, didn't align with a simple accident like tripping and falling. Instead, the nature of these injuries indicated blunt force trauma and strangulation. However, Kuhn had confessed to causing Carol's death. Although he claimed it was an accident, he took the responsibility for her demise, explaining that he failed to help her and attempted to conceal both the evidence and her body. As a result, Kuhn was taken into custody and anticipated his trial. However, on the eve of his trial, he presented a new version of events. In his alternative version of events, Kuhn initially claimed that there were no physical interactions between him and Carol, even though he wanted it. However, things took a different turn when Carol disagreed. Their disagreement escalated into a physical confrontation, started screaming and fighting back by scratching and hitting him. Fearing her screams would draw attention, Kuhn struck her with a 2x4 piece of wood and even tightened his grip around her throat. When he finally let go, Carol fell to the floor, unconscious. Kuhn was panicked and unsure, so he made a hasty decision to hide her body. He also tried to create confusion by burning her thigh, hoping it would appear as though someone else had attacked her. Regardless of the details in Kuhn's different versions of events, detectives arrived at the same conclusion, that Carol had been assaulted, taken to the lake, and thrown face down. Her body was weighed down with a concrete block to keep it submerged. Interestingly, the second story Kuhn shared appeared more plausible and aligned better with the evidence discovered. This version of events seemed to match the physical evidence and circumstances surrounding Carol's tragic fate. As the trial day arrived on February 9, 2000, the prosecutors aimed for a first-degree murder conviction against Kuhn. His lawyers acknowledged that he had some involvement in the crime, but they argued that a more fitting verdict could be manslaughter or even third-degree murder. When the jury received the case, they took just 22 minutes to deliberate before reaching a verdict. Kuhn was found guilty of first-degree murder. There's a chance that Kuhn could experience freedom once more. Due to the fact that the crime occurred in 1976, Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court Judge Philip Federico applied the state laws from that year. These laws allow someone convicted of first-degree murder to be considered for parole after 25 years. Interestingly, Kuhn chose not to address the court during the sentencing. But Norma Hutto, Carol's mother, felt the need to address Kuhn. She expressed how Carol had trusted him and called him out, saying, "James Kuhn, you took the trust Carol gave you, and you used it for your depraved wants." Norma's words did not stop there. She pointed out that Kuhn had attended Carol's funeral, pretending to be upset and acting like her friend while hiding his true intentions. Norma hoped that he would never leave prison and didn't deserve a chance to start anew, emphasizing that he had taken that chance away from her daughter. Norma, a mother with high hopes for her young daughter Carol, had envisioned a bright future. She eagerly anticipated the day when Carol would proudly graduate from Largo High School. She had dreams of seeing her 16-year-old wearing a stunning white dress, walking down the aisle to embark on a joyful journey with her husband, and maybe even starting a family. However, all those dreams were shattered in a single night, and strongly desired that Kuhn would remain in prison forever, never to be released. The Los Angeles police believe that Sherry Rasmussen's murder was the result of a burglary gone wrong, which is why the case remained cold for almost 3 decades. Then, when a detective examined the cold case file one fateful morning in 2009, he discovered his first hint that the murderer had been hiding there in front of them all along. Sherry Rasmussen was the love John Rutan's life. The couple first met in the summer of 1984. Sherry was a tall Scandinavian beauty with light brown hair. She had a broad face with high cheekbones and a wide set of eyes, beneath heavy, arching eyebrows. John Rewetton was an outspoken and endearing young guy with a thick mop of dark hair that made him look like a male model. Sherry and John were athletic and were runners on fast track. At age 25, John Rewetton was a recent University of California Los Angeles graduate, and Sherry, who was 2 years older, was the nursing director at the Glendale Adventist Medical Center. Sherry was quite slick. She had enrolled in Loma Linda University at the age of 16, and at the time of her murder, she gave critical care nursing lectures all over the world. She was thought to be intelligent and gorgeous. She was also focused and self-assured. She was an embodiment of the kind of person John aspired to be, or to put it another way, the way he viewed himself at his best. Sherry also had a strong attraction to John. Their bond was effortless and quick. When they met, all of their previous relationships and future ambitions seemed to simply dissolve. They connected and soon became a wedded couple. Their wedding took place in November 1985. After a busy post-wedding holiday season that included joyful visits to both sets of parents, they were settling into their married life pretty easily by the following year. On February 24, 1986, John had begun working at an engineering firm. Sherry was still in bed when he left their Van Nuys apartment in California for work that day. The couple had gone to see a movie the previous night. That Monday morning, Sherry was scheduled to give a motivational speech at work. Managerial tactic she did not feel was effective. She then informed John that she was considering just calling in sick using a back pain she had suffered while doing aerobics the day before as an excuse. John advised her to go to work and get the speech over with. When John left the front door at around 7:20 a.m., Sherry was still contemplating her options under the covers. On other days, Sherry usually left first for work. John dropped off some laundry on his way to work and arrived at his desk just before 8 o'clock. He considered contacting Sherry, but he didn't want to wake her up if she was planning on sleeping in. Midway through the day, he called home and believed she had changed her mind about going to work when there was no response. He soon tried to call her office line. Her secretary informed him that she had not yet seen Sherry. The secretary claimed that on Mondays when Sherry taught her classes, she occasionally failed to stop by her office at all. John made 3 or 4 more attempts to contact their home, but still there was no response. Although it was strange, but Sherry occasionally forgot to switch on the answering machine. John didn't seem really bothered. After the close of work, he ran a few errands, stopping at a UPS store and at the dry cleaner to pick up the laundry he dropped off that morning. On getting home, he was surprised to see the door of the garage opened. The Balboa townhomes were made out of white, 3-story mock Tudor structures with back alley garage access. A little balcony was located just over the garage, in front of 2 sliding glass doors. His and Sherry's cars would just fit in the garage perfectly. However, the BMW he gifted Sherry on their engagement was not in sight. Glass fragments were scattered across the pavement near the garage entry. John immediately assumed that this was glass from a car window. According to him, Sherry must have accidentally run into something while she pulled out. She had clipped the door and damaged the aerial on her car a few weeks prior. Oh dear, what did she do now? John had wondered. John removed the dry cleaning in a plastic bag from the vehicle and ascended the steps leading from the garage to the living room. He didn't start to get worried until he noticed that the inner door to their living room was slightly ajar. He carefully opened the door to peer inside. The sight he saw was one he wouldn't have ever imagined. His wife, who had been lively and chatty a few hours ago, was lying lifeless on the living room floor. Her face was swollen, bruised, and bloodied as she lay on the dark rug with her back to it. She was wearing her red bathrobe and had no shoes on. John initially believed she could be asleep, but as soon as he saw her face, he knew something was terribly wrong. Those who pass away violently stop moving in mid-stride, frequently with a frozen expression of final shock. Sherry's long, delicate leg was slightly raised and bowed at the knee. Her robe was flung open, and her arms were raised and bent as if she was struggling to stand up. When John touched her leg, it felt rigid. Her body was so cold. In order to check for a pulse, he pressed his fingers to her wrist. But there wasn't any. John was struck. He had heard about murders. In Los Angeles, there would be 831 homicides that year. However, learning about them never gave him hope that something similar may happen to him. Sherry was right in front of him, still shockingly and vividly present to him in every manner, yet completely, irrevocably gone. Her right eyelid was purple, swollen, and closed, and her face was coated in dried blood. Her mouth was open in a final gasp, and her left eye was open and looked up. For hours she had been dead. A black bullet hole was located in the exact middle of her chest, just below the rim of her exquisite form, fitting pink camisole. A terrified John called 911. In 1986, the crime scene was extensively recorded. There seems to have been a brawl. The top of a tall stereo speaker from the room was laying next to Sherry on the rug, flushed against her head. It no longer had any wires attached to it. A broken vase made of gray ceramic with a substantial base was on the ground. The shelves of the hardwood display cabinets were crooked, and a receiver and amplifier protruded forward from the top of the television. A VCR and a CD player were neatly placed at the bottom of the stairs leading from the living room to the second floor, as if they had been assembled for carrying, but were then left behind. The top of the CD player had a single bloody smudge on it. On the east wall and the entrance door there were blood streaks. 2 cords that were braided could be seen on the floor right inside the front entrance. One of them appeared to be the speaker's wire. One of the 2 glass sliding doors to the back balcony on the second floor was broken. This was the glass John had noticed on the sidewalk in front of the garage. Other than the items left on the living room floor, there was no indication of forced entry or theft. However, it was later discovered that Sherry and John's marriage certificate had been taken by the murderer. Homicide Detective Lalmayer found a pink and pale green quilted blanket on the living room chair that had a bullet hole in it and powder burns. A gun had been placed against Sherry's chest after the first shot and fired twice point blank, leaving 2 of what turned out to be 3 holes in her chest. The blanket had been used by the murderer to block out sound. One of the 238 caliber bullets that were found in Sherry's body must have gone straight through her. These 3 shots by themselves would have all been instantly lethal. Someone had intended to erase her from the Earth's surface for good. There was a bite mark on her inner left forearm. A cast was obtained for potential teeth comparison, and the bite mark was swabbed for saliva samples. Police investigators working under Lyle Mayer's direction questioned neighbors, family members, and friends over the ensuing weeks, but they were unable to identify any suspects. A week later, Sherry's silver BMW with the keys in the ignition was discovered parked on a street in Van Nuys. It had many fingerprints, a blood stain, and a strand of brown hair. According to research and community interviews, 2 Latin guys had been breaking into houses in the vicinity, and during one of those break-ins, they had abused a woman. Detectives Mayer's viewpoint from the day of the murder would not change. He claimed the homicide resulted from a robbery gone wrong. However, Nels Rasmussen, Sherry's father, was of the opinion that John's ex-girlfriend, Stephanie Lazarus, who was a cop at the time, killed his daughter. In the months after Sherry and John moved in together, Sherry had confided in her father numerous times. She claimed that Stephanie Lazarus and John attended the same college and got intimate once or twice, but never made their relationship official. On John's 25th birthday, Stephanie threw a surprise birthday party for him. Unknowingly to her, John was seeing someone else. John never considered Stephanie as a girlfriend, and so he had to let her know that he was now in a serious relationship with Sherry. Stephanie, however, was obviously obsessed with John and wouldn't accept that. She subsequently showed up around John and Sherry. Stephanie Lazarus was athletic, bold, and had black hair. According to Sherry, she had unexpectedly visited their home a few weeks prior to their wedding. She went over to the apartment and left a set of water skis for John to wax. The skis, according to Sherry's father, were nothing more than a pretext for intrusion, and a provocative act. Sherry didn't like that another woman was intruding their home. She and John had a dispute over Stephanie. John, however, informed her that he and Stephanie were no longer together and that their relationship had never grown that serious, explaining that they had been dorm mates long before lovers. Sherry, however, did not want John to wax those skis. Nels claimed that John did not support Sherry and would not defend her against Stephanie. Instead, he advised Sherry to appease her. Sherry informed her father that the lady police officer had returned unannounced to pick up the skis that John had waxed against her protests. That time, when John handed her the skis, she made it clear that the woman was not welcome and requested her to go. Stephanie had not been at all discouraged by this. She had returned, this time wearing a Los Angeles Police Department outfit and carrying a revolver around her waist. She claimed to be taking a break. John wasn't around. Usually it was John who remained at home while Sherry left for work. Sherry immediately questioned if this was a regular occurrence. Fiancé leaves for work. An ex-girlfriend drops by. She didn't want to accept it as true. She wished to believe John. A few weeks remained till the wedding. Sherry did not cry easily, but one evening she broke down when talking to her father on the phone. When she and John traveled to Tucson for her birthday, she and her father spoke about it more. Nels reported that his daughter expressed a want for John to intervene and tell Stephanie to leave them alone, but all John ever did was reassure her that he and Stephanie weren't dating and that the best course of action was to ignore her until she eventually left. Nels recalled the visit Stephanie Lazarus made to Sherry's office at the hospital. Sherry had thoroughly described this meeting to her father. She claimed that Stephanie barged into her Glendale office and did so without waiting for the secretary to open the door. This time, the female police officer wore tight shorts and a tube top and a tie that screamed her athleticism and sexiness. She then made a chilling remark that says, "If I can't have John, nobody else will," before leaving Sherry's office. Nels Rasmussen told Detective Lyle Meyer all of these in an interview a day after Sherry's murder, just shortly after he had asked the detective the simple question, "Have you checked out John's ex-girlfriend, the lady cop?" Detective Meyer, however, discarded Nels and testimonies. He then told Nels that he had watched too many TV cop shows. Also, John had contested Nels. He assured Detective Meyer that his father-in-law's descriptions of the encounters were not accurate if Sherry hadn't informed him of them. Detective Meyer stuck to the robbery theory. Nels was shown sketches of two Latin male suspects shortly after the murder, and the burglary scenario was explained. He was unable to identify the sketches, and the overall situation was incomprehensible to him. He had to question the professionalism of these detectives. The residents had evidence of a fight. According to Detective Meyer, the fight might have continued for an hour and a half. Nels questioned how his daughter had managed to hold off two men for so long. Based on the bite mark on the Sherry's forearm, there was speculation that the murderer was a female, given that women tend to bite during a fight. But the idea was rejected. Along with the hole and powder burns on the blanket, Sherry also had a bullet wound in the middle of her chest. Nels was informed by Meyer that his daughter had been assassinated, not only shot and killed. He wondered why a random thief would just come to assassinate a person without taking anything of value in the house. Nels questioned the detectives if they had checked to see if the female police officer was on duty that day. He asked them if they had inspected or photographed her, but the answers were no. Stephanie Lazarus was never contacted by anyone. Sherry Rasmussen's case went cold, and the evidence of her murder was filed away in the commercial storage. Detective Meyers retired in the coming years, and several years were spent by Nels Rasmussen trying to get his daughter's case reopened. In the long run, many investigators declined to do it, and the investigation didn't pick up again until DNA testing was made accessible. In 2001, Sherry Rasmussen's case was reopened for reinvestigation after a committed Los Angeles Police Department homicide team used new technologies to work on old forensic investigations. But detectives were soon left looking for missing evidence on Sherry's case file. Luckily, in 2004, criminalist Jennifer Francis discovered the missing cotton swab containing DNA from the bite mark on Sherry's forearm. The DNA sample was entered into Cody's, and there was no match. However, the saliva and bite mark were determined to belong to a female, disproving the initial theory that a male burglar was responsible. After this discovery, the case was abandoned once more. In 2009, the Los Angeles Police Department renewed the case. After revisiting the documented crime scene, It was determined that the murderer arranged the crime scene to look like a burglary in order to put police off the case. In the notes from the initial investigation, detectives ultimately discovered a single sentence where Stephanie Lazarus's name came up once in the entire case file. Investigators, however, chose to follow the tip. They contacted John Rutan, who is now remarried with kids. He told them that Stephanie Lazarus had indeed been his ex-girlfriend, and her being Sherry's killer was all Nels Rasmussen's theory. He again said he didn't believe she did it. Investigators contacted Nels Rasmussen after 2 decades. Nels was angry at first because the police department wouldn't interview the killer of his child. However, after a positive feedback from the new detectives, he recounted what he had told investigators in the initial phase of the investigation. The detectives were shocked that all his revelations were never documented. When the detectives discovered that Stephanie Lazarus was a police officer, they ran her name through the department directory and came up with their esteemed colleague in the art theft division. She was a reputable figure in the department and had over the years been promoted for her diligence. Regardless, the detectives began to look into their colleague's whereabouts on the day of Sherry's murder. They knew as a cop she would be very careful if she wanted to commit a murder. They soon discovered that she was off duty the day Sherry was killed. They looked into the murder weapon. The investigators were aware that most police officers possess at least 2 weapons, one for duty and one for backup, both legally acquired and registered. Records revealed that Stephanie Lazarus had bought a backup .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver not long after graduating police academy. Detectives tracked the Smith & Wesson revolver used as a backup by Lazarus. It was discovered that Lazarus had notified the Santa Monica police in March 1986, just a few weeks after the murder, that the gun had been stolen. If investigators had been looking at Stephanie Lazarus back in 1986, they would have had access to all of this information. But they did not bother at all. The pattern in the evidence missing from the case file was now starting to become apparent to the detectives. It unmistakably appeared that someone inside the police department had been attempting to protect her. This was something Sherry's father knew and what made him angry at the Los Angeles Police Department for many years. The team of homicide detectives then decided to conceal the investigation until they find answers to apprehend police officer Stephanie Lazarus. They needed a DNA from her, and so a special operations team secretly followed her and her adopted daughter to Costco. When they stopped for a snack at a table outside the building, the team was able to recover the cup and straw she had been using. 2 days later, the lab determined that the mouth on that straw was the mouth that had bitten Sherry Rasmussen's forearm during a violent battle 23 years earlier. During an interview in March 2009, Stephanie denied ever killing Sherry, but was ultimately arrested. 2 years later, in March 2012, Stephanie Lazarus was found guilty of killing Sherry Rasmussen. She was given a 27-year sentence. She and the Los Angeles Police Department had been sued by the Rasmussens. An appeal has been filed against a preliminary judgment declaring the department exempt from similar cases. The police department was reinvestigated, but it turned up no proof of an internal cover-up. The missing evidence from the case file still remains a mystery till today. 17-year-old Michelle Koski lived in Seattle, Washington in 1990. She was last seen leaving one of her friend's apartments on August 18th. A week later, a woman walking her dog near Echo Lake Road and Highway 522 in Snohomish came up on Michelle's body. The area is about 15 miles from where she was last seen. Michelle had been assaulted and suffered blunt force trauma to the head. The weapon used was determined to be pieces of concrete found nearby. Investigators collected DNA from the crime scene that belonged to the person that took her life. They also questioned criminals who have committed similar crimes in the area but received no useful information. No witnesses came forward either, and the case soon went cold. Detectives Jim Scharf and David Heitzman reopened the case in 2005. A DNA profile of the suspect was then created. They entered it into the federal database, but this unfortunately did not yield any results. The detectives could, however, rule out suspects. Recently, they turned to Parabon Nanolabs for assistance in identifying the suspect and obtaining justice. Genealogists at Parabon had to first deconvolute the DNA sample because it contained the DNA from both suspect and victim. Dr. Janet Cady is the senior director bioinformatics scientist at Parabon, said, "The crime scene in Michelle's case was particularly challenging. Without mixture deconvolution, the genetic genealogy matches would have included relatives of the victim and led investigators down a wrong path. Experts spent about 1 year building family trees and entering their findings into public genealogy websites such as Family Tree DNA and GED Match. Ultimately, this process led them to 2 brothers of the suspect. In 2022, after more testing, investigators announced that Robert Brooks is the man responsible for taking the life of Michelle Koski. Brooks was 22 years old at the time of the crime. He had just been released from prison when he took Michelle's life. Brooks was living with a relative only a few blocks from where she lived. It's not known if the two knew each other. Brooks passed away due to natural causes at the age of 48 in King County, Washington on October 26, 2016. The estimated probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random from the U.S. population with a matching profile is 1 in 1.2 quadrillion, said the sheriff's office. Both the sheriff's office and Parabon Nano Labs praised Detective Scharf for his work. He was also involved in solving the cases of Jay Cook and Tanya Van Cuylenburg that I have covered before on the channel. Some of those who knew Michelle spoke at the news conference to share their relief that the case has finally been solved, including her friend Melissa Johnson, who had known her since she was 10 years old. "I often wonder what she would have been like had she still been alive and how different my life would be as well," said Johnson. "I now pray that Michelle can finally rest in peace." 23-year-old Diane Kazik lived in Nassau County, New York in 1968. She worked as a dance teacher. Diane lived with her parents after becoming estranged from her husband. They had a daughter together named Darlene. Diane called her parents on the night of February 15, 1968 to tell them that she was going to the mall to purchase shoes. She never returned home. After a few hours, her parents got worried. Her father drove to the mall to see if he could find Diane. He found her body in the back seat of the family's 1961 Plymouth Valiant in the parking lot of the Valley Streams Green Acres Mall. Diane had been brutally beaten and assaulted in that car. She had been suffocated and had defensive wounds on her hands. Investigators released a description of a suspect they had. A white male in his late teens or early 20s with an average build, eyeglasses, and standing at least 5 feet 8 inches tall. Investigators said the man had been spotted at the movie theater in the mall shortly before Diane's body was discovered. Police also say the man might have been loitering in the area. At least 100 Nassau police officers searched the area and showed her photo to more than 2,000 people, asking them to shed light on her last hours. Investigators also collected DNA belonging to the suspect from the crime scene. Diane's estranged husband was questioned but ruled out as a suspect because he was working his part-time job as a taxi driver when the crime took place. Years passed, the trail grew cold, and unfortunately the leads dried up. That all changed recently. In June of 2022, when investigators entered the suspect's DNA profile into public DNA databases, they found a match. The man whose DNA it was is Richard Cottingham. Many of you will have heard about him before. He was responsible for taking the lives of many women. Cottingham is already serving a life sentence in a New Jersey prison. He pleads not guilty, but is facing 25 years to life in prison if convicted. He is due back in court on August 22, 2022. Cottingham is in bad health at the moment and had to be arraigned while on hospital bed, wearing a patient's gown and a face mask. Nassau County District Attorney and Donnelly said at a news conference that this may be the oldest case ever prosecuted based on DNA evidence. She also cautioned against being deceived by Cottingham's frail and sickly appearance. He is a violent predator, and no matter how he looks today in a hospital bed, he was not always a feeble man. He was a young 22-year-old when he took the life of Miss Kazik. He was strong, stronger than these women were, and he was violent. Diane's daughter, Darlene Altman, who was also at the press conference, had this to say, "I never thought I'd see this day. I had given up. But all these people got justice for me and my mother." Altman wore a necklace with a ballerina slipper charm that belonged to her mother. She was just 3 years old when Diane's life was taken. She also attended the arraignment. It was overwhelming. He just had this dead stare. I thought he was looking at me. It was creepy. Detectives are investigating unsolved cases of women between 1967 and 1980 when Cottingham was active. Although Cottingham was primarily a Bergen County person and worked in Manhattan, we now have evidence that he was also here in Nassau County, and we are diligently reviewing unsolved cases, Donnelly also said. 57-year-old David Evans lived in Claremont, California, 1985. He was the vice president at a bank and a former school superintendent. David lived alone after he divorced his wife. On October 13, 1985, David's body was found inside his home. He had been beaten badly and suffered blunt force trauma to the head. The discovery was made by Claremont police officers during a possible burglary call at the residence. Evans had been a Duke-educated school administrator who worked as a teacher and school superintendent before shifting gears midlife and entering the banking industry. He had been a pillar of the community who had been liked by everybody. Investigators at the time generated a few leads but were unable to identify any viable suspects, and the case eventually went cold. Authorities took a new look at the case in 2006 after advances in forensic technology had been developed. Investigators found a small amount of DNA left behind at the crime scene and fingerprints belonging to the suspect. In 2020, investigators were able to confirm that the DNA and fingerprints were left at the crime scene belonged to Hillary Marcus Duplessis. Furthermore, investigators established that Duplessis had lived in the San Gabriel Valley area at the time the crime was committed. This is not far from where David lived. They were also able to link him to David's vehicle that had been stolen after his life was taken and abandoned in Corvina, California about 2 hours later. On May 2, 2022, Duplessis was charged with ending the life of David Evans. He is currently incarcerated in a New York State prison serving an extensive sentence for a similar crime and will be eligible for parole in that case in 2033. Duplessis will soon be taken to Los Angeles where he will be arraigned on the new charges. Lieutenant Hugo Renaga said they think they know why Duplessis did what he did, but they don't want to reveal too much information before the case goes to trial. Renaga thanked a team of investigators, including those from the Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, New York State Police, and the New York Department of Corrections for bringing long-awaited justice and closure to the family of David Evans. On May 11, 2007, 64 years old, Dennis Lee I was found deceased in his condominium in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He had died from beatings and stabbings. Tammy Mimes, the assistant manager of the Hawthorne Hills Apartments, where Dennis lives, informed the police that he had prostate cancer. He had few visitors and lived off of Social Security. Tammy said she got a call from a friend asking her to check on Dennis, and she told the apartment's maintenance worker, Robert Gross. Robert knocked on Dennis' door several times. He entered the house after not hearing back. He found Dennis there, lying face up on the bed with his feet propped up on the floor. Robert called 911 as soon as he noticed there was a lot of blood. The evidence collected at the scene was carefully submitted for examination to the State Crime Lab of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. Dennis's first wife, Christine Griffin, claimed that he had a challenging life. It's unbelievable that someone would stab him. He could hardly get around. Dennis and Christine had 2 children. Their son Brad was born in 1963 and their daughter Laura was born in 1965. In the 1970s, the couple lived in Olin Jones County, where Dennis worked for the Monticello Steel Company as a purchasing agent. Dennis has lived in Cedar Rapids since the divorce in 1981. In 1990, Dennis was arrested on charges of driving under the influence and stealing from local businesses. Furthermore, he was accused of threatening a man whose room he had rented. After Dennis' son died in a car accident in 1993, his life didn't get any better. Dennis, who had initially lost contact with his daughter, his ex-wife, and other family members, started reaching out to them again a few years before he died in late May 2007. During the investigation into Dennis' death, Cedar Rapids police executed 5 search warrants. They looked through Dennis' apartment and also the apartment of a man named Curtis Paget, whom witnesses said must have had an argument with the victim. Curtis's fingerprints and a DNA sample from a cheek swab were gathered by investigators. Additionally, they took a pair of his boots from his apartment. Curtis Paget is also said to be a person of interest in an unrelated missing person case. He was the last person to have seen 15-year-old Erin Pospisil before she disappeared from Cedar Rapids on June 3, 2001. When the police questioned him at the time, Curtis mentioned that in 2001, having gone to visit Erin's elder brother, who was a friend of his, he and Erin departed the Pospisil family home and they offered to give Erin a ride to her destination, which was her friend Brett's house. According to Curtis, on getting to Brett's residence, there was no one at the house. Shortly after, a black Chevrolet Cavalier with tinted rear windows pulled up to the curb as Erin was making her way back to his truck. Curtis said Erin went up to the car and had a quick conversation with those in it. Before getting into the back seat of the Cavaliers, she told Curtis that the guys in the car would give her a ride. Ever since Erin left her home with Curtis Paget, she has never been seen or heard from again. No additional witnesses have been found by the police to corroborate Paget's report of seeing a black Cavalier in the neighborhood. However, on March 1, 2023, 42-year-old Curtis Randall Paget was taken into custody and charged with Dennis First's murder. This specific case demonstrates the Cedar Rapids Police Department's commitment to the community and its victims, according to Lynn County Attorney Nick Maybanks. This incident shows the department's determination to bring victims and survivors' rights to justice, even in cases where the general public may not be aware of them. After several months of investigation and a recent last meeting, Maybanks came to the conclusion that Paget was to blame for Dennis' demise. The reason Paget was arrested was not disclosed by the police, nor was it indicated if additional DNA testing was necessary after the department's cold case team approached them to assess the situation. Still, during the press conference, a partial blood boot print that matched boots discovered at Paget's house was disclosed. An oven mitt smeared with blood was also found. The oven mitt's interior contains DNA from Paget and Dennis. Additionally, Paget's fingerprint was found on a knife sharpener and in a drawer in Dennis' apartment. Since her sighting in the spring of 2002, Erin's case has not further progressed. Erin was spotted in a convenience store in Cedar Rapids. She was in an automobile with Illinois license plates in the back seat. Cedar Rapids police received this report, but the car was nowhere to be found. They have never been able to verify the sighting. The person who saw Erin is still positive that it was her because he was familiar with her. Erin's features describe her as a Caucasian female with dark brown hair and eyes. When Erin disappeared, her hair had red highlights and there was a small scar above her eye. The devastating news of the death of Nikki Allen, a 7-year-old English girl, shocked the people of Tyne and Wear, Sunderland, England, on October 7, 1992. After her body was discovered in the basement of an old desolate building, the police were called right away to the scene. She had suffered a brick to the head as well as 37 stab wounds. Who could have committed this evil act on a once cheerful little girl? And what was the reason for such a wicked deed? Northeastern England's Tyne and Wear is a metropolitan county with a lengthy history. One of its major cities, Sunderland, is a fusion of tradition and modernity. Living in Sunderland offers access to both leisure areas, such as parks and beaches, and historical sites that provide insight into the city's past. The locals are renowned for their friendliness and sense of belonging. The maritime heritage of Tyne and Wear is a significant characteristic, and the River Tyne was crucial to its growth. Despite the region's generally low crime rate, the tragic death of Nikki Allen in 1992 has left a permanent mark on its past. Nikki Allen, the adored daughter of Sharon Henderson and David Allen, was born on August 30, 1985, in Sunderland, northeastern England. She grew up with 3 sisters in the Weargarth apartment complex, which offered a beautiful view of Sunderland's East End ports. Those who knew Nikki well recall her as a lively and spirited young girl. Nikki enjoyed playing with her friends and cherished her toys just like any other 7-year-old. Cheese and onion crisps were her favorite, and it was a regular snack for her daily school lunch. The fact that Nikki's maternal grandparents resided in the same building demonstrated how close-knit her family was. Her grandparents were crucial to the upbringing of the kids, frequently helping Sharon with childcare. It was clear that Sharon was a committed mother. The welfare of her children came first to her. Nikki and her family were living a simple, happy life, but they had no idea that everything was about to change for the worse. Nikki Allen's routine appeared to be typical on the fateful day of October 7, 1992. She spent the evening playing with Stacy, her older sister and cousin. As evening sets in, Nikki's mother, Sharon, made the decision to go outside briefly. She promised her daughters to be back in 5 minutes. The place she was going was not far. She was making her way to the apartment shared by her father and stepmother, which was in the same estate. On getting there, it didn't take long before Nikki and her cousin's laughter could be heard echoing down the hallway behind Sharon. "Mom, can we go to the park tomorrow?" The innocent question came from Nikki. Sharon gently told Nikki to go home and meet her sisters after noticing the excitement in her daughter's voice. She then assured her that she would join shortly. By the time Sharon arrived, the mood in the Allen family home had changed from one of merriment to obvious apprehensiveness. Stacy's voice, which was tinged with worry, broke the stillness. "Mom, Nikki didn't come home," she said. Fear took hold. In the hallways, Sharon persistently called Nikki's name. Every shout she made was filled with anxiety, but Nikki was nowhere to be seen. Nikki Allen appeared to have disappeared out of thin air in what seemed like a matter of seconds. Only 150 yards separated Nikki's house from her grandparents' apartment, where she was last seen. The shortness of this distance only added to the intrigue surrounding her abrupt disappearance. The police were notified of her disappearance and they showed up within an hour. Even though it was economically underdeveloped and frequently disregarded, Sunderland's East End was home to a tight-knit neighborhood. Here, neighbors were more like an extended family who knew each other's daily routines. The rapidly spreading news of Nikki's disappearance caused the locals to come together as a matter of urgency. A search team made up of more than 100 police officers and community volunteers was quickly put together. Finding Nikki was their only task. There was a thorough search. The search team combed through recreational areas, industrial buildings, alleyways, and even the waterfront where the river curved through the city. The search was made more terrifying by the fact that this river was notorious for its deceptive depth and perilous undercurrents. The following morning, a terrifying discovery was made as dawn broke. The center of this tragic story would be the long-abandoned and dilapidated Quayside Exchange building. The search team, led by Nikki's aunt, noticed a pair of shoes outside the building. As they entered, there was a sense of dread in the air. What they saw inside would forever haunt them. Inside, Nikki's lifeless body lay with the horrifying signs of a terrible crime. She had endured a vicious attack with a brick and more than 37 stab wounds. The community was shocked by the discovery. An area where people knew one another and where kids could play unrestrained was now surrounded by a foreboding cloud of sorrow and anxiety. The search for Nikki's killer got underway, but the perplexing question persisted. Who could carry out such a heinous deed against a young, defenseless life? Following the tragic discovery of Nikki Allen, the police launched a thorough investigation. Interviewing the locals was their first course of action. This was done in an effort to piece together Nikki's final hours before she disappeared. The more they examined the accounts, the more discrepancies they found, especially when it came to the moment Nikki left her grandparents' apartment. While some said it was 7:30 p.m., others thought it was more like 9:30 p.m. Some even suggest later times. However, the majority of testimonies all agreed that Nikki left about 10 minutes before her mother. Numerous witnesses claimed to have seen Nikki near the Boarhead pub, which was located directly across from her home, around 10 p.m. She was said to have been engaging in the British custom of asking a guy for a penny on bonfire night. Unsettlingly, a different witness claimed to have heard what appeared to be a young girl's scream coming from the direction of the Quayside Exchange building. In a reconstruction shown on BBC Crime Watch, a happy Nikki can be seen skipping past the bar. The video appeared to show her walking alone toward the dock, but she eventually came across a man. Nikki was seen skipping gleefully behind this man who was wearing a crisp white shirt as they crossed the street. The police were able to find CCTV videos that appear to support these eyewitness accounts. Despite the not-so-great video quality, it provided a chilling glimpse of Nikki's final moments before her untimely passing. One name kept coming up as the locals were being interviewed: the Quayside Exchange building, where Nikki's life was tragically cut short, was frequently graced by this person, who was known locally as the Weirdo. 1 week later, following up on this tip, the police took an important step by apprehending 24-year-old George Heron in connection with the murder of Nikki Allen. The neighborhood waited impatiently, hoping that soon justice would be served for the young girl whose life was taken far too soon. The following years, in 1993, the investigation spotlight focused on George Heron, a young man who lived close to the Allen home. George Heron's involvement appeared to be supported by a number of pieces of evidence. In his living space, a knife matching the wounds on Nikki was found. Blood was found on his clothes and shoes as well. Heron's sister gave a puzzling account to the police, which increased the suspicion. She recalled Heron spending an unusually long time in the bathroom the night of the murder, likely washing himself and his clothes. He had never acted in this manner before. Heron vehemently denied any involvement despite the mounting evidence against him. He insisted that he hadn't left the house the night Nikki was killed. For witnesses who saw a man who looked like Heron in 2 neighborhood pubs, the Boar's Head and the Clarendon, refuted this claim. It's interesting that he was seen buying Nikki's favorite snack, cheese and onion crisps. The police speculated that Heron may have lured Nikki inside the abandoned building using her favorite snacks. Heron's defenses appeared to give way after 3 days of difficult interrogation, which caused him to admit to the crime. It's important to note that he had vehemently denied the accusations 120 times before he finally admitted to the crime. Even though it was circumstantial, the evidence seemed solid and the police were optimistic about getting a conviction. His trial took place in the Leeds Crown Court, where he was accused of killing Nikki Allen. But things changed in an unexpected way. Heron's recorded confession was rejected by the judge, who cited overbearing police methods as the cause. Heron was cleared of all charges relating to the murder of Nikki Allen. Heron was given a new identity after the trial and relocated from Sunderland for his safety. In an unexpected turn of events, Sharon Henderson, Nikki's mother, brought a civil lawsuit against Heron in 1994. She charged him with killing a child by abusing her. Henderson won her case and the judge ordered Heron to pay her more than £7,000 in damages. The ordered sum, however, remained unpaid because Heron's whereabouts was elusive. Nikki Allen's pursuit of justice was still met with more questions than solutions. Years after the tragic death of Nikki Allen, the pursuit of justice never abated. A new development occurred in February 2014 when Stephen Grieveson, a convicted serial killer, was detained in connection with the killing of Nikki. He was told, however, that he wouldn't face any further action in the case. After a lengthy questioning, 2 years later, in May 2016, optimism started to emerge. Sharon Henderson was approached by a woman whose identity was kept secret to the general public, who claimed to have previously unreleased details about Nikki's murder. This young girl, who was babysitting nearby when Nikki vanished and was only 12 years old at the time of the crime, decided to speak to the police after keeping quiet for so long. Encouraged by this fresh information, Henderson fervently argued for a thorough re-examination of her daughter's murder in September of the same year. She started an online petition requesting that the Northumbria police investigate the case from the scratch. With the petition, the neighborhood showed its unwavering support, gathering more than 500 signatures in less than a day. Sharon Henderson contacted Grieveson, pleading with him to share any information he might know about Nikki's passing. This was done in an effort to leave no stone unturned. By April 2017, Henderson had met with the Detective Chief Inspector, Lisa Thieker, and the Chief Constable of the Northumbria Police, Constable Steve Ashman. The two officers reaffirmed their unshakable dedication to seeing that Nikki receives justice. Was a significant development in October 2017. The police declared that they had been successful in obtaining a DNA sample from a male who may be connected to the crime. This new development gave hope for a solution. The investigation then took a clear turn in April 2018. A suspect in connection with the murder of Nikki Allen was taken into custody after Northumbria police conducted a raid on a home in the Stockton neighborhood of Teesside. The person arrested was formally charged with the heinous crime in 2022, 4 years after his arrest. 54 years old, David Thomas Boyd was the suspect. David Thomas Boyd was originally born David Thomas Bell on June 1967 in London. As a result of his father's military service, David Thomas Boyd experienced a childhood characterized by constant movement. He had no close relatives when he moved to Sunderland. He may have been more likely to frequently change his identity because of this detachment. He changed his name several times over the years, going by the names Jason Branson, John Eastman, and David Thomas Smith, among others. When David Thomas Boyd was found guilty of disturbing the peace in 1986, a darker side of him became apparent. This conviction was the result of a disturbing incident in which he approached a young girl and asked for a kiss. More disturbing fantasies about young girls were revealed during his subsequent conversations with the probation officer. David Boyd was uncomfortably close to Nikki Allen's family. He shared a floor with Nikki's grandparents at Weregarth. He was more than just a far-off neighbor. He was closely connected to the family. Nikki's babysitter at the time was his girlfriend, but despite being so close, he continued to have dark tendencies. Boyd was one of those questioned by the police when the news of Nikki's case first surfaced, but he was able to avoid being suspected by providing a false alibi. Boyd frequently changed his name over the years, perhaps feeling the net of capture tightening in on him or being motivated by guilt. His constant name change was a futile attempt to get away from justice's looming shadow. The trial for David Thomas Boyd began at Newcastle Crown Court on April 20, 2023. The prosecution painted a terrifying picture, alleging that Boyd had lured Nikki Allen, a young girl, to a desolate area close to the River Ware. It was thought that she had taken a blow to the head there, which had caused her to bleed. Nikki was not in distress when the witness saw her. Instead, she was skipping to keep up with the man. As the story went on, the prosecution claimed that Boyd had dragged Nikki inside the abandoned old exchange building. The unexpected event got worse inside. Nikki's skull was broken after being hit with a brick. The bloodshed continued after that. Her chest, heart, and lungs were the targets of numerous stab wounds. According to the post-mortem findings, Nikki was probably knocked out by the initial blow before being stabbed. A witness's chilling testimony accurately identified the time of the crime, recalling a scream on the evening of October 6th around 10 p.m. The evidence at trial showed that David Thomas Boyd, who went by several names, was 25 years old when this evil act was committed. He was charged with having circumstantial but strong evidence against him. DNA from Boyd was discovered on Nikki's clothes. Boyd offered an absurd defense, claiming that Nikki may have been exposed to the DNA from his saliva after he spat from his balcony. He also mentioned that he was familiar with the old exchange building because he had gone there a few days earlier with a young boy for pigeon hunting. Defense attorneys claimed that the evidence was just a collection of unintentional coincidences. Justice Christina Lambert emphasized the circumstantial nature of the evidence and emphasized the lack of specific evidence linking Boyd to the crimes. Interestingly, Boyd declined to give a witness statement at the trial. After 2.5 hours of deliberation on May 12, 2023, the jury found Boyd guilty of killing Nikki Allen. The long-awaited decision gave Nikki's family some measure of comfort. Sharon Henderson, Nikki's mother, shared her thoughts with BBC News as she reflected on the agonizing 30-year pursuit of justice. On May 23, 2023, Boyd was given a life sentence with the requirement that he serve at least 29 years before being considered for parole. David Thomas Boyd's first opportunity to achieve freedom would therefore come in August 2049. For those involved, the resolution of the Nikki Allen case caused a flurry of emotions. 57-year-old Sharon Henderson, Nikki's mother, expressed her utter dismay at David Boyd's sentence. She thought the decision was shameful and that Boyd shouldn't ever be eligible for parole. This is the recurring narrative for families like mine. In justice, Sharon said, Nikki was remembered by Sharon, who was only 25 years old when her daughter was tragically taken from her as an energetic youngster with a radiant smile. Over the years, Sharon felt the weight of the community's misdirected rage, because many people falsely accused her of being a bad mother. They focused their anger on her rather than the real offender. Boyd's actions destroyed Sharon's family, but she persevered in her pursuit of justice for her daughter, displaying incredible fortitude. There were many difficulties along the way, including her own arrest due to her accusations against people she thought were protecting the guilty. At the time of the tragedy, Nikki's father, David Allen, was 28 years old. He said that after that fateful night, his life took a dark turn. He was incredibly hurt and furious with Boyd. "The anguish is indescribable," he said, highlighting the striking contrast between Boyd's existence and Nikki's short life. A surprising turn of events saw George Heron, who was initially charged in the case, receive an apology from Northumbria police. Heron's reaction was a concoction of sorrow, disgust, and rage, especially toward the initial investigators, who, in his opinion, had betrayed him. Prosecutor Richard Wright Kay noted that the 1992 investigation was rife with mistakes. The team that reopened the case approached it with fresh eyes and without preconceptions. They meticulously gathered 2,500 documents, recorded 1,200 statements, and obtained DNA samples from over 800 men across the country. The judge praised their extraordinary efforts and emphasized the crucial role DNA evidence played in convicting David Thomas Boyd. A group of kids playing off of Amherst Street in Granby, Massachusetts, found a woman's body on November 15, 1978. Buried under a pile of leaves, investigators were able to determine that she had been fatally shot in the temple. There was also evidence that the woman's body was dragged by a man's belt. It was estimated that her life was taken roughly 3 months before her body was found. Investigators were unfortunately unable to identify the woman. So, for decades, she became known as Granby Girl and was buried in a local cemetery with a headstone marked unknown. On March 6, 2023, the Northwest District Attorney's Office held a news conference at the Granby Police Station to announce the major breakthrough in the case. It was announced that the remains found back in 1978 belonged to 28-year-old Patricia and Tucker. First Assistant District Attorney Stephen Gagney said advances in DNA technology allowed them to find Patricia's half-sister in Maryland who led them to her son. He was just 5 years old when Patricia vanished. Stephen Gagney said, "While it is satisfying to finally know who Granby Girl actually was, the investigation will not stop until we identify the person that took her life and bring the family an additional measure of closure and justice. This investigation has spanned decades and will continue until each and every possible lead is explored." Stephen Gagney further said Patricia was married to Gerald Coleman and they were living on the shore of Lake Pocotopog in East Hampton, Connecticut, back in 1978. Coleman never reported his wife missing. He passed away in prison in Massachusetts in 1996. According to Stephen Gagney, Coleman is now a person of interest in Patricia's case. Before her disappearance, Patricia had earlier gone by married names such as Patricia Heckman, Patricia Dale, and later Patricia Coleman. Anyone with information about the case should call Granby Police at 413-4679-222. We'll email Dwight at granby@pd.org. Patricia's son, Matthew Dale, who is now 50 years old, also spoke and recalled his last memories of his mother. She was in the front seat of a stranger's car, wearing a vest. It was 1978. Matthew was in the back seat. A man he did not know was driving, but Matthew vividly recalls the last words his mother ever said to him before she disappeared. "She told me to go across the street to the playground," Matthew said, referring to a group home for juveniles. "She said goodbye." Now in middle age, Matthew's memories are fuzzy. Best he can recall, the facility was outside Boston. His father collected him the following day and raised him after his mother left him. Matthew has lived in North Carolina most of his life. He grew up plagued by the mystery of his mother's disappearance. Rumors swirled among family members, including speculation that Patricia may have entered the Federal Witness Protection Program. Matthew said that he was in his 30s when he accepted that his mother was no longer alive. "My mother fell in with the wrong crowd. She was not a hiker like some of the stories said through the years. I've been told so many lies about it." His father passed away in 2015 and Dale has felt somewhat adrift, although he is happily married. He is a father and has been a union electrician for most of his life. Several weeks before the identification was made, police showed up at his door. They asked him a few questions, explaining they found him through his uncle in a DNA database. They said, "Granby girl." I thought, "What is Granby girl?" Matthew said. State police investigators did not offer many details, but said they had exhumed Patricia's body. Matthew had filed his DNA in a database in case his mother was ever identified. He sent investigators a file of his digital DNA profile, and they contacted him by phone within hours. They said it was a clear genetic match. He has scanned keepsakes of his mom, a single photo baby book she created for him, a lock of his hair, and a small tapestry she painted when he was small. Matthew said he plans to arrange for a proper grave for his mother. For years, the grave has been marked only with a wooden cross. In 1998, Granby residents donated money to create a more dignified marker. Matthew said it was an awful end. "What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." Sydney, Ohio, nestled in the heart of Shelby County, offers a unique blend of small-town charm and modern lifestyle. This picturesque community with a population of 20,421 is renowned for its tranquil ambience, making it an ideal place for families and individuals seeking a peaceful environment. However, like any other place, Sydney is not immune to the shadows that crime can cast. Although its crime rate is comparatively moderate when compared to larger urban areas, Sydney still encounters its fair share of difficulties. And this unfortunate case of James Royale also unfolded in Sydney. Born on February 25, 2000, to Scott Royale Jr. and Chelsea Royale in Louisville, Kentucky, James Royale's early years were spent in Taylorsville, Kentucky, alongside his siblings, Jessica Colbert, Jordan Royale, and Jaden Canaster until he turned 8. He then continued his academics in Fairlawn, Ohio. After graduating from Fairlawn High School in Fairlawn and Upper Valley Career Center in Pequea, Ohio in 2018, James showcased a remarkable array of interests and passions. Whether it was his passion for basketball or his unwavering commitment to bodybuilding, he pursued his endeavors with dedication. Alongside these pursuits, he assumed the role of mentor, inspiring and guiding others in their journeys towards health and fitness. In addition to his diverse activities, he worked as a steelworker, a profession that complemented his hands-on approach to life. Moreover, his fascination with cars was evident in his ownership of 3 vehicles. James also found delight in playing video games. Apart from his hobbies, James also had a high school romance. He met Allison Duckrow in high school, and they quickly went from friends to being in a relationship. The first year seemed great, but eventually the relationship turned toxic. Allison grew tired of James' hurtful words and the way he treated her with disrespect. James, on the other hand, always seemed to focus on Allison's flaws and made her feel worthless. The situation got worse, leading Allison to break up with him and decide to move on by the beginning of 2021. But James wasn't ready to let go. Despite continuing to mistreat her with his words, he couldn't seem to forget Allison and started trying to reach out to her bit by bit. Allison, however, was determined to keep him out of her life for good. Around 18 months after their breakup, on July 30th, 2022, James sent her a voice note asking how she was doing. Little did she know, this voice message would be the last thing he ever said to her. Stacy Duckrow and her daughter Allison had just gone shopping and returned to the home at 2907 North Carthor Road in Sydney. Approaching their porch, they observed an unfamiliar car entering their property and parking behind their own vehicle, despite not recognizing the driver at the moment. They proceeded to open the door to their house and went inside. Moments after they entered, they heard the doorbell ring. James was standing on their porch, waiting for them to open the door. However, Allison's family was resolute in not letting him in under any circumstances. The family finally felt a moment of relief when James left the porch. However, their peace was short-lived as he returned after only a few minutes, this time determined not to leave until he saw Allison. As soon as James tried to push the door, Allison, who was hiding inside the house, dialed 911. At this point, Allison and her family were frightened. To stop James, Allison's father, Mitchell Duckrow, shouted at him repeatedly, asking him to leave their house. However, James remained resolute, persistently attempting to force the door open. Although the police had been notified, it was taking them some time to arrive at the scene. Unfortunately, the door was not going to hold up until their arrival, as James was fully determined to break it down and confront his ex-girlfriend. Just as the door was on the verge of giving way, it happened. 3 gunshots rang out from the firearm that Allison's father Mitchell was clutching. James was pushed back by the force of the bullets, and he ultimately fell in the walkway in the front of the garage. As he lay in the walkway, neighbors attempted to assess the situation, though none ventured far enough to confirm his condition. Amidst this, the officers from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office arrived at the scene. Inside the Duckrow house, the family remained unsettled by the unfolding events. Upon entering, the police discovered 3 spent shells scattered on the floor. Allison, who had been terrified, finally found some relief and embraced her father, believing that he had rescued her from danger. However, the outcome was different for 22-year-old James Rail. In his pursuit of meeting with his ex-girlfriend, James lost his life. While Allison and the Duckrow family can now finally breathe a sigh of relief, with their nightmare finally ending, a stark contrast was evident. James lay lifeless, his family still unaware of the tragic news that would soon engulf them. Following James' death, the Duckrow family was brought in for interrogation. After the rites were read and Allison's introduction was made, the interrogators started asking questions about James and their relationship. Next on the list of questions was whether James had any involvement with drugs. Now it was time to determine whether James was a person who used to make threats or if he had any history of violence. During another interrogation, Allison's father was asked if he had any knowledge of the messages that James had sent to Allison. Although Allison received the voicemail in which James clearly expressed a desire to talk to her, she was scared. Surprisingly, she never informed her parents about it. The reason behind her reluctance to do so despite her fear remains unclear. While there might have been potential for a deeper mystery in the case, it was kept straightforward. James was the culprit and Allison was the victim. However, according to James' sister Jessica, things were entirely different. Jessica believed that no one would ever discover the true reason why her brother went to meet Allison that day. While there might be suspicions that James intended to harm Allison, it would ultimately remain an assumption. His side of the story was never heard, as he was killed without being given an opportunity to speak. The actions taken by the Duckrow family were indeed swift and decisive, seemingly without attempting to understand the true purpose behind James' visit. Furthermore, James was unarmed, and the entirety of the voicemail suggested that he had no intention of violence, but rather was expressing his longing for Allison. Here is the complete voicemail that he had sent to Allison the day before his death. Even though the motive behind James's action remained unclear, the decision was final. Shelby County Prosecutor Tim Sell announced that the jury would not be pursuing charges against Mitchell Duckrow for the shooting of James Royale on July 31, 2022. In September 2022, a Shelby County grand jury voted 8-1 not to indict Mitchell Duckrow on charges related to James's death. The decision was based on Ohio's Stand Your Ground legislation, which stipulates that homeowners are not legally obligated to retreat before using a firearm. Following the news that Mitchell would not be charged with the killing of James, the family of the latter launched a Facebook page to demand justice for the deceased young man. Amidst the global criticism and accusations against James, with some even suggesting he deserved his fate, the Rail family remains resolute in their unwavering pursuit of justice. Now let us head to Cincinnati, an Ohio city with a thriving arts community. In the Cincinnati metropolitan area, the city serves as an economic and cultural hub. It is the largest metropolitan area in Ohio and the 31st largest in the country, with an estimated population of 2.2 million. In order to conduct a wellness check, the Cincinnati police arrived at the 2500 block of Sarvis Court in Cincinnati on February 15, 2003. This occurred as a result of a 911 call about a potent and unsettling smell coming from the apartment. Authorities discovered a deceased man named Herman Brown after entering the apartment. He was naked and lifeless on the floor, with an extension cord tightly wrapped around his neck and multiple stab wounds. The scene was extremely horrific and unsettling, because they also discovered blood traces in the bathroom sink. There is not a lot of information available about the man who died, and it is possible that the police withheld information in order to protect his privacy. At the scene of the crime, detectives collected a variety of evidence strewn throughout the apartment, such as blood from the bathroom sink, cigarette butts, and the victim's swab. 2 DNA profiles were found after this evidence was tested. One belonged to Brown and the other to an unidentified person. The investigators searched for the unknown DNA match but were unsuccessful. This set of circumstances led to the homicide case being dropped, leaving Brown's horrible killer free to roam the streets. It would stay that way until 2023 when something revolutionary happened. The solution to solving the case turned out to be genetic genealogy testing. In order to identify suspects who might not be located in traditional law enforcement databases, the DNA profile recovered from the cigarette butts was re-examined and added to a forensic genetic genealogy search. This innovative method produced a match, connecting the DNA to Robert Stewart, a 64-year-old man. In order to validate this link, detectives performed more DNA testing, which finally proved that Stewart's DNA was on the cigarette butts from the crucial night of Brown's murder. On September 15, 2023, Stewart was finally taken into custody in Lima, Ohio, and was later extradited back to Hamilton County. He is presently being detained at the Justice Center with a $500,000 bond. He faces up to a life sentence if found guilty of the 2 murder counts and 1 felonious assault count against him. Melissa Powers, the Hamilton County prosecutor, praised the Cincinnati Police Homicide Unit. She highlighted the detectives' never-ending dedication to their cases and the victims they were assisting, praising their dedication. She underlined that no matter how long it takes to solve the case, they are dedicated to seeking justice. Powers also conveyed her appreciation for giving Brown's family and friends a sense of closure, saying that Robert Stewart's long-awaited arrest had brought much-needed justice and closure to this devastating case. In 1998, Renee Sweeney, then 23 years old, resided in Sudbury. Sudbury is a city in Ontario, Canada. Renee was a Laurentian University music student who supplemented her education by working at an adult video store. When no one else was around at the store, she could complete her homework because it was quiet and fit into her schedule. Renee was working at the Paris Street video store. On January 27, 1998, just before 11 in the morning, a man came into the store and went up to the counter. After giving Renee 30 stab wounds, he stole $200 from the cash register. After that, the man went to clean up in the restroom. The man was shocked to discover Renee was still alive when he came out of the restroom. She was attempting to dial the emergency number on the phone behind the counter. The man decided to complete his evil deed. There was an intense struggle between him and Renee. During the struggle, Renee succeeded in scratching the man, but sadly, her wounds proved fatal. The man was observed running from the shop. Large volumes of evidence were gathered from the scene by the police who arrived on the scene shortly after. A lightweight windbreaker-style jacket and white cotton gloves that belonged to the suspect were found nearby in a wooded area by police tracking dogs. Renee's fingernails and the store restroom both had the offender's DNA on them. Seeing the unidentified man fleeing from the store, witnesses were able to provide investigators with a comprehensive account. He was described as being white in his early 20s with short dark hair, weighing between 140 and 150 pounds, standing between 5 and 6 feet tall and having a slim build. It was also thought that he wore spectacles. In the hopes that someone would come forward and identify the man, a sketch was circulated throughout Sudbury. On February 11, 1998, 2 weeks after the crime, Sudbury police declared that they had charged 31-year-old John Federley with killing Renee. Soon after, police acknowledged their error and let him go. It was declared the next day that the evidence was insufficient to pin John Federley to the crime. When more and more people became aware of the case, the reward for information was increased from $25,000 to $30,000. Even though the culprit's DNA had been gathered by investigators, the National DNA Database did not yield a match. Every 30 days, Greater Sudbury police officers kept checking the databases in order to rule out men in the area. Investigators asked them to submit a DNA sample in 1999. When hundreds of men provided their DNA to Sudbury police on December 2, 1999, it was the biggest DNA collection ever for a single police investigation in Canadian history. Michael Wayne McGrady, a serial offender from New Brunswick, was identified as a potential suspect in Renee's case on March 23, 2000. He was found guilty of killing 7 other people. However, no hard evidence connecting him to Renee's murder was discovered. In an effort to gather information about the crime, Sudbury police launched the ReneeSweeney.com website on April 30, 2003. The family of Renee endured an excruciating wait for justice. In 2006, Carolee Strachan, Renee's mother, released a CD of music called Remembering Renee Sweeney. In 2017, Kim Sweeney, her sister, stated that she had little memory of the hours, days, and weeks that followed the announcement of Renee's horrible ordeal. Kim received a call from her stepfather while she was at school, informing her that something untoward had occurred and she should return home. Her initial assumption was that something had to have happened to her multiple sclerosis mother. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing and wondered why I was not being told to go to the hospital instead. But I got in my car and headed home right away anyways, she explained. I would usually drive past Renee's work, but for some reason I did not that day. She knew something more was wrong when she arrived at the house and heard her mother sobbing. They told me that Renee had been shot because that's what they thought initially. Kim continued, so I went to grab my coat, wondering why we're all just standing around the house. But then they told me she wasn't with us anymore and I just dropped to my knees. From that day forward, our lives changed forever. My mom never walked again. She said it was just too hard for her to deal with. Her condition deteriorated pretty badly after and she never really came back from it. And in November 2017, our mother passed away, without ever finding out who took her daughter's life. I wish that she had a chance to close that book, Kim said. Kim had few surviving family members after Renee's multiple sclerosis, afflicted biological father, committed suicide in 1990, and her stepfather passed away recently. She claims that the fact that her own 2 small children will never have the opportunity to meet their aunt is what breaks her heart the most. She said they would have adored her, and she would have loved them. She ponders where Renee would be now and what she would have done with her life. I still think about it and her every day, said Kim. I just keep having these same questions run through my head. Why would someone do this? Why her? Is he still out there? I think that sometimes people just don't want to get involved, but I can't express how important it would be to finally get justice for my sister. She concluded, if there is any information or anyone who remembers anything, I hope they remember and realize that the case has not been closed. The Greater Sudbury Police Service revealed in 2017 that it had partnered with Virginia-based technology startup Parabon Nanolabs, which specializes in DNA phenotyping. They unveiled a composite drawing of the offender on January 23, 2017, which was made possible by DNA technology known as phenotyping. The phrase describes a method that uses DNA evidence to forecast a suspect's appearance. The composite sketch, according to Greater Sudbury Police Constable Megan O'Malley, has given authorities a more precise picture of the suspect's physical characteristics. We do know that he is of European descent, that he has light skin, he has either blue or green eyes, brown or blonde hair, and might have freckles. Following the image's increased public interest in the case, Sudbury Police received 360 tips from the public between 2017 and 2018. About 200 potential suspects were culled from those tips via DNA testing or other methods. In 2018, the lead investigator on the case, Detective Sergeant Robert Weston, stated, "The fact that this has gone unsolved for 20 years is mind-blowing and frustrating at the same time." He added that although it is challenging to look into a crime that occurred so long ago, he is committed to moving the case along and finding the person who committed it. The more you get involved in a case like this, you almost build a relationship somewhat with the victim. At the end of the day, the focus is on Renee. I still remain confident that the suspect will be identified. By the end of 2018, detectives had investigated thousands of tips and excluded 1,800 individuals. After 20 years, most people thought the suspect would never be apprehended. So it came as a surprise when Sudbury police announced on December 12, 2018, that they had taken 38-year-old Robert Stephen Wright into custody and were charging him of killing Renee. His DNA was identical to that of the offender. At the time of the murder, was an 18-year-old student at Lockerbie Composite School. He was a lab technician in North Bay when he was arrested. When Robert Wright was taken into custody, Chief of Police Paul Peterson stated, "We have been actively investigating information and tips throughout the past 20 years, and up until today, Wright has made a number of court appearances since then. Both in May 2020 and March 2019, he was refused bail. A judge decided on October 8, 2020, that Wright's trial would take place in Sudbury. This came after his attorneys requested a change of venue, claiming that the city's extensive media coverage would make it challenging to find an impartial jury. On February 21, 2023, Robert Stephen Wright's trial finally began. Wright denied having any part in Renee's murder. He said that on January 27, 1998, in the early morning, he was concluding an exam at Lockerbie High School in Sudbury. Wright claimed that on the chilly morning after his exam, he was dressed in a long-sleeve t-shirt, jeans, running shoes, gloves, and a teal jacket. Robert Wright declared he had some free time and made the decision to visit the Parish Street Adults Only Video store. Wright testified that because the store's doors were covered and dark, he was unable to see inside before going in. Wright testified in court that as soon as he walked into the store, he saw video boxes scattered all over the carpet. The next thing he claimed to have noticed was that something had spilled onto the floor, but he claimed that his mind had not yet registered the possibility that it might have been blood. Wright claimed that he continued to look around the store after seeing Renee Sweeney's body lying on the ground. Robert Wright testified before the jury that he approached Sweeney's body to feel for a pulse and to see if she was still breathing. He claimed this was something he had learned as a Boy Scout. He claimed he shook Renee's shoulder with his right hand and inquired as to her well-being. But in the end, he claimed he was unable to feel anything, neither a pulse nor a breath. Wright abruptly claimed to have retreated from Renee, overwhelmed. He admitted to the court that he was terrified when he saw blood on his jacket. "I ran because I was terrified," he testified in court. "I was a foolish child. I wished I had stayed. I'm not sure what was going through my mind. At that point, I felt completely overwhelmed. All I wanted to do was get away." Wright testified before the jury that he had to steady himself after backing away from the body and that he couldn't recall what he was holding. Since a fingerprint matching Wright's DNA was discovered on a cash tray on the counter, Wright was questioned about it. Wright added that he wasn't sure what he grabbed onto while attempting to steady himself and that he wasn't aware of the tray. Wright denied stealing anything from the store and denied flipping the money clips on the cash tray up. The next thing he recalled, he claimed, was squatting down, grabbing his teal jacket and gloves and taking off. He was questioned about his decision to throw away his gloves and jacket. "At that moment, I became aware that I had fled a crime scene and I was afraid I would be charged. I've never made a worse choice than to run. I'm not even sure if I made that choice on purpose," he said. Following that, Wright claimed he had considered visiting a friend's house for a short while, but changed his mind because he didn't want to involve anyone else. He claimed that from the City Center Mall in downtown Sudbury, he rode the first bus home to Valcaron. Wright claimed that afternoon when he got home, the house was empty. He testified in court that he never disclosed what had happened to anyone, not even his parents. "All I wanted to do was put the whole thing behind me and move on. It was extremely traumatic. I was embarrassed to run, and I also didn't want to worry them." The story by Robert Wright had a lot of contradictions. How his DNA ended up in the restroom and under Renee's fingernails was not explained. Furthermore, it did not clarify how his fingerprints came to be beneath the cash box. Moreover, no other person was observed at the crime scene and no additional DNA was discovered. He was found guilty of every charge brought against him on March 29th. The jury deliberated for slightly over a day before returning its verdict in the Sudbury courthouse. A cheer erupted from the Sweeney family side of the courtroom, and people began giving each other heartfelt hugs. Wright's father waved meekly, and his mother had tears in her eyes as they watched their 43-year-old son being led out of the courtroom by police officers. Reporters were informed by Kim, Renee's sister, and her smiling family friend, Kelly Irvine, that they were overjoyed and ecstatic with the jury's verdict. Following the verdict, Kelly Irvine declared, "After what horribly happened 25 years ago, Renee Sweeney got justice today." On June 29, 2023, Judge Robbie Gordon sentenced Robert Stephen Wright to 25 years in prison. The final words in Renee's victim's statement came from her sister, Kim. "Do you know what it's like to have lost your best friend? I have searched the English dictionary for words to express the misery that losing Renee has brought to my family, but none exists. I had to be reminded of the brutality by glancing at that jacket that had my sister's blood on it. I'm requesting that you give him the harshest punishment you can. A quarter of our lives have been lost. He ought to be given 25 years to reflect on his actions." Barbara Brodkin, who was 42 years old, was discovered dead in her Balliol Street apartment in Midtown Toronto early on Friday, March 19, 1993. Zachary, her 6-year-old son, found her close to her bedroom closet. She had been fatally stabbed in the chest and displayed signs of being strangled. The detectives had no idea that it would take them more than 30 years to solve this case. What caused this tragic incident and who might have been responsible? Canada's bustling metropolis of Toronto is renowned for its stunning skyline, which features the recognizable CN Tower. The city's diverse population of nearly 2.8 million people contributes to its active way of life. Living in Toronto provides access to a variety of historic and recreational destinations. It is one of the most multicultural cities in the world because of the diversity of its residents' cultures. One of Toronto's distinctive qualities is its diversity. However, Toronto faces difficulties just like any other big city. Although relatively low when compared to other major cities, it still has a high crime rate, and it is in this setting that our story today began. Barbara Brodkin was born in the thriving city of Toronto on April 24, 1950. Although her early years were somewhat a mystery, Toronto served as her residence during those crucial years. Barbara first met Christopher Barry in the 1980s. They were immediately led down the aisle by their undeniable connection. When their son, Zachary, was born in 1987, their happiness increased. In the subsequent years, though, things began to go south. Christopher's actions changed. He started acting aloof and occasionally hostile. Barbara found the strength to leave the marriage for her son's sake, moving into a new apartment at 155 Balliol Street, which is located halfway between Mount Pleasant Road and Yonge Street. She juggled multiple responsibilities while working tirelessly as a secretary and typist to protect Zachary. She even dabbled in covert marijuana sales. Her main objective was to provide Zachary with the best life she could. Zachary was 6 years old in 1993 and Barbara was 42. In the hopes of better days ahead, mother and son were living life to the fullest. Unknown to them, however, a shadow lingered nearby and threatened to upend everything. The morning of March 19, 1993 in Toronto was ordinary as usual. As people left for their daily tasks, the city was bustling, but at the Brodkin home on Balliol Street, there was an unusual silence. Young Zachary, who was in first grade and only 6 years old, realized he had slept too much. It was unusual that his mother, Barbara, hadn't woken him up for school. Zachary started looking around the apartment for his mother in confusion. Why didn't she wake him up? He pushed the door open and went into her room, hoping to see her still asleep. Instead, he saw something that no child should ever have to see. Barbara's body was still and next to her closet in her bedroom. There was blood all around her. The closet door was half open and suggested a struggle. Zachary panicked and thought back to his mother's instructions for an emergency. He quickly dialed 911 on the home phone. When Zachary described the horrific scene, the operator, who had initially been dubious upon hearing a child's voice, quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. Within minutes, police cars converged on the Brodkin family's home, heralding the start of a case that would trouble Toronto for years to come. Balliol Street reverberated with the piercing sound of sirens. Barbara Brodkin's tragic death was thoroughly and quickly investigated. Rob Thomas, a constable, was the first to get to the scene. It was heartbreaking to see young Zachary alone, who appeared traumatized. Thomas hurriedly escorted the child outside, protecting him from the horrific scene inside his home. The immediate cordoning off of the area signaled the start of a thorough investigation. As more police officers and forensic specialists arrived at the Balliol Street apartment, they started to piece together what happened before Barbara died. A single fatal stab wound to her chest was discovered during the initial examination of her body. Uncomfortably, there were also marks on her neck that might indicate strangulation. Barbara had bravely fought her assailant, as evidenced by the scratches and defensive wounds on her hands and arms that painted a picture of a fierce struggle. Further details were revealed by the condition of the apartment. Barbara's bedroom was out of order compared to the rest of the house. The room had items lying around in a haphazard manner, and there were obvious signs of a violent altercation. The investigator noticed the open closet door and surmised that robbery might have been a motive. Finding out exactly what might have been stolen, though, proved difficult at first. A few days later, the results of the autopsy support the preliminary conclusions. Although the strangulation marks on Barbara's neck were obvious, the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. The foreign DNA found under Barbara's fingernails was a significant discovery, indicating that she may have managed to scratch her attacker in her final moments. These nail clippings were carefully preserved in the hopes that it may hold the key to catching her killer. The focus of the investigation then turned to interviewing witnesses. Interviews were conducted with Barbara's friends, family, co-workers, neighbors, and anyone else who knew her. The detectives had a lot of leads to follow after more than 295 witnesses provided their accounts. The sale of marijuana by Barbara as a side job caught everyone's attention. This fact was significant because it raised the possibility that she might have interacted with some sketchy characters during this trade. Barbara kept her marijuana in a cosmetics case in her closet, according to further inquiries. Only $12 was discovered in her wallet, and there was no other cash in the apartment, and the cosmetics case was obviously missing from the crime scene. The detectives were certain that robbery played a significant role in the murder's motivation. This hypothesis was supported by the missing cosmetics case and the lack of additional cash. However, as the police followed up on more leads in an effort to connect any of Barbara's clients to any suspicious activity or the foreign DNA, they ran into a brick wall. Although there was no conclusive evidence connecting any of her clients to the crime, the investigation took a new turn when Barbara's close circle was questioned, and they suggested another possible suspect. This person's motive was entirely different, and it changed the course of the investigation. The detective's task at this point was to follow up on this new lead while being careful not to miss any other potential leads. A name kept coming up in the interviews with people close to Barbara Brodkin as the investigation into her death progressed. The name was Christopher Barry, Barbara's former husband and Zachary's father. Christopher became a person of interest in the eyes of the police due to the couple's turbulent past, which was highlighted by a contentious custody dispute over their son. The police looked into Christopher's past and found some concerning information. Christopher had a violent tendency during their marriage and frequently physically and verbally abused Barbara. His tendency to act violently was not only present in his relationship with Barbara. He had been charged with assault in a separate incident and had even threatened Barbara with death on several occasions, particularly during their contentious custody battles. Because of his closeness to Barbara, familiarity with her daily routines, and obvious motive, Christopher quickly rose to the position of top suspect in the investigation. The Toronto police interrogated Christopher over a number of sessions in an effort to learn more. Christopher resisted their attempts to get him to confess as they interrogated him using a variety of techniques. He insisted that he had been with his girlfriend when the murder occurred. His girlfriend confirmed his alibi when the police contacted her, which complicated the investigation even more. The police suggested a polygraph test as a way to find out the truth. Without hesitation, Christopher agreed and ultimately aced the exam. Despite being frustrated, the investigators still had one card to play: to compare Christopher's DNA with the foreign DNA discovered under Barbara's fingernails. They requested samples of his hair and saliva from him. They were surprised when he immediately agreed. The samples were quickly sent for testing while the police eagerly awaited the results. They had faith that this would be the crucial turning point, but the outcomes fell short of their expectations. The sample's DNA did not match the DNA that was discovered at the crime scene. The investigation suffered a serious setback as a result of this revelation. The police had no choice but to release Christopher because there was no conclusive evidence connecting him to the crime and his alibi was still valid. Even though they were unable to corroborate it, he continued to be a top suspect in the eyes of many detectives. The leads eventually started to disappear as time went on. The once exciting investigation began to falter. The detectives had been hopeful of cracking the case, but they eventually hit a brick wall and the case was left unsolved for close to 25 years. Although the Barbara Brodkins case was still an eerie mystery for young Zachary, the suffering and memories were still very recent. At the tender age of 6, the shock of finding his mother's lifeless body left a scar that never fully recovered. Zachary tried to advance as he grew older. He started a family and dealt with the aftermath of that terrible day. A glimmer of hope appeared in 2017. The Barbara Brodkins case was reopened by the Toronto Police Department, and in a turn of events that seemed almost scripted by fate, Rob Thomas was assigned as the lead detective. The same Rob Thomas who had been the first to arrive at the Brodkins home years earlier as a young detective. Rob Thomas had a strong emotional connection to the case because he was the department's top polygraph officer at this point in his career, and he had gained experience over the years. He would never be able to get rid of the image of a scared and distraught young Zachary. He was determined to solve this long-running puzzle. In the case's archives, Rob Thomas and his team combed through old case files in search of any overlooked information or missed connections. They initially considered re-interviewing Barbara's ex-husband, Christopher Barry, but they soon learned that Christopher had passed away in 2009, which put an end to that line of inquiry. The physical evidence from the crime scene, particularly the DNA found under Barbara's fingernails, provided the investigators with another lead that they followed up on. They hoped that improvements in forensic science would allow them to obtain a more precise DNA profile. The samples had been stored for more than 20 years and were now being delivered to the Forensic Science Center. The outcomes looked promising. A unique DNA profile was created. The team went to the National DNA Database of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police with this new piece of information in hand. DNA samples from criminals who had been convicted nationwide were stored in this database. The team was optimistic despite the slim chances. Despite all odds, a match was discovered. The DNA belonged to a man by the name of Charles Mustard. He was a person who had never come up during the initial investigation. This insight was revolutionary. For the first time in 24 years, there was a new prime suspect in the case. The detectives started looking into Charles Mustard's past right away. They discovered a number of unsettling facts and trends that combined to form a terrifying picture. The search for the truth about Barbara Brodkins' tragic death had taken many twists and turns, but this fresh lead gave hope for justice. Charles William Mustard, who was born in 1954, experienced both privilege and pressure in his life. He was the youngest of the 7 children born to Dr. William Mustard, a well-known Toronto surgeon, and his wife, Ellis Dr. William. His father was a heart surgery pioneer who earned the Order of Canada and a spot in the Canadian Medical Hall of Fame. But in addition to his achievements and accolades, he was a strict and demanding father. The Mustard family ran their home with military efficiency. Dr. Williams had high standards, and he wasn't above using unusual punishments to instill discipline, like plunging a sluggish child into a chilly lake. Charles, however, had access to the best education money could buy despite his strict upbringing. Throughout his early years, he attended prestigious private and boarding schools. Later, he pursued a career in education and graduated from Lakehead University in Thunder Bay with degrees in physical education and education. His wife, whose name was kept a secret, was someone he met while he was attending university. She was an aspirant teacher just like him. Early in the 1990s, Charles, who is now a father of 2, began working as an elementary school teacher in the southern Ontario town of Thornhill. His life, however, took a dark turn when he was taken into custody at a nearby mall on multiple counts of barbaric assault. His job was lost due to this incident. He ran into Barbara around this time and bought some marijuana from her. Detectives later proposed that Charles's decision to rob and then kill Barbara may have been motivated by financial stress as a result of losing his job. For Charles, the 1990s were turbulent. He was sentenced to prison for his assault in 1993. Disappointed and worried about their kids, his wife left him 2 years later. In the following 15 years, Charles's criminal history grew. Between 1993 and 2007, he received 12 convictions for his crimes against women. 2011 saw the theft that was his most recent offense. Charles's DNA was entered into Canada's national database in 2002 as a result of his numerous arrests. By 2017, when the Toronto Police Department reopened Barbara's case, this entry would prove crucial. When they compared the DNA they had discovered under her fingernails to the national database, they discovered Charles's mustard immediately. Charles's life had further descended into chaos by 2018. He was discovered to be reliant on Ontario disability support payments and living in subsidized housing in downtown Toronto. The Barbara Brodkin cold case underwent a sea change after the DNA match was made. The Toronto police were confident enough to make an arrest on October 18, 2018, in light of the newly discovered evidence and Charles's mustard's troubling past. Under the guise of having him sign some paperwork, they called Mustard to the Toronto Police Department's headquarters. They strategically placed sizable Barbara pictures in the lobby while closely observing Mustard's response to it. He appeared to be paying close attention to the pictures. Charles's Mustard was formally detained the following day, on Friday, October 19, 2018, and charged with Barbara Brodkin's murder. A few months later, the matter quickly went to trial, which was presided over by Justice Brian O'Meara of the Ontario Superior Court. However, the trial took longer than 5 years and was anything but quick. Mustard insisted on his innocence throughout the entire trial. He portrayed Barbara and him as friendly acquaintances who shared a love for marijuana. He asserted that the last time he saw her was when he bought some marijuana on the side. He pretended not to know who Barbara was when asked about his close examination of her pictures at the police station. Given that Mustard had previously referred to Barbara as a friend, Justice O'Meara immediately characterized this as an obvious lie. The DNA evidence was the center of the prosecution's case. Mustard made an effort to explain it away by speculating that the DNA fusion may have originated from their joint of marijuana that they shared. This was disputed by forensic professionals, who claimed that such a casual interaction wouldn't leave any noticeable DNA traces under a person's fingernails. Mustard's defense tried desperately to place the blame on Christopher Barry, Barbara's ex-husband, by bringing up his history of abuse, but the prosecution was ready. They cited Christopher Barry's alibi and the fact that the DNA samples taken at the crime scene did not match Barry's. On February 23, 2023, Justice Brian O'Meara announced the verdict following a protracted trial. Barbara Brodkin was killed by Charles Mustard, who is now 69, and he was found guilty of second-degree murder. His release on bail was immediately revoked and he was arrested. The hearing on Mustard's sentence, which took place on Wednesday, April 5, 2023, marked the end of this protracted case's final chapter. He was given a 15-year term of life in prison without the possibility of parole. The sentence was given in the Ontario Superior Court by Justice Brian O'Meara. Justice O'Meara asked Charles Mustard if he had any comments before delivering his punishment. Mustard got up from his chair to deny that he had killed Brodkin. He mentioned that he thought of Brodkin as a friend. In fact, they had a conversation the night before she died. In front of the judge, Mustard proclaimed, "Though I might meet my end in prison, I'm not scared of death. I stand here innocent." Justice eventually caught up with Charles Mustard after 3 long decades. He likely believed he had escaped the law for more than 20 years because he wasn't even a glimpse on the police's radar. But justice has a way of catching up. Rob Thomas, the policeman who first arrived on the scene of the crime in 1993, was crucial to the new investigation. During the formal announcement of the conviction, Detective Sergeant Stacy Gallant commended him for his dedication. Zachary, who was only 6 years old when he found his mother's dead body, is now 36 and has his own family. He will always carry the scars from that terrible day. Zachary, now going by the name Zachary Hefner, described the terrifying incident in a heartbreaking statement that was read aloud in court. "The moment I entered that door is when my entire life changed. It took my 6-year-old mind several minutes to fully take in and understand the horror of what I was looking at. My mother was dead." Barbara's cousin, Herb Brodkin, spoke on the family's behalf after the conviction. He said, "I thought it was a very well-reasoned verdict. I'm very proud of the judge for what he did." He thanked the Toronto police for their unwavering dedication to the investigation, which provided the family with much-needed closure. Herb added, "Up until recently, I thought cold cases were just something that happened in a TV series in the States." Police sirens were heard throughout the Denver neighborhood on October 5, 1996, in response to a call about an apartment in the 1900 block of East 17th Avenue. Terry Turochek, a 35-year-old woman, was found dead inside. Terry was found by the police to have been strangled and had suffered serious head injuries. What could have happened between Terry and her attacker to cause her tragic death? And who could have committed such an evil act? With a population of 700,000, Denver, Colorado has a vibrant mix of history and culture that draws many visitors to its many museums. With a wealth of historical and recreational sites, this city seamlessly blends the old and the new. The small-town feel of Denver's neighborhoods is reflected in the welcoming locals who are known for their adventurous spirit and who frequently know their neighbors by name. However, Denver faces urban challenges, such as having one of the highest crime rates in the country. This problem casts a shadow over its tight-knit neighborhoods. The unsolved Terry Turochek case from 1996 serves as a sobering reminder of this darker side of the city's existence. Terry Turochek, who was born on May 14, 1961, was from Michigan's vast countryside. She was the daughter of James C. Turochek, a brave Vietnam War veteran and honorable surgeon in the U.S. Air Force, possessed a resilient spirit as a child. While the specifics of Terry's mother, Marlene Elsikish, are still unknown, her father, James, was the epitome of a loving father to Terry despite his tough exterior as a military man. The fact that Terry wasn't an only child is well known. A few years later after her birth, her younger brother, James Turochek Jr., joined the family, and the two of them quickly developed a strong and close bond that lasted well into adulthood. As time unfolded, accepted motherhood with grace. She graciously with a man named Douglas in Oakland in 1979, and the couple was blessed with 3 kids. Her kids' names are unknown, but one thing was undeniable. Terry was a fantastic mother. James Jr. often recalled her maternal tendencies. Terry was always praised for the attention and love she gave to her children. As the years passed, Terry separated from her husband and had made a home at 1900 East 17th Avenue in Denver, Colorado. She had a complicated love life. Although she was in a primary relationship, there were rumors that she was open to other options. Terry's life was in a stable period with friends, family, and the typical ups and downs. She was maximizing her lifetime, but because of the rise and fall of life, it is impossible to predict what lies ahead. Therefore, no one could have predicted that Terry's happy times were coming to an end. Denver's residents appeared to be going about their daily lives on Friday, October 4th, 1996, unaware of the impending tragedy. Terry Turochek completed her day at work and left for home with the intention of spending the evening with friends. She relished the solitude of her empty apartment while her kids were away. She got ready to partake in Denver's exciting nightlife as dusk fell. Around 8 o'clock, left her apartment. Her spirit coexisted peacefully with the city's spirit. There are traces of Terry's night scattered here and there. Around 11:30 p.m., a neighbor saw Terry coming home. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but time and events have a way of taking everyone by surprise. The next day, on Saturday, October 5th, the early morning sun casts long shadows over Terry's apartment building, which had become silent. Strangely, Terry's apartment door remained open. After hours passed, a worried neighbor didn't see the open door until the noon sun reached its highest point. He might have assumed she had overslept or that she was taking the shower. Just to be sure, he peered into Terry's apartment and shouted out her name, but he heard no response despite his voice resonating throughout the living room. Terry was nowhere to be found when a quick search of the living room and kitchen was conducted. The neighbor then made an attempt to do a last stop at her bedroom. He, however, couldn't believe what he saw when he arrived. Terry, who he had just seen the previous evening when she was vivacious and alive, now laid lifeless on the floor of her bedroom. His fear increased. He scrambled for his phone as he hurried outside and dialed 911. His voice trembled in shock as he spoke to the operator. Police sirens could be heard in the distance, getting louder and louder until there was a discord outside Terry's apartment. Police officers who had mastered composure intervened to take control while masking their internal dread. The scene, which featured a life lost too soon, a shocked community, and a family left in agony, was all too common. When Terry Turochak's body was found, her case was launched immediately. The entire community was affected, not just her family. Detectives from the Denver Police Department led the investigation to find out what caused this sinister discovery. They understood the significance of the scene in front of them right away. The bedroom depicts a violent story. There were obvious indications of a struggle, suggesting that Terry had fought hard for her life. In an effort to fill in the blanks of that fateful night, neighbors mentioned disturbances between 1 o'clock and 1:30 am. The door to Terry's apartment was obviously left open, a spooky invitation to the horror inside, but nobody had reported seeing anyone leave. Detectives speculated that the perpetrator might have known Terry or had gained her trust in order to take advantage of it in the most wicked way, given that there was no sign of forced entry. The medical examiner, Dr. T. Henry, had the grim duty of looking over Terry's body. The outcomes were unexpected. Terry had been severely assaulted in addition to being killed. Her death was attributed to strangulation, but there was also evidence of blunt force trauma, making for a horrifying end to a life that had otherwise been full of promise. A hair found on Terry's thighs stood out as detectives searched Terry's body. They hoped that this small strand of hair would hold the key to discovering who killed her. Investigators connected with Terry's friends and neighbors to piece together the story, and it didn't take long for perplexing tidbits of information to start to emerge. Around 11:30 p.m., Terry was last seen entering her apartment, and a neighbor noticed she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by an African-American man with a unique afro. It was unknown if he was a friend or enemy, but he was the last person seen with Terry. The timeline was further complicated when a different neighbor reported hearing noises coming from Terry's apartment around 12:30 a.m. It's interesting to note that Terry was observed knocking on another neighbor's door at 1 o'clock a.m., appearing to be hurt and pleading, asking for money. Could this be connected to the man she was seen earlier with, Terry's boyfriend, whose identity was kept private? Provided the information that was the most revealing. While he had a story from the week before that raised questions, he had an alibi for the night of the murder. Terry and her boyfriend had been robbed and assaulted inside Terry's apartment by 3 unidentified African-American men. Was this incident related to her eventual homicide in any way? The detectives were plagued by that question. The weeks that followed saw the pursuit of leads. Terry was seen with a mysterious man who later became a person of interest. Was he related to the assault from the previous week? Or was Terry's request for cash that night somehow connected to him? Despite the police's best efforts, the reliable evidence required to identify a suspect eluded them. Even though a key suspect was brought in and subjected to questioning and DNA testing, disappointment sets in when the results were revealed. It did not match his DNA. With each passing day, the community's suffering grew worse. For clarification and some semblance of justice, the neighborhood looked to the detectives. The loss of Terry left her family devastated, and they clung to the hope that the offender would be caught and punished. But as the weeks turned into months, the once shining trail started to fade. Despite their best efforts, the detectives had to face the harsh possibility that they might never catch Terry's killer. Sadly, leads that had once shown promise dwindled, and the case became unproductive. However, the cold and seemingly unsolvable case experienced a sudden and unexpected resurgence in 2004. Time's fails, which had concealed clues and obscured the way to justice, were now starting to lift. Nearly 10 years after the horrifying incident, in August of that year, there was a significant development. The hit was detected by the Cody's DNA system, a comprehensive database that contains DNA profiles from all over the country. It matched the DNA evidence that had been taken years earlier from Terry's body. For the investigators, this DNA had always been a loose end, a piece of the puzzle that wouldn't fit anywhere. But now there was a lead. The investigation into this reopened case was given to Detective Dixie, an experienced detective. She was determined to follow this new lead and see where the investigation would go, and this DNA trail led them right to Ricky Dawson, thanks to her analytical mind and methodical approach. Ricky had experience with the law. His DNA was already present in the Cody's database, which suggested that he had a criminal history. An African-American man named Ricky Dawson unexpectedly found himself at the center of this investigation. After many years, the Terry Turochik case was once again the focus of the attention of the law enforcement community. Now that they had a new lead and a rekindled seal, it was hoped that this new lead would finally put an end to a troubling chapter in the city's past and bring justice to a person who had been wronged. With a name and a face to work with, Detective Dixie started attempting to understand the relationship between Terry and Dawson. Did they have a mutual relationship? Was there a reason behind the killing? Were there any additional pieces of proof or witnesses that the initial investigation might have missed? The case, which was once a terrifying puzzle covered in a layer of mystery, had changed into a maze of connections that were just waiting to be explored. As Detective Dixie dug deeper, it became clear that the task at hand was to confirm the DNA match, establish the story, and create a solid case against the new prime suspect. The Denver streets, where rumors and theories about the case once circulated, now awaited news over the case. They eagerly anticipated the day when they would declare Terry had received justice. The majority of the city was upbeat, but there were still many obstacles to be overcome. Although compelling, DNA evidence is not the be-all and end-all of a criminal case. Finding a suspect is one thing, but establishing their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is quite another. On January 24, 1961, in Florida, Ricky Dawson, a man whose life seemed to contain both darkness and light, was born. In 2004, he was 43 years old. It indicates that he was 35 at the time of Terry Turochik's tragic death in 1996. Terry wasn't his only link to the dark, though. Dawson had his own difficulties when he was younger. There were complications throughout his childhood. It's been said that a person's behavior as a child often provides a window into their future, and Ricky was no exception. His marital status, education, and other personal information are still unknown, but his criminal record is one thing that stands out. The criminal activity that Dawson is involved in is not just in Terry's case. His DNA was discovered to match an unnamed profile from a terrifying case that occurred in Seattle in 2000. Debbie Cascio, a 40-year-old woman, was his victim. The tragic circumstances surrounding Terry's death and Debbie's are similar. Like Terry, Debbie had multiple blunt force traumas and was in pain. Debbie was strangled and had multiple blunt force injuries like Terry as well. The unfortunate relationship between the two women and Ricky Dawson attracted the attention of the law. Once more, the city and Debbie's devoted daughter, Tabitha Johnson, both worked to preserve her memory. As a gesture by the Homeless Remembrance Project to ensure Debbie's story is never forgotten, a leaf of remembrance at the Seattle Justice Center bears her name. Tabitha, who was only 11 years old when her mother died, has been a model of tenacity. She recalls memories of her mother, including times spent at the beach or creating art with glass. Even after becoming a mother herself, Tabitha is still grieving Debbie's loss. Despite her desire for closure and justice, the specifics of her mother's case are still unknown because the Seattle police haven't disclosed more information. The criminal activities of Ricky Dawson continued beyond Seattle and Denver. In 2004, he ended up in Florida's police custody. At that time, Denver police learned that a DNA match connected him to the 1996 Terry Turchak cold case. While in Florida, he admitted guilt to second-degree murder in exchange for a 25-year prison term. Now he is charged with first-degree murder in connection with the Terry Turchak case in Denver. The investigation into Terry Turchak's murder accelerated as soon as Ricky Dawson's name appeared. Detectives searched for any mention of Ricky in the case files and interview transcripts from the initial investigation. Although they weren't able to find his name right away, they were in for a surprise. Ricky's description of the man Harry was with the night she was killed matched that provided by her neighbors. Ricky's criminal history was quickly revealed, and it was shocking. He was a persistent offender. His name was associated with a long list of crimes. Detectives recognized him as a key suspect in Terry Turchak's case and knew they needed to speak with him. At the Suwannee Correctional Facility in Florida, where Ricky Dawson was already incarcerated, they came face to face with him in December 2004. Finding out what Ricky knew about Terry and proving his involvement in her tragic demise were detectives' stated objectives. During the interview, another intriguing lead emerged. A friend of Ricky's whose name was withheld gave his account about the night Terry was killed. Terry was well acquainted with Ricky's friend. He acknowledged spending time in her apartment with her and Ricky and even confirmed being there the night she was reported killed. He claimed that all three of them had used drugs. Even though he said he left at midnight, he wasn't aware of what happened next. The puzzle was beginning to come together. A path had now been set out in front of the detectives. They performed an important DNA test. The new DNA samples obtained from Ricky were compared to the major DNA profile of the hair discovered on Terry's body, and there was a match. With this concrete proof, Ricky Dawson's involvement in Terry's death was established. But unexpectedly, no charges were brought against him for her killing right away. Some speculated that this was because Ricky had already served about 20 years of his current sentence. As a result, Terry's case sat idle for more than 10 more years. 14 years later, a new hope for justice surfaced. Detective John McGrail from the Denver Police Cold Case Unit was tasked with reviewing the case. McGrail examined the case's details and came to the conclusion that the evidence present was quite convincing. In some ways, the case appeared to be settled. In order to cover all bases, he decided to submit the evidence for additional laboratory testing in December 2018. This included evidence gathered from the crime scene and Terry's post-mortem examination results. By August 2019, the DNA evidence findings had produced a solid match. The wheels of justice began to turn more quickly. Ricky Dawson, the Ricky who had been serving time in Florida's prison for a different crime, was the only person in whom the puzzle pieces pointed. With the fresh evidence in hand, it was obvious that it was time to hold Dawson accountable for the murder of Terry. Time travel to January 26, 2023, which was an important day in the investigation. Ricky Dawson was officially charged with the first-degree murder of Terry Turchak, and an arrest warrant was issued for him. At the age of 62, Ricky discovered himself in a more difficult legal situation. Even though he was already detained in Florida, justice did not stand still. The Denver Police Department obtained his extradition so that he could answer for his actions in Denver. On February 23rd, when Ricky learned of the allegations against him, the seriousness of the situation hit him. March 23rd, 2023 was designated as the date of the court appearance, which was eagerly anticipated. Many people anticipate Ricky Dawson will be found guilty for his role in Terry's tragic death. Despite the fact that the court's final decision has not yet been made public, they felt this way because of the mounting evidence against him. James Turchak, Terry's brother, never fully recovered from the pain of losing his sister in 1996. He struggled for 27 long years, torn between hope and despair, wondering if Terry's premature death would ever bring about justice. James, however, was overcome by a wave of emotions after hearing the recent news of an arrest in relation to the murder of his sister. James spoke to the media about his unwavering dedication to his sister's case and how he had always held on to the hope that the truth would eventually surface. James became more aware of the seriousness of the situation when he learned that the alleged offender was being extradited to stand trial. He addressed the hole Terry's absence had left, calling it an irreplaceable loss that time would never fill. He often pondered the life experiences she passed up, particularly the joy of becoming a grandmother. James finally recalled that Terry had a contagious spirit that affected everyone she knew. James acknowledged that despite having a desire for forgiveness, he is still working on it. It is a challenging journey because the pain is still too recent. Above all else, he made clear that he wanted justice to win. James wants to see Terry's memory honored by the justice she deserved 52 years ago, by making sure Ricky Dawson faces the full force of the law and is imprisoned for the rest of his days. On June 5, 2000, at 1 p.m., Sharon Ankotz, a 54-year-old woman, was shot and killed at the John Butler Dry Cleaners on Easley Bridge Road. Additionally, there were no arrests made for an extended period of time, which caused complete panic in the neighborhood. The culprit remained unidentified for more than 20 years, but the investigation was revived in 2022 by a reconstituted cold case unit. A team of meticulous investigators and forensic specialists worked to unearth the long-hidden truth. They carefully re-interviewed both new and old witnesses and assessed forensic data. After 20 years, the murderer was finally apprehended. How did that fateful night's events transpire? Why did the investigators decide to reopen this long-closed case in the eyes of the justice system? Greenville County, South Carolina is a bustling and populous area. More people live there than in any other county in the state. The county seat, where important decisions are made, is located in Greenville. What distinguishes Greenville County is its emphasis on education. Greenville County is the largest school district in South Carolina. Students learn, develop, and make plans for the future here. Greenville County is more than just choices in schools. Another attraction is the natural beauty, which includes peaceful landscapes and undulating hills. This place has a very welcoming community. Tragedies, though, can happen even in this peaceful paradise. The unsolved case of Sharon Ankotz, which persisted for almost 20 years, left a lasting impression on the town. The 19th of October, 1945 saw the birth of Sharon Ankotz, daughter of Leslie Franklin Kellogg and Leona Rosetta Skester Prince. Sharon developed into a strong, driven adult. She brought warmth and a work ethic that was characteristic of the Midwest. Having grown up in northern Michigan, alongside her sisters, Gloria Hopkins, Sandra Sanders, and Leslie Kellogg, Sharon Ankotz grew up in Michigan. She also grew up alongside her brothers, Ivan Tucker and Marjorie Perrin Richard Kellogg. She inherited kindness and a desire to make the world a better place from her early years. At exactly 21 years old, on July 12, 1966, she gave birth to a son named Frank. Public access to her and her son's relationship is currently restricted. Sharon relocated to Greenville, South Carolina in her mid-40s, where she established herself and had additional children. She also had two other sons, Walter and Michael, and a daughter, Christina. Was employed at the John Butler Dry Cleaners on Easley Bridge Road, which would subsequently serve as the scene of a tragic incident. Locals knew the small dry cleaners on Easley Bridge Road. Neighbors chatted while dropping off or picking up their laundry at this communal hub. 54 years old Sharon Ankotz, the woman in charge of this dry cleaning establishment, was well known for her diligence and congenial demeanor. She was a beloved member of the Greenville community, having grown up in Michigan. Sadly, on June 5, 2000, was shot and killed during a robbery at her dry cleaning. Greenville County was forever altered by this tragedy. The killer of Sharon remained a mystery for more than 20 years. The quiet upstate town of Greenville, South Carolina, was horrified to learn of Sharon's horrific murder. On June 5, 2000, during the late summer twilight, dry cleaners were getting ready to close as the sun was setting, creating long shadows on the empty streets. Sharon arranged the counter as usual. She had no idea it would get dark on this typical evening. Among the friends and regulars that evening was an unexpected presence. A certain 44-year-old man had visited the dry cleaners. He occasionally performed strange tasks around the store, such as emptying the trash. His intentions on this fateful evening were, however, not pure. This man was going to rob the dry cleaners, He watched the company's activities in silence, waiting for the ideal moment to strike. With every task he completed in the days preceding the crime, he got closer to his malevolent objective. On the evening of June 5, 2000, he suddenly made contact with Sharon with malicious intent. Sharon stood up for herself and her dry cleaning company during a terrible ordeal. There was a gunshot at the end of the conflict that reverberated throughout the community for years. That fateful night, silence was shattered by a gunshot. The beautiful Sharon Anschutz was killed by a senseless act of violence. Her life of kindness and hard work came to an abrupt end when she was shot in the back. As the gunshot faded, the gravity of the situation hit home. Once the killer realized how serious his act was, he left shock, terror, and sadness in his wake. Tragically killed in a place where she had brought so much joy, Sharon lay behind the counter in the pool of her own blood. The neighborhood was shocked by the tragedy that night. At 1:30 p.m., a customer discovered her dead and called 911. The dry cleaners, which was once a cozy and welcoming place, turned into a somber reminder of the darkness that can be found anywhere. Sharon's work ethic and steadfastness were deeply mourned by her colleagues, friends, and family. While the murderer was at large, local authorities began a vigorous investigation. They wished to stop such a horrible act from occurring in their neighborhood, send Sharon's assailant to prison, and provide closure to her bereaved family. Despite their best efforts, the murder investigation into Sharon Anschutz stalled. In the dark, the killer had eluded capture. Following the disaster at John Butler Dry Cleaners in June 2000, Greenville County was in disbelief. Following the murder of the community's beloved Sharon Anschutz, justice had to be served. The early investigation into this horrific murder demonstrated the resolve of law enforcement, as well as the community's optimistic quest for answers. When first responders arrived, the investigation started. The offender was the subject of an instant manhunt by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office. A thorough search of the crime scene was conducted for evidence, and witnesses who lived nearby were questioned. It was clear from the beginning that solving this case would require unwavering perseverance. One of the detective's biggest problems early on in the case was the absence of a suspect. With minimal evidence, Sharon was killed in the shadows. Still, the investigation was shaped by the possibility of a robbery. According to early witness accounts, the intruder intended to loot the dry cleaners. It seemed as though Sharon Anschutz had been violently robbed while attempting to defend her business. As investigators tried to find the person responsible for this horrific act of violence, this information further complicated the case. It was necessary to gather and analyze copious amounts of evidence for the initial inquiry. Every square inch of the crime scene was examined in search of hints about the perpetrator. Investigators looked for physical evidence that might provide a breakthrough, such as DNA and fingerprints. Questions were asked of witnesses at the dry cleaners. Their crucial testimony provided important details about the pre- and post-crime activities. They described the events of that night, including Sharon Anschutz's terrifying encounter with her attacker. Sharon Anschutz, who touched many lives, was mourned in Greenville County while law enforcement conducted an investigation. Her co-workers, friends, and family were in mourning. The community stood by Sharon's family during the investigation and promised to pursue justice. The outcome of the case depended on their determination. As leads dwindled and witnesses grew more elusive, the case stagnated. Sharon's loved ones remembered her, but her killer remained a mystery. The case was eventually filed under cold case. Leads dried up, witnesses moved on, and the trail of the criminal became more bleak every day. The prolonged investigation caused suffering for Sharon's friends, family, and community. This terrible crime's perpetrator was unknown for more than 20 years. Victim Sharon Anschutz continues to exist. She was a representation of strength and hope. It was hope that justice would triumph and the truth would come to light. For more than 20 years, Greenville County, South Carolina was plagued by her cold case. A renewed quest for justice in the summer of 2022 brought this long-dormant investigation back to life. The tipping point was the new cold case unit of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, which debuted in the summer of 2022. Sheriff Lewis established a specialized unit in 2020 to look into cases that remain unsolved, such as the Sharon Anschutz cold case. His objectives were to resurrect past investigations, assess the evidence, speak with witnesses again, and employ fresh techniques. The pursuit of justice for victims of unsolved crimes was revitalized by this cold case unit. The community was assured that every case would be taken seriously, and that no effort would be spared. The Sharon Anschutz cold case reinvestigation started by detectives reaching out to witnesses of the June 2000 incident at the dry cleaners in an attempt to gather information. They confronted witnesses whose memories had faded. Regardless, reconstructing the crime and the attacker's actions required careful consideration of their testimonies. These extra interviews shed light on the events of that evening. The murderer's meeting of Sharon Anschutz was revealed by witnesses. Their memories, though fading, were essential to solving the mystery. Technology and forensic evidence were scarce early in the case, but over time, forensic science developed. This gave the reinvestigation team the opportunity to assess the evidence with state-of-the-art techniques. Forensic specialists meticulously examined crime scene material using modern methodologies in order to uncover new information. Ballistic testing and DNA fingerprinting were repeated. Although exhausting, it resulted in a breakthrough. Old clues were re-examined and new leads surfaced as the investigation went on. Witnesses who were interviewed again disclosed the attacker's goals. The horrifying events that transpired at the dry cleaners were re-examined and determined to be an attempted robbery gone wrong. Detectives learned more about the crime as a result of this. Investigators also looked into the connections of Roger Keith Hudgens, the key suspect who died in 2008. Hudgens was a neighbor of the dry cleaners. Witness accounts and his connections within the establishment shed light on the murderer's activities. The breakthrough in the Sharon Anschutz cold case was the result of diligent work, fresh interviews, and advanced forensic analysis. Investigators determined that Sharon Anschutz was killed by 44-year-old Roger Keith Hudgens at the beginning of January 2023. Testimonies from witnesses and forensic evidence shed light on that fatal evening. Horrible things happened as a result of Hudgens' plan to rob the dry cleaners. In the Sharon Anschutz cold case, no one was taken into custody despite this effort. Hudgens is the culprit, the investigators concluded, but he passed away in 2008. It provided closure to the victim's family and addressed inquiries from the community. The crime and its aftermath will always be associated with Hudgens, even though he was never charged with it. Even though no one was arrested, Greenville County was prepared for the Sharon Anschutz cold case trial after 20 years of uncertainty. Justice had produced findings that would go to trial. Roger Keith Hudgens, the main suspect, went on trial even in death. His actions on that fateful day in June 2000 were gaining legal attention, even after he passed away in 2008. The personnel at the dry cleaners knew Hudgens, a local from Sharon Anschutz's tragic robbery. Witness accounts and forensic evidence would be used by the prosecution to discredit Hudgens. As the trial started, the courtroom was filled with anticipation. The prosecution meticulously gathered testimony from witnesses about that terrible night. They gave a detailed account of Hudgens and Sharon Anschutz's meeting prior to the crime. The forensic evidence that was re-examined was crucial to the case. Experts in ballistics attested that Hudgens' weapon was used in the killing. His DNA was found at the crime scene, which provided strong evidence in his criminal case. To undermine the prosecution, the defense made a move. They questioned witness accounts, saying that memories had become hazy with time. To cast doubt, they also questioned the chain of custody for the evidence. Weeks of court cases, talks, and introspection led up to the moment of truth. The jury unanimously found Roger Keith Hudgens guilty of killing Sharon Anschutz. The verdict that provided closure to Sharon's family and confirmed the community's and law enforcement's commitment to justice reverberated throughout the courtroom. Despite his passing, Hudgens will always be associated with the senseless crime that left the town scarred. Roger Keith Hudgens was found guilty and his sentencing commenced. A sentence that was appropriate for the crime was what the prosecution sought. The defense, on the other hand, asked for mercy, pointing to Hudgens' innocence and lack of criminal history. The trial came to an end when Hudgens was found guilty of the tragedy that occurred that evening. Some criminals leave an indelible mark on the people they wronged. Roger Keith Hudgens' life was connected to Greenville County's most horrifying incident in the Sharon Anschutz cold case. Roger Keith Hudgens was familiar with Greenville County. Hudgens' birth date is September 13th, 1955. He had a good local reputation. He was well known for frequenting the dry cleaners where the old case started. Hudgens performed strange jobs at the dry cleaners over the years. Every now and then, he removed the trash. On February 17, 2008, Roger Keith Hudgens passed away. His violent deed, which dates back years, left a legacy. He passed away due to medical issues. Any legal action against him was terminated by his death because he would never face justice. His name was still connected to the unsolved case of Sharon Anschutz. Even though he would never be held responsible, justice would always be associated with him and his deeds. Loretta Jones lived in Price at 468E, 400S, with her 4-year-old daughter, Heidi Jones. There she thrived to make ends meet for herself and her daughter. She was unmarried and young, but she gave her all for Heidi, who recalled most of the beautiful memories they had together. Loretta made most of the clothes Heidi wore as a kid, her dolls, and they lived a happy life together. But soon their happy life would end abruptly. On that warm summer night, kissed her mother goodnight, unknown whether it would be the last time she would see her alive. On the morning of July 31st, 1970, Heidi Jones woke up to see her mother, Loretta, lying lifelessly on the living room floor of their home. Heidi, who was too young to comprehend the whole situation, went out of the house. Outside, she saw her neighbor, Sue and Huvert, who was digging out worms at her apartment. Huvert, on seeing Heidi, beckoned her to come closer to ask her what she was doing. But Heidi replied to her saying, "I can't. I think my mommy is dead." Hearing these words made Huvert immediately abandon what she was doing to follow Heidi in to check out the situation. In Loretta's home, Huvert found Loretta lying face down, naked from the waist down and her back and hair matted in blood. Huvert called the police and the police chief Art Poloni responded to the scene. After the police arrived around 11:40 a.m. on July 31st, 1990, they confirmed Loretta was dead. They found blood everywhere in the living room and Loretta had 17 stab wounds. The investigators didn't see any sign of forced entry, which suggested that she had known her attacker. Loretta also didn't have any defensive wounds, which showed she hadn't tried to defend herself during the attack. The medical examiner also concluded that Loretta was killed with a small, narrow knife, that she had bodily fluid on her, but unfortunately, DNA testing was still in its early stages at the time. There was no CCTV camera to capture how the whole thing went down, but since there was a little girl in the home at the time of the incident, the investigators turned to her to get some answers. Heidi told the investigators that after her mom had put her in bed, she returned to tell her not to come out of her room. She also said she never heard her mother scream or struggle on the night of the murder, but she did mention something that got the investigators concerned. Heidi had told the investigators that Tom did it. The police began to search for answers as they combed the house. Eventually, they found Loretta's diary, and in it was a name similar to the name Heidi mentioned, Thomas Eagley. According to the diary, Thomas and Loretta dated for 2 months before her death. And that was the only information they could get on Thomas. There was little to nothing that the investigators could make out of the case except for a name mentioned by a 4-year-old Heidi, who was asleep at the time of the murder. But soon the police had another lead to follow. Around 9:30 p.m., Goloferno, a 10-year-old girl who lived 3 blocks away from Loretta's house, was outside her house riding her bike with her brother. On seeing that it was already getting dark, Kolo's brother left his bike and went inside the house, while Kolo was alone outside. She soon decided to go in as well, leaving her bike outside. As she walked to the main door, a man attacked her from behind, gripping her and covering her mouth with his palm. Luckily, Kolo was able to get her mouth out of the kidnapper's grip, and she let out a deafening scream. The man got scared and left Kolo to take to his heels. Kolo was able to see her attacker and also the direction he went. She told the police he ran in the direction of Loretta's house. Later at the police station, Thomas Eagley's picture was included in the lineup, as he was already a suspect in a murder case on the same night. Kolo pointed out Thomas as the person who tried to kidnap her, and so Thomas was brought in for questioning. The investigators believed that the case of Kolo and Loretta were related. They questioned Thomas on August 1st, 1970, based on the two incidences separately, and he denied his involvement in them. Thomas said on the night of the homicide, he hitched a ride with some teenagers and they later dropped him off when they got to Price at a fast food joint where he had hamburgers. He said he then went to a bar called Highway Rendezvous on Springland Road around 11:30 p.m., and after that he went to his home. He said he didn't see Loretta that day. The investigators visited the bar to ask if they truly saw Thomas that night, and the owner of the bar confirmed that she saw him and that he was a bit skittish, nervous, and had red speckles on his shirt. The investigators asked Thomas about the red speckles mentioned on his shirt, as he told them it must have been paint, as he had been painting all day. Regardless of his statement, the investigators collected the clothing Thomas told them he was wearing that night, and he collected his hair, blood, and fingerprint samples too. With that, investigators believed they had enough probable cause to arrest Thomas. And they did. Thomas was arrested when he lived in a motel in Helper, Utah, with his girlfriend, who was 8 months pregnant. But during the preliminary hearing on November 5, 1970, prosecutors brought in witnesses that provided an alibi for Thomas. The prosecutor said the fiber evidence was similar to the rug that Loretta had in her home. But that was not enough, as Thomas was known to have visited Loretta in her home before the incident. However, because Colofenol could identify Thomas as the man who tried to abduct her, he was charged with attempted kidnapping, and so he spent 90 days in jail. After Thomas's jail time, he was released back into society, and in 1971, Thomas moved to Rockford, Colorado, but still, Loretta's case remained unsolved. For years, Heidi dealt with the trauma of her mother's death. She would talk about the incident to her grandmother, who had immediately taken her in after her mother died. She continuously told her grandmother that she was unsure that Tom killed her mother, and everything Heidi said, her grandma wrote down in a journal. Heidi also told her grandmother that Tom always slapped and hit Loretta and that he was always mean to her. Soon the adults in the house tried to make Heidi forget about the incident and stopped her from talking about it. Although Heidi stopped talking about it, she never forgot about what happened to her mother in 1970. As Heidi grew, she understood that Loretta must have endured the severity of the attack because she wanted to protect her, and because of that, Heidi determined that she owed her mother justice and she would get it for her. Decades passed and Heidi moved on with her life, but never for once forgot about her mother's case. Although Heidi still held her mother in her heart, she didn't really push for the case to be reopened. But one day, Heidi was inspired by a TV show called Unsolved Mysteries. She started a massive letter campaign sending them to FBI, Price City Police Department, and Carbon County Sheriff, but none of them responded. Still, she continued to write one letter after another. In 2009, 43-year-old Heidi made a post on her social media, and one of her former high school friends, David Brewer, reacted to her post. The two reconnected after a long time, and during their conversation, learned that David was working with the Carbon County Sheriff. Heidi thought this was an opportunity for her to get her mother's case reopened. She tracked David and purposely ran into him at a local arts festival so she could talk to him about her mother's cold case. David granted Heidi the audience that she needed, and in the end, after he had listened to her, David was moved by Heidi's story. At the same time, he was surprised that he had never heard of Heidi's story when they were in high school. Heidi narrated how her mother kissed her goodnight and how the door of her room later opened to reveal her mom, telling her never to come out as if she knew something bad was going to happen. She also explained how she believed that Tom had killed her mother. Heidi mentioned that though her memory was murky, she had a faint memory of what looked like Tom on her mother, either forcing her to be intimate with him or stabbing her. But what Heidi didn't hear was her mother's scream. Hearing her story, David decided to help Heidi, and Lorena's case was finally reopened. David Brewer started to work on the case, but the odds were stacked against him. He tried to use the crime files, but they had been lost. All that he had was past media coverage and Heidi's murky memory. David tracked down Thomas, who was living in Rockford, Colorado, for more questioning. When he asked Thomas about what happened on the night July 30th, 1970, Thomas was able to give the details of what he ate and did on that day, but he said he couldn't remember Loretta or her name. At that moment, David was convinced that Thomas may actually be the killer, but since there was no evidence to convict him, David had to leave without arresting Thomas. David Brewer also tracked down Thomas's other-than-girlfriend, Marcia Hidego, to question her. Marcia told David that Thomas came home late the night of the murder, and he immediately took a bath with his clothes on. The next day, Thomas went to the laundromat, and when he returned home, she said Thomas was missing several clothing items. According to Marcia, she asked Thomas about his whereabouts, and he told her that he took hamburgers to a woman and her daughter. Although David could not really make something out of the information, he was more convinced that Thomas murdered Loretta. David had tried every other way, and the only thing he felt was left was exhumation, but he didn't know how Heidi would feel about exhuming her mother's corpse. But surprisingly, after David told Heidi of his thoughts, she said she would even get a shovel to dig the grave herself, if that would get justice for her mother. They proceeded with the exhumation, and their Heidi broke down so many times, but after the body was exhumed, they discovered water had damaged the whole body. So they could not get what they needed. However, they decided to exaggerate the outcome to the public by saying they had found new evidence that provided them with a lead. The news traveled far and wide, and soon David would get a phone call from a woman named Linda. Linda explained that she remembered the information she saw in the news of the exhumation on TV and decided to share it with the investigators. She told David Brewer that Loretta had in the name of the killer with her blood. A surprised David asked her how she knew this, considering that police did not allow anyone into the crime scene. Linda explained that she lived at Heidi's grandmother's house when she was in high school, which was the time of the murder. A day after the incident, Heidi's grandfather asked Linda and one of Heidi's aunts to go to Loretta's house to pack Heidi's belongings. Linda said because of that, police allowed them in, and on getting there, she saw with her own eyes a capital T and an O. This was a huge break in the case, but they needed a photo of the crime scene to prove this. David met with Heidi and explained the new information he got with her. David met with Heidi and explained the new information he got with her, and also expressed his pain about not being able to lay his hands on any photos of the crime scene as all were lost. And right away, Heidi remembered that a photo might be in a box of belongings, that her grandmother had kept all those years. They went ahead to search her grandmother's house for the box, and in the box they searched for the photo. All that was inside the box was everything that concerned the case, including the journal where her grandmother wrote all that Heidi had said concerning the case. However, the most striking item was a photo of Heidi standing next to the outline of her mother's body. The picture was a really disturbing one. Anyone would have questioned why they were taking pictures of young Heidi next to her mother's pool of blood. But it turned out this photo would be of great use in the future. In the photo was Heidi and her mother's blood, with the two letters T and O in it. David Brewer began to piece the puzzle together. Reading the journal, he saw that Heidi mentioned how mean Tom was to her mom and the fact that she told everyone that Tom did it. And the most important thing, Loretta was trying to write the name of her killer with her blood as she struggled for her life, and the last thing she could write was an O. But even with this photo, the detectives needed more to capture Thomas Eagley, who was now believed to be Tom in this case. The case came to a halt again until someone decided to be of great help to the investigators. A woman named Lisa Carter called the police department to tell them she was Thomas Eagley's neighbor. She said Thomas came to her after she saw the exhumation video asking if she could watch his dogs, as the police could come for him anytime soon. Lisa Carter also believed that Thomas was Loretta's killer, so she offered to help in the case. She asked that the police allow her to wear a recording device to get Thomas's confession. The police agreed and an arrangement was made. Lisa approached Thomas and lied to him that her husband had been training to be a detective in Utah. She told Thomas that he had been a topic of discussion as he was already known as the murderer of Loretta Jones. All these words got to Thomas eagerly, but he didn't confess as he still couldn't trust Lisa. But after 2 days of trying to gain Thomas's trust, on July 26, 2016, he started to talk to Lisa about what happened on the night of July 30th, 1970. Thomas said he knocked on the door to Loretta's home and she let him in. He said he was in her house for intimacy, but Loretta turned him down, making him feel so worthless. He said Loretta left him in the living room to get something in the kitchen, and after she came back, he reached for a small knife and stabbed her. After stabbing Loretta, Thomas went ahead to get intimate with her, claiming that it was consensual. A confused Lisa asked how it was consensual after Loretta refused. But Thomas said throughout the time, Loretta never said no to him. She then asked him what happened after, and he told her that after getting intimate with Loretta, he lost it completely, and that was when he slit her throat. According to Lisa, Thomas said all these words without being sorry for all that he did. It appeared he only cared about his own safety. That confession was all the investigators needed to arrest Thomas. Not much is known about Thomas Eagerly, according to Loretta's sister, Carolyn Kendall. She only knew that Loretta dated Thomas one time. A blind date. Loretta told Carolyn that she didn't like Thomas, so she didn't want to have anything to do with him. This explains why Loretta refused Thomas's advances that night. 76-year-old Thomas Eagley was a local drifter who had lived in many places before and after he murdered Loretta. He never had a stable home life. He lived with many women and had been married 3 times. He had 5 children, but spent most of his time by himself. In August 2016, Thomas Eagley was charged in the 7th District Court with the legal equivalent of first-degree felony murder, as well as forced intimacy of first-degree felony. Thomas's official charge was criminal homicide murder in the 2nd degree, which was a statutory offense that applied to killing at the time under Utah law. Thomas was arrested without incident in Rocky Ford, Colorado, on a $1 million warrant issued on August 18, 2016. Thomas pleaded guilty to the murder, and his assault case was dropped. He was then sentenced to 10 years to life on November 22, 2016. Thomas never passed a remorseful comment except a written statement read by his attorney, David Allred, which read that he was sorry for what he did. But that didn't seem true after Thomas expressed that he believed he should be let go, since he hadn't committed any crime since he killed Loretta. He said in court that he could not understand why the family of the deceased chose to reopen a case of 46 years ago. It seemed like Thomas wasn't sorry for what he did, even after 46 years. According to Thomas, he didn't know that Heidi was in the room when he killed her mother. Loretta knew this, and it explains why she never struggled or screamed when he was stabbing her. Most likely, Thomas wouldn't have spared Heidi if he knew she was in the room. After he was sentenced, he complained to the judge that he didn't like his jail, which was the state prison in Salt Lake County, as it didn't allow visitors. The judge told him he could file an appeal. Heidi, who held in her pain for over 4 decades, had the opportunity to say all that she had in mind to her mother's killer. She expressed how traumatic the death of her mother was, and also spoke about how she wished Thomas Eagley would rot in jail and never have to see his loved ones again. She also said she'd make sure that he never walks free, even if he was eligible for parole after 10 years. Even though others called it closure, Heidi called it justice, saying nothing could give her the closure and relief she needed. The fact that justice was served meant everything to her. As we come to the end of this heartbreaking story of Loretta Jones' death, we are reminded that time does not heal every wound, especially the wound of the heart. We are also reminded of the evil that resides in the heart of man. Looking back at the clean slate that Thomas Eagley had with the law, we are left with the thought-provoking question, like why he chose to orphan Heidi at such a young age. A quick question before we go. What do you think about how Loretta's case was initially handled? Do you think law enforcement would have done better considering all they had available at the time? Linda Slayton was born in 1950 in Alabama, United States. She was raised by devoted parents and had a younger sister named Judy. Linda was kind-hearted and ambitious from a young age. She made a lot of friends by constantly attempting to assist others. She later wed Frank, and the 2 of them had 2 sons, Jeff and Tim. But as time passed, their marriage grew more and more troubled. Frank began abusing his wife and kids after becoming addicted to alcohol. Linda ultimately made the decision to relocate to Florida with her sons. They made their home in Lakeland, where Linda's sister and parents were already residing. Setting aside all of her time to support her sons, Linda rented a home in a lakeside community. Linda worked at a number of jobs, but she was never wealthy. She occasionally had to sell her possessions in order to pay her bills. Because she could not even afford a car, Jeff, her older son, had to commute by bicycle. Tim, her younger son, was a football player and frequently had to ask his coach for a lift home from practice in order to avoid having to walk. Linda made it her mission to spend as much time and energy as possible with her sons, even in the face of financial hardship. She tried to make sure their childhood was full of happy memories by taking them on walks, taking them to concerts of their favorite bands, and so on. When Linda was 31 years old, on September 3, 1981, in the evening, she waited for Tim to get done with his practice before accompanying him to the neighbor's small family celebration. When Jeff got home, he wanted to have dinner, but the refrigerator was empty. After becoming enraged with his mother, he rode his bicycle to his grandparents' residence on the opposite side of town. After the entire family got home, Jeff got into a fight with his mother about the empty refrigerator. But in the end, they said goodnight to one another and went to bed. The next morning, received a visit from her sister, who also lived in the same complex, inviting her over for coffee. When she knocked on the door, nobody answered. Thinking Linda had gone somewhere, the woman turned around to leave when she noticed the bedroom window was open. When she went to look inside, she saw Linda lying on the other side of the bed. The woman screamed and ran to the neighbors to report what she had seen immediately. She only needed to take one glance at her sister's face to know that she was dead. When detectives got to their home, they started looking over the scene of the crime. With a wire hanger around her neck and her clothes half down, Linda lay on her bed. Based on the evidence, the police surmised that the victim had been attacked and strangled by an unidentified man who had entered her room. Soon after, forensic specialists discovered a palm print on the windowsill supporting this theory. Since the apartment lacked air conditioning, Linda frequently left it open, which allowed the murderer easy access. The victim's oldest son woke up from all the noise while the detectives were at the crime scene. After escorting him outside, the detectives broke the devastating news of his mother's passing. They woke up his younger brother later and escorted him out. But as the boy was passing by his mother's room, a second policeman came out and Tim saw his mother's body through the open door. He instantly froze and the officer had to pull him away. Tim, who was 12, and Jeff, who was 15, were completely shocked. At first, they were unable to accept their mother's death. When the investigators were able to speak with the brother later, he said they had not heard anything or even woken up that night. The detectives thought this was odd, even though they had their own rooms. Given the brutality of the murder and the excellent acoustics of the building, loud noises ought to have been audible from the victim's room. The neighbors were questioned by the police, but they had also heard nothing. That day, none of the complex's occupants had seen any suspicious people. After examining the victim's body, medical professionals concluded that she had been abused. Although they were able to remove the murderer's biological material, DNA analysis was not yet possible. The experts verified that Linda's death was due to strangulation. Therefore, the investigators were left with very little evidence to work with. They could only benefit from the palm print if they could locate a suspect and compare them. Linda's sons went to live with their grandparents. They continued to live in shock and continual fear of being pursued by the unidentified killer. Because of the extreme fear, their grandfather sat with a rifle in the living room while they slept in the same room as their grandmother. The investigators thought the kids were not in danger, though. They believed that the killer had to have known the victim and that the crime was motivated only by sexual desire. Following their conversation with Linda's family, they discovered that her ex-husband had a violent past. He was the top suspect right away, but the police soon discovered that the man was not there when the murder happened. Investigators later learned that Linda had begun dating a particular man not long before she passed away. They were able to track him down, but he also had a strong alibi. The fingerprints of all the victim's neighbors were compared by the detectives with the sample found on the windowsill. They then tried the same procedure on all the men who had previously been found guilty living in Lakeland, but they were unable to find any matches. After Linda's sons began to heal over several weeks following the murder, their family finally concluded that sending them back to school would be the best course of action. it did eventually assist the brothers, as they started talking to friends once more and eventually resumed a regular life. Tin returned to the football team because his mother had always been pleased with his achievements. He put a picture of his team in his bedroom a month after she passed away as a memento of how his mother had inspired him to pursue his dreams. In the meantime, the detectives were unable to identify a viable suspect and came to a standstill. They made the decision to start over and reevaluate why the sons had not heard any screams or indications of a struggle. After going over Jeff's statements, the police discovered that on the day Linda was killed, he got into a fight with her. The teenager himself added that he and his mother had verbal arguments on a regular basis. This led the investigators to wonder if Jeff had murdered his mother. They summoned him in for questioning and once more posed a variety of queries. Jeff quickly learned that he was under suspicion from the investigators for the crime. The detectives persisted in their pressure even after he denied any involvement. Jeff accepted their offer to take a polygraph exam. Although the polygraph operator did not find any evidence of deceit, the police were not willing to give up. Not too long after, they summoned him back for interrogation and even made arrangements to have him hypnotized. Jeff was under constant pressure, and the investigators even accused him of killing his mother by strangulation. The family of Linda reached a breaking point as a result, and they forbade the police from speaking to Jeff and insisted that they concentrate on finding the true murderer. Jeff consented to take another polygraph test in spite of this, and after receiving positive results, he was at last written off as a suspect. After that, the case did not move forward for a long time. Tim and Jeff grew up, gained employment, and began their own families. Their mother's murder continued to haunt them, but each time they reached out to the investigators, they were met with the same response. Nothing had changed in the case. Scientists took a DNA sample from the biological material on the victim's body in March 1999. When a new detective was brought on to the case 2 years later, he compared it with samples from every suspect, including Linda's 2 sons, but there were no matches. There were no results even when it was compared to the FBI database. When Jeff first met this detective, he found out that he had known him for a long time. It turned out that the men and their mutual friends went bowling together on a regular basis. When they spoke, the investigator assured Jeff that he would do everything in his power to solve the case. Tim and Jeff learned of another unsolved crime that had been going on for a long time around the same period. Following extensive media coverage, fresh information surfaced that helped apprehend the offender. At that point, the brothers made the decision to talk to reporters about their family's tragedy. They conducted a thorough interview, and the local newspapers published the story. The detective received an intriguing lead in September of 2001. He discovered that a year after Linda's murder, a man by the name of Jimmy Ulmer had kidnapped a young woman through her bedroom window. He was sentenced to 80 years in prison for this crime. The fact that this individual resided in the same apartment building as Linda, only a short distance from her home, added to the intrigue at the time of her murder. Since it was non-existent at the time of Ulmer's arrest, criminals' DNA had not yet been added to a shared database. The man himself died in 1996, and no biological samples remained. But when the investigator got in touch with the offender's mother, she gave some personal items from which the specialists were able to remove the sample. Sadly, the results did not match the killer's DNA, but the investigator was not about to give up. He kept in touch with Linda's sons, kept looking for new suspects, and repeatedly asked the FBI to check the killer's DNA sample against every database they could find. Sadly, he had health issues in 2015, which made him retire even though he had promised to see the case through to the end. Jeff and Tim had been so close to accepting that their mother's killer would never be found by then. But when Cease Moore, a well-known genetic genealogy specialist, took up the case in 2019, new hope materialized. She obtained the murderer's DNA sample, uploaded it to open databases, and started looking for matches. Usually, these databases can even assist in locating the DNA owner's most distant relatives, who may reside in different regions of the globe and be completely unaware of one another. By using this information, one can follow their family tree, look for shared ancestors, eliminate thousands of relatives, and determine who the DNA owner is. Moore was able to identify one family that was residing in the area at the time of the murder. After carrying out all of this intensive investigation, she came to the conclusion that the only member of that family who met all the criteria was the one who was most likely the murderer. He was someone the detectives had come across in previous reports as soon as they heard his name. The man was Tim's football coach, Joseph Clinton Mills, and he would often give him a lift home after practice. Although he had never been on the list of suspects in 1981, he had given a statement over the phone to the police after dropping Tim off at home that day. The idea that Mills might be the murderer was not even entertained by any of the detectives. Since he was only 20 years old and there was no evidence at all against him at the time, the police did not compare his fingerprints and DNA to samples that were discovered at the crime scene. The investigators made the decision to withhold this discovery's disclosure from Jeff and Tim. They had to confirm that Mills was actually responsible for their mother's murder first. After reading his biography, they discovered that Mills was detained in 1984 on suspicion of forging a will. His fingerprints were obtained, and they are still preserved in a paper archive. After comparing them to the victim's windowsill fingerprints, experts discovered a perfect match. They eventually found out who the likely murderer was 38 years later. The detectives proceeded to the last phase as soon as this information was discovered, requesting a DNA sample from Mills so they could compare it with the biological material taken from the victim's body. They found out the man was still residing in the same home as he had in 1981. At this point, Mills was 58 years old, married, had a small business, and children and grandchildren. For several weeks, the detectives kept an eye on him in the hopes of obtaining something that had his DNA. It might have been a bottle, a coffee cup, a cigarette butt, or anything else. But since they were never given the chance, the cops made the covert decision to take his trash. They gave the bag to the lab, where professionals quickly found an object that matched his DNA. The results came back quickly. Mills' DNA exactly matched the sample that was discovered on Linda's body. Following that, the detectives met with Linda's sons to update them on the investigation status. While they were both taken aback, Tim found it more difficult to accept. He was shocked to learn that his football coach was the same monster that had murdered his mother. In addition to the fact that Tim looked up to and respected him, Mills still gave him rides home from practice after the murder. The man gave him unceasing encouragement and inquired about any updates regarding his mother's case. For a long time, Tim's old bedroom featured a picture of his football team with the monster that killed his mother standing right behind them. When Mills was arrested that same year, he handled himself calmly and did not even inquire as to the nature of his charges. Upon being interrogated and questioned about Linda's murder, he denied any involvement. He said he dropped him off and headed out. Mills claimed he had never been inside their home, but the investigators knew this was untrue. The suspect abruptly altered his account of what happened after they told him about the DNA and fingerprint match. According to Mills, Linda asked him to sneak into her bedroom through the window that evening for a private conversation. She then requested that he give her a light hanger choke. But Mills misjudged his strength and killed her. The investigators, understandably, were skeptical of this account at first. In light of all the available data, their theory was far more likely to be correct. Mills had seen Tim's mother on multiple occasions and could have targeted her as a victim. He dropped the boy off on the night of the murder, and the boy went straight to a neighbor's house with his mother for a party. Mills drove a distance away from their house, taking advantage of the fact that no one would be home. And then he returned on foot, breaking through Linda's bedroom window and hiding in the closet. He waited for everyone to go to sleep for several hours. He took a wire hanger out of that same closet and used it as a murder weapon. He violently attacked the victim before exiting the house through the window. Mills was charged with the murder and the case was sent to court based on all the evidence that was available. For this kind of offense, Mills could have received the death penalty in the state of Florida. However, on February 9, 2022, he made the decision to reach a settlement with the prosecution in order to avoid this outcome. He admitted to the murder, but he was exempt from sharing the specifics of the crime under the terms of the agreement. This fact did not sit well with Linda's sons. Tim yelled at his coach in the courtroom, demanding to know why he had taken his mother away from him. But the man just stared down and said nothing. When given the chance to make a closing statement, Mills only said, "I am a good person. I am not who they are trying to portray me as." Even though this infuriated the brothers even more, in the end, they were appreciative of the investigators for solving the case and identifying the murderer. Mills received a life sentence without the chance of release. Following the verdict's announcement, Jeff and Tim pledged to live moral lives and devote themselves to their families because they knew their mother would have approved of it. At Israel's southernmost point on the Red Sea sits the resort city of Eilat. It is renowned for having warm weather, crystal clear waters, and lovely beaches. Since the streets are rarely completely empty at night and Elliot's crime rate is still relatively low, residents feel safe walking around the city. However, this was not the case in the early 2000s when a mother lost her daughter to this posh town. Following her military service in Ashdod, Israel, on June 14, 2003, 21-year-old Margarita Levy moved to Eilat in the southern region of the country. Margarita relocated to the southern city with the intention of working as a waitress and saving enough money to enroll in Hebrew University of Jerusalem and pursue a nursing degree. Only a few days after arriving in Eilat, on June 18th of that year, Margarita's mother, Olga Levy, contacted the Eilat authorities to report that she had not been able to contact her daughter for a few hours and was concerned that something was wrong. On Wednesday, June 18, 2003, Olga reported to the police that she had received a call from Margarita. Aware that Margarita would be living alone, Olga, who was already under a lot of stress from her job, expressed her worries. Margarita reassured her that everything was well and attempted to calm her down. Margarita informed her mother she was heading to the beach to unwind before hanging up. The question of which beach Margarita was heading to was overlooked by Olga, who was preoccupied with work. That was their final exchange of words. When Olga got home from work in the evening, she tried to call Margarita again, but her phone was off. Olga called her daughter repeatedly over the course of the following few hours, but she was unable to get through. Olga's statement prompted the Eilat Police Department to begin looking for Margarita. On June 19, 2003, the following day, in the Yadalum neighborhood of the city, a young woman's body was discovered in a park by a passerby. The woman was face down on her stomach, barely clothed, and her body was in an appalling condition. After learning of the horrifying discovery, the police went to the park to look into the young woman's corpse. A towel was draped over her head, and it was layered with blankets. She had suffered severe injuries. She had a stab wound in her chest in addition to wounds to her head, face, and upper limbs. The body was later identified as Margarita's later that day. To investigate Margarita's murder, the Eilat police formed a special investigation team. However, the investigators initially struggled to determine the true circumstances of the murder. In an effort to gather information that might help solve the murder, the police asked the public for assistance as they were having trouble finding a lead in the case. Things began to improve after 2 weeks, and they eventually had a lead. They asked a man named Sergei Agranov, who was acquainted with Margarita, to come speak with them after being released from military service in Migdal Hamak. Sergei worked as a salesperson in an Isla pizzeria. Although he denied killing Margarita, Sergei admitted to the police that he knew her. Following his testimony, he was taken into custody and questioned under duress. Even after the police searched his house, they found nothing that would have connected Sergei to Margarita's death. The public defender's office represented Sergei in a formal court proceeding concerning his involvement in Margarita's case. The lawyer maintained that although Sergei was acquainted with Margarita, he had a solid alibi that proved he was in his apartment with his roommates during the hours leading up to the murder. In court, the police disputed the assertions made by Sergei's lawyer, claiming that Margarita's body had not been discovered at the murder scene. They suspected that she had been killed somewhere else and that the murderer had taken her body and moved it to the park. Living close to the park, where it would have been easy for someone to dispose of the body if they were staying nearby, was what initially raised suspicions about Sergei. Sergei's detention was extended. The judge reasoned that there was a reasonable doubt linking him to Margarita's murder. Nevertheless, Sergei was freed from custody after just 2 weeks, because the investigators were unable to locate any additional evidence to support their charges against him. Now that Sergei was free, there were no leads for the detectives to pursue, and the case finally fell apart and became unsolved. The murder case was never closed, even after a long period of time. Devoted to identifying Margarita's killer, the investigators never gave up. They repeatedly tried to get a DNA profile from the items they discovered at the crime scene next to Margarita's body. A gag order on the murder investigation was imposed by the magistrate's court in Eilat on May 18, 2023, marking a significant turn in the case. This prohibited the individuals handling the case from providing any public information about it. The production of DNA evidence has advanced significantly technologically over the years, and investigators from the Israel Police National Headquarters Forensic Identification Laboratory have kept up with this development by continuously reviewing evidence and findings gathered during unsolved case investigations. Following several months, the forensic team was able to create a DNA profile that pointed them in the direction of a possible suspect after re-examining the evidence in Margarita's case. The man who was identified as the suspect was 51-year-old Jaffa resident Sami Abu Al-Assal. Sani Abu was a 31-year-old father of 5 children in 2003. At the time of Margarita's murder, he resided in Eilat and worked in a bar in the city's tourist district. The Eilat District Police maintained the investigation's secrecy despite the finding and the noteworthy development. In order to obtain conclusive evidence of Sani Abu's role in Margarita's murder, the detectives started gathering evidence against him. During a 10-month undercover investigation, the police discovered that Sami Abu had attacked another woman in Eilat in July 2003, approximately a month and a half after Margarita Levy's murder. For this offense, he was apprehended and found guilty. As a result of Sami Abu's 13-year prison sentence for this offense, his DNA was added to the database. Sani Abu's DNA was compared to the sample discovered on Margarita Levy's body using the DNA database, and the investigators discovered that the two samples entirely matched. On May 14, 2023, 51-year-old Sani Abu Al-Assal was taken into custody after the charges against him were ultimately verified by the evidence. Premeditated murder, aggravated murder, and sodomy were the charges brought against him. After kidnapping Margarita, Sami Abu took her to a remote location and attacked her. He struck Margarita in the face, head, and upper limbs later on, and attempted to strangle her. Sami Abu gave Margarita a chest stab to make sure she was dead. Margarita's body was then covered in blankets, and her head also wrapped in a towel. Sami Abu then fastened electrical cables around the blankets. After tying the cables so that they would force the blankets tighter around her body, he threw her corpse into the middle of a nearby park and ran away. Sergei Agranov, the initial suspect in Margarita's case, was once more placed under arrest for approximately 2 weeks in order for the authorities to investigate any possible relationship between him and Sani Abu Al-Assal. Sergei was fully exonerated of any suspicion after it was determined that there was no connection between the two and that Sani Abu committed the heinous act alone. The investigation's latest development was shared with Margarita's family. Margarita's mother, Olga Levy, expressed her thoughts regarding the progress made in her daughter's case. She reported being overcome with emotion upon learning that Margarita's killer had been apprehended. She was now at peace because the monster that killed her daughter was finally going to pay for his crimes. But Olga expressed uncertainty about whether she would want to watch the entire trial. It was a mixed feeling. The sights and sounds of the day Margarita was killed would resurface just by gazing at Soniavu. Olga was attempting to move on from her past traumas and was not interested in going through them again. For 20 years, from 2003 to the present, Olga expressed her gratitude to the Eilat Police Department for their commitment and diligence. All she could hope for now was that Sam Abu would receive the proper penalty for his transgressions. On January 13, 1972, life in the Randall household was proceeding as usual. 32-year-old Juanita Randall was busy in the kitchen preparing a meal for the family, while her 9-year-old daughter Debbie Randall was bubbling with excitement. Debbie was all set to join her friends for a fun time at the nearby playground, just a short 2-block stroll from their home. But before Debbie could leave, Juanita had a simple request. She asked Debbie to pick up some washing powder from the laundromat across the road on her way back. Little did she know, as she bid her daughter goodbye with a smile, that this would be the last time she'd see her cherished child. Debbie, full of happiness, headed off to play with her friends, but sadly, she never made it back home. What could have happened to young Debbie on that ordinary day in 1972? And where did she disappear to after leaving for the playground? Marietta is a city located in Georgia, USA, with a population of approximately 60,000 people. The community in Marietta is known for its diversity and strong sense of civic pride. Residents here often engage in various community activities and events, creating a welcoming and vibrant atmosphere. The city offers a mix of historic charm and modern amenities, making it an attractive place to live for a diverse group of individuals and families. Marietta's population rate reflects its appeal as a desirable community in the state of Georgia. Let's start the story and take a journey back in time to August 21st, 1962, when a lovely little girl came into the world. Debbie Randall was born to John Randall and Juanita Wheeler Randall in the cozy town of Marietta, Georgia. She attended Pine Forest Elementary School in Georgia, where she was in 3rd grade, and her kind and gentle nature made her a beloved friend among her classmates. Beyond school walls in the tight-knit community, she was adored by everyone, and people often brought dolls for her when they visited her home as tokens of their affection. Debbie also had a big brother named Marvin Randall, and their bond was something truly special. Marvin loved his little sister and would always go above and beyond to make her happy. Whatever Debbie wished for, Marvin made it happen, highlighting the strong and caring connection they shared as siblings. Debbie was a source of joy for her family, and she had grand dreams and a heart filled with adventure. However, her life was cut short and never truly got the chance to fully chase those dreams and live life to the fullest. It was an ordinary evening on January 13th, 1972, when Debbie was at her home in Marietta, Georgia, with her mother Juanita and her brother Marvin, who was feeling a bit under the weather, so he was resting in his room. It was shaping up to be an ordinary evening. Juanita was in the kitchen, busy preparing dinner, while John, Debbie's father, had yet to return home. Suddenly, with a burst of enthusiasm, Debbie went to her room, quickly dressed herself, and returned back to her mother with an eager request to go play at the nearby playground with her friends. This playground was just a stone's throw away, a mere half-block and a quick 57 feet from their house. Right across the road, there was a laundromat. Juanita remembered that she had forgotten to grab some washing powder from there. So, she'd granted Debbie's request to play. She asked her to run a small errand. "While you're out, dear," she said, "please don't forget to pick up the washing powder we need." With a cheerful nod, Debbie happily ventured outside to join her friends at the playground, and didn't forget to promise her mother that she'd return home before dinner time. Little did they know that this simple request would mark the beginning of a mystery that would haunt their lives for years to come. The playground was just a mere 5-minute stroll for Debbie. Her usual routine was to play for about an hour and then head back home. So Juanita naturally thought she'd be back in roughly an hour and a half. However, when 2 hours slipped by with no sign of Debbie, Juanita began to wonder. She thought, maybe she's at the laundromat, imagining the crowd there was causing the delay. But as 3 hours came and went, the sun sat below the horizon. Juanita's concern grew stronger. This was far from the normal. As the evening darkened, Juanita's worry also deepened. Debbie had always been punctual and never missed her curfew before. By 9:45 p.m., when John, Debbie's father, finally arrived home, Juanita couldn't contain her concern any longer. She anxiously asked him if he had seen or been with Debbie on his way home. But John's face mirrored her distress when he said that he had no information about Debbie's whereabouts. The worry that had begun as a tiny spark now blazed into a full-fledged concern for their beloved daughter. At the moment, listening to the voice, Martin also emerged from his room, and he couldn't help but notice the worry etched across his parents being concerned. He inquired about what was happening. Juanita, torn between protecting her ailing son and the growing anxiety over Debbie's absence, finally broke down in tears. She told Martin that Debbie hadn't returned home, and she and John were going out to search for her. With a heavy heart, Juanita asked Martin to stay behind, keeping an eye on the house and let them know immediately if Debbie returned. It was a moment of heart-wrenching decisions for the family. Fear and confusion swept through the neighborhood as the Randall family sprang into action to find young Debbie. Martin, being a caring older brother, couldn't bear to stay home and do nothing. He roamed the neighborhood, approaching people with questions burning in his mind. "Have you seen Debbie? Do you know where she is?" The response was unanimous shock. No one could believe that their beloved little Debbie was missing without a trace. Some recalled glimpsing her as she left her house, but no one had seen her since. Meanwhile, Juanita and John hurried to the playground where Debbie went to play with her friends, but it was eerily deserted. All the children had already returned to their homes. Their next stop was the laundromat, where Juanita had asked Debbie to fetch washing powder. But it too was closed by then. The minutes ticked away, and every empty road and quiet street they searched seemed to amplify the silence of their daughter's absence. Where could their beloved Debbie have disappeared to? At a moment, Juanita stumbled upon a box of washing powder scattered on the road that led to their home. It was a moment of realization that something terribly wrong might have happened to her daughter. Overwhelmed by worry, Juanita couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She made the difficult decision to file a missing person report, determined to do everything in her power to find her daughter. However, the police explained that, as less than 24 hours had passed since Debbie went missing, they couldn't officially file the report just yet. Still, they promised to do their best to locate her. Despite this devastating setback, the Randall family was touched by the outpouring support from the community during this difficult time. The community sprang into action, launching a citywide search effort which involved approximately 4,000 volunteers. Martin also took to the streets posting flyers with a desperate plea for information about his missing sister. Debbie, who had a fondness for playing baseball with her brother, was dearly missed by her family, and Martin hoped that someone, somewhere, had seen or knew something that could bring her back home. At the same time, the police were equally determined to find Debbie. They visited the laundromat where the owner confirmed that Debbie had picked up the washing powder as instructed. But the question was, what could have transpired in those mere 5 minutes between her visit to the laundromat and her disappearance? The police also interviewed all of Debbie's friends who had been at the playground that day, but none had any information about her whereabouts. 16 long days passed, and yet there was no sign of Debbie. Juanita and John were still hoping, and waiting anxiously for their beloved daughter to return home safely. Among the dedicated searchers were a group of Southern Tech students who tirelessly assisted the police. After 16 days, on January 29, 1972, their unwavering efforts eventually led them to a tragic discovery on Johnson Ferry Road. On the other side of the woods, they found Debbie's lifeless, partially unclothed body. Her body bore the harrowing signs of a fierce struggle, as if she had fought with all her might until her very last breath to defend herself. It appeared that the heartless killer had used Debbie's own coat to silence her cries for help. Investigators believed that the perpetrator must have been stalking Debbie for some time, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. He eventually seized the opportunity, abducting and subjecting her to a horrifying ordeal at various locations, before ultimately discarding her lifeless body in the woods. This heartbreaking discovery left the community in deep sorrow, and Debbie's parents were overwhelmed with the grief at the sight of their beloved daughter's lifeless form. The coroner's examination revealed that she had been strangled and assaulted, bearing deep marks on her body that hinted at the immense pain she endured. During this examination, a significant discovery was made, an unidentified hair possibly belonging to her assailant. This find had the potential to be a breakthrough in the case. However, due to the limitations of medical technology in the 1970s, there was little they could do with the hair at the time. So it was carefully preserved, waiting for future advancements that might one day help uncover the identity of the person responsible for Debbie's tragic demise. As the days turned into months, detectives tirelessly pursued hundreds of leads, yet each one seemed to lead nowhere. Despite their dedicated efforts, the police found themselves in a frustrating loop, unable to uncover the vital clues needed to solve the case. These turn of events left the Randall family with haunting questions. What truly transpired on that tragic night? Who bore the responsibility for their daughter's demise? They grappled with not only the profound loss of their cherished Debbie, but also with the agonizing frustration of justice eluding them. For nearly 28 years, the puzzle of Debbie's murder remained without a solution. However, in 2001, fate intervened, giving the case a new chance. Detective Morris Nix, who couldn't shake the memory of this unsolved mystery, began to comb through old cold case files. As he pored over those documents, he stumbled upon Debbie's murder case. Diving back into the details, he felt like there were concealed aspects that hadn't been thoroughly examined. The initial 1972 investigation. Following his instincts, Detective Morse made the choice to reopen the case. He retrieved the evidence box, which had been tucked away for years, and inside it, he found an unidentified strand of hair that had been preserved with care. The FBI conducted numerous tests on it, but even with their efforts, they couldn't determine whose hair it was. The technology at the time just wasn't that advanced enough, so they decided to again wait for the day to finally bring the breakthrough in the case. This case stayed unresolved, but in 2015, it gained momentum again when Detective Morris volunteered for the Cobb County Cold Case Unit. He brought fresh eyes in the aid of advanced medical science, determined to crack the mystery that had baffled the police 46 years earlier. With the help of the media coverage which shone a spotlight on this old case, a woman named Sandra Walker emerged from the shadows. She had been one of the kids who played with Debbie on that fateful evening of January 13, 1972. Sandra bravely recounted her memories to the police. Although fear had kept her silent at the time, those memories were etched in her mind. She recounted nearly being run over by the man's speeding vehicle and the sensation of his eyes locked under her through the rear-view mirror. She could still hear Debbie's desperate screams and see her kicking as the man forcibly pushed her back into his truck. All the memories still haunted her to this day. To engage the entire community and reignite their memories of that fateful night, the police enlisted the help of a graphic designer. With the street now transformed into a bus terminal, Jessica Knoll took a fresh perspective on the case. Freelance artist Amanda would dedicated months to crafting a visual representation of Debbie's last moments. Given Debbie's fondness for dolls, she chose to depict her story in the form of a doll, with her killer portrayed as the menacing monster in this tragic tale. This creative approach aimed to draw attention of the community once again and help uncover potential clues in the case. John, Debbie's father, held onto every newspaper article that recounted her disappearance, a constant reminder of the lingering sorrow and the mysteries that were left unsolved in their hearts. In the meantime, Detective Morris took a significant step by sending a piece of cloth, a circular one adorned with floral prints, which had been found on Debbie's body, to the Sorensen Forensic Lab for a fresh round of DNA analysis. Thanks to advancements in technology, they managed to construct a partial profile of an unknown male. However, they faced some challenges, but fortunately in 2019, with additional funding from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, renewed DNA testing opened up new avenues for further investigation. Finally, in 2023, a breakthrough emerged as the police turned to the power of genetic genealogy. They enlisted DNA Labs International to conduct more tests aiming to create AS&P's profile by combing through public records and police resources. When the DNA matched to an individual, the investigators wasted no time and began building a family tree, painstakingly tracing down as many members from the assailant's family as possible. For this, the police went a step further, by reaching out to all of the killer's family members and requesting their DNA samples. To their surprise, the family agreed and cooperated willingly by providing their DNA for testing. When all the necessary tests were completed, the DNA evidence found on Debbie was a perfect match. The killer was identified as William B. Rose from Mableton. However, the twist was that Rose took his own life in 1974, just 2 years after he abducted and killed Debbie. At that time, he was only 24 years old. The reason behind Rose's decision to take his own life was driven by fear. Even during the previous arrest for an alcohol-related incident, he lived in constant fear, as revealed by one of his family members who spoke to the police. The authorities believed that Rose must have harbored a deep fear that one day the police might catch up to him for the terrible crime he committed. To avoid facing the consequences, he chose to end his life before that could happen. Remarkably, during the initial investigation, Rose had never even appeared on the police's radar, making his identity as Debbie's killer all the more unexpected. While it seemed unlikely that Rose and Debbie were close acquaintances, there was a connection through their families as both resided in the same complex. In that neighborhood, children often played together on a nearby playground. This suggested the possibility that Rose might have seen Debbie on previous occasions, and when the opportunity presented itself, he carried out his sinister plan. To definitively confirm Rose as the real killer, the police, with the family's consent, exhumed his body after nearly 5 decades. They conducted various tests, and the results left no room for doubt that William B. Rose was indeed the perpetrator, who tragically took the life of 9-year-old Debbie Randall in a horrific manner. The long-awaited revelation of the perpetrator's identity brought closure to the case, but it was bittersweet. Sadly, Debbie Randall's parents, Juanita and John, never learned that the mystery of their daughter's death had finally been solved. Juanita passed away in 2018 after battling with leukemia, and John followed in 2022. Losing a child, especially at such a young age, is a pain beyond words. This family had waited patiently for decades, hoping for answers. Detective Broad acknowledged that while this information provided closure, it could never replace the profound sorrow of losing Debbie Randall. After a relentless pursuit of justice for his sister spanning 5 decades, Debbie's brother Marvin expressed his heartfelt sentiments, saying, "I wish my mother was here, but I know she's in heaven now, and it's finally over. We want to say thank you to all of you for making this day possible. We wish that Debbie's soul finds eternal peace." What are your thoughts on this case? Why would Rose have killed little Debbie? Was that just because he got a chance that day? Or was it already planned? We'd love to hear from you. Susan Sue Taraskiewicz was born February 15, 1965 in Massachusetts to Marlene and Ronald, and was described as intelligent and determined with a heart of gold. She went to art school and dreamed of becoming a cartoonist from an early age and liked to collect Snoopy artifacts. At the age of 27, Sue was a Northwest Airlines ramp supervisor at Logan International Airport in Boston, and only the second female ground service employee working for the airline. She was also the first woman promoted to her supervisor position and worked in a field dominated by men. The men she worked with made it well known that they didn't like her working in the same field as them. She lived with her parents, but her busy work schedule of overnight and weekend shifts kept her out of the house while her family was usually home. On Saturday, September 12, 1992, was scheduled to work the night shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Her mother Marlene said earlier that day, Sue seemed frustrated and impatient and mentioned before she left for work that she didn't want to go because she knew her co-workers were going to give her a hard time. But she had to go anyways. During her shift around 1 a.m., Sue offered to go out and buy sandwiches for her co-workers, and after leaving she was never seen again. Strangely, when she never returned that night, none of her co-workers reported her missing. However, they did punch her time card at the end of her shift. Sunday, September 13th, came and went without anyone reporting having seen her. Her mother says Sue was supposed to be at a baby shower that day with other co-workers, but she never showed up. Once again, no one reported her missing to police or to her family. On Monday, September 14th, the manager of a nearby auto body shop arrived to work and noticed an oddly parked blue Toyota Tercel in the shop's parking lot. Upon investigating, he noticed a pool of blood under the trunk of the car. He quickly called police, and when they arrived and popped the trunk, they found Sue's body. Police say she was also found with the money she was going to use to buy her co-workers sandwiches. Meanwhile, her mother arrived at the police station to report Sue missing. She was told the police chief wanted to talk to her, and that's when she was told the horrific news. At first, her family assumed that she was the victim of a random attack of violence, but in late 1993, her mother Marlene found her diary and was shocked at what was written in it. It told of sexual harassment, threatening graffiti in the men's room and cargo holds, and other incidents that happened to her while working for Northwest Airlines. Marlene was certain that it had something to do with her daughter's murder. In one incident in April of 1989, a coworker named Robert Brooks, who went by Bobby, damaged her radio twice. The two had briefly dated, and there were no issues until Sue began dating someone else. In one incident, Brooks stormed into the break room, picked up her radio and smashed it for no apparent reason in front of her other coworkers and would later threaten her. Sue asked her boyfriend to talk to Bobby about getting her a new radio. When she spoke to Bobby again, he threatened to kill her boyfriend. She filed several complaints to the airline and her union, but little was done about it. Instead, her superiors assigned her extra tasks, such as cleaning bathrooms and such, in response to her complaints. The harassment by her male coworkers also worsened after her complaints. For instance, she received several anonymous phone calls with the caller threatening to hurt her. Also, on several occasions, she and her boyfriend's cars were vandalized. Friends and coworkers who supported her also had their cars vandalized. Sue's diary only covered the first 8 months of her time at Northwest. However, several coworkers reported that the discrimination and harassment continued. In February of 1992, she was promoted to ramp supervisor, a position that was originally given to a male coworker. However, had learned that he had illegally bid for the job and filed a grievance. After an investigation, she won and received the position instead. Shortly after her promotion, Sue found a graffiti drawing of a coffin with her name on it in her locker. She would often get calls in the middle of the night, and at one point even her sister's vehicle was vandalized. The harassment had gotten so bad that someone urinated in her locker. Despite this, she continued to work harder and refused to let them run her off or stand in her way. She and her coworker, Deborah, were involved in a meeting with Northwest that did not go well. During the meeting, became upset and started to cry, and Deborah was concerned about the emotional toll that the harassment was causing in Sue's life. She told Deborah that she was scared, but did not elaborate on who she was scared of. Deborah believes that Sue was truly terrified for her life. The harassment continued, and then came September 12th when she mysteriously disappeared after leaving work to pick up food for her crew. Surprisingly, it would take a day and a half for her coworkers to report her missing. When she was later found dead, police suspected that her death may have been connected to a federal investigation of Northwest Airlines that took place in the summer preceding her murder. Beginning months before her murder, there was an investigation into a multi-million-dollar scam coming out of the Northwest terminal she worked in. It is believed that the persons behind the scam believed Sue was the one who blew the whistle on them. Some of the baggage handlers that she worked with were operating a stolen credit card ring. When shipments of new cards were transported by Northwest jets, they would steal them and either sell them or use them for themselves. 10 of them were later arrested and convicted, some of which were named by her in her diary. Sue's family later settled a sexual harassment lawsuit with Northwest Airlines. Before Sue left work to go get the sandwiches on the night she vanished, she received a phone call from an unidentified person who wanted to meet her. Her family believes that the call was from someone Sue trusted who lured her to a meeting with her killer. 2 prime suspects in the case are 2 of Sue's co-workers, Joseph Nuzzo and Robert Brooks, also known as Bobby, 2 people she had several problems with. Nuzzo had threatened Sue after she broke up a fight between him and another employee. As a result, he was suspended from work for 6 months. He blamed Sue for this and keyed her car, slashed her tires, staked out her house, made anonymous telephone calls, and told others that he would exact revenge. Shortly after Nuzzo returned to work, they would start up the scam that would ultimately lead to their downfall. In August of 1992, several baggage handlers were subpoenaed by a grand jury, and Nuzzo allegedly believed that Sue had told the police about the scheme. 2 days later, he was fired, and only a few weeks after his firing, Sue was found dead. He was a crew chief at the airport and led the theft ring and would later be convicted for the scam. Nuzzo Brooks and another worker named Edward Flaherty were among 35 people indicted in the massive credit card theft operation. Flaherty pleaded guilty to stealing credit cards from mail shipments from about April 1991 until July 1992 to pay off gambling debts and feed it cocaine habit. Not surprising, these 3 men were also the men who had been allegedly harassing Sue. Brooks moved out of the area prior to the murder and cooperated with police and later pleaded guilty to theft and fraud charges. However, he was later charged with lying to a federal grand jury. He claimed that he was working in another state on the night of Sue's murder and that he didn't talk to Nuzzo on the day of Sue's murder. Both statements were proven to be false. There is no evidence that Sue was involved in helping with the investigation, and her family believes that Sue didn't even know about it until she read about it in the newspaper. Nuzzo and Brooks remain suspects in her murder, along with Sue's other co-workers at Northwest. A $250,000 reward is being offered by her family for an arrest in the case, which as of today remains open and unsolved. Wesley Keith Billingsley was born August 17, 1993, and went by Wes. He graduated from San Diego State University in 2016 with a degree in business administration and marketing. According to his Facebook page, he is the founder of BAM Enterprise, which appears to be a public relations agency, and co-founder of On Deck, which appears to be a lifestyle brand focusing on apparel, accessories, music, and events. He was originally from Sacramento, California, and moved back there for a short time after college and before returning to San Diego. He was described as free-spirited, positive, happy, and liked to make people smile. In 2018, at the age of 24, he had been working at an advertising agency but lost his job. Unable to make rent, he would lose his apartment and be forced to stay back and forth between three friends' homes in the Pacific Beach neighborhood. The friends lived on Haines Street, Diamond Street, and Grand Avenue. According to police, Pacific Beach is one of San Diego's high-crime neighborhoods. He never told his mother, Crystal, about his current living situation, and she was under the impression that he was still working at the ad agency and living with his roommates in his previous apartment. On June 12, 2018, he would go missing and would never be seen again. He was supposed to meet with friends on June 13th to help them move, but never showed up. It was discovered that on June 12th, his phone was turned off or went dead and all social media interactions ceased, which is very unusual for him. Also that day, he drove by the Vons store, a place he frequented, and saw someone he knew. He would smile, wave, and keep driving. This is most likely the last person to see Wes. 2 months after his disappearance, his black Ford Expedition was found abandoned on a city street in the South Bay area of San Diego near the border of Mexico. Some of his personal belongings were still inside the vehicle, but there was no sign of him. It wasn't uncommon for people to park near the border and take a cab into Mexico, but it was uncommon for someone to do this alone, especially without telling anyone. However, there was no official evidence that he crossed the border that day. His mom later filed a missing persons report in Mexico. She also checked the jails and morgues but found nothing. His mother, Crystal, who lives in Sacramento, has repeatedly returned to San Diego to spread the word about her son's disappearance and beg for information. It is of note that Wes has 8 tattoos on various places on his body and could easily be identified by this. She also wants people to remember that Crime Stoppers has a 100% anonymous tip line, which accepts tips via their app, phone number, or online using the web tip process. The tip line does not utilize caller ID and conversations are not recorded. The tip line is operated by Crime Stoppers and is not under law enforcement control. His mother remains devastated, and as of today, Wes has never been found and this case remains unsolved. Brittany Shante Robinson was born January 27, 1998 to Dimitri Cooper and Tiana Ho. Her parents would later separate and Brittany would live with her mother full-time in Mobile, Alabama. Brittany and Dimitri would occasionally spend some time together as she was growing up, but these occasions were few and far between. Dimitri had allegedly struggled over the years with drug addiction and schizophrenia and had been charged at some point with domestic violence and assaulting a police officer. On June 14, 2012, her mother reluctantly agreed to allow 14-year-old Brittany to go to Dimitri's home for 2 days in Dawes, Alabama. Her aunt, Dimitri's sister, dropped her off at his house at 9 a.m. and sadly, Brittany would never be seen again. After not hearing from or seeing her daughter, Tiana called the police who went to his house, but Dimitri and Brittany were gone. A warrant was put out for his arrest a few weeks later for custodial interference. When she went missing, Dimitri had left Alabama and went to Memphis, Tennessee. And then on July 7th, he took a bus from Tennessee to Arkansas, where police would find him in September at a mental health facility. While traveling around, Demetrius reportedly hustled money off people by pretending to be a homeless person to get train and bus tickets. Upon being arrested, He told police that he did not know where Brittany was, but he did have her pink iPod on his person, along with a rope and knife. He changed his story once he was in custody, stating that he knew where she was and that she was safe, but wouldn't tell anyone where she was. He would change his story once again, stating that she'd never even come to see him. Meanwhile, he would continue to state that he would never hurt his daughter. Police would search his home in Mobile, but found no clues as to her whereabouts. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for custodial interference in August 2014 and only served a few years before being released on good behavior terms. His attorney claimed Demetric wouldn't actually give up any information whatsoever about what happened to Brittany and threatened suicide all the time to get his way. Tiana said that he showed no concern or care regarding Brittany when she visited him in prison. Brittany's family created a Facebook page dedicated to finding her called Bring Brittany Shantae Robinson Home. In 2019, Demetric offered to tell someone in the group what happened to Brittany and asked this person to meet him in person. However, he never showed up as planned. He also sent this person a meme of the Joker in a prison uniform with the caption, "Don't get on my bad side." Brittany was supposed to begin her freshman year at Murphy High School in the fall of 2012 and had signed up for advanced placement courses. Demetrius allegedly lives in Florida now, and as of today, Brittany has never been found, and this case remains unsolved. Colin Gillis was born March 4, 1994, to John and Patricia and grew up in a small logging town named Tupper Lake, New York, surrounded by the Adirondack Mountains. He was described as gifted academically, having a great sense of humor, and liked to have fun. He graduated from Tupper Lake High School in 2011 with honors, where he played basketball and football. He then began his first year at the State University of New York at Brockport, lived in a dorm, and planned to attend medical school. On March 10, 2012, 18-year-old Colin was home from college on spring break in his close-knit hometown of Tupper Lake and was looking forward to reuniting with friends from high school. He would start the night by going to his friend's house, who lived just down the street from him. He would then get a ride with a group of friends to a house on Lincoln Avenue. It's unclear if he and his friends had made actual plans for the evening, but at some point, they decided to head to a party about 5 miles away on past Gunga May Road. This would be the worst decision of the night because not only were they not friends with this group, they were not even invited. While at the party, an argument broke out and Colin's 9 friends decided it would be best to leave, but Colin himself refused to go. His friends could not figure out why he was so adamant about staying, but they weren't going to stick around to find out and left. With his friends gone, was left with a group of people he barely knew and some he didn't know at all. Police stated that the party would eventually break up around 1:30 a.m. However, it's unclear if the earlier fight had anything to do with this, but it is believed that more than one fight broke out that night and Colin may have been involved in at least one of them. This is strange because Colin was described as a non-confrontational person, and it is unclear how much he had to drink that night, if any. After the party broke up, he called a few friends to pick him up, leaving voicemails, but no one answered, so he began walking. And instead of going right towards his home, he went left on foot, walking along the dark highway on Route 3 towards Piercefield. Right after leaving the party around 1:30 a.m., 2 teens stopped and asked if he wanted a ride, but he declined. He was then seen walking west near the area of Setting Pole Dam Road on Route 3 at 1:45 a.m. A local named Austin later stated that he rode by Colin and asked him twice if he could give him a ride, but he declined, stating a friend was on the way to pick him up. However, there was no evidence that anyone was planning to pick him up. Austin would later be the subject of rumors in the small town as being involved in his disappearance. At some point, a passing motorist saw someone who fit Colin's description walking along the highway without a coat and acting strangely. He was concerned, as it is not the kind of road you would expect to see a pedestrian on in the middle of the night without a coat in the freezing temperatures. The motorist drove a few miles to the police department and reported him out of concern. He stated he didn't feel comfortable stopping and was returning from a trip with his mother in the car. Strangely, the man also reported that the young man was flailing his arms and he at first thought he was a hitchhiker, but then it looked like he wasn't. About 30 minutes later, State Trooper checked the area and found no one. Colin was at the party with his orange LL Bean backpack that had a reversible jacket inside. However, these items have never been located, and it is unknown why he wasn't wearing his jacket when the passerby saw him. His parents reported him missing the next evening when he didn't return home. A massive 4-day search ensued involving hundreds of volunteers, police, search and rescue, and forest rangers, as well as high-tech sonar equipment and a dive team. The temperature was reportedly in the teens the night he went missing. Investigators say Colin's driver's license and a tobacco pipe was found near Franklin, St. Lawrence County line, just feet away from where he was last seen. Colin's phone was last used at 1:30 a.m. on Sunday, March 11th, the morning he disappeared. There was snow on the ground, and no signs of a struggle or accident could be seen, and there was no evidence suggesting that he was the victim of a hit and run. Sadly, the case would go cold. 8 years after he disappeared, in November of 2020, a dig was performed on a property that was known to locals in the nearby town of Edwards as the Old Noble Farm. It was located over 50 miles from where Colin was last seen walking, but details about the search have not been released to the public. This was possibly related to rumors about two brothers named Austin and Nathan being involved in their family owning the land that was searched. The farmhouse located on the property has since burned down, and Austin passed away in September of 2021. Colin's family and police believe that someone out there has information but is afraid of coming forward. The investigation is still ongoing, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Teresa Corley was born June 1, 1959 to Pauline and Thomas, and was one of 9 children. She was described as upbeat, positive, friendly, and attractive, and was nicknamed Terry. At the age of 19, she lived in Bellingham, Massachusetts, and was in her second year at Holliston Junior College and had dreams of working in the medical field. On the night of December 5, 1978, Terry and her friends were celebrating the birthday of Terry's boyfriend, and they all wound up partying at the train stop lounge on Depot Street in the nearby town of Franklin. She and her boyfriend would get into an argument, leaving her upset and wanting to leave. So at around 4 a.m., she would leave angry, upset, and intoxicated. Some reports say that no one in her group noticed she left, nor did they go after her. Other reports say that they refused to give her a ride, so she then attempted to hitchhike, which was not unusual for her. 3 men called up to her after she left the bar and would take her to the Presidential Arms Apartments on West Central Street in Franklin. It is believed she was then sexually assaulted by the 3 men. She asked them to let her go and quickly dressed and mistakenly put on one of her shoes and one of the men's shoes. Terry fled the apartment and attempted to make her way to her home in Bellingham, about 3 miles away. This is when she was picked up by a truck driver in the early morning hours. He would describe her as incoherent at times and had indicated she had been sexually assaulted and appeared very angry. He dropped her off just outside of Bellingham Police Station about 5 a.m., thinking she would go in but didn't wait to see. She was then seen about 5:30 a.m. by witnesses on Main Street near Dairy Queen heading in the direction of her home. That morning, her mother awoke and realized Terry had not come home, which was something she had never done before. At this point, her mother, 2 sisters, and friends began searching for her. Allegedly, one of the attackers that night by the name of Steve had gone into the Alpine Place apartments where Terry's boyfriend lived and claimed he was looking for someone. He has been questioned by police numerous times over the years, but has not revealed any details. Interestingly enough, his uncle was a Franklin police detective, and allegedly Steve reached out to his uncle immediately after Terry went missing. 3 days after she was last seen, a businessman from Connecticut by the name of John Burlington called the police station's business line to report that he had pulled off to the side of the road to relieve himself and had seen a nude woman's body. Sadly, she was found strangled to death off the northbound lane of Interstate 495 on the Bellingham Medway town line. Strangely, police would discover that John Burlington, the person who reported the body, didn't even exist in Connecticut. They believed the person was actually a Bellingham resident and had given a false name. John Burlington's real identity has never been discovered. And as for the men who officials say allegedly assaulted Terry on her last night of life, were questioned but never charged with any crime in relation to the case. In 2018, Terry's body was exhumed in hopes of obtaining a DNA sample. A state police chemist collected 9.5 fingernails to analyze for DNA in hopes of identifying the person responsible for her murder. However, the samples were too degraded to produce a full DNA profile, but male DNA was found on her jeans but has not been matched to any suspects. According to her sister, there were several key pieces of evidence in Terry's case that were either lost or accidentally destroyed. As of today, her sexual attackers have never been arrested, nor has her murderer been found, and this case remains unsolved. 26-year-old Erica Crippen Crosby lived in Mount Laurel with her family. After losing her mother when she was 13, her 2 aunts had raised her, and the 3 of them were extremely close. Family was everything to Erica, and everybody said that being a mother was her favorite thing in the whole world. She had a daughter, Amira, from a past relationship of almost a decade, and a 3-month-old baby girl, Kaylee, with her new husband, Kyle Crosby. Erica's family said that Kyle loved Amira like she was his own, and the family dynamic seemed perfect. Erica's friends said that she was funny, animated, smart and sassy, exaggerating everything she did and making jokes at her own expense just to make everyone laugh. She loved to entertain and be social, but she also enjoyed quiet nights in with her young daughters. As well as being a busy mother, she was working hard on achieving her dream of becoming a doctor, as well as working in a hospice caring for people. She was always on the go, never slowing down and always pushing and challenging herself. Erica and her husband of almost a year, Kyle, had actually known each other since school, but started speaking properly years later in 2012. He reached out her on Facebook, and the spark was instant. Erica said she loved his ambition. When they started dating, he was really driven and hardworking, and this matched her personality well. He was the founder of a fitness company, and the pair loved working out together. 2 years after meeting, they married and moved into a new apartment. Erica soon found out she was pregnant with twins, and the pair were over the moon. Erica's uncle said, "The white picket fence and the puppy, that's all they were missing." Tragically, however, one of the twins didn't survive, but little Kaylee did, and Erica called her miracle princess. Several months would pass, and the cracks were beginning to show in the couple's relationship. Erica and Kyle were definitely not without their issues. Kyle had started using a lot of drugs and would disappear frequently. Erica was forever trying to get him to stop and be present with his family, but the minute things seemed to get better, they would go back to how they were shortly after. The police had been called to the house several times for domestic disturbances, but it had never gone any further in the way of charges. Erica eventually put her savings towards paying for rehab for him, and everyone said that although she was trying her best to help and get their family back to how it was, she was mentally and physically exhausted. December 30th, 2014. Erica had a tradition that New Year's Eve was always spent with her girls, so Kyle and Erica decided to go out and celebrate the night before, having a nice meal and some drinks. Erica documented everything about her life online, and at around 11 p.m., she uploaded a photo of the couple to Facebook and set it as her profile picture. They were smiling and happy, enjoying their evening together. The next day, on what was New Year's Eve, Erica's Aunt Sonia answered the phone to Kyle. He told her that Erica was going out again, and he asked if she could help watch the children. She said this was strange, knowing it was Erica's tradition to spend the evening in with her family, and everyone she would normally have gone out with hadn't heard from her. Kyle phoned back later saying that everything was fine and she didn't need to come over anymore. Several hours passed and Erica's uncle got another call from Kyle. Kyle said he was getting worried as he had phoned Erica several times but was getting no answer. Her family started trying to call her too, but they were also met with silence. The hours ticked by into New Year's Day, and when her aunts got no text or call from Erica to wish them a happy new year, they knew something was wrong. January 2nd, 2015. Kyle posted a status to Facebook asking if someone could look after the girls. Surprisingly, Erica's family then received a couple of texts from Erica's phone, but something about them didn't sit right with them. They all had an instant, uneasy feeling, as the messages did not read or sound like her at all. She was still not answering her phone when it rang, and her social media was a ghost town. She posted every single day without fail, where she was, what she was doing, and tagging who she was with. Everything from her daily workouts and how many assignments she had to do, to her late-night snacks. But since her post a day before New Year's Eve, there was no activity whatsoever. When Amira wasn't collected from school and the police were called to do a welfare check, everybody felt sick to their stomachs. On January 7th, when officers arrived at the couple's apartment, they found baby Kaylee alone in the bathtub, fully clothed in a soiled diaper. Police immediately suspected there was improper childcare going on. Family members then turned up at the apartment too and said that it was in total disarray. There was a smashed window and broken glass on the floor. Food and rubbish scattered around. Furniture was overturned and everything was everywhere. Erica's purse and keys were still inside, and despite the freezing cold temperatures, her coats were all there too. Everybody said she would have been horrified at the state of her home. There was no way she would walk away from the children, and not a chance that she would leave them in an apartment like that. Kyle was sat on a chair and he appeared to be high on something. Given the state of the home and little Kaylee in the bathtub, the police asked Kyle to come in and make a statement. Amira's father, Hameen, came and picked her up, and Kaylee was taken in by Kyle's mom, Jo. Hameen said that Amira was very smart and perceptive, and it was heartbreaking to know that she knew something bad had happened to her mother, but the same as everyone else, she had no idea what. At the police station, Kyle wasn't really making any sense and told officers that he had taken some painkillers. He told them he hadn't actually seen his wife since New Year's Day. He tried to get in contact with her, but to no avail, and he had no idea where she might be. He filed a missing persons report and the search got underway. As well as the detectives, Erica's family and friends were conducting their own investigation. In the harshest and coldest conditions, and through all hours of the day and night, they looked for her. Her best friend even quit her job so she could spend every day searching for her. Given everything that they knew about Erica, her constant communication, her presence as a loving mother, her social media updates, and her keys and purse being at home, authorities informed the family that things had escalated fast and they were now treating her case as homicide. A few days later, police returned to the couple's apartment and realized that Kyle was gone, and so was Erica's 4 tourists. They tracked down Kyle's mother, Jo, hoping she would be able or willing to tell them where he was. Perhaps he was out looking as well, or maybe he'd gone to work. She was open and forthcoming, saying she hadn't actually spoken to Hassan in a week, and as well as Erica, she was concerned for his safety too, given the stress he was under. And Kyle's boss confirmed that he hadn't been in work for a couple of days, which was unlike him. One of Erica's aunts used the Find My app to see if she could get hold of Erica's last location according to her phone. This led everyone to a restaurant, but after looking in the bins outside and around the area, they determined that neither she nor her phone was there. Her cousin Barbara begged the manager to let them watch the CCTV, but there was no sign of Erica on any of the cameras. There was some footage of Kyle, Kaylee, and Amira from a few days before. The tapes were handed over to the detectives, who at this point were seeing red flags everywhere. They knew that Kyle had something to hide. He had been evasive from the start and his story kept on changing. They also learned that Kyle was now out on a drugs binge with a sex worker whom he had brought back to the couple's apartment. According to sources, he even told her she could go through Erica's wardrobe and take whatever she wanted. Police didn't have enough to arrest him on suspicion of murder, but they did have enough to file charges against him for child endangerment. On January 10, 2015, given the state of the apartment and the way the girls had seemingly been left to fend for themselves for 8 days, a warrant was issued for his arrest. Fortunately for the team, Detective Rayner, who was heading the investigation, received an unexpected call. It was Kyle's father, and he said that his son had called them off of a random number that morning. He handed the number over, and this pointed police to a convenience store in Maryland. Using this location, they managed to get a hit on Erica's car license plate. It had been seen driving down the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Finally, they were narrowing in on Kyle Crosby. BOLO, otherwise known as a B on the lookout, was put out for the car. An off-GT police officer driving around Maryland soon spotted the car with Kyle driving it. He attempted to pull him over, but before he could do anything, Kyle jumped out of the car and ran off. After police caught up to him, he was officially charged with 2 counts of child endangerment. They seized the Ford Taurus and a forensic examination began on it. Police uncovered several items from inside that they believed had significant evidentiary value. Duct tape, a shovel, a bag of cement, and several used air freshener canisters. They now believe that they had enough circumstantial evidence to charge Kyle Crosby with the murder of his wife. He was held on a $1 million bond. But they still didn't have Erica's body, and they had no idea where she might be. After looking in the glove box of the car, they found a GPS device, and the hope was if this was plugged in, the data would be able to tell them where he went and when. The GPS device contained over 8,000 points over a few hundred miles. These points showed where the vehicle had come to a stop. Detective Rayner said, "It was essentially like digital breadcrumbs being dropped." They limited down the points to anywhere the vehicle had stopped for 10 minutes or longer, believing that if Kyle had moved and left Erica's body somewhere, it was likely it would have taken longer than a few minutes. Going through everything and eliminating certain points was a mammoth task, and while the team worked on this, Kyle's phone was also looked at. They found 15 messages between him and his mother, Jo, that had been deleted. Detective Rayner said the messages were disturbing, to say the least. On December 31st, the day police believed that something had happened to Kyle was actually texting his mother in real time as a fight between the pair was going on. At 3:20 a.m., a message from his mother read, "Please do not touch her in any way or form." 13 minutes later, Kyle replied and said, "I'm not that stupid." For hours later, at around 7 a.m., Joe's phone had pinged off of a tower near to the couple's apartment. Jo hadn't mentioned any of this to the police, and she was asked to come to the station and explain it. She bluntly told them if they checked her phone, they would find many more deleted messages between her and her son. She said she assumed they would have already found them and didn't feel the need to mention it. Police were convinced that she knew what had happened and was trying to help her son cover it up. Jo Crosby was also charged with tampering with evidence. She was held on a $12,500 bail, but posted 10% of it and was let out. The data on the GPS device was being looked at alongside Google Maps and Street View to see if any of the points looked like somewhere Kyle might have tried to hide Erica's body. One spot caught their attention right away. It was in the middle of Maryland near a long country road, a quiet rural area amidst a forest. Kyle's car had stopped there for 5 minutes one night, and then for 14 minutes a couple of nights later. Just a short walk away from the road the car had stopped on, Erica's body was found under some branches. She was wrapped in a blanket, her arms, legs and neck were bound with electrical cord, and duct tape was across her mouth and nose. Although the cold weather had often hindered the search, police were now actually grateful for it. Despite detectives thinking she had likely been dead since New Year's Eve, her body was well preserved, as was any evidence around her, and this was all down to the freezing temperatures and the snow. After a lengthy time for the family, just waiting for some sort of conclusion to the case, it was announced that Kyle Crosby would plead guilty. In December 2015, he pleaded guilty to aggravated manslaughter and hindering apprehension. As part of his plea deal, his mother's charges were dropped, as were the charges of child endangerment. Detective Rayner said he wanted to believe Kyle's tears were genuine, but he couldn't help but think they were more for himself than anyone else. After he was sentenced, Erica's Aunt Sonia said, "We can finally move on. We can just be there picking up the pieces for the children." Today, he really showed remorse. He did care for her. He did love her in some way. Erica's cousin said the best thing anyone could do following this was maybe take something away from it. "Be honest with their loved ones and let them help you," she said. "There's signs in the beginning of relationships. Act on those signs and don't be afraid to leave," she said. Erica's oldest daughter, Amira, now lives with her father, Hameen, and Erica's aunt, Sonia, and uncle, Kanye, adopted Kaylee. Her Aunt Sonia said that Erica told her that if anything were to happen to her, she wanted to be cremated and put into lockets so that her daughters could wear her close to their hearts. Erica's family never gave up and were relentless in their efforts to find Erica and the truth. Detective Rayner said, "I've been a homicide detective for almost 10 years, and it's rare that I've ever experienced a family as involved in looking for their missing loved one as Erica's family was. I have a lot of respect for them, and I'll never forget that grit and that tenacity that they showed in trying to find Erica. Erica was a loving, hard-working mother, giving everything she could to her children, husband, and family, dedicating so much to her dreams of one day being a doctor. Barbara said she feels like Erica is never far away, and that's thanks partly to how much her daughters are like her. She said, "Amira remembers a lot. More and more every day she's looking like her. She laughs like her. It's like having Erica back in the house." The city of Eureka in Humboldt County, California is sometimes referred to as the heart of the U.S. Redwood Coast. However, on the downside, when compared to other locations with comparable populations, Eureka is ranked among the most dangerous cities in the nation. Eureka has a violent crime rate of 38.4, which is higher than the 22.7 national average. The town of Eureka was completely devastated by a horrifying crime that occurred there back in 1997. Slightly north of Eureka, in the deep Ryan Slough, a duck hunter found the severed torso of a woman on October 26, 1997. After notifying the Humboldt County Sheriff Department, an investigation into the matter was started right away. The torso had been stabbed 27 times and was cut down the middle, and the head, arms, legs, and breasts had all been chopped off. The detectives tried numerous times to identify the victim, but were never successful. Nevertheless, they estimated that the woman was between 18 and 25 years old, did not smoke, and had previously given birth. For a little while, this reduced the number on their list, but there was no luck. While the investigation to identify the slain woman continued, a little over 2 months later, in January 1998, an arm of a female body was found and recovered on Clam Beach, which is about 20 miles north of the Ryan Slough. The arm was found to belong to the same woman whose remains were found near Eureka. Her head, another arm, and some of her legs were still missing though. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Department put in a lot of overtime and effort to identify the victim, but it appeared to be an insurmountable task, given the lack of clues and the severely decomposed state of the remains. Months passed with virtually no development in the case. The woman's identity was still unknown, but as 1998 drew to a close, a startling twist in the case caught the investigator off guard and fundamentally changed the direction of the investigation. Wayne Adam Ford, then 36, entered the main Humboldt County Sheriff Department station on Tuesday, November 3, 1998, with the intention of making an odd confession. Rodney Calvin Ford, Wayne's brother, was also present. While the detectives searched him, Wayne was found to be in possession of a woman's severed body part that was sealed in a Ziploc bag. Wayne stopped trying to hide anything, so he willingly cooperated with the officers. Wayne confessed to the detectives that he had committed several crimes and that he had killed 4 women in the North State, including the nameless woman whose body was discovered in the Ryan Slough in October 1997. Rodney informed the detectives that Wayne had called him on November 2, 1998, stating that he needed assistance with something. Wayne claimed he could no longer keep the secrets and that he wanted to turn himself in. Following Wayne's confession, Rodney persuaded him to come clean and turn himself in to the police while he attempted to piece together what his brother had done. Wayne told the detectives that he turned himself in because, had he not, he might have killed his ex-wife after admitting to killing 4 women. He refrained from acting solely out of a desire to spare his son from suffering. He expressed regret for the harm he had caused to all those women, and revealed that his evil actions were motivated by resentment toward his ex-wife, who was preventing Wayne from seeing their son. Wayne claimed that this infuriated him and caused him to act in heinous ways. Those who knew Wayne said he had been disappointed trying to see his son ever since he and his wife got separated and divorced. Wayne's visitation rights were severely restricted by the terms of his divorce from his ex-wife. On November 3, 1998, was taken into custody without any delay. Dennis Dewis, the sheriff of Humboldt County, spent 3.5 hours interviewing Wayne in an effort to get detailed information about his victims that would aid in their identification. Wayne claimed to have dismembered 3 of his victims and strangled the other one. Wayne listed 4 women who were hitchhikers. Wayne acknowledged that he had attacked each of them before mutilating and strangling them. Wayne reported to the police that on October 17, 1997, he picked up his first victim, whom he thought was a hitchhiker. He continued to describe the horrific events of that day, including how he had attacked her, strangled her, and then severed her body. The possibility that the woman Wayne was referring to be the one whose remains were discovered in October 1997 occurred to the detectives. However, did not seem to remember the name or face of that woman. During the course of the investigation, detectives searched places where Wayne had lived and discovered more remains that they believed belonged to the unidentified woman. The investigators also discovered that Wayne attempted to cook some of the unidentified woman's remains and stored them in his trailer's freezer for nearly a year. The woman's identity remained a mystery despite this information, and numerous body parts were still missing. Tina Renee Gibbs, a Las Vegas prostitute who is 28 years old, is the second victim that Wayne picked up sometime in 1998. Tina's naked body was discovered on June 2, 1998, in the California Aqueduct, close to the Kern County town of Buttonwillow. Tina was the only known victim of Wayne's that had not had her body severed. She had been strangled to death. In September 1998, for months after he had attacked and killed Tina, Wayne picked his third victim and struck again. This time, he picked up a 25-year-old Fontana prostitute named Lynette Dion White next to an Ontario truck. On September 25, 1998, Lynette's nude body was found floating in a San Joaquin County irrigation canal. The exact cause of Lynette's death was still unknown, but it was thought to be homicidal violence with an unclear ideology. Wayne admitted to the detectives that he had paid Lynette to stay with him for a night the night she passed away. Wayne killed 29-year-old Patricia and Tamez less than a month later. She was his fourth and final victim before he turned himself in. On October 23, 1998, Patricia's naked body was discovered floating in the California Aqueduct in San Bernardino County, close to Hesperia. One of her breasts had been chopped off and she had been strangled. When Wayne entered the police station to turn himself in, this was the body part he had been carrying in the Ziploc bag for over a week. Patricia was taken by Wayne from a convenience store, and similar to Tina, he paid her to stay the night. Sadly, Patricia also did not make it. Patricia's cause of death was determined to be strangulation with a possible thoracic spine fracture, as well as a broken neck beneath her shoulders. Wayne was being held at the Humboldt County Jail on murder charges with a $1 million bail. The detectives reported that Wayne was contrite and seemed to have come to a realization about his involvement in certain things in life. Wayne's past was investigated further by the authorities to see if he had been involved in any other killings. On December 3, 1961, Wayne Adam Ford was born in Petaluma, California. He was the second child born to an immigrant German mother and an American father. When he was 10 years old, his parents divorced, which had a lasting impact on his life and led him to enroll in the U.S. Marine Corps after dropping out of high school. Before receiving an honorable discharge in 1985, he served for 6 years. Wayne was struck by an inebriated driver in an accident that occurred in November of 1980. He suffered a head injury in the accident and spent 9 days in a coma. Wayne's family claims that following that incident, his personality underwent a significant transformation. Wayne began to experience psychological problems in 1983, and these problems only got worse over time, necessitating multiple hospital stays. Wayne received a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder not long afterward. Wayne had several run-ins with the law in the years that followed, including accusations that he had beaten and robbed a prostitute in Garden Grove, California, in 1986. He was taken into custody in 1990 on charges of animal abuse, and he spent a little time behind bars in San Clemente, California. Wayne was a bad husband to both of his wives, who eventually filed for divorce. After he had 2 marriages, Wayne worked as a long-haul truck driver and lived in a trailer park in Arcata, California. Between 1997 and 1998, the year of the murders. In a San Bernardino County court on June 27, 2006, Wayne was found guilty on 4 counts of first-degree murder, and he received a death sentence in August of 2006. He is currently incarcerated in San Quentin State Prison in California on death row. Investigators never gave up trying to identify the unidentified female victim of Wayne over the years. In an effort to find leads, They frequently examined missing person reports from the entire West Coast. They even tried using DNA databases to try and identify her. The woman's DNA was added to the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index, as well as the California Missing Persons DNA database. The DNA profile was regularly compared in the combined index system with profiles of other remains and missing persons. Regretfully, there was never a profile match. The woman's identity was still a mystery. William Hansol, the sheriff of Humboldt County, established a cold case unit in 2021 and tasked 2 investigators with the sole responsibility of reviewing and examining their department's unresolved cases in search of fresh leads. In December 2022, the Humboldt County Sheriff Department collaborated with the California Department of Justice and Othram, a forensic genealogy lab, to investigate the possibility of using advanced forensic DNA testing to identify the unidentified woman or a close relative. Courtesy of Detectives Othram received a DNA sample from the woman's preserved remains. Forensic genome sequencing was employed by Othram scientists to create a thorough DNA profile of the woman. By using this profile for forensic genealogy, the investigators were able to find a possible DNA match that took them to Kathy Cummings. Investigators speculated that Kathy may be a close relative of the woman who was never identified. The detectives got in touch with Kathy and inquired about any missing family members. According to her statement, Carrie and Cummings, her sister had vanished from the mid-1990s. The detectives asked Kathy about the last time she had any communication with Carrie. Pushing herself to focus more, Kathy remembered the last time she had seen her sister Carrie, which was in 1997. After obtaining a sample of Kathy's DNA, investigators compared it to the sample found on the deceased woman. At last, there was a match. The remains of Carrie and Cummings were formally identified in June 2023. Carrie was, as it turned out, only 25 years old when she was killed. Carrie's identity had been unknown for 25 years, but it was no longer a mystery. To provide Carrie's family some closure, the detectives contacted them and told them of Carrie's tragic case. Carrie's sister Kathy informed the detectives that although she was a lovely, intelligent, and humorous woman, she was suffering from an untreated mental illness. Before the family lost contact with her in 1997, she was couch surfing in Eugene, Oregon. Kathy claims that her family attempted to file a missing persons report for Carrie in 1997 when she was reported missing in Oregon and Arizona. But for various reasons, the report was never filed. Carrie's family was informed that she was an adult who had made her own lifestyle choices. There was nothing the police could do if she posed no threat to herself or others. Carrie was never added to any national databases or listed as missing as a result of this. The investigators hoped that this identification would help provide some closure and peace of mind, even though they were aware that they could not ease Carrie's family's suffering. In addition to giving them pride, Carrie's case gave them hope that more cases like hers could be resolved with perseverance. The Humboldt County Coroner's Division is currently working to return Carrie's remains to her family so that a fitting funeral and burial can take place. Wayne Adam Ford is still incarcerated at San Quentin State Prison on death row. While the detectives continue to be committed to reviewing cold cases in collaboration with Othram and the California Department of Justice. With a population of roughly 3,000, Provincetown is a small coastal resort town in Massachusetts, USA. It is well known for its harbor, beaches, artistic community, and tourism sector. The LGBT community also finds it to be a popular vacation spot. A 12-year-old girl who was following a barking dog made a horrifying discovery on July 26, 1974. In the Race Point Dunes, she discovered the decaying body of an unknown woman. Only a few yards from a road, the body was lying face down on half of a beach blanket. Under her head, there were Wrangler jeans and a blue bandana, and her long auburn or red hair was pulled back into a ponytail with a gold-flecked elastic band. The woman was almost severed to death, her toenails were painted pink, and there was no indication of a struggle. It was found that she had been crushed on one side of her head, most likely with a military-style entrenching tool. It was established that this head injury was the reason for her demise. Upon reaching the scene, the police were perplexed as to the identity of the woman, her journey here, and the identity of her killer. tire tracks were discovered 50 yards from the scene, and 2 sets of footprints led to the body. According to police theories, the woman may have been asleep when she was killed, or she may have known her killer. The woman's features were ascertained by the police, who found that she weighed 66 kilograms, was of an athletic build, and stood about 5 to 6 inches tall. She was also in the age range of 25 to 40. She underwent pricey dental procedures, such as crowns, that could have cost $5,000 to $10,000. Still, a number of her teeth were extracted. In addition, 1 forearm and both of her hands were gone. At the time, some investigators thought the murderer had removed these body parts in an effort to conceal their own identity or the identity of the victim. The victim's face was crushed and disfigured, and her hands were missing, making fingerprints impossible to identify. Neither her body nor her inner garments contained any identification that the police could find. The case became even more difficult for the investigators because of this lack of evidence. Putting the murder victim's skull and teeth together was a task given to Dr. Stanley M. Schwartz, the state dental forensic examiner and head of diagnosis at Tufts University Dental School. He recreated the woman's teeth, jaw, and skull. A clay model of her features was made by forensic anthropologist Dr. Clyde Snow of the Federal Aviation Administration's Civil Air Medical Institute. In a last-ditch effort to find leads, images of the model and artist renderings of the sculpture were shared across the nation. In an attempt to identify the dentist who had completed the pricey dental work, authorities also contacted thousands of dentists and published articles about the case in police and detective magazines, as well as dental journals. Although dental records were provided, none of them matched. James J. Meads, the chief of Provincetown Police, was committed to cracking the case of the unidentified woman. In an effort to spark interest and collect leads, he made appearances on network television and in national magazines. He also made a lot of trips in pursuit of every lead he could find. Meads was contacted by thousands of people via phone calls and letters, claiming to have information about the victim or her killer, but all of the leads were fruitless. The case, however, stayed unsolved, but the public's curiosity about it kept growing. The identity of the victim and the brutality of her murder captivated people. They were curious as to who killed her and why she was killed. The victim gained an unofficial nickname as the Lady of the Dunes, and the case turned into a national obsession. A Canadian woman claimed to have witnessed her father choke a woman in Massachusetts in the early years of 1972, and she shared this information with a friend in 1987. When police followed up on the tip, they were unable to find either the woman or her father. A different woman reported to the police that the composite sketch of the Lady of the Dunes resembled her sister who vanished from Boston in 1974. Police looked into this as well, but they produced no conclusive results. Additionally, detectives pursued a lead concerning Rory Jean Kessinger, a criminal who went missing. Kessinger had escaped from prison in 1973 and would have been 25 years old at the time of the murder. Although Kessinger and the victim bore some resemblance, the victim's DNA did not match Kessinger's mother's according to police reports. Even though the case went cold over the years, the police never gave up. They never gave up on their investigation or their quest to identify the victim. A CT scan of the skull was conducted in May 2010, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children used the scan images to produce another reconstruction. The Lady of the Dunes skeletal remains were sent to Othram, a private lab that specializes in DNA testing, in 2022. From the remains, Othram was able to create a DNA profile, which was subsequently provided to FBI agents. The FBI investigators performed a genealogy search using the DNA profile. In order to conduct this search, the DNA profile was compared to DNA samples provided by volunteers for databases like GEDmatch. The victim's distant relatives were identified by the FBI, thanks to an investigative lead obtained through a genealogical search. Following that, the FBI carried out additional research, which finally allowed them to identify the victim as 37-year-old Ruth Marie Terry. Although Ruth's identity provided some closure in the Lady of the Dunes case, it also sparked new inquiries, such as why Ruth was in Provincetown, who took her life, and what was the reason behind their extreme measures to hide her identity. Authorities chose to delve deeper into her past in order to provide answers to these queries, and on September 8, 1936, they found that she was born in Whitwell, Tennessee. In a mountainside shack, Johnny Terry and Eva Terry were her parents. Ruth moved from Whitwell to Livonia, Michigan to work at the Fisher Body Automotive plant in 1957. She gave birth to her son Richard at this same period. The identity of the child's father is unknown. She was unable to take care of the child, though, because of her financial situation. In exchange for her debts being paid off, she permitted her boss, Richard Hanchett Sr., to adopt her son. Ruth relocated to California following the adoption's completion and left Livonia. Ruth tried to contact her son in 1972, but he was not ready to see her. He had overdosed on drugs and was unconscious for 18 days at that point. Luckily, he made it through the ordeal. Ruth married Guy Rockwell Moldavine, an antique thief from Reno, Nevada, in February 1974. The couple paid a visit to Ruth's family in Whitwell, Tennessee, for months before her death. Later, Brittany Novoglonsky, Ruth's grandniece, recalled that Ruth did not feel like herself when she was with Moldavine. She claimed that Ruth appeared scared of him and that he was domineering and possessive. The couple traveled to Chattanooga to see Terry's half-brother, Kenneth, and his wife, Carolee, following their visit with Ruth's family. Afterwards, Kenneth and Carol remember that Terry and Moldavine informed them that they were going to visit America in search of antiques. Kenneth also mentioned that as they were leaving, they talked about going to Massachusetts. Moldavine surprised Ruth Marie Terry's family in Tennessee by paying them a surprise visit in the late summer of 1974. Although he stated that Ruth was missing from their California home, he did not provide a reason for her disappearance. All he could say to them was that he had no idea where she was. After that, James, Ruth's brother, went to California to employ a private investigator to locate her. The investigator informed James and the other family members that Ruth had left the state voluntarily after joining a religious cult and that all of her possessions had been sold. Ruth was listed as deceased in obituaries in the years that followed, indicating that her family thought she had passed away. They never did hear from anyone confirming her passing, though. Moldavine became the main suspect in Ruth's death after information about his strange behavior and his enigmatic return to Tennessee became public. The police declared they were looking for additional details regarding Moldavine. They started a renewed investigation into his past and life. They found some startling things. Abram Albert Zadrinsky Moldovin and Sylvia Lily Silverblatt adopted Moldovin, who was born on October 27, 1923. Moldovin was a student at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in 1942 while residing in New York City. Because of a mastoid infection, he was unable to serve in the military during World War. Following his marriage to Joellen in 1946, Moldavine lived in Seattle, Washington, and New York, California, where he worked as a disc jockey. In 1956, the marriage ended in divorce. Moldavine wed Manzanita Eileen Manzarayan in Kootenai County, Idaho, 2 years later in 1958. Dolores Ann Mearns, who was 18 at the time, was Manzanita's daughter from a previous marriage on April 1960. Both women disappeared inexplicably and Moldovin became the main suspect. He ran away from Seattle, but was caught by the FBI and charged with escaping the law in order to avoid testifying about their deaths. A freshly sealed septic tank contained fragments of the human body and tissue that law enforcement found during a search of the residences Moldovin had shared with Manzanita. Authorities, however, were unable to confirm that the remains are that of either of the two missing women. Moldovin was never charged because the King County prosecutor was reluctant to file charges in relation to their disappearances without a body. In King County, Washington, Moldavine married Evelyn Marie Emerson, not long after Manzanita and her daughter Dolores vanished. After Moldovin's second wife disappeared, Moldavin was found guilty of defrauding Evelyn's family of $10,000. He was given a 15-year prison sentence in 1961, but it was suspended in March 1962 in exchange for him repaying the money. Moldavin was also found to be the main suspect by the authorities in the 1950 murder of Henry Lawrence Baird and the abduction of Barbara Jo Kelly. On June 17, 1950, Baird, a 28-year-old bred truck driver, was last observed going on a date in Humboldt County, California with Kelly, a 17-year-old waitress. Baird's body was found face down on a beach close to Table Bluff the next morning. With the exception of his shoes and socks, he was completely nude after being shot in the back of the head. Under Baird's corpse, Kelly's personal belongings were discovered, folded and tucked in. Kelly herself was never found again. Whoever shot Baird is thought to have kidnapped her. Moldovan was formally identified as Ruth's murderer on August 28, 2023, but he had no way of paying for his crimes. At the age of 78, he passed away in March 2002. Although the mystery surrounding Ruth's death had been resolved, it would remain unclear how Moldovan killed her. Ruth's loved ones may never learn the whole truth about her death, but now that her murderer has been apprehended, they can at last feel some sense of closure. On March 17, 2015, a hiker walking the Lone Mountain Trail in Carson City noticed a shoe sticking out of the ground and alerted authorities, who found the buried body of a woman wrapped in a sleeping bag. Authorities estimated that the woman had passed away about a year before she was discovered. Investigators followed the usual procedure to identify the woman, but were unable to, and she became a Jane Doe. The Carson City Sheriff's Office brought the case to the DNA Doe Project in 2019 to attempt to investigate genetic genealogy to trace the Jane Doe's identity using DNA matches to build her family tree. After a complex series of laboratory processes to extract DNA and translate it into a workable profile for a comparison to the millions of records in the database's, volunteer investigative genetic geogenealogists got to work in May 2020. The DNA Doe Project said since research began, more than 13 volunteers have worked to connect the matches with family trees, going back to ancestors born in the mid-1700s in England. It took a little less than a year to narrow the search to a single family in the vast tree. 3 of the 6 siblings were women, and this lead was offered to the investigating officers to follow up. In October 2022, a family member of the Jane Doe's ancestry DNA test was uploaded to gedmatch.com, a public database that can be used by law enforcement cases. After this DNA match, investigators confirmed that the Jane Doe is Joyce Rogers Annis, originally from Michigan. In addition to providing the critical lead to this identification, the DNA Doe Project team also provided information about a man associated with Joyce who later confessed to burying her body on Lone Mountain. It turned out that 72-year-old Joyce passed away due to natural causes, and her husband, Edward Barton, buried her in the mountain. They were homeless and had no money for a funeral. Unfortunately, there is no way to prove or disprove Edward Barton's version of events, and the case is currently considered solved. Our case today takes us to Anchorage, a humble city in the state of Alaska in the USA. Known for its cultural sites, traditional crafts, and stage dances, Anchorage attracts many adventurers. This vibrant city also has many positives, such as its stunning scenery, no sales tax, and a friendly community. However, the city also has its downsides. Anchorage has consistently been in the top 10 most dangerous cities in the U.S. Being Alaska's largest city, criminals enjoy the advantage of traveling through the area virtually undetected. The violent crime rate in Anchorage is more than double the national average of the USA. And back in 2007, a selfless nurse's life was tragically snatched away from her in this very place. Mindy was born on July 16, 1955 in Brooklyn, Kings, New York, to the couple Walter and May Schloss. She grew up in Syracuse, New York, with her brother William Schloss. When Mindy was in her early 20s, she left home and settled in Seattle, where she met a man named Robert Conway, or simply Bob Conway. Mindy and Robert got along well and soon fell in love with each other. By 1980, the soulmates moved to Alaska. For a very long time, Mindy had wanted to pursue a career in nursing. She knew it was not going to be an easy job, but she was dedicated to devoting long hours to achieve something that really mattered to her. Mindy earned a bachelor's degree in nursing from the University of Alaska, Anchorage. She worked tirelessly to advance her knowledge and skills to improve her ability to serve her patients by earning a master's degree in public health from Johns Hopkins, an adult nurse practitioner degree from the University of Portland, and a psychiatric nurse practitioner degree from the University of New York, Stony Brook. Even though Mindy was doing well in her career, she had to go through many hardships. Her mother's passing in 1999, followed by her father's in 2001, took a huge toll on her. Thankfully, Robert was there to get her through this tragic time. In the years that followed, as she recovered, Mindy developed a passion for baking. Each year, she would eagerly wait for her favorite time of year, which was the berry picking season. Mindy greatly enjoyed traveling, whether it was to some exotic destination with Robert or wherever her work took her. She went happily. She served the public in various nursing positions in both rural and urban Alaska. And on top of that, she helped a wide variety of public health programs with her excellence in the nursing field, which was reflected in Mindy's exceptional professionalism and work ethic. During the latter period of her career, Mindy devoted her practice to helping take care of psychiatric patients. She was responsible and dedicated, always willing to give more than 100%. Her passion for life shone through every day, as she encouraged all the people to live their lives to their fullest potential. During all of Mindy's ups and downs, Robert was always by her side, planning his next holiday destination with Mindy to make sure she took breaks from her busy life. Just like any other day on Friday, August 3, 2007, Mindy arrived at her home on Cody Sark Street in Anchorage, Alaska, after a busy day at work. She was supposed to leave for Fairbanks to tend to some patients there in a few days and was preparing for that. But on Sunday, August 5, 2007, she missed her flight out of Anchorage and all of her appointments in Fairbanks. Jerry Yatt, one of Mindy's closest friends, tried to contact Mindy to figure out where she had been, but she never answered any of her calls. Bob, Mindy's boyfriend, also tried contacting Mindy and reached out for help to Jerry after failing multiple times. On August 7, 2007, one day after Mindy had failed to show up for work, Jerry called the Anchorage Police Department and officially reported her friend missing. Jerry and Mindy had been friends for 18 years. They first became acquainted while working together as nurses, and gradually they became best friends. In this busy field of work, they were each other's biggest supporters. They loved to spend time together and frequently went on small trips. They took care of each other, and Jerry would even look after Mindy's cat, Willie, when she had to go away. But everything changed in that 1 week of August 2007. On Tuesday, August 7, 2007, Detective Pam Paranor arrived with her team at Mindy's house to conduct an investigation. She met with Jerry, who claimed that earlier when she arrived at Mindy's house to check on her, she found the house to be in complete disarray. Although there were any signs of a burglary or break-in, there were some details that Jerry found odd. It definitely was not in a state that Mindy would have left it, even if she was in a rush to leave for work. In addition to that, there was an empty bottle of wine. And knowing how restless Mindy's sleep was, the bed seemed to be too perfectly made. Taking a look around the house, detectives found that Mindy's car was gone too. Jerry told the detectives about Mindy's flight to Fairbanks, but pointed out that Mindy didn't like driving to the airport since it was so close to her place. And also she always thought that the parking there was expensive. The sudden disappearance wasn't making any sense to Jerry, but looking at the circumstances, she couldn't help but fear the worst. As Jerry grew more and more worried, the detectives decided to take a look around Mindy's neighborhood and ask people if they had seen anything, even minutely suspicious. After an initial round of questioning a few of Mindy's neighbors, the detectives were able to gather some information. Mindy was last seen at her home at about 7 p.m. on Friday, August 3, 2007. They also learned that Mindy had frequent arguments with her next-door neighbors who were known for being overly chaotic and rowdy. From the very beginning, detectives suspected foul play and thought that Mindy's long-term boyfriend, Bob Conway, might have something to do with her disappearance. However, after multiple rounds of interrogating Bob, he was soon dismissed as a suspect when he was able to provide a solid alibi, confirming that he hadn't seen Mindy that weekend. A few days later, after Bob was left off the hook, the detectives noticed some activity in Mindy's bank account. Authorities discovered that 2 $500 cash withdrawals had been made at 2 different ATMs from Mindy's account. CCTV footage from the ATMs, they found it wasn't Mindy who used her debit card to make those transactions. On August 9, 2007, Mindy's car, a red 2000 Acura Integra hatchback, was found in the area of 4370 Old International Airport Road near Alaska Air Cargo. It had been parked strangely at a spot at the airport parking lot. Luckily, that spot had surveillance cameras, and the detectives were able to obtain the CCTV footage of the car being parked and left. When Mindy's car was searched, her purse was recovered, which had Mindy's wallet, house keys, and car keys, but her ATM card was still missing. Figured the man who left the car there and the man who made the withdrawals from Mindy's bank account must have been the same guy. To collect more evidence from the car, detectives made use of the scent transfer technology, a technology which is used to sense, transmit, and receive scent-enabled digital media. And through that, they were able to figure out that Mindy might have been sitting in the passenger seat. Even though the investigators were getting close to solving the puzzle, there were still a few pieces missing. With each passing day, detectives worked hours to hunt down Mindy's killer. However, they didn't have any potential leads. A few days after the investigation had started, Kathy Easley, one of Mindy's neighbors, eventually came forward with some crucial information about a suspicious man. She informed the detective about a 26-year-old man named Joshua Wade, who was another one of Mindy's neighbors. Kathy told the detective that Joshua acted very strangely when the detectives were conducting an investigation into Mindy's disappearance earlier that same year. To support her accusation, she even recalled an old incident she had with Joshua during the investigation period. Allegedly, when the detectives were working to locate Mindy, Joshua came up to Kathy and asked, listening to Joshua's eerie words, and didn't hesitate to inquire further. Kathy asked why he had a warrant out for him. Joshua fumbled with his words a bit and said that he had broken into a drug dealer's home on her by peeping through his window. And it was now when Kathy had decided to tell the police about the whole incident. The name Joshua Wade didn't ring a bell for the detectives. It turned out that Joshua had a history of violence, and there were reports that Mindy had expressed discomfort around him. Based on recent findings, the detectives tagged Joshua as a prime suspect in Mindy's homicide, but the detectives still needed some concrete proof to formally charge him. Using the evidence gathered through scent transfer technology, the detectives focused on the scent from the driver's seat in Mindy's car. This was done to isolate the abductor's scent from the passengers. The FBI brought in the dogs to track the abductors, armed with samples of scent which most likely belonged to Mindy's abductor. Tracking dogs were typically used immediately after a crime had taken place. But since there was no evidence in the initial stages of Mindy's case, they were never brought in. Since the trail was weeks old, the dogs' jobs were made even more challenging. However, even after facing difficulties, the dogs traced the scent to Joshua Wade. Detectives were shocked by the dogs' findings, but sometimes these searches could be tricky. And so for confirmation, the FBI used the dogs again to track Mindy's bank card, which eventually led them to Joshua's house. Even though the search didn't find Joshua as he was on the run, evidence connecting him to the crime began to emerge. When the detectives conducted a search of Joshua's house, they found a jacket that matched the one seen on the surveillance footage from the ATM. Furthermore, the jacket also had a receipt for a bank transaction whose timestamp aligned perfectly with the one in the ATM footage. His phone was recovered as well, which had a picture of a gun similar to the one used to kill Mindy. The investigation took a shocking turn when the investigators looked further into Joshua's criminal history. He was eventually identified as an ex-convict who had previously been accused of another murder. Wade was once accused of murdering a 33-year-old woman named Della Brown in 2000. The case went to trial, but he was acquitted of the murder charge back then and was only convicted on one charge of tampering with evidence and given a 6.5-year sentence in 2003. After serving little more than 3 years, Joshua was released on probation on December 12, 2006. As the search for Joshua intensified, the police started receiving tips from the public, but still Joshua continued to evade capture, leading to a cat and mouse game. A photo of Joshua from the ATM was released as well, and an old girlfriend recognized him. Her name was Christina Greaser, and she claimed to have driven Joshua around. Tina Greaser, Christina's mother, never liked Joshua and didn't want her daughter to be with him. Christina decided to come forward when she found out some incriminating items in Joshua's backpack, which he had accidentally left behind in Christina's car. These items almost confirmed Christina and her mother of Joshua's questionable background. By the end of August 2007, the detectives were able to track Joshua down. She had gone back to Christina's apartment, asking her to drive him to a safe spot. When the detectives went to arrest Joshua, he held a few people as hostage in Christina's apartment building. The detectives were able to get everyone out safely, arrest Joshua, and take him into custody. When the detectives interrogated Joshua, he maintained a defiant attitude and smirked when confronted with evidence. Lisa, another one of Joshua's former girlfriends, eventually made a crucial confession. She revealed that Joshua had confessed to killing Mindy. With this information and Lisa's further cooperation, the detectives were now working to build a stronger case against Joshua. Joshua was finally charged with multiple state and federal charges, such as carjacking, theft, and bank fraud. On Thursday, September 13, 2007, a municipal worker doing site surveying work in the woods near Nick Goose Bay Road, about 5 miles from Wasilla, Alaska, came across a severely burned and decomposing body. He contacted the authorities right away. When the detectives arrived at the crime scene to investigate, they were taken aback looking at the gruesome conditions of the body. Using dental records, they were able to identify the victim as the 52-year-old Mindy Schloss. Later, an autopsy was conducted, which confirmed that Mindy was a victim of a homicide. The killer shot Mindy in the back of her head and tried to burn her body, but that wasn't even the worst part. Some other signs showed that Mindy had been gagged and bound with zip ties. A DNA sample was obtained from the crime scene and sent for forensic analysis. The results came back and confirmed a match between Joshua's DNA and the one found at the crime scene. This placed Joshua at the crime scene and also linked him to Mindy's ATM card usage. As the detectives intensified the search for Mindy's killer, her loved ones gathered for her cremation. It was Mindy's wish that she be cremated after her time in this world. Mindy's ashes were scattered across the Mediterranean Sea and no services were held for her. However, a few of Mindy's close friends and colleagues gathered together to celebrate her life and the joy she brought to them. Despite Joshua's best efforts to keep his ex-girlfriend, Lisa, from testifying, she finally revealed his confession. According to Lisa, Joshua had told her that he killed Mindy Schloss back in 2007 when he had recently been released from prison on probation. Joshua moved to Anchorage, Alaska, and into a house next door to Mindy's. Joshua was having a hard time with his life after prison. He was unable to pay the bills, and the fact that he was broke kept bothering him. Sometime in early August, Joshua had had a rough day at work. He returned home in a bad mood and broke into Mindy's house to rob her. Mindy was in her bathroom by the time. She couldn't process what was happening, but still tried to cooperate as much as she could. Joshua then tied her up with zip ties, took her ATM card and PIN information from her, and then shoved her in the car while she was still alive. After traveling more than an hour north of Anchorage, Joshua drove the car to a rural cul-de-sac in a wooded area in Wasilla, pulled Mindy out of the car, and shot her in the back of the head with a .45 caliber Glock. Once he made sure that Mindy was dead, he set her body on fire. Later on, he withdrew $1,000 from her bank account. Joshua was only 26 at that time. In 2010, during a dramatic trial, 29-year-old Joshua Wade entered a guilty plea in the 2007 killing of Mindy Schloss. Within a few hours, when the jury in Alaska's Superior Court was about to hand him a sentence, Joshua made a confession which shocked the entire courtroom. Joshua confessed that he also murdered the 33-year-old Della Brown in 2000 when he was only 19 years old. This resulted in a lengthy discussion by the jury. Both Mindy and Della were murdered years apart, and while Mindy had only been shot to death, Della had been beaten to death with a rock. Joshua was traveling through Sponard with his friends when he first saw Della and returned later to rob her. He stated that he found Della unconscious and in an intoxicated state. Joshua bashed her head with a rock before assaulting and murdering her. Later, he dumped her half-naked body in a filthy shed. Adam Bartlett, one of Joshua's defense attorneys, asked the state court to approve the plea deal reached with prosecutors, stating that Joshua had great remorse about his actions and had entered the plea deal sincerely. He added that to save his humanity, Joshua wanted the families of his victims to have closure. He added that to save his humanity, Joshua wanted the families of his victims to have closure. Although Joshua's defense lawyers claimed that their client had committed unforgivable sins and the horrific killings, they had come to see another side of him. According to them, Joshua was not the monster that people believed him to be. Joshua's attorneys provided a detailed description of his difficult life, highlighting how he endured trauma as a child. They even brought up an incident when Joshua had attempted to take his own life by drowning himself in a bathtub at the age of just 10. Because of the difficulties Joshua went through in his early life, he developed a drug addiction and soon followed his visits to psychiatric hospitals. Everything was now in front of the jury to look at. After a lengthy discussion, the jury announced the verdict. In addition to murdering Mindy and Della, the jury also found Joshua guilty on a federal charge of murder during a carjacking. Given that he stole Mindy's car, he was handed a sentence of 99 years. Although Wade did manage to evade the death penalty, he would only be eligible to get out on parole after he was 95 years old. For years later, in 2014, Joshua attempted to make a deal with prosecutors in exchange for being moved to a federal facility by confessing to 3 additional murders in exchange for a transfer to a federal prison where he could finish out his federal sentence. Joshua told the detectives that apart from Mindy and Della, he had also killed 3 other men. Although Joshua provided only vague details about those crimes. Detectives suspected that he was hinting at the killings of John Martin in 1994, Henry Antiwaskaruk in 1999, and another unidentified man in 2000. Their suspicions were confirmed once Joshua himself confessed to murdering the 3 men. When Joshua was in his teens, he murdered the 30-year-old Henry Antiwaskaruk in 1999 and 38-year-old John Michael Martin in 1994, both of whom were mentally ill. Joshua claimed that he murdered his 3rd victim, who was never identified, on the same night he murdered Della in 2000. Detectives reopened all those cold cases and took another look at them. John Michael Martin died from a single gunshot wound shortly after leaving a local village and restaurant. He was discovered by police in May 1994 near a cycling track that followed Northern Lights Boulevard. Martin had been frequently visiting the village inn for at least 5 years. He regularly came in during the day and night to meet his friends for coffee. But one tragic night, John left to walk home sometime around 2:30 a.m., and just 30 minutes later, he was found dead. John's sister claimed that he was jobless and suffered from schizophrenia. John's case remained cold for years after detectives exhausted all leads. In December 1999, Henry Antiwaskaruk Spady was discovered in room number 221 of the Alaska Budget Motel in Fairview by a maintenance worker. The medical examination of Henry's body revealed that he had been killed 2 days before his body was discovered. Henry was staying at the Motel East 4th Avenue in Gamble Street for a while at the time of the murder and was paying a weekly rent of $194. Henry, too, had a mental health issue. Joshua admitted that he killed his 4th victim, an unidentified man, on the same night he murdered Della in 2000. He claimed that the man was present when he killed Della in this Bernard shed. Joshua knocked him unconscious, shoved him in the trunk of his car, and drove out to a spot in a valley where he took his clothes off and shot him in the head 2 times with a shotgun. Joshua further added that killing that man didn't really bother him. After making his confessions, 34-year-old Joshua was transferred to a federal penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana, after serving the initial years of his lengthy sentence in Spring Creek Correctional Facility in Seward. Joshua's sentence provided some closure for his victims' families. Even though they were long gone, their loved ones were here to witness justice. Mindy's best friend, Jerry Yett, said that Mindy's life was tragically cut short and she would be greatly missed and remembered as a person who was compassionate, kind, and always supportive. Joshua Wade, who is currently in his mid-40s, is serving his lengthy sentence at the United States Penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana, USA. There have been no updates on the case of those 3 men that Joshua murdered before killing Mindy and Della. However, authorities stated that the investigation into the cases is still open. In 2015, 18-year-old Carl Farigian was living in Punta Gorda in Charlotte County, Florida. He was attending high school there and had just started his first job. Kyle was always smiling, friendly, and polite, with people saying he welcomed everybody with a cheeky grin. He loved the outdoors, enjoying long bike rides with his sister Keston. He was also an avid gamer, frequently staying up late into the night competing with people online. Keston said the pair were always close. Kyle looked out for her and was very protective. He was always in charge and he never let me forget it, she said. His stepfather, JJ, described him as mild-mannered, loving to laugh, play, and just have fun. Kyle stayed with his mother and stepfather on the weekends, and his father 50 miles away in Punta Gorda for the rest of the week. He had just got his first job at a local 7-Eleven store, and he was excited to be earning his own money and experiencing something new. Although he was outgoing with his family, he was quite shy around other people. He told his mother that he was happy his job was working the night shift so he could build up his confidence more without being overwhelmed by serving so many people. On October 31st, 2015, Kyle got ready for his night shift. Another employee was scheduled to start at about 3:30 a.m., but until then, he was working in the store alone. Several hours later, 3:17 a.m., a panicked 911 call came in from a Punta Gorda resident. The 7-Eleven store was filled with smoke and a fire was spreading inside. After a closer look, the woman making the call said that she could make out a body on the floor, and it appeared that this was where the fire had been started. Police did wonder if it was possibly a Halloween prank of some sort, but just 3 minutes later when they arrived on scene, they realized it most definitely wasn't. After the fire had been extinguished, they found a charred body by the counter and blood covering the floor. The employee that was due to start her shift hurried over to the shop and met police. She had been outside ready to start, but after seeing the fire spreading inside, she had frantically started ringing Kyle to find out where he was. She knew he had been working alone that night and was praying that maybe he didn't make it in or was outside somewhere. Just as she was about to call the police, she heard the sirens. She then spotted a woman driving a dark-colored SUV out of the parking lot, and she was on her phone at the time. The employee tearfully told the police that she could tell it was the body of her coworker, Kyle. It was later determined that this was no accidental fire. Kyle had been shot to death before being satellite. As well as the community, even the police were in shock. Crimes like this were so rare and nobody could believe that something like this would happen. As cliché as it sounds, Kyle didn't have any enemies or even any issues with anyone. He was just going about his day, working his usual shift and living his life the way he normally would. Nothing appeared to have been stolen, so robbery was ruled out and what had happened made absolutely no sense to anyone. Although the store did have CCTV, the police were worried that the fire could have damaged the cameras, but set about trying to retrieve the data anyway. An $11,000 reward was offered and police were begging anyone that might have seen or heard something, no matter how small they thought it might be, to come forward. Officers managed to track down the woman who had made the 911 call. Her name was Chelsea and she was asked to come in and answer some questions. They wanted to know why she had left the scene rather than wait for the responders to show up. She said that she and her boyfriend had pulled in to get some cigarettes, but after seeing a body on fire and blood everywhere, they panicked. They didn't want to hang about, thinking the fire might start to spread, or whoever had done this was still around and might come for them too. Investigators weren't initially convinced, thinking it was just too coincidental to have just pulled up at the same time that all of this had happened. But after talking to her boyfriend Alex, they felt confident that the couple were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And was clear the whole scene was just as traumatizing to the couple as it had been to everyone else. To the authorities' relief, some of the cameras inside were still working, and although the quality wasn't great, this was at least a starting point. On the first camera they checked, the footage was very blurry, but it showed Kyle looking down the aisles of the store, seemingly at someone, following them aisle to aisle. Without warning, at 3:12 a.m., a man who was covering his face was then seen walking out of the third aisle holding a gasoline can. He then pulled out a gun and shot Kyle in the head at point-blank range. Kyle dropped to the floor as another shot was fired at his head. The man then walked over and poured gasoline onto his body before grabbing a lighter from one of the displays and setting Kyle and the counter on fire. He then ran out of the store. It was so brutal, so brazen and so callous that officers were horrified and sat in stunned silence for a moment. They said it was disturbing to watch someone do something like that, with seemingly no motive as to why. This was not an accidental death. This was a planned-out execution, said Detective DeVault. The second camera showed a much clearer picture and it picked up the audio. It showed that 11 minutes past 3 was the time the man had entered the store and the door chimed as he walked in. There was no more sound for the next 78 seconds. Whoever the shooter was, he didn't say a word to Kyle as he was walking around inside. The next sound that can be heard is the 2 gunshots. The angle of this camera gave them a clearer picture of what the man was wearing and his size and build. He had camo trousers on as well as latex gloves, which at one point he started to take off. He also placed the gun on the floor, giving detectives a fairly clear image of that too. It was a long-barreled revolver. The suspect then fled the shop at 3:13. The cameras concluded that he was in there for less than 3 minutes, and it was unfathomable that this had all happened in such a short time frame. The shooter didn't go behind the counter and try and get to the money. He didn't steal anything from the shelves either. It seemed whoever had done this had come in with the intention of killing and nothing else. Kyle's family had now all traveled into Punta Gorda and spent most days just waiting in the station for any news. Kyle's stepfather said, "Even though he was my stepson, he was my kid, not knowing who did this to him. That's where the dad side of me was being eaten alive because I felt as a dad. I needed to know who did this to one of my children." But the police really were stumped and simply couldn't tell them anything. With no more CCTV outside the building and no witnesses, 48 hours with no answers felt like a lifetime for both the family and the investigating team. The search for evidence was widening. Dive teams came in, and detectives were asking for support from neighboring police teams. But when the manager of the 7-Eleven store asked to talk to the officers, their look would suddenly change. She said one thing in particular had been playing on her mind. Several weeks before anything happened, a man had come into the store looking to buy alcohol. She and Kyle were both at the counter when the man brought the beer over. The manager asked him to remove his ID from his wallet so she could take a look at it closely, but for some reason he refused, so she refused to serve him. That specific camera was the one that picked up the audio, and as the police watched it back, they could hear the man telling the manager he was going to get her fired. He demanded to know everyone's names before storming out. The manager, Lori, followed him outside to try and lock his license plate, but the man followed her back inside, shouting and being aggressive and threatening. As the situation started to escalate, Kyle picked up the phone to call 911. Before police arrived, the man had stormed out again. But fortunately, Lori had been able to get his number plate and she handed it to police that same day. A couple of weeks later, on September the 15th, despite now being banned from the store, the man came back in. Again, they refused to serve him and Lori phoned the police for a second time. The man then got into his car and drove right at Lori outside before speeding off. The vehicle was registered to a 28-year-old named Michael Russo, and he lived just around the corner from the 7-Eleven. Police issued him with a trespass warning, and he was told that if he returned to the store within 1 year, he would be arrested. Officers played the CCTV side by side, looking at the mannerisms and the size and build of Kyle's killer alongside Michael Russo. From what they could tell, everything, right down to the way he walked, was the same. This was the strongest lead so far, and a warrant was obtained so that police could search Michael's home. His house was full of various guns and ammunition. A white box of latex gloves was also found and numerous red gasoline canisters were located outside. Detectives also found a partially melted single latex glove in a bin. The specific gun they were looking for, however, was missing, and after forensically searching his house and car, top to bottom, there was no physical evidence linking him to the store. Although they felt fairly confident that Michael Russo was a suspect, they just didn't have enough to obtain an arrest warrant. 6 weeks would soon pass, and the grief-stricken community were banding together in a big way, and the reward for information was now sat at $20,000. As well as this, police were now seeking the help of the FBI, and enlisting new technology they believed might help them more when it came to the cameras inside. Detectives also spent the following weeks and months speaking with many people about Michael Russo, trying to build up a picture of who exactly he was. A lot of people came forward and said that they had previously accused him of threatening them for completely ridiculous and meaningless things. He seemed to be aggressive in his nature, completely flying off the handle for minor incidents. His neighbors also said that Michael was very open and proud of his extensive gun collection, often showing it off and telling everyone about each individual gun and where it came from. They said that one of his favorites was actually a long-barreled revolver, the exact same type that was used to kill Kyle. And what was even more interesting was that the neighbors said that since that fateful day back in November, they hadn't seen the gun again. At this point, the case was really as strong as it was going to get. And with this, 5 months after Kyle had been killed, Circuit Judge George Richards signed the warrant that police had been after for almost half a year. Michael Russo was finally arrested on charges of homicide and arson. The only thing officers really couldn't wrap their heads around was why. Apart from getting revenge for the fact that the past 2 times he went in, they had refused to serve him. There was absolutely no other motive for Michael doing what he did. Police believed that he went in with the intent to kill whoever was working and he didn't care who it was or how many people were there. Detective DeVault said that what happened that morning was nothing short of barbaric. He said, "This is not an ordinary person. This is a monster." Michael Russo pleaded not guilty, and in May 2017, his trial began. The team felt that the circumstantial evidence was really strong when it was all added up. And even though there was no physical evidence, both they and the prosecution knew it was a solid case. To everybody's relief, Michael Russo was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison for second-degree murder with an additional 30 years for first-degree arson. His attorneys filed a motion for a new trial, but there is currently no update on the outcome of this. After the trial was over, it was announced that the now infamous 7-Eleven store would be closed down permanently. Kyle had a bright future ahead of him and was just enjoying the simple things in life that many 18-year-olds do. Going to school and his college dreams, working for the first time and hanging out with his friends and family. His life was cut so tragically short in a brutal and terrifying way that no one could ever have imagined. And for reasons that are nothing short of totally senseless. His mother, Bobby Jo, said that she misses how much he comforted her whenever things were tough, and he always assured her that everything would be okay. She said that she still expects to hear from him every day, a phone call or a text, but it feels like a punch in the gut every time she realizes this won't happen. His stepfather, JJ, said every morning they wake up they have to put a plan together for how they're going to approach the day and get through it. Every day brings new challenges and learning curves, sometimes expected, sometimes not. It really is a never-ending process for everyone that knew and loved Kyle. And JJ said, they just do their best one day at a time. In May 2003, Tiffany Rowell and Rachel Kalarutis, among many other people, proudly graduated from their high school. They were entering the next stage of their lives and had many summer plans with friends and family. Tiffany was off to become a social worker and Rachel was thinking of joining the military. Tiffany's boyfriend of 3 years, Marcus, also had a place at college, and his cousin Adelbert, who had recently moved to Clear Lake for a fresh start, had big plans too. After Tiffany's mother had died, her father remarried and moved out of the area. Tiffany stayed in the house so she didn't have to change schools so close to graduation. The next month and a half involved a lot of parties at Tiffany's, holding down jobs, saving up for college, and spending as much of the summer together as possible, before they all went their separate ways for a while. Late afternoon, July 18, 2003, police received a call from 2 neighbors who had gone to visit Tiffany. They had walked into her house and found a traumatizing scene, one that no one could have predicted, for people lay dead. The floor and walls were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had all been deceased for several hours already. It was a shocking sight, for even the most tenured of police officers. The victims were 18-year-olds Tiffany Rowell and Rachel Kalarutis, Tiffany's boyfriend 19-year-old Marcus Priscilla, and Marcus' cousin 21-year-old Adelbert Sanchez. Tiffany, Marcus, and Adelbert had all been shot to death, and although Rachel had been shot multiple times, she had died of blunt force trauma to her head, and her skull was completely shattered. There was no forced entry. The TV was still blaring, and the way the group had been found indicated it was a total ambush that had happened in a mere matter of seconds. Rachel was found on the floor with her hand near her phone. She had managed to hit the 911 buttons to try and call for help, but before any call could go through, she was hit over the head, likely with a gun, and died. There was a clump of hair in her right hand, and she had been shot at least 12 times. Tiffany and Adalbert were on the recliners, their legs stretched out while they had been relaxing watching television, and Marcus was found behind the seats on the floor. Over 40 bullets had been fired in the house, and there was a mixture of 2 different shell casings. No guns were found at the scene, but police could tell that one was a 9mm and one was a .38 caliber. So investigators felt confident they were looking for at least 2 people involved, maybe even more. As the media got hold of the story and news began to spread, Rachel's father George recognized the address on television and headed straight over with his wife. The cameras picked up the heartbreaking moment. He pleaded with the police to let him in, but as it was now a crime scene, it was simply not allowed. They both collapsed to the ground, waiting for someone to tell them something, but knowing deep down they wouldn't see their daughter alive again. It was disturbing and shocking that something like this could happen in broad daylight, in a neighborhood where very little went on. Former classmates of Tiffany said that her home had quickly become known as a party house, with drinking and drugs, and often lots of people coming in and out, especially now that it was summer break. So they wondered if maybe an alcohol or drug-fueled party had become really out of control. That's not what this particular day had been. The 4 were the closest of friends, and for all intents and purposes, it had just been a very casual afternoon for them, watching television and eating food. Friends, students, and neighbors gathered together for vigils, and a sense of unease hovered over everyone. 18-year-old Tiffany always had the biggest smile on her face. As well as wanting to go into social work, she was a talented actress and loved any chance to perform. Rachel Kalarutis also loved the arts and creative writing, and was very popular in school due to her kind nature. People said that she too was always smiling, happy, and fun to be around. Marcus' stepfather said Marcus loved nothing more than working on his car and spending time with his family and Tiffany. He had been finishing a course for an automotive technology certificate and wanted to pursue a business degree. His cousin Adalbert had moved to Clear Lake to get away from violence on the north side and had only been there for a couple of weeks before he was killed. He loved making music and planned to go to college to study computer technology. People could not believe that something this brutal could happen to them, and this seemingly random crime had rattled the community. Sadly, there really were no witnesses. No one had heard any gunshots. The houses were very separated, and police said lots of people had their air conditioning and fans on, which could have blocked out the noise. But a couple living nearby had seen something they thought might be relevant. They had seen a very young man and a woman walking down the street at about 2:30 p.m. that day, and to the best of their knowledge, they hadn't seen them before. They were dressed all in black. The woman was wearing a bandana, carrying a big, black bag, and the neighbors described her as very pretty with big eyes. The witnesses gave the best description they could to the renowned forensic artist Lois Gibson, who worked with what they could remember, putting together a potential profile. But whether these people were in any way linked was really unclear. Just 2 hours later, Lois had completed the sketches. George, Rachel's father, started working nonstop to try and raise money, so they could afford to put the sketches out on billboards, and spent most of his time going door to door handing out flyers. Early on, rumors began to swirl that Marcus had been involved in dealing drugs, and maybe this was behind the ambush. It was also alleged that Marcus' family had connections to the Mexican mafia, and perhaps the other 3 had been collateral damage to a completely unrelated thing. A close friend of Tiffany's said, "I know Marcus was messed up with some bad people, but Marcus's aunt said he struggled, but he succeeded. No matter how hard he was trying, he was doing the best to do good." One detective said they were all very young, very immature, and on their own for the first time. The 4 may have exercised bad judgment at times, but certainly didn't deserve what happened to them. Officers simply couldn't find anything to solidify the claims about the mafia, and this theory was eventually ruled out. Police did wonder, however, if drugs were involved somehow, but they just didn't have anything yet that pointed to that, as both drugs and cash were found at the scene in plain view. So why hadn't they been stolen? The attack had been so ruthless and felt so personal. Police then started to wonder if it was someone close to the group. Amongst her multiple shots, Rachel had been shot in the crotch area, and psychiatrists wondered if this was a sign of sexual envy or jealousy. But they were ruling people out at a rapid speed, rather than adding any suspects to the list. There was simply no one they could link to the group that would have any motive to do this. Time was slowly ticking by, and investigators had no more than they did when they first started. As the weeks turned into months, the months soon turned into years. Their confidence in catching whoever was responsible was dwindling. Fast forward to the summer of 2006, almost 3 years to the day after the shootings. After following leads that went nowhere and interviewing hundreds of people, police finally had a breakthrough. An anonymous tip came in via Crime Stoppers. The person on the end of the phone said they had seen the billboard and gave the police 2 names. The first was Christine Paolilla and the second was Chris. The tipster had met Christine in rehab as she was battling a heroin addiction. She had recently split from this mystery man called Chris and was seemingly trying to turn her life around. While in rehab, she made a comment about her ex-boyfriend shooting up a house and killing a group of people, and she had also participated. He didn't know if the story was true or if it was the drugs talking, but after seeing the billboard for himself, he decided to call in. A look into the name Christine Paolilla told the police a lot. It turned out that Christine had gone to Clear Lake High School alongside Tiffany and Rachel, and the connections started to be made. Those in Christine's life said that she had had a tough time in school and was subjected to relentless bullying and attacks from classmates. Her mother and stepfather said that she had been diagnosed with alopecia when she was very young and began wearing wigs, which were frequently ripped off her head by other students. Her mom, Lori, said she had poor vision, so she had what I guess most folks would know as Coke bottle glasses. This, as well as her wearing wigs, meant she faced ridicule on a daily basis. Her mother said that one day Christine came home from school and said, "Mom, I made 2 new friends who were the sweetest girls I ever met, Rachel and Tiffany." None other than Rachel Colorudis and Tiffany Rowell. People said that the 2 almost took Christine under their wings, forming a genuine and tight friendship. Rachel and Tiffany started looking out for her, trying their best to protect her from the bullying. Christine's mom said, "Couldn't speak highly enough about them. How much fun they were, how loving they were, how they had so much fun. Every minute they spent together was lively and fun, and they laughed all the time, and I saw such a change in her personality." Rachel's father also knew of Christine and said Rachel was the kind of person that always looked out for the underdog, always tried to help others. Rachel even kept a photo of Christine in her purse. On the back of the picture, Christine had written, "Damn, we've had some crazy memories. I love you." The 3 teens would often write notes back and forth to each other in class. And Lori recalled that Christine trusted them both so much, she felt okay without the wig on, which is not something she did with many of her friends. The trio would spend hours after school doing each other's makeup and trying on different wigs, having fun, but also making Christine feel comfortable and confident. The girls pushed Christine to try new things and find her creativity. And with this, Christine's confidence began to grow and she was really coming into her own. She got a huge boost when she was voted Miss Irresistible by the student body at Clear Lake High School. She finally felt like she was leaving her past behind. Christine soon met Chris Snyder. He was 2 years older than her and the pair struck up a friendship. Lori said she immediately disapproved of this, but said her daughter wouldn't hear anything bad said about him. Chris ended up serving time for armed robbery, and when he got out, he went straight back to Christine, who was now 16 years old. Christine said that she felt bad because nobody wanted to be associated with him, and knowing how this felt, she stuck by him. They soon became romantically involved, and Christine had become more and more distant from her family. Lori said Christine clung on to him for reasons she didn't understand, despite him often joining in with the bullying. Chris was using a lot of drugs at the time, and before long, so was Christine. Her parents spoke to lawyers and the police, even trying to get a restraining order against him, but Christine was now almost 18 years old and was making her own decisions. Her stepfather said she felt she was going to be able to fix him no matter what he did. But others said that the toxicity came from both of them, with people often seeing Christine hitting him and shouting and fighting in public. Although this relationship was already on a downward spiral, 2 people that seemed to be constantly positive and have good energy in her life were Rachel and Tiffany, who stayed just as close to her throughout her relationship with Chris. On the day the group were found dead, Lori said Christine had come home in floods of tears, crying through most of the night. She said she was so upset she couldn't attend their funerals. So, with the police knowing all of this, it begged the question, why would someone that was so close to the victims do something like that? How could Christine possibly have been involved? The only person that could answer that question was her. And officers started searching for Christine Paolilla and Chris Snyder. The hunt for Chris proved harder as he was not living at his last known address. But, thanks to ATM and bank records, Christine and her husband Justin were located. They were hauled up in a San Antonio motel, having lived there for almost a year. When officers announced themselves and entered, they walked into what they described as one of the most disgusting things they had ever seen. Used needles, rubbish, food, vomit, and drugs littered the floor. Blood and bodily fluids covered the walls and furniture. They said the smell was unlike anything, and the state of Christine and Justin was quite shocking. Wearing blood-stained clothes and covered in track marks, just before noon on July 19, 2006, Christine Paolilla was placed under arrest. Police said it was clear that the pair were so deeply in their addictions, it was likely a matter of time before they died. For the last 9 months, they had been living in the same room, spending every bit of Christine's inheritance money on drugs. Christine told police she was living off of crackers and spending around $500 a day on heroin, but this amount sometimes reached over $1,000. Justin said Christine hadn't left the room once. Christine's police interview began just before 3 p.m., and over the next few hours, the detective begged her to tell the truth. She admitted to driving Chris to the home that day, but said the murders were all his idea. The plan was to buy drugs from someone inside. Christine said she waited outside in the car before they both drove away. But when Chris said he had forgot something, the pair went back. She initially said that again she stayed outside, hearing no gunshots and seeing nothing wrong. She said she only realized something had happened when he came out holding a gun. After this happened, they drove off and she clocked in to start her shift at Walgreens just 30 minutes later. The police weren't convinced that this was down to just Chris. Neither were the experts that had analyzed the crime scene. They were still standing by their theory that this was a jealous rage or something to do with sexual envy on Christine's part. Although Rachel and Tiffany had befriended Christine, it was still entirely possible that maybe she didn't believe they were being genuine and wanted to punish them, or her anger at being treated so badly in school had poured over and she had taken it out on them. Officers were trying to get as much information out of her as they could, but as the interview drew to a close, started to grow weaker and more sick. She was transported to Santa Rosa Hospital, where she informed doctors that she was used to taking heroin every 10 to 15 minutes, and that she hadn't had any since that morning. After she had been given methadone and morphine, they carried on the interviews inside the hospital, but Christine was still pointing the finger at Chris. She was then put on a plane and flown out to Houston before being placed in a jail cell. A final videotaped interview commenced just before midnight. Her story had now changed. She then said she watched in horror as Chris beat Rachel to death. And according to Christine, he had threatened to do the same thing to her and her family if she told anyone what had happened that night. Police were satisfied that she had finally, at least, placed herself at the scene. They were still looking for Chris and visited his last known address, his parents' house. They told his family that there was a warrant out for his arrest. They began a search of the property. In his father's bedroom was a little safe which contained 2 guns. Both matched the 2 types that they were looking for. But by this point, no one had seen Chris in over a week. Detectives looked at his MySpace page and phone records, which led them to Greenville, South Carolina, but Chris had already learned about the manhunt before police could even find him. Testing the guns soon linked them back to the crime scene, but before they could place Chris under arrest, his decomposing body was found in some woods. He had taken an overdose of pills. It is thought that someone had tipped him off about the pending arrest, and he had taken his own life before they could find him. There was now only one person left to talk to, and that was Christine's husband, Justin. He said that Christine had inherited some money after her father passed away, and the couple had bought a small condo with it. Soon after they started living together, A new story about the anniversary of the unsolved murders came out. Christine called Justin in to watch, asking if the billboard picture looked like her. He said Christine broke down and admitted to going to the house to steal money and drugs. She said she was a willing participant, and when Chris started shooting, she didn't hesitate to join in too. Justin also said that Christine had told him that it was her who beat Rachel to death with the gun, not Chris. He said that Christine told him Rachel was crying, asking why over and over, but she didn't stop until she was sure Rachel was dead. Justin said he was completely shocked and scared, but the couple moved out of the condo and went on the run. It later turned out that the anonymous tip that had been made to Crime Stoppers was actually Justin himself. Christine Paolilla was charged with first-degree murder, and she entered a plea of not guilty. In a pre-trial hearing, Christine's defense team moved to suppress all 3 recorded statements. Although she had been advised of her Fifth Amendment rights before each interview, they argued that her statements were technically involuntary because of the medication she had taken and because she was suffering from opioid withdrawal. But this motion was denied, and the court later said Christine was lucid and capable of understanding the warnings given to her and the nature of her statements. A couple of years later, the now 22-year-old's trial got underway. The defense advised that Christine did not testify. They showed her confession tapes reiterating Christine's statement, saying that it was Chris that had killed the group while she hid. The jurors watched her videotaped statement in which she told police that Chris was responsible for everything and that she was afraid of him. But the prosecution fired back, saying, over 1,100 calls are made from her to him and him to her. If you are so deathly afraid of someone, what are you doing on the phone with them for over 1,000 phone calls? Dr. George Glass, a psychiatrist testifying for the defense, said that her heroin addiction could not be overlooked. She was in withdrawal at the time she spoke to the police and was saying anything she could to get drugs to relieve the pain. Her lawyer said she's upset. She totally understands the grief of the families, her friends, the ones who were killed. She only wishes they could understand that she didn't want any of it to happen. But she understands their grief. Rachel's mother disagreed and said, I couldn't take my eyes off her. I really hoped to see something in her eyes in the way of remorse. And it was unbelievable. She never shed a tear unless it was for herself. The prosecution said there was plenty that pointed towards her being involved directly. And the fact that she had started her shift at work just half an hour after the ordeal, instead of phoning the police, showed that she was no victim. Her statements were inconsistent, and she had already admitted to 2 people, one of which was her husband, that she had actively taken part of her own accord. The prosecution called her denials and blaming everything on Chris a tired and pathetic tactic. Their star witness was actually her husband, Justin. But the defense argued that Justin's account could not be trusted. They said he was focused purely on money, staying with Christine for her inheritance, and cashing in on the Crime Stoppers' reward by making up a lie. But the jury disagreed. After just 3 hours of deliberations, Christine Paolilla was found guilty. She was 17 at the time of the murders, which meant she would not face the death penalty. She was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 40 years to serve. She will be eligible for parole in 2046, when she will be 60 years old. More than 5 years after the murders back in July 2003, the families of the victims said that they felt the guilty verdict would finally allow them to begin moving on with their lives. Christine has filed many appeals since her conviction, but all of them have been denied. Houston Police Sergeant Brian Harris said that he believes that Christine still does not own her part in the crime. For her to truly come to grips with what she has done, she has to acknowledge that there's a darkness in her soul, he said. Christine's stepfather Thomas said, I'm very sorry for these families and their loss. The guy who did this is dead. He was very, very bad. He was a predator. My daughter is paying for someone else's sins. My daughter doesn't deserve this. My daughter is a victim too. It's hard to know exactly what happened that fateful afternoon and why it did. Police say there were 6 people at the scene. 5 of them are now dead and 1 of them isn't talking. So with this, it is likely that the full truth will never be fully known. The aftermath of that awful day is still widely felt, with Rachel's father calling it an earthquake for the families and community. Marcus' stepfather said, Our lives are very different now. We see things differently than before, and we know that we will never again feel the sense of hope that we used to feel. Valerie McDaniel, a 46-year-old successful woman, had it all in her life, except for love. Then one day in 2015, she crossed paths with 37-year-old Leon Jacob, a confident doctor who seemed like the man of her dreams. Valerie was content with him, living the life she'd always wanted in Houston, Texas. Their smiles held the hope of a wonderful future together. But was Leon truly the Prince Charming Valerie had been searching for in her life? But Valerie's friends had a gut feeling that something was off about Leon. Valerie was head over heels in love with Leon. Surprisingly, their world was turned upside down on March 10, 2017, when the police arrived at their apartment with the shocking news that Mac McDaniel, Valerie's ex-husband, had been found dead. There were such profound and shocking secrets in this story that on March 27, 2017, it ultimately drove Valerie to take her own life by jumping from her apartment balcony. So what could have happened that pushed her to make such a tragic decision? Also, was Mac dead? Valerie Busick McDaniel, born on January 12, 1969, hailed from the well-to-do family in Harris County, Texas, USA. She was more than just an average person. People who knew her couldn't help but praise her generosity, intelligence, creativity, and her all-around sweet and kind nature. As she grew up, Valerie was not only good-hearted, but also an exceptional student. In 1987, she soared to the top of her class, becoming the valedictorian of her graduating class at Episcopal High School, USA. Post-high school, her quest for knowledge led her to the University of St. Thomas in Houston, where she pursued her undergraduate degree. But Valerie didn't stop there. In 1997, she achieved a remarkable milestone by earning her doctorate in veterinary medicine from the prestigious Texas A&M University. Valerie's journey was one of both academic excellence and a warm, generous spirit. While at the same university, Valerie's path crossed with a man named Marion McDaniel, affectionately known as Mac. Love blossomed quickly between them, and in a whirlwind romance, they decided to tie the knot on August 16, 1997. They ventured into a married life in style, moving into a luxurious house generously provided by Valerie's parents. Valerie had a taste for the finer things in life, and their home was no exception. It was a high-rise condominium nestled in River Oaks, often dubbed the Beverly Hills of Houston. Their collection of luxury cars added to their glamorous lifestyle, and they even owned a charming beach house on Tiki Island. Valerie loved to host her friends there on the weekends, making it her personal paradise, sometimes without Mac by her side. It was the beginning of an exciting chapter in her story. Valerie did have a taste for luxury, but deep down her heart belonged to animals. This love led her to fulfill a dream, opening her own veterinary clinic, the Montrose Veterinary Clinic in Houston. Her husband Mac joined her in this venture, taking on the role of office manager. Starting a business is no walk in the park, and they both dedicated countless hours to making it a success. Unfortunately, their dedication came at a cost. They didn't have much quality time left for each other. As their marriage progressed, Valerie's friends and acquaintances noticed a change in her demeanor. She had a heavy heart, and many attributed this to Mac's harsh and abrasive language and his reluctance to engage in social gatherings. It seemed like he was never keen on joining in on any get-togethers, leaving Valerie feeling alone in her social pursuits. Dr. Brittany King, a veterinarian working alongside Valerie, witnessed her pain firsthand. She recalled it would be just a text or a phone call, and then Valerie would be in tears. It's heart-wrenching to watch someone in so much pain. Despite the hardships, they clung to the hope of becoming parents. However, Valerie had a medical condition that prevented her from having biological children. But this didn't deter them. In a heartwarming decision, they chose to embrace adoption as a path to fulfilling their dreams of parenthood. It was finally in 2008 their dream came true, when they adopted a precious 2-day-old daughter. They had hoped it would strengthen their bond, but sadly, trouble followed soon after. Out of the blue, Valerie got a shocking phone call from a stranger, claiming to be Max's ex-girlfriend. What made it even more worse that this caller shared a list of names showing that Mac was cheating on Valerie with other women. It was a devastating revelation that shook their relationship to its core. When Valerie confronted Mac about his infidelity, he offered just a simple apology. It was a painful moment that deeply hurt Valerie. However, her love for him and the desire to keep their family intact led her to give him another chance. She didn't want to risk losing custody of their daughter, but sadly, it seemed that Mac's love for his wife had waned, and he didn't waste much time before betraying Valerie by cheating on her once again. After 17 years of marriage, Valerie had reached a breaking point. Her world was shattered when she came back home early and found out that Mac had been involved with another woman right in their own home. Valerie's emotions boiled over into pure rage, and for the first time, she uttered the word divorce. In February 2014, she took a bold step by filing for divorce and asked for full custody of their 8-year-old daughter. It was a difficult decision, but Valerie knew it was time for a major change in her life. In her divorce petition, Valerie detailed a string of alleged infidelities, financial recklessness, and even violent behavior that she claimed Mac had been involved in. Valerie also shed light on the strained dynamics of their relationship, formally requesting legal protection. She wanted Mac to be restrained from using threatening, vulgar, profane, obscene, or offensive language when communicating with her. Their divorce proceedings reached a conclusion in August 2016, and Valerie ended up keeping the primary property in Houston, along with her cherished veterinary clinic. In contrast, Mac was granted the beach house and a substantial compensation of $1.2 million. To cover the compensation, Valerie had to take out a loan, which was a source of great distress for her. But eventually, she finally got custody of her daughter. During this challenging time, Mrs. Golda Jacob, Valerie's next-door neighbor, played a crucial role as her attorney, assisting her the divorce process. Interestingly, Mrs. Jacob's 37-year-old son, Leon Jacob, was also living with her at the time. It was during this period that he got to know Valerie, setting the stage for a significant turn of events in their lives. One day, out of the blue, Leon showed up at Valerie's doorstep and introduced himself. At first, Valerie thought that he was a bit cocky and full of himself, but as they spent more time together, her opinion changed. She began to see Leon as not only good-looking, but also as a man who truly understood her. With him, Valerie felt a love and comfort she had never experienced with Mac. Leon, who was 8 years younger than Valerie, and also a doctor, made her realize that life in her 40s still held plenty of adventures. She finally had a man who loved and paid her the attention she had always yearned for. Following her divorce, Valerie and her daughter made a move to a swanky apartment building in Houston. At the start, Valerie tried to keep her relationship with Leon low-key. But as time passed, Leon ended up moving in with them, which made Valerie appear genuinely content, and her friends and family were thrilled for her, especially after the difficult relationship she had endured before. However, Mac, her ex-husband, didn't share the same enthusiasm for Leon's presence. He was uncomfortable with the idea of Leon staying with his daughter, which stirred up tension and disagreements regarding their daughter's custody. So who exactly was Leon Jacob, and what was the past that would become a central factor in the unfolding events of our story? To understand everything, let's first delve into Leon's background. Leon Jacob's journey began in 1980 in New Jersey, born into a well-to-do family. His father was a skilled surgeon, and his mother Golda Jacob was an attorney. Leon, the older of 2 sons, enjoyed a privileged upbringing and received an outstanding education at prestigious boarding schools during his formative years. However, life took a painful turn when tragedy struck at the age of 13, when Leon lost his father. Despite this hardship, Leon forged ahead, eventually choosing a path in medicine, following in his late father's footsteps. In 2021, Leon tied the knot with Annie Morrison, who worked as an attorney for a pharmaceutical company. Together, they welcomed 2 sons into their family, building what seemed like a happy life together. However, in March 2011, a few months after discovering they were expecting their second child, their world took a dramatic turn when Leon's residency was terminated because Annie had discovered he was having an extramarital affair with a mutual friend. She soon filed for divorce in 2013 after 12 years of marriage, citing experiencing extreme mental cruelty during their time together as the reason for this difficult decision. In the end, she also got custody of her 2 sons. But even after the divorce, Leon couldn't seem to let go of his obsession. He found himself in legal trouble, facing charges of stalking, cyber harassment threats, and incessant phone calls to his ex-wife, Annie. His excuse was that he was desperate to talk to his sons, and he believed she was keeping them away from him. However, circumstances eventually forced him to move away from his ex-wife and children. In 2014, he relocated to Pittsburgh to pursue his doctor's residency program. It was there that he crossed paths with Megan Varikas, who was 33 years old at the time, setting the stage for a new chapter in his life. The two first crossed paths at the hotel where Megan worked, and despite their initial meeting, it didn't take long for love to bloom between them, and they decided to move in together. Their journey led them to Houston, where Leon embarked on a new residency program. They seemed to be living a lavish lifestyle, enjoying vacations, fancy dinners, and extravagant outings. However, it turned out that Megan was the sole financial provider for all these luxuries, and Leon contributed neither personally nor financially. What's truly intriguing was this was not Leon's first attempt at residency. In fact, it was his 7th. The startling fact is that he had been dismissed from every previous residency program he had been a part of. This aspect of Leon's past becomes a pivotal and fascinating element of his story. Leon's downfall in previous residency programs was largely due to his problematic attitude. He had a habit of coming across overly confident, acting like he was the absolute best. In class, he consistently showed disrespect to his professors and fellow students. But his issues went beyond arrogance. He never received an offer for a second residency year at St. Vincent's due to his unreliability, inability to stay focused, and distracting behavior. What's even more concerning was that his behavior was not just bad, it was noted as bizarre and alarming. Leon's behavior in those residency programs raised serious concerns among his fellow residents. They reported that Leon posed as a real threat, especially to patients. As a result, hospitals chose not to renew his contract, and on January 23, 2009, the University of Texas Health Science Center delivered the final blow, notifying Leon that his residency wouldn't be renewed. The reasons were clear. Leon's inflated sense of grandiosity which clouded his decision-making, his lack of insight on professional conduct, and his tendency to be argumentative and confrontational. Adding to his list of troubles, Leon also had harassed a female physician at the institution by bombarding her with relentless phone calls. He demanded her to retract a statement she had made against him. This harassment escalated to such an extreme level that the physician had no choice but to confide in her supervisor about it. The situation reached a breaking point on February 25, 2011. When authorities had to intervene, Leon was forcefully removed from the premises of Northside Medical Center in Ohio and given a stern warning never to come back. This marked his 6th residency program, and just like the previous 5, he had been shown the door. The common thread was his overconfidence, even in the face of his limited abilities. Leon seemed unwilling to learn because he believed he already knew everything there was to know. This pattern of behavior and arrogance became a recurring theme in his medical career. In 2012, Leon's behavior took a disturbing turn, moving from problematic to downright criminal. He faced charges for breaking into the home of the head of the residency program that had previously dismissed him, but the trouble didn't end there. In 2014, he found himself in legal trouble again. This time charge was cyberstalking and harassing his ex-wife, Annie. This resulted in a sentence of 11 months in jail, though in the end he ended up serving only probation. Leon's record spanned across 4 states and included a long list of charges. These include a minimum of 8 counts of assault on family members, 13 counts of harassment, 4 counts of terrorist threats, burglary, kidnapping, aggravated assault, violation of protection orders, and more. All of these alarming details about Leon's history played a pivotal role in Mac. Valerie's ex-husband wanting to keep his daughter away from Leon. Clearly, Leon's past issues raised serious concerns about his suitability and state of mind. It had been 3 years into their relationship, and Megan began to uncover the hidden aspects of Leon's life that he had tried so hard to keep secret. Despite his efforts, Megan gradually pieced things together until she knew everything. When she finally confronted Leon about it, things took a violent turn. Leon, known for his fiery temper, erupted in attack against Megan. At that moment, Megan reached her breaking point and made a firm decision. She had enough, and she promptly kicked Leon out of her apartment. Megan made some serious allegations against him, including claims of physical assault, verbal abuse, and even an instance where he covered her mouth, of course Leon vehemently defending himself, insisting that these accusations were entirely untrue, setting the stage for a tense and conflicting situation. Even after their troubled breakup, Leon continued to keep Megan in his sights. In February 2017, he faced charges of stalking and assault in connection with Megan. This wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it happened repeatedly. There was even a 911 call from a concerned coworker who reported that someone was trying to stalk her boss, and it left her feeling frightened and uneasy. But Leon was adamant in refusing to accept any of the charges against him. He staunchly denied everything, holding on to the belief that he was the upstanding man he saw himself as. This was the point where Leon's true character began to surface. While Leon may not have been the exceptional doctor he believed himself to be, his career meant the world to him. In 2017, while facing charges of stalking and harassment by the police, his lawyer delivered a harsh reality. If Megan testified against him in court, could lose his medical license forever, which would end his career as a doctor. And of course, Leon couldn't bear the thought of his carefully constructed image as a great doctor and a remarkable person falling apart. So, driven by this fear, he made a shocking decision. He sought out a hitman to eliminate Megan from the equation. For this, Leon met up with a man named Motez Aze, a fellow U.S. Army veteran, through a mutual acquaintance. Leon hired Motez, who often went by the name Zach, for a disturbing task. He wanted Megan kidnapped to stop her from testifying against him in court. For this dangerous job, Leon paid Zach $9,000. However, Zach maintained a firm denial that he had ever entertained the idea of taking money to harm another person. He adamantly asserted that he was not a violent individual. Leon's scheme had three distinct phases. Initially, Zach's task was to abduct Megan and instill such fear in her that she chose not to reunite with Leon. If this tactic failed, they would proceed to phase 2, which involved frightening Megan by any means necessary, pushing her to leave town and avoid the court proceedings, effectively disappearing from their lives. And if despite all efforts, Megan remained resolute, phase 3 represented the dire last resort. She would have to be killed. And for that, Leon provided Zach with various methods to carry out Megan's potential murder, including one particularly sinister suggestion, injecting a syringe of potassium directly into her heart to trigger a fatal heart attack. Surprisingly, when Leon approached Zach with this disturbing request, Zach viewed it as not as an opportunity to harm someone, but as a chance to save a life. Zach did indeed accept the money from Leon, taking it for himself, but he had zero intention of causing harm to anyone. Zach had no regrets about taking Leon's money under false pretenses. As Leon anxiously awaited Zach to carry out his plan, Zach unexpectedly disappeared and left town without harming Megan in any way. This left Leon in a state of panic, not only because he had lost $9,000, but because also Megan was still alive and could potentially expose his dark past, which could tarnish his name further. So to get out of this and being desperate to locate Zach and salvage his sinister plan, Leon turned to a well-known bail bondsman, Michael Kabash, who had assisted him in previous legal matters. Leon also asked Michael to track down as he had some unfinished matters with him, whereas Michael in turn reached out to the police for assistance in finding Zach. However, there was a bit of a challenge because Zach's real name was Muatz Azza, so it took some time for the authorities to finally track him down. It was during this investigation that for the first time, police uncovered the full extent of Leon's sinister intentions, clarified to the police that he never intended to harm anyone. Instead, he believed it was his duty to take that money from Leon and prevent it from falling into the hands of someone who might actually harm Megan. However, the police had their doubts about Zach's story, although they were convinced of Leon's guilt due to his troubled history and the clear attempt to harm Megan. Still, there was a problem. They lacked concrete evidence to prove it in court. In such high-profile cases, it's important to focus on each and every little detail. So, instead of immediately acting on Zach's statements, the police decided to devise their own plan. And for that, they approached Zach and asked him if he would cooperate in catching Leon red-handed, and Zach agreed to help. With the use of a wiretap, the police set up a call between Zach and Leon, allowing them to eavesdrop on their entire conversation. During the call, Zach told Leon that he wasn't suitable for the task and suggested that Leon should seek out someone else for whatever plan he had in mind, and for that he even knew a hitman who would be capable of doing whatever he wanted. During this time, Leon was also in a relationship with Valerie, and they were sharing a life together. Now, due to Leon's troubled history, Valerie's ex-husband, Mac, wanted to regain custody of their daughter. However, Valerie was fiercely protective of her child and didn't want to give her up to Mac under any circumstances. So here Leon saw this as an opportunity and persuaded Valerie that the real issue for her was Mac and that he could potentially tear their family apart and take her daughter away in the future. This was happening at the same time that Leon was having a second conversation with Zach, and seeing an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, he proposed a startling deal. At this moment, Zach found himself in a confusing situation and was not entirely sure what Leon meant. So he asked for clarification from Leon about what the second problem was, and Leon's response was quite shocking. Leon stated that he wanted Valerie's ex-husband, Mac, eliminated as well. What made it even more astonishing was that Leon claimed that Valerie was completely on board with this plan, and she also wanted Mac to be taken out of the picture. But one thing Leon was unaware of was that the new hitman he was dealing with was actually a professional undercover police officer named Javier Duran from the Houston Police Department. Javier's mission was to gather evidence against Leon for plotting not just one, but two murders. So the following day, they arranged to meet Leon and Valerie at an Olive Garden restaurant. Over bowls of soup and sandwiches, they delved into the discussions about the sinister plans for these hits. As Leon finished outlining his part of the dark plan, Javier turned his attention to Valerie to learn her intention regarding Mac's fate. During a 2-hour lunch conversation, Valerie and Javier discussed the grim details of how Mac might meet his end. Valerie cautiously asked, "Let's say something were to happen to him. What would it look like? Could it be a car accident?" At this, Javier offered various possibilities, suggesting that it could resemble a tragic car wreck or a botched robbery. Valerie expressed her deep fear that Mac would take her daughter away from her, and that she felt cornered with no other options left. Shockingly, Valerie didn't shy away from the sinister plan. Even she actively agreed to have Mac killed. As they discussed the details, Valerie seemed to believe that Mac would fall victim to a carjacking and end up with a fatal gunshot to the head. Although she hesitated a bit as the lunch drew to a close, she ultimately gave the green light for this horrific plot. Could have been a successful plan, but what they failed to realize was how suspicious it would appear to the police. In such cases where hitman targets both the ex-girlfriend and ex-husband of a current couple, law enforcement would naturally become suspicious. When initial leads and primary suspects are elusive, investigators often turn their attention to ex-partners, suspecting their involvement in the murders. The next day, on March 9, 2017, Detective Javier paid Leon and Valerie a visit. Unveiling a set of disturbing photos, one depicted Mark in his car, blood-soaked, while another showed him sprawled on the pavement, with blood on his face and a bullet wound to his head. These pictures perfectly mirrored their discussion, creating the illusion of a robbery or a carjacking gone horribly awry. Leon and Valerie had genuine confidence that their problem was finally solved. If you're wondering the same, whether Mac had met his demise, and this marked the conclusion of our tale, you're in for a surprise. The twist is, and Valerie's problems weren't disappearing anytime soon. In fact, things were about to get seriously intriguing, because Mac was very much alive. After the Olive Garden meeting, Detective Javier reached out to Mac, revealing all the sinister plans concocted by Leon and Valerie. To make the photos convincing, they used pig's blood and enlisted a makeup artist to create a realistic bullet wound. Mac, on board with the plan from the start, determined to cooperate fully with the authorities to expose their scheme. However, was utterly shocked by the revelation. When the police informed him about Valerie's plot to have him killed, he couldn't believe it. He acknowledged their troubled history, but couldn't fathom that things had escalated to the point where she'd hire a hitman. It was a sight of Valerie he never expected to see. Meanwhile, Leon and Valerie, unaware of Mac's cooperation with the police, remained hopeful that their plan would succeed. Were now eagerly anticipating the news about Megan's fate. And it didn't take long, as on that very night, Leon and Valerie's phones pinged with picture messages from Javier. These photos depicted Megan with her hands bound and duct tape across her mouth, eyes filled with terror. What Leon and Valerie didn't know was that Megan had been informed of the plan and was cooperating with the police. However, shortly after sending those photos, Javier made a distressing call to Leon, claiming that Megan had become uncontrollable, leaving him with no choice but to take her life. The reason why Megan's reactions in those photos were incredibly authentic was because she experienced a genuine meltdown. The gravity of the situation hit her hard. She understood that if Leon's sinister plan has succeeded, she might have faced a terrifying reality, being kidnapped and potentially losing her life. The next day, on March 10, 2017, around 3 a.m., the police arrived at Valerie and Leon's apartment with body cameras rolling, ready to record the reactions. It was the moment they had to deliver the grim news to Valerie. Her ex-husband, Mac, had become the victim of a shooting, and tragically, he was no more. The police noticed something rather strange when they delivered the heartbreaking news. Valerie, a skilled veterinarian, but certainly no actor, seemed oddly composed. Her reaction, or lack thereof, didn't match what you'd expect from someone in her situation. She appeared rather cold, as if she didn't quite know how to act to convince the officers that she was genuinely shocked and saddened by the news. As Leon entered the scene, the officers informed him too about Mac's tragic passing. Seems that Leon was a somewhat better actor than Valerie in this situation. He quickly tried to comfort Valerie and appeared genuinely shocked by the news. However, his newfound acting skills were short-lived, as he made a crucial mistake. By casually mentioning that he had been at home all day. This comment raised suspicion for the police because it seemed like he was overly eager to provide an alibi, a behavior often associated with individuals who may have something to hide. The police let Leon and Valerie continue their amateur acting for a few more moments, perhaps relishing their attempts to put on a show. The couple did their best to feign sorrow and shock, but then, in a twist for Leon and Valerie, they dropped the bombshell. Both Megan and Mac were alive, and they both actively participated in creating those fake photos. The shock that spread across Leon and Valerie's faces this time was genuine, as the unexpected twist left them speechless, and they realized they were in serious trouble. As Valerie was led away from her apartment, she came face to face with Mac, who had been patiently waiting outside. He was there to take his daughter back home, and Valerie had no choice to hand over her sleeping daughter to Mac. It was a heart-wrenching moment, and little did Valerie know it would be the last time she saw her daughter. Both Valerie and Leon were arrested on charges related to murder conspiracy. Leon, on the other hand, couldn't make bail due to his past charges involving Megan. Meanwhile, Valerie was granted bail and she returned home, awaiting her upcoming trial. After making bail, Valerie was stuck under house arrest, with the relentless press besieging her apartment building. She was under constant surveillance by cameras and reporters hungry for sensational stories. The most painful loss was her daughter, a heartache beyond measure. As each new story circulated, more and more people discovered the truth about her actions, and Valerie felt trapped with no way out. Her world had collapsed and the walls of her apartment seemed to close in as the public scrutiny intensified. It was a situation she couldn't escape, and the future looked bleak. Her once comforting space had become a prison, with no one to offer solace, not even her beloved daughter. To make matters worse, her veterinary license was suspended, cutting off her ability to work. The weight of her circumstances was becoming unbearable, and she longed for relief from the unending ordeal. At this time, Valerie battled intense emotions and spiraled into a deep depression. She reached out to some of her colleagues who couldn't help but notice her overwhelming emotional state and profound sadness during their meeting. In hindsight, they understood that this encounter was Valerie's way of bidding them a final farewell. Sadly, on March 27, 2017, Valerie faced a devastating moment of despair. She made the fateful decision to jump from her 7-story apartment balcony. But that wasn't all. During the police search of Valerie's apartment, they discovered a voice message, the only trace she left behind. It was a poignant recording made just moments before her fateful leap. In this message, Valerie poured out her heart, revealing her profound love for Leon and her deep affection for her daughter. Her voice held the weight of her emotions as she tried to explain the complex feelings that had brought her to this tragic point in her life. She expressed her deep regrets, clarifying that she never intended for events to spiral out of control. She didn't want harm to come to Mac, but she also couldn't bear the thought of losing her daughter. Valerie had once dreamt of a beautiful future, but her actions had led her down a tragic path. In the final recording, she tried to convey that, despite the circumstances, she wanted people to know she wasn't the monster her actions might suggest. Valerie knew that there was a daunting road ahead, and that the legal battle and the tarnished reputation would be incredibly challenging. Her friends and family were shocked because they knew a different Valerie, one they couldn't believe was capable of these actions. They realized that she couldn't bear the weight of her deeds and chose to end her life for a sense of freedom. Her colleagues from the vet clinic held cherished memories of the special person she once was in their lives. Where everyone mourned for Valerie's demise, the person she cherished most, Leon, notably distanced himself from the grief. In an unexpected and rather cold response, he remarked, "It's nothing to do with me. She took the easy way out. I can't be held responsible for her actions. I didn't ask her to get involved. It was her ideas. She got me involved, and she had to face the consequences of her own actions." On March 20th, 2018, Leon found himself on trial, facing 2 counts of solicitation of capital murder. As the legal battle unfolded, Leon's defense adopted a somewhat predictable strategy. With Valerie no longer present to defend herself, they attempted to shift the blame entirely on her shoulders. Their narrative painted Valerie as the mastermind behind every stage of the sinister plot, leaving Leon as the manipulated and unwilling participant in her alleged schemes. The prosecution, however, had 2 powerful witnesses, Valerie's ex-husband Mac and Leon's ex-girlfriend Megan, who was already involved in an ongoing case against Leon. When Megan took to stand, she didn't hold back, describing Leon as a criminal who subjected her to troubling incidents like grabbing her by the mouth, assaulting her, and stalking her. She testified that Leon had a controlling nature and always needed to assert dominance in every situation. Megan's bold testimony must have frustrated him to no end. When it was Leon's turn to testify in court, he took a rather peculiar stance and said, "I didn't ask Zach or Javier to kill anyone. I was not involved in any plot or conspiracy to murder. I am the one who is taking the blame for Valerie." Furthermore, the defense team argued that the police were overly eager to execute a successful undercover operation. They claimed that Javier had been instructed to lead Leon into suggesting ways to harm Megan. The defense's perspective painted Leon as the victim of an overzealous police force that seemed determined to make him confess to wanting Megan dead. The prosecution strongly opposed defense, emphasizing that when Leon saw those disturbing photos of terrified Megan, he didn't lift a finger to stop them from harming her. Not once did he ask Javier to spare her or prevent any harm. It appeared as if he was content with her being killed, to protect himself. In a final blow, the prosecution unveiled Leon's dark past to the jury. They laid bare how he had not only stalked Megan, but also his ex-wife, Annie, exposing his undeniable pattern of controlling behavior. After a little over an hour of deliberation, the jury returned to the courtroom, and in April 2018, the inevitable verdict of guilt was announced. The sentencing hearing followed shortly after, and in a clever move, the prosecution called upon Leon's ex-wife, Annie, as a witness. They questioned her about her past experiences with him during her pregnancy. She had something significant to share. She said, "He wasn't physically violent to me at first. He used to just throw things around the room. He was verbally abusive to me, but his behavior got worse. He used to grab me, push me, and one time I remember he grabbed me by my head and pushed it into the kitchen counter. So hard that it bruised my face. I don't recall what the fight was about, but I remember him threatening to punch me and then he started kicking my legs. I was trying hard to protect my stomach and the baby. He said that if I ever left him, he would kill me and nobody would ever find my body. After hearing Annie's testimony, there was no escaping the consequences for Leon. In March 2018, he was handed a life sentence for both counts of soliciting capital murder. And his chance for parole won't come until 2047, when he'll be 69 years old. Megan expressed her thoughts on the sentencing, saying, "I couldn't see it at the time, but looking back I believe Leon manipulated me. He used his look and his seeming charms to persuade me to leave my family, my home, the life I built in Pittsburgh. I lost everything, my career, friends, colleagues, all as a result of his controlling behavior. But now the girl he called poor and uneducated is responsible for him going to prison for a very long time. Leon's future is now marred by a life behind bars. He won't experience his children's growth or return to the world of medicine. He is incarcerated and parole isn't even on the horizon until 2047. Surprisingly, his time behind bars hasn't brought a significant transformation in him. Leon once pondered from his prison confines, questioning the unpredictability of life, where violence can suddenly emerge. He finds it odd that he is now surrounded by the very criminals he once treated as a doctor. Leon vehemently refuses to accept responsibility for his crimes. He maintains that he was wrongly convicted and that Valerie masterminded the murder plots. In his eyes, he was a doctor who healed, not a monster who murdered. He even envisions a movie about these events with Bradley Cooper as the actor portraying him, noting their physical resemblance. Well, we'll leave it to you to decide if Leon really looks like Bradley Cooper. Megan and Mac had finally found peace and moved forward from their troubled past, relieved to have Leon utter their lives. It's a sad truth that many women who crossed paths with Leon ended up worse for it, despite his charm and charisma. Beneath his exterior, he proved to be nothing more than a common criminal, specializing in domestic abuse. Yet Valerie McDaniel's role remains a complex puzzle. Was she a victim of Leon's manipulation, or did she willingly participate in and a plot to take 2 lives? The line between victim and accomplice in her case is a blurry one, making it challenging to fully understand her role in this tragic story. Valerie unfortunately could never share her side of the story, but the evidence paints a complex picture. She was captured on tape alongside Leon, expressing her desire for her ex-husband's demise. Her attempt to act shocked when the police arrived at her apartment makes it challenging to argue that she wasn't a willing participant in this sinister plot. However, her actions could have been out of character, given her strong and determined nature. She was not a weak person. She fought for what she wanted in life. She wasn't old, and she had many years ahead of her. Perhaps the fear of sharing custody of her beloved daughter with Mac, fueled by Leon's influence, pushed her into a dark and unexpected path. Even today, those who knew Valerie refused to accept that she was a bad person. They believed that she was under the control of Leon, manipulated into a dark path. Many argue that it was he who hatched the murderous plot, not her. In this intricate story, one character's identity has remained hidden throughout: Valerie's daughter. She's fortunate to have one parent left to care for her, but she will grow up knowing that her mother loved her deeply. Yet she'll also learn of the unusual circumstances that led to her mother's profound unhappiness and the tragic event that unfolded when she jumped from a 7th-floor balcony. It's a tale filled with complexities and unanswered questions. Now, it's up to you to decide whether Valerie was a victim, caught in a web of manipulation, or a willing participant in this intricate tale. This story presents a complex narrative with differing perspectives, leaving room for interpretation. In the early morning hours of July 20th, 1971, a distress call was made to the Burlington, Vermont Police Department. A concerned woman reported the tragic murder of her roommate, Rita Curran. Upon returning home from work, she discovered Rita's lifeless body lying in a pool with her own blood on their shared bed. The scene was horrifying, indicating that an intruder had broken into their apartment and subjected Rita to a brutal attack involving physical assault, sexual assault, and strangulation. It was evident that Rita had fought fiercely against her assailant. The identity of Rita's killer remained a haunting mystery for both her family and the Burlington Police Department for many years, despite their exhaustive investigation and pursuit of numerous leads. However, after 52 long years, the perpetrator was finally identified. Rita Curran, born on June 21, 1947, in Brooklyn, Kings County, New York, was the beloved daughter of Thomas and Mary Curran. Described as a kind-hearted, generous, and beautiful individual, Rita was known for her gentle nature and her aversion to causing harm to others. At the age of 24, in the summer of 1971, she made the decision to move out of her parents' home for the first time and share an apartment on Brooks Avenue in Burlington, Vermont, with 3 other roommates who she had not yet formed a close bond with. Rita worked as a second-grade teacher at Milton Elementary School and was also pursuing graduate courses at the University of Vermont. During the summer break, she took on a job as a maid at a local motel. Tragically, just 2 weeks after leaving her family's house, Rita's life was brutally taken within the confines of her Burlington apartment. The police report indicated that she had been preparing for bed at the time of the attack, as she was found with curlers in her hair. The shocking murder of Rita Curran sent shockwaves of fear throughout the usually peaceful and welcoming city of Burlington. It was a time when many residents left their front doors unlocked, and this heinous crime shattered the sense of security within the community. It is possible that Rita Curran's apartment door was not locked at the time of her murder because there was no visible force used on the entrance door, as determined by the police investigation. During the investigation, the police collected evidence from the crime scene, including a single cigarette near Rita Curran's arm, which was believed to have been left by the killer to burn out. The police also interviewed Rita Curran's neighbors and followed up on hundreds of tips. Among the neighbors questioned were Williams and Michelle DeRuse, a newly wedded couple who lived 2 floors above Rita Curran at the time of her murder. They informed investigators that they had been together all night and had not heard or seen anything suspicious. The police have a list of 13 suspects, one of whom was Ted Bundy. It was discovered that the local motel where Rita Curran worked was located near Ted Bundy's birthplace, the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers. The murder and crime scene of Rita Curran bore similarities to Ted Bundy's modus operandi, leading retired FBI agent John Bassett to propose him as a suspect. In an attempt to find closure and determine if Ted Bundy was truly responsible for Rita Curran's murder, Mary Campbell Curran, Rita's sister, wrote a letter to Florala's death row where Ted Bundy was incarcerated. The FBI responded by informing her that Ted Bundy had refused to confirm or deny his involvement in Curran's death, and there was no concrete evidence placing him in Burlington on the date of the murder. However, Detective Robert B. Capel interviewed Ted Bundy, who later admitted to him that he had murdered a young woman in Burlington in 1971 while he was there gathering information about his birth. But on January 22, 1989, the night before his execution, Ted Bundy denied any involvement in Rita Curran's case to FBI Special Agent William Hackmeyer. With all leads exhausted and lacking advanced DNA technology to identify a suspect, the case remained unsolved for over 4 decades. According to Acting Police Chief John Murad of Burlington, the department has consistently pursued justice for Rita Curran's family. In 2014, the Burlington Police Department sent all the evidence from the crime scene, including the cigarette, to a forensic lab in New York City for DNA testing. Although the tests generated a DNA profile from the cigarette, it did not match any DNA in the databases maintained by law enforcement agencies nationwide. This suggested that the individual who left their DNA on the cigarette had likely never had their genetic material entered into the database, possibly due to a lack of felony convictions. Furthermore, the DNA testing did not match the known DNA of any of the 13 main suspects identified by the police. However, in 2019, Detective Lieutenant James Trebb decided to take a new approach to the case. Instead of assigning a single detective to work on the case, as was the usual department strategy, Lieutenant Trebb assembled a new team of detectives and expert technicians to review and discuss the Rita Curran case. This team treated the case as if it had just occurred, and they began retesting the evidence. including sending the cigarette for DNA analysis once again. This time, they utilized genetic genealogy, a process that utilizes DNA databases for genealogical research to identify potential family members of the individual whose DNA does not match any existing profiles. Following the DNA analysis, the genetic genealogy expert determined that the DNA on the cigarette had strong connections to relatives of William DeRose, a man who resided 2 floors above Rita Kern's apartment in 1971. William DeRose had been questioned by detectives alongside his wife and claimed to have been at home during the time of the murder. Subsequently, the investigators located a living half-brother of William DeRose who willingly provided a DNA sample. After conducting the test, it was ultimately determined that the DNA on the cigarette belonged to William DeRose. In 2022, additional evidence found of the crime scene, including Rita Kern's torn housecoat, was sent to a crime lab in Florida. At this lab, they utilized new DNA extraction techniques to further analyze the evidence. Prior to this, the detectives had sent the genetic evidence from the cigarette to a genealogy company. Their aim was to explore a larger DNA database that could potentially assist in identifying the killer. Remarkably, the scientist and genealogy expert were able to swiftly match the DNA from the cigarette to William DeRose. This breakthrough was achieved through extensive research of genealogical and public records. Furthermore, the DNA found on Rita Kern's ripped housecoat was also a match to the DNA on the cigarette butt. Subsequently, the investigators made a startling discovery. They learned that William DeRose had passed away at the age of 46 in 1986 due to a drug overdose at the San Francisco hotel. Shortly after Rita Kern's murder, he and his wife had left Vermont and eventually divorced. During an interview with the police, William DeRose's ex-wife, Michelle, revealed that she had lied in 1971 about her husband's whereabouts on the night of the incident. Michelle, who had relocated to Eugene, Oregon, and changed her name, explained that William DeRose had engaged in an argument with her on the evening of July 19, 1971. In an attempt to cool off, he had gone for a walk. He returned later that night and instructed Michelle to inform the investigating officers that he had never left their apartment. He warned her that his previous criminal record might unfairly make him a suspect in Rita Kern's death. Detective Thomas Chonnet, who conducted the interview with Michelle, expressed his skepticism regarding her knowledge of William DeRose being the killer. He believed that she was protecting him due to their recent marriage and their evident love for each other, as well as his criminal history. Following their divorce, William DeRose relocated to Cheland and became a monk. However, he returned to San Francisco, United States in 1974, where he met his second wife, Sarah Hepting. During an interview with the Burlington police, Sarah Hepting disclosed that William DeRose had a tendency for sudden outbursts of violence. She stated that there were 2 occasions where he had displayed extreme violence towards her. One of these instances occurred while they were conversing with a female friend, when he unexpectedly grabbed a pocket knife and stabbed the woman in her abdomen without any apparent reason. Although he was arrested, the woman chose not to press charges. Later, DeRose confessed to Hepting that he had mistakenly believed he had stabbed her. Hepting mentioned that the second incident of DeRose's violence took place during a dinner, when he suddenly began to strangle her for no apparent reason. This was the final straw for Hepting, leading her to leave him. Following the resolution of Rita Kern's case, her unfortunate parents passed away without ever knowing who had taken their daughter's life. However, her remaining family and friends remembered her and found solace in the closure the case provided. Jim Rabar, a former second-grade student of Rita Kern, fondly recalled her as a kind and beautiful person. He shared a memory of a play they performed together, where he played a dancing clown holding a teddy bear. Rita had gifted him the teddy bear, which he still cherishes, although he currently cannot locate it. Mary Kern Campbell, Rita's sister, expressed the sadness that 2 generations of their family have grown up without knowing her. Tom Curran, Rita's brother, focused more on the experiences their parents and Rita endured, rather than dwelling on the perpetrator. He prays to his parents and Rita for their peace. In closing the case, Lieutenant Trebb confidently stated that William DeRose was responsible for the aggravated murder of Rita Kern. However, due to his death from a drug overdose in a hotel room, he will not be held accountable for his actions. Nevertheless, the case will be officially closed. On January 18, 1981, at approximately 6:30 a.m. in Camarillo, California, located about 50 miles from Los Angeles, two newspaper delivery boys made a chilling discovery. They stumbled upon the lifeless body of Rachel Zendejas, a 20-year-old Oxnard college student and a single mother of two. Rachel had recently gone through a divorce and resided in an apartment complex on Mobile Avenue, just across the street from where her tragic fate awaited her. Sharing the apartment with her brother and two daughters, Rachel's life was abruptly cut short in the carport of the complex. Law enforcement swiftly arrived at the crime scene, collecting crucial evidence that would aid in their investigation. As detectives delved deeper into the case, they uncovered that Rachel had ventured out the evening prior to her murder in search of babysitters to care for her young girls. Returning home the following morning after dropping off the babysitters, Rachel was ambushed by her assailant as she exited her vehicle. The circumstances surrounding her murder were both heart-wrenching and perplexing. For years, the police tirelessly pursued leads and explored every possible avenue in their quest for justice. However, despite their relentless efforts, the case eventually grew cold as all leads were exhausted. The tragic murder of Rachel Zendejas remained unsolved, leaving her family and the community in a state of despair. Yet, just before the year's end, in the early hours of December 12, 1981, a neighbor's call to the police would once again ignite hope. The neighbor reported a fire outbreak at an apartment in Oxnard, breathing new life into the investigation. Upon receiving the emergency call, the Oxnard Fire Department swiftly responded to the location and promptly extinguished the raging fire. Subsequently, during their investigation, they made a grim discovery. The lifeless body of Lisa Gondek, a 21-year-old woman, was found unclothed in the apartment's bathtub. It was evident that she had been subjected to a heinous crime, as her assailant had not only raped and strangled her, but also set the apartment ablaze. Shockingly, despite the audible screams heard by her neighbors, they failed to alert emergency services until the smell of smoke permeated the air. Lisa Gondek, a retail worker residing in Oxnard, had attended a club at the Port Hueneme Naval Base on the night of December 11, 1981. Following her time at the disco with friends, she was dropped off at her home around 1:30 a.m. the next day. Tragically, she was discovered lifeless in her bathtub, and the identity of her killer remained unknown for several decades. Lisa Gondek had initially traveled from Connecticut to Oxnard for a planned 2-week visit to a friend in the U.S. Navy. However, she ultimately made the decision to relocate to Oxnard months before her untimely demise. Prior to her death, she had made a heartfelt promise to her loved ones, expressing her intention to spend Christmas with them, stating, "Mom, I'll be home for Christmas." Lisa Gondek relocated to Oxnard and moved in with a childhood best friend. She secured a job at a teen clothing store in the Esplanade Shopping Center. Despite being new to the area, she quickly formed new friendships. According to her roommate, Lisa was not only kind-hearted, but also possessed inner and outer beauty. Her roommate stated, "If Lisa had $1, she would willingly share it with you." The investigations into Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gondek's cases were initially conducted separately. However, in 2002, the suspect's DNA found at Rachel Zendejas' crime scene were submitted to the FBI's combined DNA index system. A search was conducted in the criminal database for felons, but unfortunately, it did not yield any results. Nevertheless, in 2004, the investigators working on Lisa Gondek's case utilized DNA testing and informed the Ventura County Sheriff's Office that both Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gondek's homicides were linked to a single suspect. Unfortunately, the DNA did not provide any identifiable information about the suspect, and the case went cold once again. Another intriguing connection was established between both women as they had visited a nightclub called Huntington in the hours leading up to their deaths. This nightclub, which is now closed, was a popular spot located across from the Esplanade Mall. In December 2019, the Cold Case Unit of Ventura County took charge of the investigations once again. They employed the use of genetic genealogy, an advanced form of DNA testing, to identify potential relatives of the suspects. This approach yielded new leads, and subsequent DNA testing confirmed that Tony Garcia was the prime suspect in both homicides. Surprisingly, Tony Garcia had been living in Oxnard all along, right under the noses of the detectives for over 4 decades. Born in Roswell, New Mexico, he had served in the U.S. Navy and was stationed Point Mugu near Oxnard. Although Tony Garcia was discharged from service in 1980, he chose to remain in Oxnard, where he pursued his passion for karate and became a dedicated student and instructor for many years. During the time of his arrest, Tony Garcia was employed as a carpenter. It remains uncertain whether he had any prior acquaintance with his victims. Tony Garcia faced charges of 2 counts of murder, along with additional allegations of committing murder while involved in a rape and committing murder while involved in a kidnapping. Upon his initial court appearance, he was instructed to be detained without bail. Following Tony Garcia's apprehension, Roy Rodriguez, the brother of Rachel Zenderges, expressed, "I am determined to bring closure to Rachel's case and fulfill my purpose." A hiker found human remains belonging to a male near Natural Bridges State Park in Santa Cruz County at 4:30 a.m. on October 6, 1982. Investigators determined that the unknown man's life had been taken by someone. For 41 years, the case remained cold until an important partnership with emerging forensic-grade genome sequencing was done by Othram Labs. Is the first private laboratory in North America that was purpose-built to generate human ID from forensic evidence and crime scene evidence. They are working on cases like this one all across North America and having a great deal of success. DNA extract that was derived from the victim's bones was sent to Othram from the California Department of Justice. Othram did what is called a suitability analysis on it and measured how much DNA is truly there. Othram Labs has the capability to look at hundreds of thousands of DNA markers, making it easier to find more distant relatives and reverse engineer back to the direct family. In this case, it was genealogy that pointed towards a family of the victim. The FBI then got involved, and they were able to use some fingerprinting once they had an idea of who it may be to confirm that identity. Law enforcement was able to take that important link and finally give a name to the body known for so long to investigators as John Doe. In October 2023, it was announced to the public that the human remains belonged to 28-year-old Rodney Allen Rumsey. Rodney was born on May 25, 1954. He lived in Sacramento, California. Michael Vaughan, the director of account management at Othram Lab, said this started out as an unidentified human remains case, and now they have an entirely new case that they are investigating. The community is impacted. The detectives are impacted. Decades of family members, and it feels really good, and we celebrated it, and then it is on to the next one. Rodney's left forearm had a red rose with 3 leaves on it and a tattoo of a skull on his left forearm. The skull had black braids, 3 red-tipped feathers jutting out from the head and red around the eye sockets. Lieutenant Karina Sicina, a spokeswoman for the Santa Cruz Police Departments, said investigators still have much work to do and will try to reach out to Rumsey's family. Anyone with information about this case may call the Santa Cruz Police Department's investigation unit at 831-420-5820 or the department's tip line at 831-42-0595. Patricia Chupko Bender's only child, Susan Robin Bender, was born in Modesto, California on November 27, 1970. Susan, who was 15 at the time, left her family's house on April 25, 1986 to spend the weekend with friends in Carmel by the Sea. To get to the Greyhound bus station at 10th and G Street, she walked alone. Susan ran into friends while she was waiting for the bus. She informed them of her coastal excursion and her intention to return in a few days. Susan used the payphone at the depot to make a call after their talk. After 10 minutes, a full-size 1977 Ford van with an olive green exterior arrived. Susan entered the car. Susan was last observed at this location. In the 1980s, it was not unheard of for a 15-year-old to have so much freedom. Susan's mother, Patricia Bender, assumed her daughter had arrived in Carmel safely and was enjoying herself with her friends. Susan's mother started to worry when she didn't make the usual phone call home. On May 1st, 1986, she reported her daughter missing. The detectives quickly deduced that Susan had suffered a terrible fate. We have certain evidence to indicate foul play was involved in Susan Bender's disappearance, a detective told the local newspaper. The same newspaper was informed by Susan's mother that although Susan had fled home twice previously, she had always returned rather quickly. Patricia said before she vanished, "Things had been going well between us for a few months. There was no sign that she was planning to run away." She also mentioned that a male person of interest who was not identified had been discovered in possession of Susan's phone book, clothing, and diary. Patricia went on to say, "I fear she was attacked by a man who was questioned by the police, but never taken into custody. Despite having a lot of circumstantial evidence against him, they chose not to arrest him." Susan was never thought to have gone missing voluntarily by the police. In 1987, Detective Richard Rudiner, who was assigned to the case until his retirement in 2000, told a newspaper that he believed Susan was probably dead. According to an interview with Susan's mother from 1999, the police said there is little they can do without a body. That same year, Detective Rudiner said, "Susan Bender just fell off the face of the earth." The strangest thing about this case is that no information about her has surfaced in all these years, and no one has ever come forward to tell what happened to her. In 1999, two childhood friends from Linden, California, Lauren Herzog and Wesley Shermantine, also targeted young women in and around the nearby Stockton area. There was conjecture that Susan could have been one of their victims. Many of their victims remain unidentified. Although Susan disappeared while the men were occupied with their evil deeds, it is possible that the men had anything to do with her kidnapping, even though the authorities did not know. Susan's disappearance was consistent with their victim-focused strategy. However, Susan's case had never been connected to Herzog's or Shermantine's crimes, despite years of investigation. The 1980 and 1990 saw the two evil friends go on a rampage. They may have killed over 15 people, including several women. Meanwhile, Susan's case went unresolved for almost 40 years. Investigators had conversations with friends and family who had battled to preserve Susan's story. In 2021, Susan's friend, Sandy Silveria, made the following comment: "Where is she? What was her fate? It is necessary to hold whoever did this accountable." The Modesto Police Department declared in October 2021 that they had reopened the case in an effort to find the long-lost teenager. In reviewing this case, we identified potential areas of opportunity which may assist in moving this case forward, the department stated in a statement. This encompasses the application of technological innovations. We also think that, given the circumstances of the crime, there might be previously unidentified people who could know important details about Susan's disappearance. Investigators looking into cold cases in Modesto hoped that in the years since Susan vanished, more witnesses would feel inclined to come forward. In a statement released in 2022, the police department stated, "It's crucial to keep in mind that Susan was a young child living with a family. Regretfully, the family has not received justice or closure for 36 years. As an organization, it is our responsibility to help achieve some measure of closure while ultimately pursuing justice." Finally, on Thursday, August 17, 2023, Raymond Lewis Stafford was declared arrested by the Modesto Police Department. Lewis, who is now age 76, was arrested in Wills Point, 50 miles east of Dallas, where he had been residing for about 5 years on August 15, 2023. For decades, Stafford seemed to be living in plain sight. On August 10th, detectives obtained an arrest warrant. However, it wasn't until Tuesday that the Van Zandt County Sheriff's Department in Texas arrived at his residence and took him into custody. He was charged with killing Susan after he was apprehended without trouble and checked into the Van Zandt County Jail. More information regarding what Modesto police believe happened to Susan was withheld. Raymond Lewis is now in detention in Texas while awaiting extradition to California. It's unclear exactly how the detective narrowed in on him as a potential suspect. The Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office is receiving different unanswered questions from Modesto police, who claim they have no further information to share. The Modesto Police Department and the Stanislaus County District Attorney were contacted by newspapers and local radio stations to find out what happened before the suspect was taken into custody, but they did not receive a response. There was no information made public regarding Susan's exact cause of death, the possibility of finding her body, or the new evidence that led to Raymond Lewis charges. The Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office, the California Department of Justice, and several Texas authorities were thanked by Modesto police in a press release for their assistance during the protracted and difficult investigation. It stated that the collaborative efforts of these agencies have been instrumental in bringing closure to Susan Robin Bender's case. Detectives had a suspect almost immediately after they developed a suspicion of foul play. According to court documents filed in Stanislaus County, a month after Susan disappeared, Lewis was taken into custody on suspicion of a separate burglary, and investigators at the time tracked him down using the green van. At that time, his name had not been made public. During their investigation, they discovered that Raymond Stafford Lewis had collaborated briefly with Patricia Bender, Susan's mother. Patricia said at the time that she thought Lewis might have become close to her daughter after calling their house phone. According to court records, Patricia briefly worked for Stafford Lewis at his security company in 1985. They added that she acknowledged dating Lewis a couple of times. Susan knew Lewis well. Susan had been spotted getting into his rental van at the bus stop. Her friend, who was present at the bus station on the day she vanished, claims that she jumped into his van without hesitation. According to a former resident of Raymond Stafford's house in the 1980s, Stafford admitted to killing a woman by strangling her with a wire or cord and burying her close to the Big Oak Flat Yosemite entrance. According to court records that were obtained, he claimed to have driven to a campground close to Yosemite National Park's Big Oak Flat entrance and dug the grave. In the months following Susan's disappearance, 38-year-old Raymond Stafford filed to run for Modesto City Council. When the local newspaper inquired about his criminal history, he responded in July 1985 that it was just the consequence of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. His arrest records indicated that he was wearing a badge identifying him as a private investigator and running an unlicensed private investigation company. According to Stafford, the main focus of his campaign was enacting laws that would shield kids from predators. He continued, "We do not spend any time getting the people who are harassing our children." Not surprisingly, he was not elected. Stafford admitted to filing a false police report and was found guilty of setting a business on fire 5 months later. In December 1986, according to reports, he staged a kidnapping to get out of going to court. He reappeared on law enforcement's radar in 1994 for abusing a 13-year-old girl in California. He was listed as an offender under the alias Greg Tunningly on the offender registry. Stafford was revealed to be the man in new court documents. Patricia Bender disclosed that she had always believed Stafford was the reason for her daughter's disappearance, having learned the two had maintained a secret relationship. "I have known from the beginning when my daughter came up missing," Patricia stated. "I've been aware that he was the one behind it. I told the investigators so, but they ignored me." Patricia continued saying that for the previous 37 years, the thought had been a part of her. "Honestly, it felt like I was lost," she went on. "It appeared as though I were a dead woman walking. Hearing others talk about their grandchildren and children hurts." Patricia claimed that her motivation came from her 15-year-old daughter's memories. She recalled Susan's gregarious nature. She was a comic. She was just a typical adolescent trying to find her place, Patricia said. Patricia Bender never gave up, but up until this point, her search for her daughter had been excruciating. She mentioned having to rely on her faith. She said, "I am appreciative. I'm happy that the system has at last made the decision to act and stop leaving me in the dark." In order to bid Susan farewell, which they have always believed she deserves, those closest to her hope to find out where she is. Her mother now states in the final act that forgiveness for Stafford is the one thing she has never struggled with. "Although it may seem strange to say I have forgiven him for the harm he caused to my daughter. I truly have, since I don't want to live my entire life carrying that burden." Patricia claimed that a heavy cloud had been lifted from her shoulders by this arrest. "At this point, I am not excited about how the trial will proceed. I only want to locate Susan's body. My message is a simple one, she said in a closing remark. Pay attention to your children now. On April 20th, 1990, Corey Darden was born into a caring family in Utah. Raised with strong moral values and guidance from her parents, she grew up in a nurturing environment. Corey, a highly educated individual, holds a postgraduate degree in human resources and human resource management and service. In addition to her post-graduation, she earned a bachelor's degree in healthcare administration. Her professional background includes serving as an administrative assistant at Park Street Hospital and gaining experience as an enhanced patient services and specialty clinic trainee at Park City Medical Center. Corey Richens led the life of a prosperous young woman. On June 15, 2013, she married her boyfriend, Eric Richens, in an intimate backyard ceremony at their home in Camus, Utah. Their marriage was blessed with the arrival of 3 children. 3 adorable boys, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, as their family grew. Amidst all the joy, Corey was also thriving. She embarked on a career as a real estate agent and found success in the field as well. However, little by little cracks began to surface in her otherwise happy life. Financial struggles played the role of the antagonist in her narrative, causing shifts in Corey's personality in subsequent actions. Between 2015 and 2017, Corey acquired at least 4 life insurance policies on her husband, amassing nearly $2 million in coverage. Additionally, in September 2020, Eric discovered that Corey had allegedly obtained and utilized a $250,000 home equity line of credit on their Camus residence. She had also withdrawn over $100,000 from his bank accounts and spent more than $30,000 using his credit cards. When confronted about these financial discrepancies, agreed to repay him. In October 2020, without his wife's knowledge, Eric consulted both a divorce lawyer and an estate planning attorney. He took several significant steps to protect his assets, altering his will, establishing a living trust, and placing his estate under the management of his sister, Katie Rich and Spenson. Furthermore, he transferred his partnership interest in his business to the trust and designated it as the beneficiary of his $500,000 life insurance policy. Additionally, Eric and his business partner held $2 million life insurance policies, naming each other as beneficiaries. However, on January 1, 2022, attempted to change the policy, designate herself as the beneficiary. Eric discovered the alteration and reverted the beneficiary back to his business partner. Later that month, allegedly initiated the application process for a new $100,000 life insurance policy on Eric Richens' life. These circumstances pushed Corey to the brink, and gradually they were about to unfold into a horrifying series of events. We will soon return to these events. But first, let's delve into the day of Eric Richens' death. It was March 4, 2022, and the Richens family were all at home. It was a joyous evening, and they were celebrating Corey's successful business deal as a real estate agent. The cheerful evening slowly became a quiet night, with their 3 sons, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, sound asleep. Eric and Corey shared a few drinks before retiring to bed. But tragically, they had something else in store for 39-year-old Eric Richens. That very night, at around 3 in the morning, Corey, who was sleeping with their youngest son, per her statement later on, went to check on Eric in their master bedroom. To her shock, she discovered Eric lying unconscious on the floor, near the foot of his bed. Alarmed, Corey immediately dialed 911 for help. Upon arrival, the police determined that Eric had passed away due to a fentanyl overdose, a powerful synthetic opioid drug commonly used for pain relief. During the initial investigation, apart from the cause of death, no other significant clues emerged. However, a pressing question remained. How could Eric have succumbed to a drug overdose? This query prompted the police to explore all possible scenarios and avenues of investigation. To unravel the mystery, the police delved deep into the updates and dynamics within the Richens family. During the interviews, informed authorities that she and her husband were celebrating her recent property acquisition for her business. According to her account, she prepared a Moscow mule in the kitchen and brought it to their bedroom, where Eric consumed it while sitting in bed. Corey later recounted to the authorities that she had fallen asleep in one of her children's rooms upon waking up and returning to her bedroom. She discovered her husband was cold to the touch. Allegedly, she attempted CPR on him. However, when medical and fire personnel arrived, they observed that it didn't seem like she had performed CPR, given the significant amount of blood that came from Eric's mouth. Moreover, Poised claimed that she had left her phone plugged into the bedroom, conflicted with the evidence found by investigators. They discovered her phone had been locked and unlocked multiple times, showing movement, before the emergency call to 911 was made. These inconsistencies heightened the initial suspicions, directing the police's focus towards a more thorough investigation. As time passed, investigators uncovered a crucial piece of information that would gradually unravel the case. They learned that shortly after her husband's death, Corey had reportedly hired a locksmith to drill into Eric's safe, which held between $125,000 and $165,000 in cash. When Eric Richardson's sister, Katie Richens Benson, advised Corey to leave the safe untouched, Corey reacted with anger, physically assaulting Richens Benson by punching her in the face and neck. These actions raised further suspicion to the unfolding investigation. As the investigations honed in on Corey Richens, the police uncovered a wealth of additional information, painting a clearer and more intricate picture of the situation at hand. At the time of her husband's death, Corey Richens was allegedly in dire financial straits, owing over $1 million. On March 3, 2022, the day before her husband passed away, she had a significant conversation with a moneylender to whom she owed at least $1.8 million and had a lengthy telephone call with the IRS. Additionally, she had outstanding state and federal tax liabilities amounting to $189,840. Moreover, was indebted to her husband, owing him at least $514,346. These staggering financial troubles added a compelling layer to the investigation, further intensifying the scrutiny on Corey. On February 14, 2022, what was supposed to be a romantic Valentine's Day meal turned into a terrifying ordeal for Eric. After eating a sandwich his wife made for him, he broke out into hives and struggled to breathe. Investigators discovered that Corey had prepared a sandwich and left it on the seat of Eric's truck, accompanied by a love note. However, soon after consuming it, Eric fell seriously ill and had to use their son's EpiPen. There was a strong suspicion that he had been poisoned with an allergen, although this was never confirmed. Worried about the possibility of poisoning, confided in a friend, sharing his concerns that his wife might be trying to harm him. Moreover, in the aftermath of Eric's death, Richens Benson took the proactive step of hiring a private investigator to monitor and shadow Corey. This decision stemmed from Corey's attempt to remove her sister-in-law as the trustee of Eric Richardson's trust, leading Richens Benson to suspect Corey's involvement in her brother's demise. A legal battle ensued between Corey and her sister-in-law over the trust and estate matters since Eric Richardson's passing. Corey later claimed that the private investigator frequently parked outside her home, conducting surveillance and questioning her neighbors about her and her husband. During interviews, Greg Scordes, a spokesperson for Eric Richardson's family, stated that the private investigator was hired to investigate Eric's death. However, the private investigator declined to comment on the case. The mounting evidence and intricate details unearthed by investigators pointed towards Corey from multiple angles. However, the investigators aimed to compile a comprehensive and irrefutable report striving to conclusively close this case once and for all. A year after her husband's tragic passing on March 7, 2023, Corey published a book titled, Are You With Me? And dedicated to Eric Richens, who, according to her, was an amazing husband and wonderful father. In an interview, discussed her book and her husband's death, describing it as happening unexpectedly. However, at that time, she remained unaware that she was at the center of suspicion. Before she fully grasped the gravity of the accusations against her, Corey was arrested on May 8, 2023, on charges of aggravated murder and 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute. She was held in custody at Summit County Jail in Park City, Utah, awaiting trial. prosecutors disclosed that Corey had slipped 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl into the cocktail on the night of Eric's death. Subsequently, she left him in bed and slept with one of the younger children. Upon checking on him around 3 a.m., Eric had already passed away and was unresponsive. Corey's phone was also collected on the day of her arrest, as prosecutors revealed that it was located in the dresser drawer on her side of the bed during the second search of her home on the day she was arrested. Following the discovery of Corey's phone, her search history unveiled some intricate details. It was revealed that she had searched for the address of the lead detectives on the case, but her actions didn't end there. The search history indicated that Corey had also sought out contact information for the relative of the second lead detective online. Research history provided a troubling glimpse into her thoughts. Among her searches was luxury prisons for the rich in America. She also looked into whether she would receive a life insurance payment if her husband's cause of death was listed as pending. Most disturbingly, she conducted a search related to a lethal dose of fentanyl, indicating a deeper and concerning line of inquiry. Furthermore, investigators discovered a key witness who could potentially help solve the case once and for all. While the person's name was never disclosed, she was identified only by her initials, CL. In early 2022, contacted CL, as per the contact saved on Corey's phone, and requested fentanyl, the drug that proved fatal for Eric. Phone records indicated multiple calls and text messages between Corey and CL in January 2022. However, authorities were unable to ascertain the precise content of these messages because Corey allegedly deleted data from her phone between January 2, 2022 and shortly after Eric Richardson's death. During the interview, informed authorities that she acquired the fentanyl pills and handed them over to Corey in a direct transaction either on February 11th or February 12th, 2022. In late February, Corey once more reached out to CL, expressing dissatisfaction with the strength of the fentanyl and requesting a more potent supply. During this conversation, Corey allegedly asked CL for some Michael Jackson stuff, referencing the way that Michael Jackson died due to a drug overdose. CL confirmed to the authorities that she had obtained what Corey requested once again. Corey wrote a backdated check for $1,300 to obtain fentanyl from CL. According to CL, on either March 9th or March 10th, she left the fentanyl pills in a fire pit located in the backyard of a home owned by Richens. This statement and evidence became pivotal in establishing Corey's responsibility. However, on June 10, 2023, lawyers representing Corey Richens argued for her release, completely denying the allegations. In a court filing that summer, they contended that there was no substantial evidence to support the charges. According to her legal team, not a single text message or document had been presented during discovery to substantiate the claim that Eric ever believed Corey attempted to poison him. Later on August 18th, prosecutors for Summit County informed the court that they had decided not to pursue the death penalty after careful consultation with the sisters and father of Eric Richens. On September 18th, prosecutors accused Corey of witness tampering, alleging that she had asked her brother to fabricate a false story about her husband supposedly buying drugs. In a court filing, prosecutors revealed that they found the request in a 6-page letter in Corey's cell at Summit County Jail in Park City. After a recent court hearing, Corey Richens was declared to be a substantial danger to society, leading the judge to rule that she would be safer behind bars. While the verdict is pending, it is undeniably evident that Corey Richens will spend a significant amount of time behind bars, bringing the case to its conclusion. In her own apartment, a young lady was discovered dead. Police launched an investigation, but they turned up no leads. Before a breakthrough in the case was eventually achieved, it took 40 years. But in addition to the truth, detectives also learned new concerning information. On March 30th, 1960, in the state of Virginia, Robin Brooks was born. She moved to the small town of Highland in New York as a child. Along with her family, Robin was a happy, outgoing individual who had a large circle of friends and was always able to find common ground with others. She was very close to her older sister Maria as well. Following graduation, Robin chose to relocate to California. The young woman had another important reason for moving besides the fact that the state's climate intrigued her. Robin chose to follow her sister, who had gone there not long before. The young lady found employment in Sacramento after moving into an apartment. She was given the chance to relocate to a residential complex where her sister and her boyfriend resided a few months later. Not only were the apartments noticeably better, but Robin was also able to spend more time with Maria, and she made the decision to move just before turning 20. The young woman had to work 2 jobs to pay the rent for her separate apartment. Within walking distance of her apartment complex was a donut shop where she worked as a cashier. In order to combine it with her second job, Robin opted for the evening shift. For approximately 1.5 months, the young lady resided in this complex and made a lot of friends at work and outside of it. She was happy to be able to see her sister on a daily basis once more. Robin was scheduled to begin her shift at the donut shop at 4 p.m. on April 24, 1980, but her coworkers were shocked when she failed to show up. She never missed a shift while working there, and she frequently arrived even earlier than expected, so this was extremely unusual. After waiting for several hours, one of the staff members made the decision to visit Robin's apartment. When the colleague knocked on the door, nothing happened. There was just silence. After several unsuccessful attempts, he returned back and informed them that the young woman was not responding. Colleagues were quite alarmed by this information, since they assumed that if Robin had not called to explain why she could not make it to work, something might have happened to her. She had made friends with every employee in the short time she had been at their store, and they genuinely cared about her well-being. Cow workers thought about phoning the police, but they soon found out that they would not look for Robin, just because she missed a shift. Then one of them made an unconventional suggestion. He offered to open her apartment's front door to see if she was all right. He went to her house with some colleagues, and after a few minutes of knocking on the door, they decided to break in. When they succeeded, they were met with a startling sight. Everything in the living room was covered in blood as Robin lay there on her waterbed. Her colleagues called the police right away, and when they arrived, they were able to confirm the young woman's death. Her body was covered in multiple stab wounds that appeared to have been caused by an unidentified attacker who stabbed her with a knife and repeatedly punctured the waterbed, spilling its contents onto the ground. The police determined, upon reviewing the crime scene, that until Robin's associates opened the entrance door, there were no indications of a break-in. They thought the murderer had broken in through a window because the back door was likewise locked from the inside. Fingerprints on the windowsill were soon discovered by forensic experts, providing credence to this theory. Medical examiners found that the victim had been sexually raped and had acquired biological material from the offender. Additionally, there are small amounts of blood in the apartment that do not match Robin's blood type. After coming to the conclusion that the murderer had cut himself during the assault, investigators sent blood samples to a lab. Unfortunately, they were unable to use this evidence in the 1980s because DNA analysis was not yet available. Starting with her coworkers, investigators interviewed the victim's acquaintances. They claimed that the young woman had left for home the previous day after her shift ended at midnight. She was joking around and acting normally. Nothing at that point suggested that something was wrong. One interesting fact that Robin's coworkers brought up was that she had washed her bedding the day before and was concerned about it drying in time before her return home. Detectives concluded that the victim was attacked shortly after returning home because the bed in her apartment had not been made. Her sister brought up a concerning observation as well. Robin had mentioned being followed by a man a few days prior to her passing. She claimed that this man had visited her store multiple times and had behaved strangely in an attempt to win her affection. But she did not offer any information that would help identify him. But Robin did not take it seriously because he had done nothing to cause her to worry about her safety. Because there were no distinguishing features, the police were unable to identify this individual. They spoke with the victim's neighbors and carried out more investigation, but they were unable to find any leads. That night, none of them heard any screams or sounds of struggle. Additionally, the neighbors did not witness any strangers paying the victim a visit. Investigators also discovered that Robin did not leave work that evening directly for home. She briefly attended a party with her friends before leaving. Her friends claimed that she left the party alone, and that there were no awkward moments or confrontations. After speaking with everyone present, the police came to the conclusion that they were most likely not responsible for her death. The investigation eventually came to a standstill. There were no possible suspects. Robin had good relationships with her neighbors and co-workers. She did not have a boyfriend, and she did not know anyone from her past who would have wanted her to suffer. At the time, biological and blood samples were unable to identify the murderer, and matching fingerprints to already existing databases produced no gits. Robin had mentioned a frequent customer of the store, and investigators thought that person was the murderer. Based on their theory, the man tracked the victim from her place of employment to her residence, obtaining her precise address. He waited for her the next day while she was at the store, breaking in through a window into her apartment. He attacked Robin when she got home, brutalized and killed her, and then ran away. Even with no evidence at all, the investigation went on for a while before coming to a standstill. 24 years after the murder, the investigation was finally reopened in 2004. At that point, DNA analysis was a commonly employed technique, and investigators were hopeful that it would aid in identifying the murderer. They send biological material and blood to a lab where specialists take a DNA profile and enter it into the FBI database, but they are unable to find any matches. This indicated that the murderer was either not a repeat offender or that the crime was committed before mandatory DNA collection for such offenders. Still, investigators were met with a disturbing finding in the California State Database. 3 weeks prior to Robin's demise, another crime was committed that the killer's DNA profile matched. At that moment, a mystery man had broken into the house of another young lady, raped her, and then left her unharmed. The young woman did not see the attacker's face because it was all at night. After she called the police right away, forensic specialists were able to take the man's biological material. In an attempt to finally identify Robin's killer, detectives searched for fresh leads in this case, but all of their efforts were fruitless. Investigators were eventually left to periodically cross-reference the DNA profile with databases in the unlikely event that the killer came to light and his DNA was added to existing databases when the case ultimately went cold again. This persisted until 2017 when investigators learned about a novel technique known as DNA phenotyping. In essence, genetic specialists examine a DNA sample and, using their interpretation of the data, approximate a suspect's profile. This is not an exact method. Rather, it is an additional police guideline. Investigators can examine closely at suspects who are similar to one another or remove someone from the list. With the aid of such a portrait, investigators resorted to Parban nanolabs, which carried out similar studies, and they quickly created a rough sketch of the murderer. He turned out to be an African-American man. But among all the people who even vaguely appeared in the case, investigators could not find anyone who looked similar. 2 portraits were created by Parban nanolabs. One depicted the suspect's potential appearance in 1980, and the other in 2017. In an effort to generate fresh leads, the media released both photos. Robin's family members also hoped to learn the truth at last. Thus, they made the decision to offer a $10,000 reward for any information leading to the location of this individual. The police got a number of tips, but none of them produced any results. They never did find out who the real criminal was. Nevertheless, the detectives and Robin's family members were not going to give up. This case was added to the list of unsolved homicides in 2020 for which funding was increased. By then, a new DNA analysis tool was under active use that made it possible to find the DNA sample owner's distant relatives. In order for this to happen, at least one kinship relative of his needed to be listed in state or public DNA databases. After delivering the Robin's killer sample to the Parban nanolabs experts, they waited. It took them several months to research the criminal's potential relatives, follow their family trees, and identify a credible suspect. The detectives were able to obtain a name at last. Philip Wilson, who was 71 years old at the time, but the findings of the study did not support his guilt. It was imperative that the police obtain his DNA and compare it to the sample discovered in the victim's apartment. After finding out this man's address, they started keeping an eye on him. Given that it is not legally required for someone to give a sample of their DNA, the police must use some creative tactics. They frequently make an effort to obtain something that the suspect may have touched. Could be a cigarette, but a water bottle, or anything else. After obtaining everything they required, investigators turned the sample of DNA over to specialists. In Wilson's case, investigators proceeded in a similar manner, sending an item containing his DNA to a laboratory. Experts discovered a perfect match. The likely murderer was eventually located 40 years later, and the same year, on February 24th, he was taken into custody. Although the man denied being involved in the murder, the evidence pointed to his guilt. Additionally, the suspect's fingerprints were collected by the police, and they matched those on the windowsill. After reading his biography, the detectives discovered a wealth of fascinating information. The man, who was 31 at the time of Robin's murder, resided a short distance from her complex. Wilson also frequently visited the domet shop where the victim was employed. This supported the police's initial theory that the murderer was the same unidentified stalker who had been bothering the young employee. The man's lack of a significant criminal record could account for the lack of his fingerprints and DNA in the databases. The lengthy trial preparations that followed his arrest continued for a number of years. Wilson and his legal representatives had already prepared a fresh line of defense by the time the process started in 2022. According to his attorney, Philip and Robin had a consensual relationship that evening. And then the man went home and someone else broke into the young woman's apartment and killed her. Regarding the blood found at the scene of the crime, the suspect's attorney maintained that Wilson had cut himself while at work and that the wound had burst when he was at Robin's house. This version of events was deemed ludicrous by the prosecution. First of all, there was no romantic relationship between the victim and anyone. Additionally, she reported that Wilson was probably the strange man who was harassing her at work. His actions and persistence irritated the young woman, and they had no sympathy for one another. Secondly, the victim's apartment did not contain any additional male DNA traces. Assuming that Wilson left behind his DNA, blood, and fingerprints while the murderer left nothing at all would be bizarre. Moreover, the young woman contacted him voluntarily if the suspect's attorney is to be believed, but not before she had made the bed, which was devoid of any bedding, for whatever reason. Additionally, Wilson's defense attempted to identify a different suspect as the potential murderer. It was the person Maria was living with at the time, her ex-boyfriend. The man was deceased at the time of the trial, and the attorney made use of this information. He made an effort to persuade the jury that the man was vile, had threatened Robin and her sister, and had broken into the victim's flat. Still, nothing was verifiable. Thus, none of these remarks significantly affected the legal system. Philip Wilson was consequently found guilty of murder. On his birthday, the news of his sentence was released. The man was given an indeterminate life sentence without the chance of release. Given his numerous health issues at the moment, his prison sentence is unlikely to be lengthy. The victim's family expressed gratitude to the detectives for concluding the case at last. After all, her sister acknowledged, Robert moved to California to follow her, and she still feels guilty. Regarding the young lady Wilson, had raped 3 weeks prior to the murder, the man was spared further punishment because the statute of limitations had passed. Detectives are still curious, though, if Wilson had any other victims. When criminals commit such heinous crimes, usually a few weeks pass between them, they do not stop and carry on harming people. Wilson may not have intended for her to die. After breaking into Robin's apartment and attacking her, she may have recognized Wilson's face from his frequent visits to her store. The man might have chosen to kill someone and then give up on committing other crimes out of fear of going to prison. 30 years old in 1986, Teresa Scoff, a compassionate nurse, was employed at Lakeland Regional Health in Florida. She cherished caring for her 8-year-old son, Jason, and helping others. As a single mother living in a tiny apartment with her partner, Jason was her only family. Teresa always had a smile on her face, and she had green eyes and brown hair. She was a happy, outgoing person who made lots of friends both in her neighborhood and at work. She loved to watch movies, read books, and spend time with her son. She enjoyed learning new things and traveling as well. One day, she hoped to become a doctor and help save more lives. Teresa was alone in her apartment on October 15, 1986, a night when Jason was spending time with his grandmother, Betty. Rain was falling heavily on that gloomy and stormy night. A man she didn't know broke into her house. He intended to hurt Teresa and he carried a knife. His prints were on the windowsill and the doorknob. In addition, he had dropped a cigarette butt on the floor and left his DNA on it. He tried to push himself on Teresa and attacked her with his knife. Teresa used every ounce of strength to fight back. She attempted to defend herself with her hands, but he seriously hurt them. Because he was stronger than she was, he severely injured her throat. He killed her, leaving her body on the floor, then ran out of the apartment. When Teresa failed to arrive at work the following morning, Teresa's mother Betty became worried and went to check on her. Teresa's body was discovered in a bloody puddle. The police showed up at the apartment after she called them. From the crime scene, they gathered every piece of evidence and stored it for later use. Investigators interviewed a large number of suspects and pursued leads, but they were unable to identify the culprit and the case was abandoned. Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff, finally declared the case solved on October 16, 2023. They were able to establish Teresa's injuries were caused by Donald Douglas. Douglas committed the crime when he was 33 years old. Along with his brother, he co-owned an electrical company. In 2008, Donald Douglas, then 54 years old, passed away from natural causes. It was made more difficult to link him to the case because he had no prior criminal record and was cremated after his death. Teresa's mother, Betty Scalf, and two of her sisters attended a press conference with Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, who gave an account of how his department resolved the 37-year-old case. Donald Douglas, according to Sheriff Judd, lived directly behind the duplex. Investigators interviewed Donald Douglas and other neighbors when he lived right behind the duplex, but they never thought of him as a suspect. According to Grady Judd, Douglas had no visible wounds, and there was no reason for the initial detectives to suspect him. Judd surmised that Douglas killed Teresa because he wanted a relationship with her, but she turned him down. Judd clarified that in the early 2000s, the agency entered DNA from the crime scene into the FBI's national database, but due to technological advancements, no matches were found, indicating that the perpetrator's DNA had not been entered. After obtaining the case in 2015, Judd gave Detective Matthew Newbold credit for spearheading the effort to solve it. Teresa Scalf's picture was a permanent fixture on Newbold's desk, and he promised her family he wouldn't leave until he had found the criminal. Othram, a Texas-based business that specializes in creating genetic samples from crime scene evidence, collaborated with Newbold. With the use of publicly available DNA submitted by users of programs like 23andMe, the company assisted in building the suspect's family tree. Donald Douglas's third cousin, who had conceived a child outside of marriage in 1949, was the target of one hit. In the end, what Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd called the illicit affair revealed a new branch of the family tree. According to David Nutting, an official from Othram, it was the 106th publicly disclosed resolution to an unresolved case using Othram's DNA research. According to him, there are an estimated 330,000 unresolved cases in the U.S. When Douglas was found to be the culprit, the sheriff's detectives got in touch with his son and requested a sample of his DNA. He fully cooperated. Judd stated, and was mortified to learn that his sample confirmed that Donald Douglas's blood had been found at the crime scene. Teresa's sister, Pam, stated, "The first thing that I would like to say is Teresa was a wonderful person. The most loving person. She did not deserve it. Our family did not deserve this." She added, "She started off at the bottom nursing assistant. She went to respiratory school. She got her registered nurse license and was so proud. I have never seen anyone more proud. She said, 'I did it, Pom. I did it.' And she lost her life a month later after we had this conversation. I hope it gives everybody comfort to know that we now know who did this. I also would like to offer encouragement to other victims. Do not give up. Law enforcement does not give up. And as long as they do not give up, you do not give up." Lynn Scarf, Teresa's other sister, said that Teresa did disclose that she had some uncomfortable experiences with her neighbor. Although Teresa did not fully describe that neighbor, Lynn Scarf used Teresa's story as a warning to victims of stalking who are victims today. Teresa had told us about some creepy neighbor that had showed up at her house with what looked like he had yanked a flower up out of the ground and slapped it into a pot. He was sort of stalkerish, and she had told us about him, but she never described him to anybody. Especially ladies, if someone is being creepy, do not just tell your sisters. Tell them what he looks like. Betty Scarf, Teresa's mother, spoke to the media and said, "All I want to say is I am 84 years old. I lived to see this done. I think that is why I lived so long." On September 4th, 2012, at 5:35 p.m., Yonkers Police Department officers responded to a 911 call regarding a suspicious package discovered in the woods. First responders discovered a decomposing human body wrapped in a large black garbage bag when they arrived at the scene. After taking over the investigation, detectives from the department's Major Case Squad and Crime Scene Unit identified the victim as 26-year-old Pamela Graddick, a resident of the Bronx. In an effort to hide the crime, Pamela's killer had shot her twice in the head outside of Yonkers, according to investigators, and then dumped her in the woods. Early in the investigation, Wanda Verhila was marked as a person of interest by the police. She was Pamela's girlfriend, and they shared an apartment together. Wanda Verhila informed Pamela's family 1 month prior to her body being discovered on August 13, 2012, that although Pamela had vanished over the weekend, the things she was supposed to have taken with her remained in their apartment. Pamela's family reported her missing to New York City police when they discovered she hadn't shown up for work either. According to the investigators, the smaller Wanda Verhila could not have moved the larger Pamela's body from their apartment to the isolated spot in the woods. After a 2-year investigation, the case was turned over to the Yonkers Police Department Cold Case Unit because the investigators were unable to find enough evidence to bring charges upon anyone. In January 2022, Wanda Verhila, who was then 41 years old, was interviewed by investigators. In the course of the interview, Verhila admitted to killing Pamela. She claimed that because of their continuous domestic problems, she had shot Pamela inside their shared Bronx apartment. She claimed that John Torres gave her the weapon. Additionally, she had also moved the body from their apartment to the woods with Torres' assistance. Wanda Verhila and John Torres were both placed under arrest in March of 2022. Torres was accused of hindering and tampering with physical evidence, first-degree prosecution, second-degree criminal facilitation, and other felonies. After the arrests, City of Yonkers Police Commissioner John J. Mueller issued a statement in which he said, "The passage of time only reinforces our commitment to solving these heinous crimes. The Yonkers Police prides itself on focusing on victims and their families and doing whatever we can to deliver justice for them. I hope that these arrests bring some degree of closure to Pamela's family and friends, and I applaud the extraordinary efforts of our cold case detectives in closing out this case after so many years. Well done." Wanda Verhila was given a 20-year to life sentence in June 2023 for killing Pamela Graddick. In court, Tawana McClellan, Pamela's sister, said, "You took my sister from me. You took my sister from all of us, and I hope that burns in your soul." On May 11, 2007, 64 years old, Dennis Lee First was found deceased in his condominium in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He had died from beatings and stabbings. Tammy Mimes, the assistant manager of the Hawthorne Hills Apartments, where Dennis lives, informed the police that he had prostate cancer. He had few visitors and lived off of Social Security. Tammy said she got a call from a friend asking her to check on Dennis, and she told the apartment's maintenance worker, Robert Gross. Robert knocked on Dennis' door several times. He entered the house after not hearing back. He found Dennis there, lying face up on the bed with his feet propped up on the floor. Robert called 911 as soon as he noticed there was a lot of blood. The evidence collected at the scene was carefully submitted for examination to the State Crime Lab of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. Dennis' first wife, Christine Griffin, claimed that he had a challenging life. "It's unbelievable that someone would stab him. He could hardly get around." Dennis and Christine had 2 children. Their son Brad was born in 1963 and their daughter Laura was born in 1965. In the 1970s, the couple lived in Olin Jones County, where Dennis worked for the Monticello Steel Company as a purchasing agent. Dennis has lived in Cedar Rapids since the divorce in 1981. In 1990, Dennis was arrested on charges of driving under the influence and stealing from local businesses. Furthermore, he was accused of threatening a man whose room he had rented. After Dennis' son died in a car accident in 1993, his life didn't get any better. Dennis, who had initially lost contact with his daughter, his ex-wife, and other family members, started reaching out to them again a few years before he died in late May 2007. During the investigation into Dennis' death, Cedar Rapids police executed 5 search warrants. They looked through Dennis' apartment and also the apartment of a man named Curtis Paget, whom witnesses said must have had an argument with the victim. Curtis's fingerprints and a DNA sample from a cheek swab were gathered by investigators. Additionally, they took a pair of his boots from his apartment. Curtis Paget is also said to be a person of interest in an unrelated missing person case. He was the last person to have seen 15-year-old Erin Pospisil before she disappeared from Cedar Rapids on June 3, 2001. When the police questioned him at the time, Curtis mentioned that in 2001, having gone to visit Erin's elder brother, who was a friend of his, he and Erin departed the Pospisil family home and they offered to give Erin a ride to her destination, which was her friend Brett's house. According to Curtis, on getting to Brett's residence, there was no one at the house. Shortly after, a black Chevrolet Cavalier with tinted rear windows pulled up to the curb. As Erin was making her way back to his truck, Curtis said Erin went up to the car and had a quick conversation with those in it. Before getting into the back seat of the Cavaliers, she told Curtis that the guys in the car would give her a ride. Ever since Erin left her home with Curtis Paget, she has never been seen or heard from again. No additional witnesses have been found by the police to corroborate Paget's report of seeing a black Cavalier in the neighborhood. However, on March 1, 2023, 42-year-old Curtis Randall Paget was taken into custody and charged with Dennis First's murder. This specific case demonstrates the Cedar Rapids Police Department's commitment to the community and its victims, according to Lynn County Attorney Nick Maybanks. This incident shows the department's determination to bring victims and survivors' rights to justice, even in cases where the general public may not be aware of them. After several months of investigation and a recent last meeting, Maybanks came to the conclusion that Paget was to blame for Dennis' demise. The reason Paget was arrested was not disclosed by the police, nor was it indicated if additional DNA testing was necessary after the department's cold case team approached them to assess the situation. Still, during the press conference, a partial blood boot print that matched boots discovered at Paget's house was disclosed. An oven mitt smeared with blood was also found. The oven mitt's interior contains DNA from Paget and Dennis. Additionally, Paget's fingerprint was found on a knife sharpener and in a drawer in Dennis' apartment. Since her sighting in the spring of 2002, Erin's case has not further progressed. Erin was spotted in a convenience store in Cedar Rapids. She was in an automobile with Illinois license plates in the back seat. Cedar Rapids police received this report, but the car was nowhere to be found. They have never been able to verify the sighting. The person who saw Erin is still positive that it was her because he was familiar with her. Erin's features describe her as a Caucasian female with dark brown hair and eyes. When Erin disappeared, her hair had red highlights and there was a small scar above her eye. If you know anything about her or the case, call the Cedar Rapids Police Department. Now let us head to Cincinnati, an Ohio city with a thriving arts community. In the Cincinnati metropolitan area, the city serves as an economic and cultural hub. It is the largest metropolitan area in Ohio and the 31st largest in the country, with an estimated population of 2.2 million. In order to conduct a wellness check, the Cincinnati police arrived at the 2500 block of Sarvis Court in Cincinnati on February 15, 2003. This occurred as a result of a 911 call about a potent and unsettling smell coming from the apartment. Authorities discovered a deceased man named Herman Brown after entering the apartment. He was naked and lifeless on the floor, with an extension cord tightly wrapped around his neck and multiple stab wounds. The scene was extremely horrific and unsettling. because they also discovered blood traces in the bathroom sink. There is not a lot of information available about the man who died, and it is possible that the police withheld information in order to protect his privacy. At the scene of the crime, detectives collected a variety of evidence strewn throughout the apartment, such as blood from the bathroom sink, cigarette butts, and the victim's swab. 2 DNA profiles were found after this evidence was tested. One belonged to Brown and the other to an unidentified person. The investigators searched for the unknown DNA match but were unsuccessful. This set of circumstances led to the homicide case being dropped, leaving Brown's horrible killer free to roam the streets. It would stay that way until 2023 when something revolutionary happened. The solution to solving the case turned out to be genetic genealogy testing. In order to identify suspects who might not be located in traditional law enforcement databases, the DNA profile recovered from the cigarette butts was re-examined and added to a forensic genetic genealogy search. This innovative method produced a match, connecting the DNA to Robert Stewart, a 64-year-old man. In order to validate this link, detectives performed more DNA testing, which finally proved that Stewart's DNA was on the cigarette butts from the crucial night of Brown's murder. On September 15, 2023, Stewart was finally taken into custody in Lima, Ohio, and was later extradited back to Hamilton County. He is presently being detained at the Justice Center with a $500,000 bond. He faces up to a life sentence if found guilty of the 2 murder counts and 1 felonious assault count against him. Melissa Powers, the Hamilton County prosecutor, praised the Cincinnati Police Homicide Unit. She highlighted the detectives' never-ending dedication to their cases and the victims they were assisting, praising their dedication. She underlined that no matter how long it takes to solve the case, they are dedicated to seeking justice. Powers also conveyed her appreciation for giving Brown's family and friends a sense of closure, saying that Robert Stewart's long-awaited arrest had brought much-needed justice and closure to this devastating case. 17-year-old Gladys Serrano lived in Boyle Heights, Los Angeles in 1996. She was beautiful, intelligent, and had big dreams for her life. Gladys was last seen on January 28, 1996, leaving her home. When she failed to return home later in the day, she was reported missing by her family. 2 days later, her body was found off a main road in a ravine in Topanga Canyon. She had been assaulted and strangled. Serology evidence was collected from her body, and a DNA profile of the unknown offender was uploaded to the state and federal DNA databases, but a match could not be found. An extensive investigation was completed by the investigators at the time, but it led nowhere and the case went cold until 2019, when Los Angeles police arrested a man by the name of Jose Luis Garcia for domestic assault. During the booking process, DNA swabs were taken from Garcia and processed. Investigators then realized that his DNA matched the DNA that was taken from Gladys Arellano's body. Detectives visited Garcia and questioned him about Gladys. The crime took place when he was just 19 years old. They obtained a second DNA swab from him. The Los Angeles Crime Lab was then able to confirm that Garcia's genetic profile matched the unidentified sample taken from Gladys's body in 1996. 43-year-old Jose Luis Garcia was arrested by U.S. Marshals on September 29, 2019 in Dallas, Texas. He was extradited on October 14 to Los Angeles County, where he was held on a $1 million bail. Detective Hugo Rienarga said this case is typical of the type of unsolved cases that the detectives are faced with on a daily basis. We are gratified that we are successful in bringing this tragic case to a close. Rienarga confirmed that investigators were looking into the possibility that Garcia was involved in other crimes as well. Gladys Arellano's niece and goddaughter, Samantha Moreno, spoke movingly of the need to remember her godmother as well as all other women who were victims of violence. Recognizing her life is important. Beautiful Latina souls from Boyle Heights should never be forgotten. Moreno said acts of violence against women should never be forgotten. Samantha Moreno thanked the detectives who never lost sight of finding justice. Gladys Serrano's case was worked on by retired detectives Joe Purcell and Sean McCarthy, who both work part-time on the Sheriff's Department's Unsolved Case Unit. Thank you for not giving up on our Gladys, who was a loving daughter, sister, aunt, and godmother. Gladys was only 17 when her life was taken. She had a beautiful soul. She was beautiful, intelligent, gorgeous, and she had a radiant smile. She had such big dreams for her life. My grandparents would have been so proud of her, Samantha Moreno said. She was grateful Garcia was off the streets after nearly a quarter century. We want nothing more than for him to pay for his brutal crime, she said. We recognize that this will not bring Gladys back, but we are relieved to know that there will be justice for Gladys. This is a victory that we acknowledge in her honor, and we look forward to more victories. Jose Luis Garcia was found guilty of all the charges against him on July 18, 2023. It was a day the loved ones of Gladys Orellano had been waiting decades for. It is never enough for having taken the life of such a beautiful soul, said Elizabeth Orellano, Gladys Orellano's sister and best friend. She told the court what Garcia did nearly destroyed them as they wondered for more than 25 years what happened to her. It was tough, but it felt really good to finally get it off your chest and actually like seeing him and, releasing it and having some kind of comfort, said Vanessa Orellano, Gladys Orellano's younger sister. Janet Ramirez, Gladys' close friend, said the plea deal gives her some comfort, but it is not enough. 19 years is never enough, but I have comfort knowing now she can rest, that the perpetrator is going to be behind bars, because for 25 years, I've lived with the guilt of not knowing what I could have done different, Ramirez said. Jose Luis Garcia was sentenced on August 15, 2023 to 18 years and 8 months in prison for taking Gladys Orellano's life. Garcia pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter, kidnapping, and domestic assault. According to the district attorney's office, he waived his credit for the just over 1,000 he has spent in jail since his 2020 arrest. Retired Sheriff's Detective Joe Purcell, who handled the cold case investigation, said, "The fact is that we can give justice to people and to society. It is really important not to let these cases go unresolved. We need to have people pay the debt they owe to society." A group of kids playing off of Amherst Street in Granby, Massachusetts, found a woman's body on November 15, 1978. Buried under a pile of leaves, investigators were able to determine that she had been fatally shot in the temple. There was also evidence that the woman's body was dragged by a man's belt. It was estimated that her life was taken roughly 3 months before her body was found. Investigators were unfortunately unable to identify the woman. So, for decades, she became known as Granby Girl and was buried in a local cemetery with a headstone marked unknown. On March 6, 2023, the Northwest District Attorney's Office held a news conference at the Granby Police Station to announce the major breakthrough in the case. It was announced that the remains found back in 1978 belonged to 28-year-old Patricia and Tucker. First Assistant District Attorney Stephen Gagney said advances in DNA technology allowed them to find Patricia's half-sister in Maryland who led them to her son. He was just 5 years old when Patricia vanished. Stephen Gagney said, "While it is satisfying to finally know who Granby Girl actually was, the investigation will not stop until we identify the person that took her life and bring the family an additional measure of closure and justice. This investigation has spanned decades and will continue until each and every possible lead is explored." Stephen Gagney further said Patricia was married to Gerald Coleman and they were living on the shore of Lake Pocotopog in East Hampton, Connecticut, back in 1978. Coleman never reported his wife missing. He passed away in prison in Massachusetts in 1996. According to Stephen Gagney, Coleman is now a person of interest in Patricia's case. Before her disappearance, Patricia had earlier gone by married names such as Patricia Heckman, Patricia Dale, and later Patricia Coleman. Anyone with information about the case should call Granby Police at 413-4679-222 or email dwight@granbypd.org. Patricia's son, Matthew Dale, who is now 50 years old, also spoke and recalled his last memories of his mother. She was in the front seat of a stranger's car, wearing a vest. It was 1978. Matthew was in the back seat. A man he did not know was driving, but Matthew vividly recalls the last words his mother ever said to him before she disappeared. "She told me to go across the street to the playground," Matthew said, referring to a group home for juveniles. "She said goodbye." Now in middle age, Matthew's memories are fuzzy. Best he can recall, the facility was outside Boston. His father collected him the following day and raised him after his mother left him. Matthew has lived in North Carolina most of his life. He grew up plagued by the mystery of his mother's disappearance. Rumors swirled among family members, including speculation that Patricia may have entered the Federal Witness Protection Program. Matthew said that he was in his 30s when he accepted that his mother was no longer alive. "My mother fell in with the wrong crowd. She was not a hiker like some of the stories said through the years. I've been told so many lies about it." His father passed away in 2015 and Dale has felt somewhat adrift, although he is happily married. He is a father and has been a union electrician for most of his life. Several weeks before the identification was made, police showed up at his door. They asked him a few questions, explaining they found him through his uncle in a DNA database. They said, "Granby girl." "I thought, what is Granby girl?" Matthew said. State police investigators did not offer many details, but said they had exhumed Patricia's body. Matthew had filed his DNA in a database in case his mother was ever identified. He sent investigators a file of his digital DNA profile, and they contacted him by phone within hours. They said it was a clear genetic match. He has scanned keepsakes of his mom, a single photo baby book she created for him, a lock of his hair, and a small tapestry she painted when he was small. Matthew said he plans to arrange for a proper grave for his mother. For years, the grave has been marked only with a wooden cross. In 1998, Granby residents donated money to create a more dignified marker. Matthew said it was an awful end. "What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." Our story today takes us to Pompano Beach, a picturesque city in Broward County, Florida. Pompano Beach is named after pompano, a once abundant species of fish caught off the shores of the city's beaches that boast soft golden sands and azure blue waters. Today, Pompano City is a busy city with a violent crime rate of 7.29 per 1,000 residents yearly. But in the 1990s, Pompano Beach had the highest tax rate in the country because its population and economy were not growing. Life was slow and the violent crime rate was high, at a rate of about 2,886 victims of violent crimes per 100,000 residents. But despite the crime rate in 1994, Oviedo Beach was a place that an 89-year-old like Lillian Decloe could enjoy after a youth well spent. Lillian Decloe was born in 1905. As a young woman, Lillian dedicated herself to helping others, especially through her careers as a nurse and teacher. She was kind, patient, and caring, and loved by everyone who knew her, from her students and patients to her coworkers and neighbors. On the long list of people who loved Lillian was her niece, June Nicholas. When June and her siblings and cousins were younger, Lillian helped care for them and teach them. As Lillian got older and started suffering from memory loss and aging-related illnesses, June took care of her, and Lillian moved to Pompano Beach in Florida to enjoy the twilight years of her life in peace. To everyone who knew her, 89-year-old Lillian Decloe was a prime example of a life well lived. Having spent her years serving her community as a teacher and nurse, Lillian spent her retirement in her yellow brick home at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, Pompano Beach. There she led a quiet and uneventful life by herself, until violence snuck in on her through her bedroom window, shattering the peace. April 29, 1994 was a Saturday like any other for Lillian Decloe. She spent the day relaxing in her pink and white checkered nightgown, expecting a visit from her niece, June, later that evening. June had begun caring for her Aunt Lillian as she aged, and she would frequently visit Lillian to check on her and help with chores, keep track of medication, or keep her company. Around 6 p.m. on that fateful day, June arrived at Lillian's home as usual to check up on her and drop off some groceries she had gotten for her. When she entered the house, she couldn't find Lillian in the living room, so June called out asking where she was. June checked the first bedroom where Lillian usually took her naps, but still couldn't find her. Feeling slightly alarmed, June went down the hallway and looked into the bedroom on the right. There, lying on the floor, was her Aunt Lillian, who from all appearances was dead. June screamed and ran back up the hall to call 911. Two officers from the Pompano Beach Police Department responded to June's 911 call, their minds racing with questions. It was not every day you heard of an 89-year-old woman getting murdered in her own house, so it seemed like a strange call. Upon arriving at the scene at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, the officers confirmed that Lillian was dead, lying on the floor beside a toppled floor lamp and a telephone with a cord pulled out. Lillian had wounds and bruises all over her face and body that indicated she had been beaten. There were bloody towels and other pieces of clothing littered around the room. The officers also noticed a broken window in the room where Lillian's body was found, where Lillian's attackers had likely entered from. The house had been ransacked, and the several broken pieces of furniture strewn across the room indicated that there had likely been a vicious struggle as Lillian fought for her life. Lillian's body was in such a shocking state that at first glance it seemed to be a crime of passion. Lillian had contusions all over her body. Her ribs, nose, and wrist were fractured. She also had bruising around her genitals that suggested that she had been assaulted before being killed. The bruises on her neck also meant she had been strangled. The Broward Medical Examiner's office would conduct an autopsy on Lillian and conclude that she had died from asphyxiation and also suffered a blow to the head. The telephone with the cord pulled out, found next to Lillian's body, was what the attacker used to strangle her. However, there was no indication that Lillian was specifically targeted by her attacker, meaning the crime was likely not of passion. Lillian was generally beloved in her community, so she had no enemies. According to Lieutenant Earl Flulen from the Pompano Beach Police Department, the scene of the crime in the general state of the house indicated that the case was likely that of a burglary gone wrong. But that did not make sense to Lillian's family members, who knew that Lillian lived alone and did not have any money worth losing her life for. June recalled that Lillian did not have more than $50 at the house. At the time of the incident, after searching the house, only item that appeared to be missing was a gold wedding band. After gathering evidence from the crime scene, police officers began interviewing Lillian's neighbors to find out if they had heard or seen anything related to Lillian's murder. But according to the neighbors, the last time they saw Lillian was around 6:50 a.m. that morning when she went to buy a newspaper. She looked pale and hearty, and no one could recall seeing anything suspicious, even though the murder occurred in broad daylight. After only a few days, detectives had come up with a list of potential suspects in Lillian's murder, but they still did not have enough to make an arrest. To motivate people to try and remember anything they could have seen or heard that could help with the investigation, the police put out a $1,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Lillian's murderer. Pompano Beach Police spokeswoman Sandra King also told the media that the police were looking for anyone who knew anything about the crime or the man responsible for it. In an interview with the Sun Sentinel, King said, "This point, we are urging anyone who saw anything to call us. Some kind of human monster is walking around freely with the blood of a harmless 89-year-old woman on their hands." But despite this promising progress the investigation made in the first few weeks, all the leads soon dried up, and the case grew cold. Meanwhile, June Nicholas was grieving the loss of her beloved Aunt Lillian. She had to take a whole year off of work because it was just so hard to move on without her aunt, and without knowing what happened or who hurt her in that manner. The grief got so heavy that she had to ask someone else to take care of her kids for a few months because she was hurting too much to care for them. She couldn't wash the image of Lillian lying lifeless on the floor away from her mind, no matter how hard she tried. As if this wasn't bad enough, the case went cold, dashing all her hopes of discovering what had really happened to Lillian. For the next 10 years, there were no new updates in the Declo case, and it was shelved and forgotten about. But by 1999, the Broward Sheriff's Office had begun providing law enforcement services to Pompano Beach. This included taking over all of Pompano Beach's cold cases. By 2004, one of the cold cases that the Broward Sheriff's Office detectives reopened was the 1994 homicide of Lillian Declo. Detective David Towsley with the Broward Sheriff's Office headed the investigation with the help from other detectives from the unit. They reviewed old case files, DNA databases, and re-examined evidence collected from the crime scene almost 30 years earlier. One piece of evidence that stood out was the pink and white checkered nightgown that Lillian was wearing on the day she was murdered. When they sent this nightgown to the lab to be retested, they discovered that it had bodily fluids from the male attacker, which was perhaps the most crucial piece of evidence in solving the mystery. When the police developed a genetic profile from the fluid sample obtained from the nightgown, they entered the information into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS, but they could not find a match. Once again, a promising lead had dried up and the case went cold. However, Detective Towsley was determined to close the case of Lillian Declo, so that her family could find closure and move on. And so, even if it took another 15 years, Detective Towsley's dogged determination led him to re-examine the case in 2019 under the Broward Sheriff's Office newly created Cold Case Unit. According to Jennifer Parker, the Broward Sheriff's Office criminalist in charge of conducting the DNA analysis of the evidence in the case, it did not initially seem like anything would come from reinvestigating the Declo case. But thanks to advancements in DNA testing technology, Towsley believed he could unravel the identity of the individual who left their bodily fluid on Lillian's night dress. Armed with this new technology, analysis at Broward County Crime Lab obtained a more thorough DNA profile. In 2021, Detective Towsley and his team asked the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to use the DNA profile to conduct a familial search of its offender database. That is, they ran the DNA profile through the database of registered offenders and people who had been arrested. This technique matches the DNA profile with the possible first-order relatives in the database, such as a child, father, or sibling. The search resulted in a match. The DNA from the crime scene shared overwhelming similarities with that of a known offender in the system. The offender turned out to be the son of the man whose DNA was found on the dress Lillian Duclos was wearing on the day she was murdered. This man's name was Johnny Mac Brown. Johnny Mac Brown was born in 1954, making him 40 years old at the time of Lillian Duclos' murder. A Vietnam War veteran who suffered from PTSD, life after the military was not good for Johnny. His PTSD made him resort to drug use, which eventually resulted in drug addiction. And because of his mental health issues and addiction, he could not find steady jobs. For a long time, became homeless as well. When investigators were initially investigating Lillian's death, John was never considered a suspect in the case or any other crime. He was entirely under the radar. However, when police made the match with Johnny's DNA profile, it became more apparent that he was very likely the man who had attacked Lillian on that fateful day. Police also discovered a crucial piece of information. In the early 1990s through 1994, Johnny lived only a few houses away from Lillian, but detectives could not arrest Johnny for questioning because he was dead. He died of natural causes in 2010 at the age of 56. Johnny was buried in the South Florida National Cemetery in Lake Worth, Florida. In August 2022, a judge granted Broward Sheriff's Office detectives requests to exhume Johnny's remains for examination. The detectives worked with the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the Palm Beach Medical Examiner's Office, and a forensic anthropologist to exhume the remains and test them for DNA. The experts took samples from Johnny's body, and the Broward Sheriff's Office criminalist, Jennifer Parker, tested them in the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, comparing them to the existing DNA profile. To get the most accurate result possible, Parker took some of the bone marrow from Johnny's rib bone for testing. The test resulted in a match with the existing DNA profile from the sample found at the crime scene. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the DNA results showed that the DNA from the crime scene was 66.8 trillion times more likely to be from Johnny than from somebody else. With this conclusive evidence, there was no doubt that the killer in Lillian Declos' case was Johnny Mac Brown. But that still did not explain why Johnny did what he did. The earlier assumption that it was just a case of burglary gone bad seemed to be the best explanation for the whole incident. In a press conference, Broward County Sheriff Gregory Toney explained that it was most likely a crime of opportunity. He lived close by, only a few houses down, the sheriff said. When he fell on hard times and he went homeless and had a drug habit, it indicated that he broke into the house. He may or may not have known she was there alone, but she was 89. She lived by herself, and it looked like all the drawers were opened and things were gone through the house. Police presented all the evidence they had collected thus far to the Broward State Attorney's Office. There, the prosecutors reviewed the case and concluded that Johnny McBrown was involved in the death of Lillian Declo. The case was closed. Although 28 years is a long time to await justice, Sheriff Tony believes justice has no expiration date. He said, "So long as we are responsible for investigating these cases, we are going to continue to push for the necessary manpower and effort to make sure that we can bring closure to so many families who have been waiting for decades time and time again in the hope that they get some resolution." Lillian Declo's family spent 28 years praying for answers to the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of their beloved Lillian. Finally, they have gotten the answers they were searching for, and they can now begin to move on. June Nicholas, the niece who found Lillian's cold body all those years ago, says she feels happy about the dedication of the Broward Sheriff's Office in uncovering the truth about her aunt's death. She believes now her aunt can finally rest in peace. "I know wherever she is, she can sleep in peace. We can move on," she said. "We can die in peace because we know that it wasn't a murder that was unsolved." Although we end the story with the full knowledge of who killed Lillian Declo, some questions cannot help but persist in our minds, demanding answers. For one, we may never know why Johnny McBrown did what he did or if he felt guilty about it in the years that followed. Did the investigators take too long to find out who the real killer was? Can we genuinely say that justice was served in this case? 46-year-old Richard Arenas lived in Providence, Rhode Island, with his wife of 22 years Beatrice and his young son. He and Beatrice had 3 children together and 2 grandchildren, whom Richard doted on. "He was the perfect man, perfect dad, perfect everything," Beatrice said. Richard was a hard worker, always on the go. He had a job as a mechanic and forklift driver, and when he wasn't doing that, he was out and about working on other people's vehicles for them. He guarded a reputation in his community as someone anyone could go to for help and ask a favor of. He loved socializing and hosting gatherings at his home, cooking big meals and making everyone feel welcome. He enjoyed playing baseball and attending his local church, often arriving with coffees in hand for people. His friends said Richard cared for those he knew, and those he'd only met a few times in equal measure. He didn't need to spend much time with someone to start helping them out and doing them favors. It was Richard's day off from work. Not one to take a break, he told Beatrice he was finally going to start working on his friend's car. He said he'd been meaning to do it for ages, and with a free day, he finally had some time to take a look. Beatrice left to go to work for a couple of hours, and his son headed off to school. Just before 10 a.m., with his friend's car in the driveway, Richard called his nephew, Hector, who would often help him out with his jobs. The pair gathered their tools and got to work. About half an hour later, Hector went inside to grab a lighter so he could have a cigarette, leaving Richard alone by the car. Less than a minute later, Hector heard 3 loud popping sounds. He ran outside to find his uncle on the ground. He was covered in blood and unresponsive. At around 11 a.m., Beatrice returned home from work to find police cars filling the street. She said the minute she saw the yellow tape, she knew it was bad news, but she had no idea the tape was blocking her house. As she ran over, she saw her husband covered in a blanket on the ground. Hector was sobbing, and everybody was just staring in stunned silence. Richard Arenas was pronounced dead at the scene. He had been shot 3 times in the head and would have died instantly. It simply made no sense to anyone. Police were horrified that this had happened in broad daylight, on a residential street with people coming and going and a busy road just next to it. Detective Jason Simoner was heading the investigation, and he said there was so little to go on he was instantly nervous. He said the one thing the team did feel confident about, however, given the way Richard had been killed, was that this was a cold-blooded assassination. But who would want to take a hit out on Richard Arenas? Everybody was at a loss, and no one had any potential suspects. Family were trying their best to put any pieces they could together, but there were simply no pieces. The only person that was around at the time was Hector, who had left his uncle alone for less than a minute before this all happened. Detectives said they found it a little questionable that all of this had happened while he was inside for such a short time. After questioning him and taking statements, It was evident that he was distraught he hadn't been there to help, or been able to try and stop what had happened. Detectives were able to rule him out as being involved in any way, and they started going door to door. Most people were out at work or school, and the people that were at home hadn't heard or seen anything. One of the neighbors just across the street from Richard had several security cameras outside, and he said police could take a look at them. Despite initially being nervous that there was no one around that morning that could offer them any information when it came to looking at the cameras, the police were very grateful for them. The morning of June 12th was a quiet one. By 10 a.m., the work and school run was long over and the street was virtually empty. This made the detectives' jobs a lot easier when it came to spotting something or someone out of place. No one was picked up on camera around the time that Richard was shot, apart from one person. 8 minutes before everything happened, a man walked onto Leah Street, heading in the direction of Richard's home. He walks past his driveway and carries on down the street. No shots are fired, and nothing out of the ordinary appears to happen in that moment. It appeared he had walked past and taken a turn at the end of the road before disappearing. Another neighbor, about 3 doors down, also had several cameras pointing in various directions. One of them was on the back, looking over the neighboring street. One on the side and one right by the front door. His footage also picked up the same man, and this time it showed him with a hood covering his face. The can then be seen walking over to Richard's driveway. Less than a minute after he had entered Lear Street for the second time, he sprinted away. Police believe that whoever this was, he had been scouting the area, looking for Richard's house and making sure he was there. After he was sure he was, he walked back around, concealed his face, then came back to shoot him. Not one other person was spotted coming or going around that time, and police knew that this was Richard's shooter. But with grainy and blurry CCTV being all they had to go on, their work had really only just begun. But they did know the man had seemingly arrived on foot, implying he would likely live fairly close and that they weren't looking for a vehicle. They were also only looking for one person at this time. To the shock of the detectives, just a few streets away, they found a gun wrapped in a gray sweatshirt. It had been just left in an alleyway without even really being concealed. The gun was sent off for testing, and officers turned their attention to the stores and various businesses around the area, hoping for a potential lead on one of the cameras. Looked like the gun had been wrapped in a gray sweatshirt the man was wearing on the street, and this meant they were now looking for a completely new set of clothes. Several days went by as they scrutinized every piece of footage in that area from around that time. On one camera outside a shop, just after 10:30 that morning, they spotted a man walking past. After comparing the footage and looking at the way he walked, his size and build, and what trousers he was wearing, they felt fairly confident that this was probably him. But it still wasn't enough to get a clear idea on his face. Just a street away from the shop, a final camera picked up the man crossing the road and walking towards a block of apartments. A few minutes later, the same man came back out with a dog. He had changed into shorts, but was wearing the same white t-shirt. After going door to door in the apartment building, showing the picture of the man and asking anyone if this person looked familiar, they knocked on one door, which was met with a dog barking and growling. A man named Stephen opened it, apologizing about the noise. Detective Simon Orr asked him about his whereabouts that morning or if he had seen or heard anything, but Stephen said he couldn't help them. He'd been at work all day, and his brother was looking after his dog. The minute they saw Stephen's dog, the detectives knew it was the same one from the CCTV, but it definitely wasn't Stephen walking it, and after seeing a picture of his brother, they knew it wasn't him either. Stephen was angry that someone he didn't know was out and about with his dog, and unbeknownst to him, likely using this as an alibi. Detectives asked him to come down to the station, and while he was there, he called his brother, demanding to know what was going on. His brother said, "Oh, that's my boy Judea." Finally, they had a name. About 6 weeks after the murder of Richard Arenas, police announced they had made an arrest in Alabama, over 1,200 miles away. On July 26th, a 19-year-old named Judea Dixon was placed under arrest and held without bail. Judea was already known to police and was actually also wanted in Superior Court on another unrelated shooting in Providence. In May 2012, Judea had shot Amori Santos outside a gas station. According to Amori, Judea was staring at him as he was filling his tires with air. The two then exchanged some heated words before Judea pulled out a gun and shot him in the stomach. Fortunately, Amore survived and was able to positively identify him. The testing had also come back during this time period, and it proved that the DNA found on Richard's clothes matched the DNA found on the gun that had been dumped, and all of it linked to Judea Dixon. As relieved as they were, they had finally found the person responsible for not one but two awful crimes. They still didn't know why he'd done what he'd done. There just was no motive at all, and Judea wasn't talking. He pleaded not guilty and refused to say anything. Preparations for trial started moving ahead, and it was undoubtedly a strong case. Just before it was set to start, however, Judea's legal team announced he had changed his plea. In court, he pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and weapons charges. He also pleaded guilty to the non-fatal shooting of Amore in 2012. He was later sentenced to life in prison for murder plus an extra 20 years for the 2012 shooting. He is able to apply for parole after 20 years. The deputy police chief said they firmly believed that Richard was not the intended target, and it was a case of mistaken identity. The intended victim still remains unknown, and Judea has never talked about it further. Knowing this didn't change anything for the family, however. Richard's daughter tried to give an impact statement at the sentencing, but she had to give it to the prosecutor to read as she was so upset. To everybody's surprise, Judea turned to the family and apologized. "I'm not asking none of you to forgive me. It's unrealistic, you know. I'm not expecting you to. But at the end of the day, I apologize." Family members gracefully said they appreciated his apology and were channeling Richard's accepting and loving personality in that moment. For those Richard left behind, the pain they feel is as raw today as ever. To have their loved ones snatched away in cold blood, with no rhyme or reason and no explanation, will always leave them with more questions than answers. Beatrice said, "Judea took everything from me. He took the person that provided for us. He took my backbone, my soulmate, a loving family man, never shying away from work and never turning anyone away that asks for help." The community still feels and will likely always feel the loss of Richard Arenas. Today's story takes us to Allapattah, a suburban neighborhood northwest of downtown Miami, Florida. Allapattah has a diverse community of residents, including African American and immigrants from Central America, Cuba, and the Caribbean. It also has a booming textile economy and a thriving art scene, dubbed the New Windwood. Allapattah has a population of 48,000 residents. There is a very strong police presence because of the frequent shootings in the neighborhood, whose violent crime rate is about 125% higher than the average crime rate in U.S. neighborhoods. At the time of their murders, 42-year-old Vita Hicks, 44-year-old Diane Nelms, 37-year-old Cheryl Ray, and 37-year-old Janice Cox were local S*** workers. No other details about their lives are known, except that they were all addicted to crack cocaine. On August 1st, 1995, Detective De La Torriente from the Miami Police Department arrived at the scene where the body of 42-year-old Vita Hicks was found. He met the first responding officers. Already a crowd of onlookers and nearby homeless people was forming. The body lay sprawled on the floor, burned from the waist up. She was wearing a mesh shirt and a pair of shorts that were burnt so badly that the mesh pattern was actually burned into her body. She had also suffered a blow to the head. Initially, De La Torriente thought it was likely that she had accidentally set herself on fire while smoking crack cocaine, as he knew the area where her body was found was a hub of drug addicts. But the blunt force trauma to her head made him reconsider the option. So he cordoned off the scene with the yellow crime scene tape and prepared to investigate the case as a possible homicide. He sent Vita's body to the Dade County morgue for an autopsy. The autopsy revealed that Vita had suffered a severe injury to the head that caused a fractured skull and brain trauma. The blow to the head was determined to be the cause of death, and because she could not have suffered such a severe injury from an accidental fire, there was only one other option. Somebody had intentionally killed Vita Hicks and set her body on fire. 2 months later, on October 1995, a worker at the Allapattah Produce Market opened a bay door and stumbled upon a dead body. Detective Frank Castillo from the Miami Police Department and some officers responded to the scene less than 30 feet from where Vita Hicks' body was found. They identified the body as belonging to 44-year-old Diane Nelms. She was lying face up and appeared to have the same injuries as Vita, injuries to the face and head, a torso that appeared to be burnt. Detective Castillo immediately cordoned off the crime scene and sent the body to the coroner's office, although he could already tell that the cause of death was likely the head and face injuries. Soon after police began investigating Diane's death, they got another call that a dead body had been found at a cemetery about 3 miles from where the first 2 bodies were found. Detective Jack Calver from the Miami Police Department responded to the scene and became the lead detective. Like Vita and Diane, this body was beaten on the head and burned. She was 37-year-old Cheryl Ray. By this time, police had started to form a theory that a serial killer may be on the loose. All the evidence from the 3 crime scenes so far pointed to the same killer. The methods of killing were the same. The victims were all African-American women and their bodies had all been burnt after they were killed. But this time the killer made a mistake. He had left bodily fluid on Cheryl's body. On March 27, 1996, officers responded to a 911 call at 501 Northwest 29th Street, an abandoned gas station in North Miami. There was a partially nude dead woman lying on the floor, and her name was Janice Cox. The crime scene bore the same now familiar trademark as the previous scenes, wounds to the head and a burnt body. This time, however, Janice was lying next to a pool of transmission fluid. The coroner confirmed the cause of death as a fatal blow to the head. Inside the building at the gas station, the floor around Janice's body was littered with ceiling tiles that had fallen some time before Janice wound up there. This seemingly unimportant detail would be the break the detectives handling the 4 homicides would need to crack the case wide open. The ceiling tiles that the investigators found at the Janice Cox crime scene had landed with the white side up. The killer appeared to have stepped on the pool of transmission fluid found near Janice's body and then stepped on the ceiling tiles. According to Detective Nelson Andrejo, one of the lead detectives in the case, the footprints were fresh, meaning they were likely the killer's footprints. Investigators also knew that given the locations where the bodies were found, the killer knew the area well. During their investigation, police interviewed over 500 people, including passersby, friends, and families of the victims. Meanwhile, investigators were already getting tips from locals about possible suspects. The most promising lead was an eyewitness account identifying a street thug named Dredd with Cheryl moments before she was killed. Police developed a composite sketch of Dredd and began circulating his picture in case anyone else had any information about him. But despite these promising leads, the case was not moving as quickly as the detectives believed it would. They had nothing tying Dredd to the crime scene, and his only relation to the case was being seen with the 3rd victim shortly before she was murdered. However, Detective Callius believed that the police already had enough to catch the killer, so he set up an operation to find him. On the first day of this operation, he and his partner, Detective Nelson Andrea, would receive a tip to give them the break they needed to close the case. A woman named Yolanda approached Detective Callius, claiming she had information that he might be interested in. Yolanda, a sex worker, said that about a year before these murders, a guy had approached her to solicit her services. The guy had asked her if she spoke Spanish, and when she moved closer to him to respond, he hit her head with a metal pipe. Yolanda started running for her life. Luckily, she escaped her attacker and ran into a gas station where she called 911 and reported the incident. After hearing what she had to say, Detective Callius thanked Yolanda and asked her to call him if she remembered anything else or if she saw her attacker. In truth, he did not think much of her story, as it had happened a year ago and likely had nothing to do with the present case. But just 3 hours later, Callius received a call from Yolanda. She had just seen her attacker riding a bicycle in town. Hoping for a break in the case, Detective Callius and his partner Callius stopped the man and began questioning him. His name was Francisco del Junco, and there was something suspicious about his manner. Hanging from Francisco's bike was a plastic bag with a juice bottle containing gasoline. It just so happened that in all 4 murders under investigation, gasoline was the accelerant used to set the bodies on fire. It seemed strange to Callius and his partner that a bike without a motor needed a bottle of gasoline. When asked about it, Francisco claimed that his bicycle chain usually fell off, and when he tried to fix it, he would get grease on his hands. So he used the gasoline to wash the grease off his hands afterward. This explanation did not satisfy Detective Andreo, so he asked Francisco if he could see the bottom of his shoe. And sure enough, the shoes had that elusive footprint impression found at the crime scene where Janice Cox's body was found. The detectives, feeling they had a strong enough reason to place Francisco on the suspect list, asked him to come down to the station with them, and he agreed. During the interview, Francisco was cordial with the detectives, but he did not admit to being involved in the murders. Andreo asked Francisco if he knew why somebody would murder these women. He replied that it was impossible to know what drives people to do things like that. So the detectives kept suggesting reasons why someone would commit these crimes, hoping to notice a change in his attitude, an admission, a slip-up, or anything. But Francisco maintained his innocence. And then, out of nowhere, Andreo mentioned Santeria. Immediately, Francisco's mood changed. At the Miami beach, Francisco began telling the detectives a strange account of his life. According to him, he was battling a condition whereby he would be going about his normal daily activities and then suddenly become aroused. And then, without any provocation or stimulation, he would ejaculate. Francisco told the detectives how embarrassing and debilitating this condition was for him. He believed it was all the fault of the Santeria priestesses who created the voices in his head, and their leader was a black woman, so he targeted black women to get even with the Santeria priestesses. The detectives were having a hard time deciding whether Francisco was truly delusional, or if he was telling this story as an excuse for the crimes he was about to confess to. So they needed to look into his past to understand who he was, and possibly give clues as to his mental state. Francisco del Junco was born on August 3, 1957, in Cuba. He was the first child of his parents who had a history of mental illness. As a result, Francisco also had mental struggles from a very young age. He developed epilepsy at age 3 and had to begin taking medication for it. Francisco's family was highly dysfunctional and his childhood was rough, but he was educated until the 4th grade. His parents had begun having marital issues soon after they got married, which eventually resulted in a divorce. His father left the family, ignoring Francisco for the rest of his childhood. A therapist later noted that Francisco's childhood was characterized by rejection of others by being different, isolated. When Francisco's mother remarried, her new husband, who became Francisco's stepfather, would constantly abuse him. He also had problems relating with his peers and others outside his family. Still, Francisco had an okay relationship with his mother, and some of his best memories were going to the beach with her. As Francisco grew older, his mental health began to deteriorate. By 16, he began hearing voices in his head that he claimed were caused by black magic being done by some priestesses. The voices in his head made him paranoid, afraid that someone was trying to kill him. He began distancing himself from others as a result. In 1980, Francisco moved to Miami via a Marriott boat lift, which was the period between April 15th and October 31st, 1980, when Cubans emigrated via boat to the U.S. due to Cuba's poor economy. When he arrived in Miami, Francisco began living with some relatives while working multiple jobs. He also began to receive medical attention for his mental illness. He regularly visited a psychiatrist whom he told about the voices in his head and how he often saw images of black ladies or Santeria, priestesses of black magic. He also told a psychiatrist that he often had homicidal thoughts because he was delusional and expressed his frustration about being unable to channel his energy like he wanted to. In 1987, when he was 30 years old, Francisco was admitted to a mental health clinic for the first time. He was admitted again in 1988 and 1992 when he was 31 and 35 respectively. Meanwhile, Francisco held different jobs to support himself. His last job was at Dan Marino's Sports Bar and Grill in Coconut Grove. His employers regarded him as a quiet but model employee. He worked hard, was never late, and often rode to work on his bicycle. As an adult, Francisco had overcome some of his childhood awkwardness and could engage in casual romantic relationships. However, he deliberately avoided getting into any serious relationship because he knew the problems he was dealing with, and he did not want any further complications in his life. Between when he was first admitted in 1987 and 1995, he had several run-ins with police for petty crimes ranging from assaulting an officer to burglary, loitering, and theft. On one occasion in 1987, Francisco swung a chain at one police officer and attempted to take a gun from another while shouting in Spanish, "Long live Fidel, long live communism." But despite Francisco's priors, the judge deemed him not a threat to society, mostly because of the guarded prognosis he had received from his psychiatrist. A guarded prognosis for Francisco meant that the psychiatrist did not have enough information to accurately determine whether or not Francisco could be a threat to the community in the future. The fact that Francisco missed his last appointment scheduled for January 1993 with his psychiatrist did not stop the psychiatrist from administering the guarded prognosis. The fact that Francisco missed his last appointment scheduled for January 1993 with his psychiatrist did not stop the psychiatrist from administering the guarded prognosis. The judge, relying on this, ruled that Francisco would not threaten society. Perhaps if Francisco had not missed that last appointment, the psychiatrist might have had a different opinion, which might have influenced the judge differently. But he did miss the appointment, and so when his victims met him, they believed they would get free drugs in exchange for their services. But what they couldn't possibly have known at the time was that the man soliciting their services in exchange for drugs would be the last client they would ever take. Francisco confessed to Detective Andreo and Detective Callas that he did not commit the murders because he was a racist, but rather because he got a sense of relief and satisfaction from it. However, the detectives were still skeptical about his confession, so they needed to verify his account by asking him questions about the murders that only the killer would know. Francisco decided to revisit all the crime scenes to show the detectives that he was not lying. The first stop was where he placed the second body, the Produce Market, near the railway tracks. Next, Francisco led the detectives to the cemetery where Cheryl Ray's body was found. There he demonstrated how he carried out the crime in detail and explained how he lured his other victims to a secluded area before killing them. With this, the detectives believed he was telling the truth. Meanwhile, the detectives could not eliminate Francisco's boots as the one that made the footprints at the Janice Cox crime scene, meaning it could have been him. The final nail in the coffin for Francisco is the DNA from the body fluid recovered at the Cheryl Ray crime scene. On June 3, 1996, police arrested him and charged him with 4 counts of murder. The overwhelming evidence against Francisco. The task for the judge at the Dade County Circuit Court was to determine whether he was responsible for his actions or he was legally insane and therefore not guilty. Under Florida law, for a defendant to qualify for the defense of legally insane, he must not know the difference between right and wrong. However, despite his bizarre behavior, it was evident from his confession that he understood the difference between right and wrong. But Francisco's defense lawyer told the judge that he was never adequately treated for his mental illness, so his actions resulted from an undiagnosed mental health condition. After a 6-week trial that began in May 2003, Miami-Dade County Judge Alex Ferrer found Francisco Del Junco guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder. He was not eligible for the death sentence because of his mental illness, so he received 4 concurrent life sentences without the possibility of parole. Now 66 years old, Francisco Del Junco is serving his sentence at the Miami-Dade County Jail. His victims have received justice and their families can now move on with their lives. Francisco's life was a series of tragedies that all contributed to his mental health and psychopathic behavior. However, the only crimes his victims committed was encountering the man who would take their lives from them. Our story today takes us to Green Bay, a city in the state of Wisconsin that is home to a stretch of the Fox River, an arm of Lake Michigan. With a population of over 100,000, Green Bay is a big bubbling city that is safer than 22% of U.S. neighborhoods. The city is also famous for historical attractions like the Heritage Hill State Historical Park, which contains about 24 original and replica buildings from as far back as 1672. Lambeau Field, where the Green Bay Packers play their home games, and several museums and zoos are some of its other attractions. Green Bay has a relatively high crime rate compared to other cities in Wisconsin. Yearly, at least 5 out of 1,000 Green Bay residents are likely to be victims of violent crimes. But this never deterred locals like Tara Pankinich and her son Shad Thurian from building their lives here. Shad Thurian was born on September 7, 1997 in Green Bay, Wisconsin, to Tara Pankinich and Michael Thurian. He was educated at the Howard Sumico School District, where he attended the Bayport High School. While he was in high school, Shad met and fell for a pretty dark-haired girl named Taylor Shabiz. For the next couple of years, Shad and Taylor were in an on-and-off relationship that only became more complicated and toxic as the lovebirds transitioned from puberty to adulthood. But despite Shad's tangled love life, he was a friendly, kind, and caring young man. After high school, he chose not to pursue a college degree, but rather decided to start working at his family's business with his father and grandfather. When he was not working, he enjoyed wood carving, camping, and spending time with his family. Shad had a great relationship with his parents, even though they were separated, and they, in turn, tried to be as available for him as they could be. Shad lived with his mother and her boyfriend in 829 Stony Brook Lane, Green Bay, Wisconsin, but he still found time to spend with his father. Little did they know that Shad was harboring dark secrets that would ultimately lead to his tragic death. A little after 2:30 a.m. on February 23, 2022, Tara Pankinich, Shad's mother, suddenly bolted up from her sleep. She had heard a loud noise that sounded like a door being slammed shut. Next to her, her boyfriend, Steve Hendricks, was still sleeping soundly. Still groggy from sleep, trying to get her bearings, Tara heard the sound of a car pulling out of her driveway and driving off. She figured it must have been Shad's girlfriend going back to her apartment, so she did not think much of it. Tara decided to get out of bed and have a look around just to make sure everything was okay. When she was satisfied that the doors were locked and everything was secure, she decided to go back to bed. Just then, she noticed a light on in the basement Shad had converted into a sort of apartment for himself. Tara glanced into the basement but did not find anyone there, which was not unusual. Shad often spent the night at his girlfriend's place, so Tara decided just to go back to bed and call her son in the morning. But just as she was walking back upstairs, she noticed a black bucket with a towel draped over it. There was no reason why a bucket should have been there, and she wondered why it was covered with a towel. Out of curiosity, she bent down and moved the towel, and staring back at her was the most horrific sight she had ever seen in her entire life. Scrambling to get out of her basement as fast as her legs could carry her, Tara ran back upstairs. She rushed to her bedroom and woke Stephen up. Tara frantically tried to explain what she had just found in the basement, but she was not making any sense. Steve ran down to the basement to check it out by himself, and when he saw what Tara had seen, it took all his willpower for him not to become violently ill. Steve called 911 and tried to explain what he had seen to the dispatcher. But Tara, still trembling, collected the phone and explained. She had just discovered her son's severed head in a bucket in her basement. The first responders, 2 police officers from the Green Bay Police Department, arrived at the nondescript home at 829 Stony Brook Lane, Green Bay, Wisconsin, at around 3:25 a.m. They met Tara and Stephen and asked them again what the issue was. Quietly, Tara told them that she had found a severed head down in the basement. One of the responding officers asked if they had both seen it, and they replied that they had. Meanwhile, the officer's partner went downstairs into the basement. A quick look inside the bucket had him shouting for the other officer to come down and take a look. Once they saw the extremely grotesque scene in the basement, they knew they had to act fast in order to make sense of it. One of the officers continued looking around the basement for several minutes while calling for backup at least twice. He sounded urgent, saying, "We've got quite a bit of blood down here." When Green Bay Police Detective Philip Scanlon arrived at the scene, he knew that this was going to be one of the most gruesome murders he had to solve in his career. He also knew that this was not a random crime. It was a crime of passion committed by someone who most likely knew Shad intimately. It was the only reasonable assumption he could make from the absolute nightmare he was looking at. There was blood all over the floor of the basement and more on the mattress, already forming a dark patch. There were several dog collar chains and adult toys scattered all over the floor, along with a black kitchen knife, a yellow pocket knife, a head of a shaving razor blade, and some nails. The whole scene looked like something out of a horror movie, and that was not even the worst of it. A medical unit had arrived on the scene by now, and their first task was to find the other parts of Shad's body. Deputy Medical Examiner Dr. Vincent Tranquita was on site to collect evidence and possible DNA samples. He and his team would discover 3 more containers with Shad's body parts, apart from the bucket Tara had initially discovered. Whoever had killed Shad had also dismembered him, placing his organs and body parts in a blue bag sitting on top of the dresser, a pink and gray bag on the floor, and a tote bag. They also discovered that the bucket Tara had initially discovered contained not only Shad's head, but also his male organs. But despite all these shocking discoveries, investigators were immediately faced with a major challenge. When they had collected the bags containing Shad's remains, Dr. Tranquita realized that the parts they had did not account for the full body. This meant his killer had likely taken some parts with them. But why would the killer lead the scene with the parts of their victim's body? It didn't make any sense. And without a body, investigators could not properly establish a timeline that led to the bloodbath they found in the basement of Tara's house. The investigation had barely even begun, but what they would soon learn would crack the case wide open. Investigators brought Tara and Stephen in for formal questioning and to get their statements. Killing a person and then dismembering their body was something that was very messy and would take hours to do. Although they had each other as alibis, it seems suspicious that Tara and Stephen could have been in the house and not heard while someone killed and hacked Shad to pieces downstairs. So these still needed to be questioned. But while Tara was talking, she would mention something that, although she didn't think was important, would help investigators figure out who killed Shad. When Tara woke up suddenly after hearing a door slam in her house, she happened to glance out of the window and notice a vehicle pulling out of the driveway onto the street. The vehicle was a minivan belonging to Shad's girlfriend, Taylor Shabiz. When the police heard this, they knew they had to question Taylor. In homicide cases, especially ones as violent as this, the victim's lover or spouse was usually the prime suspect. Also, Taylor was very likely the last person to see Shad alive. So, some officers went to her apartment to speak with her. When police got to Taylor's apartment on Eastman Avenue, they found a minivan matching the description of the minivan Tara had described earlier. As they stood next to the minivan trying to peek inside, Taylor walked out of her apartment. She was wearing a black pair of sweatpants and a black sweatshirt and looked like she was just about to go run some errands. When she spotted the officers, Taylor froze. One of the officers would later describe her as being in shock when they asked her if she knew why they were there. Taylor said she knew why, because of her recent conviction for fleeing, eluding, and obstructing a police officer. She had been sentenced to 3 months in jail on January 4th with work release privileges. It was unclear whether she was out of jail at the time on work release or not. Officer Tim Kenny, one of the officers who went to Taylor's apartment, noticed that Taylor had blood on her hands, and stains that looked like blood stains on the front and back of her sweatshirt. She also had a cut on her left thumb and several scratches on her arm. He took photographs of all this as evidence. Although Taylor was only a suspect in the murder of her boyfriend, Shad, at this point, police arrested her and took her back to the station for a thorough interrogation. Taylor Denise Coronado, also known as Taylor Shabiz, was born on November 23, 1997 in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Taylor had a rough childhood. Her mother died when she was just a child, leaving her with a father who assaulted her throughout her childhood. As she grew up, Taylor learned to depend on drugs to cope with her mental health challenges. She also had several run-ins with police as a teenager, including fleeing and eluding and obstructing a police officer. As she got older, a childhood friend described her as a complete sex addict. Her most recent legal trouble was on January 4, 2022, when she was sentenced to 3 months in prison with work release privileges for removing a GPS tracker from her ankle. Taylor and Shad grew up together in Green Bay, but didn't become friends until they met at Bayport High School, which they attended together. They developed an on and off relationship that continued even after Taylor got married to Warren Sabiznis in 2017. Taylor and Shad continued to see each other even after Taylor had a child with her husband. Warren knew about his wife's relationship as the couple allegedly had an open marriage. He was incarcerated at the time Shad got murdered, so police ruled him out as a suspect early on. That left Taylor as the prime suspect, and now that she was in custody, police could begin questioning her. Surprisingly, it didn't take her long to confess that she was the one responsible for Shad Therian's tragic murder and dismemberment. So the interrogation began at its own pace. The fundamental question at hand didn't revolve around whether Taylor committed the murder of Shad. The evidence uncovered by the police coupled with her own confession left no reason for doubt regarding her culpability. Instead, what was at stake were the potential consequences. If Taylor were to be declared not guilty in a court of law on the grounds of insanity, the probable outcome would be her confinement to a mental institution rather than a conventional prison. In order to determine Taylor's mental state at the time of the crime, this interrogation held paramount importance. So the detectives initiated the process by formally reciting Taylor's Miranda rights. At this point, Taylor claimed that she experienced a blackout during the incident, a claim that can be perceived as a potential evasive tactic to sidestep providing intricate details. It's not uncommon for suspects to employ such strategies during questioning, as fabricating a believable story on the spot can be exceedingly challenging. By alleging a blackout, individuals may also attempt to mitigate their responsibility for the crime. However, there are instances where individuals genuinely commit offenses without being fully conscious of their actions, such as in cases involving altered mental states. The question that loomed was whether Taylor's case fell into that category, or she was merely feigning it as a defense. To uncover the truth, we must proceed with the video and delve deeper into the interrogation. The fact that Taylor admitted to strangling Shad during an intimate moment as a part of foreplay is undeniably unsettling. What was even more disturbing, however, was her casual and nonchalant demeanor while recalling the gruesome details of the act. And her laughter only serves to emphasize her complete lack of remorse for her actions. In situations as emotionally charged as this, maintaining composure can be an arduous task. Yet the detective handled the situation with remarkable professionalism. Taylor's admission that both she and Shad had consumed drugs at the time of her event was a critical aspect of this case. It introduced the crucial question of whether these substances played a role in shaping her state of mind and influencing her decision-making during the incident. Understanding the complete context surrounding the event, including the role of drugs, was essential to unravel the motivations behind it. With Taylor voluntarily divulging information, she tactfully delved deeper into the events, seeking to uncover the reasons behind what transpired. While Taylor claimed that Shad approved and enjoyed the strangulation during their intimate moments, there remains a significant degree of uncertainty. She could very well be fabricating this story. What was undeniably certain, however, was that Shad would not have enjoyed it as he was dying and likely tried to stop her. Unfortunately, that didn't stop her. In fact, Taylor's open admission that she derived pleasure from using different props made it all the more troubling. This was far from what most people would consider normal in a relationship. According to Taylor, she picked up Chad from his mother's house at around 9:30 p.m. on February 21st, 2022. Alexander Gannon, also known as AJ, one of their mutual friends, later joined them, and the three of them went to an apartment on Eastman Avenue to smoke cannabis. They smoked methamphetamine and shot themselves up with trazodone. When they left the apartment, Chad and Taylor drove back to Tara's house. Taylor further said that night they spent their intimate moments in the basement, and in no time engaged in their unconventional explicit activities as they frequently did. And that's when Shad brought out two sets of chains, one for him and one for Taylor. These chains, as she revealed, would ultimately become the murder weapon. In response, the detectives prompted Taylor to provide a detailed description of these chains. It was striking to observe Taylor's complete absence of regret or remorse, as she calmly recounted even the most minute details of the case. Without a trace of hesitation, she described the chilling scene where Shad was positioned face down on the bed during their intimate encounter. Taylor confessed to getting on top of him and tightly pulling around his neck. It became apparent that she must have recognized the dire consequences of her actions as Shad's life hung in the balance. So the detective took a direct approach, questioning her about the precise moment when the realization that Shad might be dead dawned upon her. Her admission that she found the act strangely appealing and chose to continue offered a disturbing glimpse into Taylor's psyche, indicating a notable lack of self-control and empathy. But could she have at any point recognized the gravity of the situation and considered seeking help? Even if only briefly, Taylor's forthcoming response will provide clarity on this matter. The use of chains, along with Taylor's apparent reluctance to seek help upon realizing Shad was dead, could potentially suggest premeditation. However, the state in which Shad's body was found indicates an element of impulsiveness. This is compounded by Taylor's nonchalant demeanor throughout the entire ordeal, which would be unusual for someone who had meticulously planned a murder, as they likely would have prepared a defense strategy as well. The critical question that remained was at what point Taylor made the decision. Given that only the head was discovered inside the bucket, the detective initiated his inquiries from that point. It was clear from Taylor's confession that she dismembered Shad's body within hours after his murder. She placed the head inside a bucket where it was later found and placed other body parts in plastic bags. While all this was going on, Tara, Shad's mother, and her boyfriend, Steve, were away. Taylor seized the opportunity and stayed in the house with Shad's corpse throughout the following day, February 22, 2022, even after Tara and Steve returned home. In the early morning of February 23rd, she drove her minivan back to her apartment. Detectives believe that when Tara and Steven returned from their trip, she did not check the basement for Shad, so they did not actually see him, Taylor, or anyone else who might have been there at the time. During their inspection at the crime scene, the police only found Shad's severed head along with some body parts. So after Taylor's arrest, they had gotten a search warrant for Taylor's car and apartment and were trying to find clues as to what happened to Shad, particularly anything that could explain why Shad's body parts were missing and where those missing body parts were. They stumbled upon the remaining body parts in a crock pot box in Taylor's minivan. However, during the interrogation, when detectives informed her about this, she made a disturbing comment. Murdering and dismembering Shad was one thing, but it still didn't explain why Taylor had decided to carry some of the dismembered parts with her and leave others in the basement. When questioned about this, her response was bizarre. Despite the signs in her demeanor hinting at an underlying sadistic behavior, the detective made a bold choice to confront Taylor directly. She asked her outright whether she truly desired the death of her lover or not. Sometimes these direct and clear-cut questions have the potential to expose hidden truths and suspects that they might otherwise never admit to. Though Taylor's responses seemed to indicate that she was under the influence of substances, this raised one more question of how the drugs might have impacted her psychological profile. Nevertheless, regardless of the contributing factors, by the conclusion of the interrogation, the detectives had gathered enough evidence to move on the next step. Now that the medical examiners had all of Shad's body parts, they could piece together the clues and figure out how Shad died. Deputy Medical Examiner Dr. Trinchita was able to establish the cause of death as strangulation, which matched Taylor's account of events. He noted that Shad's face was purple in spite of being severed from the rest of his body. There were hemorrhages or burst blood vessels in his face, mouth, and neck. There were signs on his tongue, which included abrasions and indentation. All these signs were consistent with strangulation and significant force being applied to the neck. Meanwhile, evidence collected from the scene was sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA testing. Kevin Scott from the crime lab was assigned to the case and he started testing all the evidence brought in for DNA samples. Scott found out that the blood found at the scene met Shad's DNA. In one of the samples sent to the lab, Scott found DNA from more than one person, but he didn't have enough material to reach a conclusion about who the DNA belonged to. Police also found a glass pipe in a bag with a light-colored powder inside it, verifying Taylor's statement that she and Shad had been using substances. With all the evidence they had found so far, police had enough grounds to arrest Taylor on charges, including first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree assault of Shad Therian. Since she had a history of trying to evade arrest or avoid her sentences, she was deemed a flight risk and bail was placed at $2 million. She was held at the Brown County Jail in Wisconsin. On September 1, 2022, Taylor's attorney Quinn Jolly submitted a not guilty by reason of insanity plea. On February 14, 2023, Jolly requested the trial date be pushed back, so experts could determine Taylor's competency to stand trial. This seemed to anger Taylor, leading to a courtroom outburst that culminated in her attacking her own attorney. In the aftermath of this shocking incident, Jolly was forced to file a motion to be removed from the case. After the motion was granted, Christopher Froelich took over the case on March 3rd, and the first thing he did was file a motion for Judge Thomas J. Walsh to step down from the case. The attorney claimed that since the judge had witnessed Taylor attacking her previous attorney, he would not be objective. But Judge Walsh refused to step down. On July 21st, court-ordered psychologist Dr. Matthew Seipel testified that Taylor was competent to stand trial, and Judge Walsh upheld that testimony in his judgment. The trial began on July 24, 2023 at the Brown County Courthouse. Taylor did not appear remorseful during the trial. At some point, she made finger gun gestures while sitting in court. The defense tried to prove that Taylor suffered from bipolar disorder from adolescence, which made it impossible for her to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions and also deprived her of volitional control. But two court-appointed psychologists who testified for the prosecution stated that Taylor's actions were influenced by the drugs she had consumed prior, which made her ineligible for the insanity plea under Wisconsin's definition of mental disease. They also stated that Taylor's decision to dismember the body and then attempt to clean the basement was proof that she understood the wrongfulness of her actions, not to mention the fact that she had deliberately put a bucket at the edge of the bed and moved Shad's body in such a way that all the blood would spill into the bucket and not on the floor. The defense argued that Shad could have died from drug overdose, given the drugs found in his body via blood test. That argument was countered by Deputy Medical Examiner Dr. Trinkaira's testimony that the hemorrhaging in Shad's face had happened before he died. The defense also tried to get the charge of third-degree assault dropped on the basis of the fact that since Chad was already dead, it would have been impossible for Taylor to assault him. But that motion did not stand as well. Throughout the trial, Taylor's husband Warren showed support for her, blaming her actions on mental health issues, addiction, and postpartum depression. As the prosecution and defense argued their cases, the jury saw graphic photos and videos of items the police found in Tara's basement and Taylor's car. These included pictures of Shad's body parts in different containers, adult toys, dye collars, chains, and bloody knives. Part of the evidence the prosecution provided was Taylor's search history obtained from her mobile phone, where there were searches related to serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. On July 26, 2023, the 12-person jury debated for less than an hour before returning with a verdict. They found Taylor Shabitsi's guilty on all charges, including first-degree intentional homicide, mutilation of a corpse, and third-degree assault. Due to the seriousness of her crimes, Taylor faced a life sentence because the death penalty had been abolished in Wisconsin. On September 26, 2023, Taylor was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ending the saga once and for all. Assistant District Attorney Caleb Saunders would note Taylor's guilt in a statement where he said Taylor made a series of choices that led to the death of her boyfriend from high school, Shad Thurian. For Taylor, it was not enough to execute her twisted fantasies on the unsuspecting Shad. She had to do so in the most gruesome manner possible without feeling any bit of remorse after the fact. Shad Thurian's life was cut short by someone he loved or at the very least felt safe around, and while his family mourns the loss, they can look forward to the future as their son's murderer got the maximum punishment for her crimes. Perhaps now, they can begin to heal and remember Shad for the kind and loving person that he was. We begin all the way back on October 12, 1993, when Jessica Camilleri was born as the second daughter to the Maltese-Australian couple, Vince and Rita Camilleri. While Christy, Jessica's older sister, had a normal childhood, it wasn't the same for Jessica. Although Jessica was articulate and able to communicate, her parents learned that she was born with an intellectual disability. Jessica had an IQ of 55 to 60, which was significantly lower than the normal IQ range. This put Jessica in the bottom 1% of the population. Growing up, Jessica showed delay in developmental milestones, such as walking, talking, and coordination. When she started attending school, teachers noted her delays in reading, writing, math, and language. Eventually, Jessica's parents learned that she's on the autism spectrum, which affected her judgment, awareness of other people's thoughts and feelings, and her ability to empathize. Lagging years behind her age group made not only Jessica's academic life difficult, but also her social life. Going through mental trauma every day, Jessica started showing extreme reactions of rage, which slowly developed into intermittent explosive disorder. Her IED was related to a lack of serotonin, the mood hormone in the brain. It was not just normal anger. It was a mental disorder that usually started at the age of 6 and intensified in adolescence and early adulthood. Jessica didn't lose control on every occasion, only when there was a stressor or any kind of provocation. Growing up, she faced difficulties with complex daily activities such as grocery shopping, catching transport, banking, and home care. Due to her autism, Jessica fixated on certain things. Jessica was fascinated by horror movies with scenes of extreme gore and slaughter, such as Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Saw, and Jeepers Creepers. As she spent hours and hours watching movies of such kind, Jessica's fascination with bloodshed grew stronger. When Jessica was a teenager, her parents separated. Vince, Jessica's father, didn't want to stay with Jessica and Rita anymore because of the hostile environment of the house. He blamed Rita for Jessica's worsening condition and said that she couldn't discipline her own daughter. Rita was at her lowest point in life at that time, but still managed to keep her life together while also looking after Jessica. After her father had left, the intensity of Jessica's explosive outburst at school increased. She would very frequently get suspended for attacking other students and sometimes even teachers. Her victims were mostly females, but on one occasion she bit a male student, and even when people tried to pull her off him, she refused to disengage her teeth. Jessica eventually had to leave school and be placed in supportive environments. But that didn't help either. Jessica still had explosive outbursts, was unable to cope in all of these environments. So she ended up on disability support pension. From 2013 onwards, Jessica was sitting at home. Having no friends, she would always sit in her room all day watching scary movies. In the years that followed, there were multiple incidences where Jessica had to be taken to psychiatric units due to her outburst. In early 2018, Rita brought Jessica to Nepean Hospital in Western Sydney. She stayed there for about 9 days due to a serious mood disorder episode. They prescribed lithium for what they suspected was bipolar disorder, along with some antipsychotic medication. On several occasions during her time at psychiatric units, Jessica would unfortunately lose control of her behavior, and she would end up lashing out at doctors and nurses. This attitude led to her being banned from a doctor's office after she had an episode of paranoia and aggression towards another female patient in the waiting room. By late 2018, Jessica was off her medication, which also served to suppress her IED. Although there were no major outbursts sometime into 2019, being off her medication didn't mean she had gained control over her condition. By July 2019, Jessica had a reasonable amount of therapy sessions and had seen multiple psychiatrists, but there was hardly any noticeable progress. With no improvement in her condition, Jessica's state of mind started to get worse, and on the night of Saturday, July 20th, 2019, all hell broke loose. Jessica began that Saturday on a sour note as her mother had been preoccupied looking after a 4-year-old child, a family member whose name was never released to the public. Jessica was bothered by that kid and wanted her mother's undivided attention at all times. Jessica and her mother had visited Christy earlier that day. On the way to Christy's place, Rita, Jessica's mother, humiliated Jessica in front of a man who was just passing by. The tension was already high because of this incident. And later, when the 4-year-old child came along with Rita, it only added more fuel to Jessica's rage. The pressure had been building up. Jessica was like a volcano, waiting to erupt. By evening, when everyone was back home, Jessica had asked her mother to call a doctor. But when the doctor arrived, she couldn't handle Jessica's torments and left very quickly in fear for her life. Jessica even chased her down the driveway, but the doctor was able to flee the scene in her car. Jessica and Rita had their dinner, but Jessica wanted to place another order. When Rita couldn't stop Jessica from making multiple calls to the food outlet, she threatened Jessica to send her back to a mental health unit. Rita started walking towards the phone. She had faced enough of Jessica's tantrums for the day and wanted to call an ambulance to take her back to a psychiatric unit. And that's when the attack began. Within a few seconds, Jessica grew outrageous. She grabbed her mother by the hair and dragged her towards the kitchen. Rita was crying for help, trying to make a grip on the wall so she could get out of Jessica's clutches. But Rita was a petite woman compared to Jessica, and all her attempts failed. On getting to the kitchen, Jessica threw her mother on the ground and started stabbing her with steak knives, while the 4-year-old child stood in a corner and witnessed the traumatic incident. Remarkably, the little one summoned incredible courage and tried to intervene. He bravely jumped on Jessica, attempting to stop her, but tragically, he ended up with a knife injury on his cheek. Later, he was discovered in a room covered in vomit, clearly shaken by the harrowing ordeal. Once Jessica started gouging holes through her mother's body, she didn't stop until her mother's head came off. At around 11:30 p.m. that same night, Jessica walked out of the house and over to her neighbors while holding Rita's head in one hand and 2 cell phones in the other. She threw the head outside the neighbor's house and knocked on the door, asking him to call the police. According to her, she brought the head for proof. Jessica went on to another neighbor who helped her call the police with her mother's phone. In the middle of the conversation, Jessica gave the phone to her neighbor. He briefly spoke to the operator over the phone while Jessica could be heard murmuring in the background. Throughout the conversation, Jessica remained quite persistent, claiming that she killed her mother in self-defense. Senior Constable Anthony D'Agostino was the first one to arrive at the crime scene. He saw Jessica standing outside her house in a blue dress with flowers on it. She was covered in blood from head to toe and was carrying a mobile phone and a bottle of water, both which had blood all over them. The detective pressed the record button on his body cam to capture his conversation with Jessica. She told the detective where her mother's head was by pointing towards it. She then started asking if the doctors could sew Rita's head back on and if she still could be brought back to life. Jessica showed no remorse. She was only concerned about herself and asked the detective if she would get the death penalty. The detective tried to calm Jessica down and ask her to tell him what happened. Jessica kept repeating the statement that she only killed her mother in self-defense. She said that her mother barged into her bedroom and dragged her out by the hair. To defend herself, Jessica got a hold of a knife and stabbed her mother. To make her self-defense story more believable, she told the detectives about her mental illnesses and tried to play the victim. A while later, officers arrived to investigate the scene and found Rita's head lying on the footpath outside the neighbor's home. And just a few moments after that, they found the rest of her dismembered body inside the kitchen of their St. Clair Avenue home. Looking at the bloody kitchen, they described the crime to be of extraordinary viciousness and violence. Jessica was arrested in the front yard of her neighbor's home. Police said that they were aware of the Camilleri family, but what unfolded on that night was unforeseeable and beyond their imagination. After an autopsy, detectives learned that Rita's body had been mutilated even after she had died. There were more than 100 stab wounds on her body, and she was still alive till at least the first 90 blows, most of which were on the neck and head. But that wasn't even the most gore part about this heinous crime. A part of Rita's nose and tongue had been chopped off. Both of her eyeballs had been pulled out, only to be prodded and squeezed. The detectives found 7 knives at the crime scene, all of which had been used by Jessica to stab her mother. Jessica's attacks were so violent that 4 out of the 7 knives had snapped during the killing. The morning after the tragedy on July 21st, 2019, Jessica gave an insight into what really led her to mercilessly kill her mother. She started by saying that she had hurt a lot of people, but never laid a finger on her mother until last night. When Jessica's mother threatened to send her to psychiatric care, Jessica lost her temper and wanted to teach her mother a lesson. Jessica told the detective that she never wanted to kill her, but it got out of hand very quickly. Jessica's IED took over and she couldn't stop stabbing her mother. Jessica was charged with murder and her trial took place in December 2020 before Justice Helen Wilson. The jury was made aware that the trial was not about contesting whether Jessica killed her mother or not, but about defending that Jessica's mental illnesses took control and caused a substantial impairment upon her mind at the time she committed the crime. In his opening statement, Crown Prosecutor Tony McCarthy said that Jessica had a lengthy history of assaulting people. Jessica had troubled and threatened even her own family members, telling them that she would cut off their heads with a knife. Tony pointed out that Jessica was a fan of horror movies, especially the ones which included killing people violently and dismembering their bodies. He added that Jessica only had a mild to moderate case of intellectual disability. Jessica's defense attorney, Nathan Steele, asked the jury to put emotion and sympathy to one side and decide the case based on the evidence. He stated that due to the effects of her mental conditions, Jessica had impaired capacity at the time she fatally attacked her mother. Since her arrest, she had been seeing Professor David Greenberg. During the trial, he was called to give his diagnosis on Jessica. He said that he didn't find any signs which showed that Jessica suffered from schizophrenia or auditory or visual hallucinations. Professor David pointed out that Jessica didn't usually make use of social gestures in communicating. But when she described the horrific details of the night she killed her mother, she had a lack of emotion on her face and was quite precise about the nitty-gritties of the crime. He also said that Jessica had low self-esteem and exhibited personality problems with narcissistic features. With all the extra care she grew up with, Jessica had grown up to be an egocentric and self-centered person. She had a history of demanding attention, and when that attention was not given to her, her IED would come into effect. Jessica's relatively calm state of mind by the time police arrived was not unusual. Her temper quickly dissipated after she had acted upon an offense. She had a sense of entitlement, an unreasonable expectation of receiving favorable treatment from the ones around her. When things would not work out according to her, she would get furious. In her mind, she believed that her disability made her unique, and failed to recognize that others also had feelings and needs. She was very sensitive to criticism and would often react with disdain or rage towards it. Aside from stating his diagnosis, Professor David said that Jessica's only friend was her mother, who was now dead. The court also heard evidence from Jessica's sister, Christy. She testified that her little sister had been diagnosed with multiple disorders, including dyslexia and attention deficit disorder, and had been severely bullied by other students at the school. She stated that when their father left them, Jessica's condition started to get out of hand. Because of their father, Jessica remained in control and was somewhat disciplined. But all of that changed soon after he left the family. During the sentencing, Justice Wilson acknowledged the tension between balancing the need for punishment and sentencing a significantly disabled offender. The judge found that despite Jessica's loss of control, she understood what she was doing and how severely wrong it was. She stated that in light of the extreme gravity of this crime, the tremendous harm done to Rita's family, and the need to protect the community from Jessica, a harsh sentence was necessary. Christy was very sure of what her relationship would be with Jessica from now onwards. What Jessica had done to Rita was unimaginable. The end of the week-long trial in December 2020, Justice Helen Wilson found Jessica not guilty of murder, but guilty of manslaughter for the killing of her 57-year-old mother, Rita Camilleri. Even though the maximum sentence for manslaughter was 25 years, on March 12, 2021, Justice Helen Wilson decided to give Jessica a comparatively lesser sentence of 21 years and 7 months, and she would only be eligible for parole after 16 years and 2 months. Justice Helen Wilson said that Jessica had practiced grave and mutilating depravity when killing her 57-year-old mother Rita in July 2019. She also highlighted the fact that Rita Camilleri's body had more than 90 defensive wounds to her hands. While experiencing the extreme pain, Rita must have been shocked and terrified by what was being done to her by her own beloved daughter. Justice Helen Wilson also stated that the worst part about this crime was that it took place in the presence of a 4-year-old child. Now Jessica Camilleri would spend the next couple of decades behind bars in Western Sydney's Silverwater Prison, Australia's harshest women's jail, as a convicted killer. In prison, Jessica's mental health condition didn't get any better. Going through all the teasing and torments brought back her haunting memories of her school life. She would often get into fights with other prisoners and sometimes even guards. But things got serious when she was charged with assaulting 2 prison officers, inflicting actual bodily harm. As a result of an incident in August 2021 and October 2021, the officers claimed that Jessica grabbed them by the hair and let go of the grip only when she had pulled out a chunk of hair from the officers' scalps. The officers had to be hospitalized due to the injuries. As a result, Jessica was placed in an isolation ward of the prison. A verdict for these felonies was determined to be delivered later. In September 2022, 28-year-old Jessica challenged her sentence in the Court of Criminal Appeal. She and her defense team argued her loss of control in the attack on her mother was not properly considered. Tim Game from Jessica's legal team told the court that Jessica's sentence did not reflect that her disabilities were on the border of being classified as mental illnesses. He further argued that the sentence was too harsh for someone who suffered a total loss of control. Tim Game added that Justice Helen Wilson made a mistake while sentencing Jessica as she focused on how Jessica understood her actions instead of the fact that two psychologists found that Jessica was not in control of herself for the duration of the attack. He stressed his opinion that Judge Helen Wilson had made a huge mistake by handing Jessica such a lengthy sentence since Jessica had offered to plead guilty to manslaughter even before the trial. According to Jessica and her legal team, Judge Helen Wilson had done everything she could to wrap up the trial and take the easy way out by handing out an unjust verdict. Tim Game said that there had been a considerable improvement in Jessica's conduct since her original sentencing took place back in 2021, and that's why he was hopeful that through this appeal, she would get a much shorter sentence. The Crown argued against the appeal, and Justice Wilson was right to impose a heavy sentence for the grave crime Jessica had committed. They further added that Jessica's mental disability was the only factor that kept Justice Wilson from handing her the maximum sentence. In Sydney Supreme Court, Justice Peter Hamill dismissed Jessica and her team's claims that the sentence handed down to her last year was excessive and that Justice Wilson had been incorrect in her assessment of the gravity of the crime. However, Justice Hamill ruled that Jessica should be resentenced with the support from Justices Christine Adamson and Richard Kavanaugh, based on the evidence of multiple psychiatrists and a psychologist. Justice Hamill found that Jessica only had a simple understanding of moral wrongfulness due to her intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder. When she murdered her 57-year-old mother back in 2019, he ordered that she be resentenced to a prison term of 16 years with a non-parole period of 12 years. While there had been a reduction in Jessica's sentence, the verdict on Jessica's assault on two prison officers, which she committed in 2021, rolled in. On September 4, 2023, a statement was released which said that Jessica Camillari's sentence had been extended by 22 months for assaulting two prison officers and ripping their hair out. Jessica's family, friends, and psychiatrists said that even though Rita's life was a difficult one, nobody ever expected that she would be taken away so tragically, and the two by her own daughter, a daughter whom Rita had looked after and taken care of for 25 years. Rita's death deeply affected her eldest daughter, Christy. As Christy remembered her mother for her selfless and loving nature, she also shared her thoughts about Jessica. On the night she died, 57-year-old Rita had finally decided to start living a life for herself, rather than giving everything to Jessica and her needs. Sadly, this was no deal for Jessica. But now the only person who truly cared for Jessica was dead, with nobody to look after her anymore. The only person who truly cared for Jessica was dead. Jessica's looming future entailed confinement, a monotonous prison routine, and spending a majority of her time every single day in a 3-by-4-meter cell. Felicia McGuire was 32 years old when she vanished on October 7, 2007, devastating her family and friends. Witnesses last saw her alive in the Boston neighborhood of Dorchester. The police carried out massive searches and thorough investigations. Still, she was never located. She vanished in mysterious circumstances, and the police received information of a person of interest engaging in questionable activity. But soon, the investigation was closed, providing no closure for Felicia's loved ones. The Boston, Massachusetts neighborhood of Dorchester is situated in the city's southern region. It is Boston's largest neighborhood, with a total land area of almost 6 square miles. Over 90,000 people from various ethnic backgrounds live in Dorchester, including Irish Americans, African Americans, Caribbean Americans, and Vietnamese Americans. Dorchester is now a rapidly developing neighborhood in Boston as a result of recent residential and commercial construction. This case we are looking at today takes place in this area. Felicia McGuire was born in 1975 in the lovely city of Dorchester. Although her father's identity is unknown, She was raised by her mother, Sharon McGuire. Felicia spent her formative years in a joyful household filled with love and laughter. She gave birth to her only son in 1997 and named him Nicholas Fahey. After the birth of her son, Nicholas became the core of her entire universe. It wasn't clear who Nicholas's father was, and what had happened to him, however, remained a mystery. Felicia never left Dorchester. She continued to reside there with her cherished son and her mother, building a home that was warm and loving, regardless of the obstacles and difficulties life hurled at her. Over the years, Felicia got into a relationship with a man by the name of David Pena. She also shared a home with him. Despite the difficulties of being a single parent, Felicia never wavered in her commitment to her child's welfare. She put forth endless effort to make sure her child had the finest life possible. She went above and beyond to provide her child the attention and assistance he needed. Felicia McGuire was a great example of a selfless and devoted mother who prioritized the needs of her child before her own. She never let life's challenges break her spirit. Unfortunately, all her efforts to see her child excel and become a great person in the society came to a stop when on October 7, 2007, Felicia McGuire disappeared without a trace. The 32-year-old devoted mother was last seen in Boston, Massachusetts' Dorchester area, where she lives. Nobody is aware of what happened to her after being seen going about her business on Rixton Street. Sharon, Felicia's mother, was devastated by the disappearance of her daughter, and the confusion surrounding Felicia's whereabouts only made matters worse. She looked through every telephone directory and potential contact she could think of, but her effort yielded no result. Felicia's failure to get in touch with her friends and family as the days passed by caused them to worry more and more. After 10 days, on October 18, 2007, Sharon McGuire finally reported her daughter missing. The Boston Police Department immediately got to work and opened an investigation into her disappearance. They soon found out that Felicia's behavior was not normal and that she had ceased speaking with her beloved son and other family members. This raised concerns that she may have been the victim of a terrible incident. Since it was not in her character to vanish without informing anyone, Felicia's family was very concerned for her safety and well-being. They wondered where she could be and what had happened to her. Her son and family had to deal with the lingering doubts about her fate. As the investigation progressed, law enforcement personnel put in a lot of effort to find any information that would help them solve the mystery. In an effort to piece together a timeline of Felicia's final known movements, detectives questioned members of her family, acquaintances, and neighbors. A thorough search of the neighborhood, including neighboring woodlands and bodies of water, was also carried out in an effort to find the missing woman. Felicia's family got more worried as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months. They never stopped wondering where their cherished mother and daughter was. The Boston Police Department was concerned about her disappearance as well. Because of the lack of information, they posted pictures of Felicia McGuire on social media in November 2013 in an effort to get any information that would help bring her home safely. They gave a thorough description of her in the social media posts. The police voiced great concern for her safety and well-being, and listed her physical characteristics, including her height, weight, hair, and eye color. Felicia was a stunning woman with chestnut brown hair and piercing, life-filled eyes. She was a slim 5 feet 2 inches, weighed around 140 pounds, and had a medium frame. Felicia had been missing for more than 6 hard years, and as each day went by, the mystery surrounding her absence grew more complex. Despite investing a significant amount of time and resources in the search for leads, her body had never been located. However, following the Facebook post in 2013, several witnesses' report of Felicia's disappearance remained suspicious. An unnamed witness, who reportedly lived below Felicia McGuire and David Pena's flat in 2007, told the police that he remembers Pena, Felicia's live-in boyfriend, showing up at his door in the early hours of October 7, 2007, asking for a ride to his mother's house in Devon Street. The neighbor noticed blood on his clothes, but at the time, Pena had claimed that Felicia had stabbed him with scissors. However, the blood on Pena's shirt suggested something much more heinous had happened. The witness claimed that Pena informed him that during their fight, He had pushed Felicia against the wall with force, striking her head on the bed or dresser as a result. Pina then said he didn't know if she was still alive and seemed unconcerned about her fate. The witness continued to make observations of Pina. He claimed Pina's right hand was also swollen. When questioned why, Pina stated that Felicia had hit him with a baseball bat. Days later, 2 additional witnesses asserted that they had seen Pina return to the apartment on the same evening. According to them, around 3 or 4 in the morning that day, Pina returned home with another man and went upstairs. After some time had passed, they returned, dragging a blanket that may have contained Felicia McGuire's body down the stairs. The 2 witnesses attempted to assist but were turned away and told to mind their own business. To add to the mystery, another witness claimed that in 2007, after lending Pina his 2005 Chevy Impala in exchange for narcotics, he received it back with a shattered and freshly cleaned backseat. As the investigation went on, these troubling details led the police to suspect David Pina and raised doubts about what actually happened to Felicia McGuire. Without delay, investigators questioned David Pina about the case. They also discovered that he had a violent past with Felicia. Pina told investigators he was Felicia McGuire's live-in boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, and their relationship was anything but easy. Since Pina had previously told the first witness who had called the police that he and Felicia had engaged in a violent altercation at their apartment, the police questioned him about it. He then admitted that Felicia attacked him with a pair of scissors, stabbing him in the shoulder. Pina reacted by leaving the apartment and seeking safety at his mother's house. But when he came back a few days later, he made an unexpected discovery. Felicia had left, and her belongings had been taken. After the interview, investigators were forced to release Pina because there was no evidence against him, and he made no incriminating statements. Following this, the investigation into Felicia's death was a torturous journey full of detours that eventually led to every possible dead end. Although every lead was pursued and every piece of evidence was examined, the case grew colder with each passing day. Felicia's family and friends were in excruciating pain and desperately wanted explanations for her disappearance. For years, rumors and conjecture have been circulating regarding the whereabouts of Felicia McGuire, the adored mother who disappeared in 2007 without a trace. In 2017, when the FBI conducted a search in a heavily forested area of West Roxbury, fresh hope was generated. Days of investigation were conducted in secrecy, with no information provided to the press, leaving the public to speculate as to what had brought the authorities to that location. The truth came out in the end. The investigation into Felicia's disappearance was in fact related to the search, and it was an essential step in the drawn-out process of learning the truth. The search turned up a witness who told the detectives the shocking information that David Pina had requested his assistance in removing items from his apartment in 2007, including a heavy rolled-up carpet. He added that Pina and his accomplice had placed Felicia's body in the trunk of a car before speeding off. The witness who saw this claimed that he instantly had the suspicion that a body was wrapped in the carpet and blanket. Sadly, he was right in his assumptions. Finally, with the aid of the witness, Pina was able to carry Felicia's body into a wooded area with a parking lot where they dumped Felicia's body. The investigators were almost close to solving the case, but they needed to find the location where Felicia's body was dumped. However, the solution to this seemed to be a mystery that would never be solved despite numerous leads and witnesses. Before learning what happened to her remains, the witness left the scene. It was even made worse by the fact that the witness had no knowledge of Boston and was unable to offer any suggestions as to where the body might have been dumped. The prosecutor was unable to offer closure to McGuire's family and loved ones because they had been given a frustratingly incomplete picture of the crime. A few years later, on January 14, 2023, David Pina was successfully arrested by the Boston Police Department's Fugitive Unit, the Florida's Baker County Detention Center. Pina was wanted for a murder charge related to Felicia's case from Dorchester District Court, and he also had an outstanding warrant from Suffolk Superior Court for trafficking cocaine. Felicia left her young son behind when she disappeared from Roxton Street in Dorchester more than 15 years ago. Her family and friends who have been looking for her for so long may finally get some answers thanks to Pina's arrest. On February 15, 2023, Pina showed up in court for his arraignment on the charges leveled against him. After more than 15 years of uncertainty and heartache, the case has attracted national attention, and this most recent development has revived hopes of discovering Felicia's remains. The family of Felicia McGuire now has some sliver of hope. Despite the fact that her body was never discovered, police have reason to believe that her remains are still somewhere in the Boston region. An investigation that had remained cold for a while has now received some resolution following the news of an arrest. Felicia's family and friends can now rest easy, knowing that someone will be held accountable for her tragic disappearance, even though it couldn't bring back their beloved Felicia. We hope that justice will eventually be carried out. Pina will likely stand trial very soon and is scheduled to appear in court. Our thoughts and prayers are with Felicia's family and friends at this trying time. As they continue to recover from this unimaginable tragedy, we can only hope that they will find some solace and peace. On February 27, 2011, a murder occurred in the village of Hyannis, which is found on Cape Cod, Massachusetts' southern coast. Todd Lampley, who was 31 years old, was fatally shot through his bedroom window. It took 12 years to uncover the truth behind Todd's murder, despite some shocking evidence that was discovered at the crime scene. Hyannis is a charming city that is tucked away on Cape Cod, Massachusetts' southern coast. This charming gem is full of history, natural beauty, and endless things to do. The serene waters of the Nantucket Sound surround the village, offering breathtaking sunset views and numerous opportunities for water sport enthusiasts. Hyannis' charming Main Street is lined with vibrant shops, art galleries, and eateries serving delectable regional seafood. For those who love history, the 35th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, loved to spend his summers in Hyannis, and his life is chronicled in the John F. Kennedy Hyannis Museum. In addition to its cultural attractions, Hyannis is home to immaculate beaches that provide a tranquil retreat from the stress of daily life. Today, our case takes us to this city. On February 27, 2011, Hyannis, Massachusetts was calm and peaceful, with a light breeze sweeping through the streets. However, nobody realized that the tranquility of the area was about to be shattered by a heinous crime. Todd Lampley, a young father and adored member of the neighborhood, was about to pass away suddenly. As the evening wrapped up that fateful day, a worried neighbor went to see how Todd was doing. He became aware of an issue as he got closer to Todd's house. He noticed that Todd's door had been locked from the inside. The neighbor became suspicious and immediately contacted the police. The detectives showed up at the address Todd's neighbor had given them. Their anticipation and fear sent their hearts racing. Nothing could have prepared them for what they saw. They could only imagine the worst-case scenario. When they arrived, they discovered a horrific scene. Todd Lampley, a 31-year-old man, had been shot dead through his window and was found lifeless on the floor of his bedroom. The crime scene was covered in blood. It was a horrifying scene. Hyannis residents as a whole were in disbelief. How could such a thing occur in their tranquil neighborhood? The investigation that followed Todd's murder uncovered secrets, lies, and shocking revelations that left everyone in disbelief. The investigators' shock turned to curiosity as they examined the crime scene. When they started to assemble the evidence, 3 shell casings and a black cell phone were discovered at the crime scene. It was clear that Todd had been ruthlessly shot from outside his window. The investigators were left perplexed and with a never-ending stream of inquiries. In an effort to find any clues that might help them identify the murderer, they thoroughly searched the area surrounding Todd's home. No lead went unexplored and no stone went unturned. The detectives were aware that maximum attention to details is needed when it comes to cracking the case. To find anyone who may have heard or seen anything unusual on the night of the murder, detectives went from door to door and interviewed every local resident. As people told their stories, they paid close attention in order to piece together a timeline of events that would aid them in solving the case. However, when the detectives stumbled upon an odd object at the crime scene, Todd Lampley's murder case took an odd turn. Investigators discovered a sweet potato which appeared to have been used to muffle the gunshots. This sweet potato acted as a silencer. It appeared as though the murderer had been influenced by the popular HBO series, The Wire. Season 1 of The Wire features a tragic scene in which a woman is mercilessly shot and killed in her own home by a shooter who is hiding outside her window in the night. Before firing a fatal shot, the killer taps on the glass to draw her in. This terrifying scene is eerily similar to Todd Lampley's real-life murder in Hyannis, Massachusetts, where he was also shot through his bedroom window. However, this is not the only way in which the HBO series affected the murder. According to reports, in Season 4 of the same show, one of the fictitious police detectives solves a murder in which the perpetrator shot his victim to death using a potato as a makeshift silencer. The similarities between Todd Lampley's tragedy and the Wire world are unsettling and menacing, a demonstration of how honestly the show depicts life on the streets, where a similar trick was employed to conceal a gunshot. To muffle the sound of the shots that killed Todd Lampley, the perpetrator used a potato with a hole cut out in the center and placed it over a gun's barrel. Also, the cell phone that was discovered at the shooting scene was registered under the name of one of the show's characters, Marlo Stanfield, which heightens the intrigue of the case. To put it mildly, the relationship between the show and the crime scene was confusing. DNA evidence was found on the sweet potato after investigators sent it for testing. Even then, it would take years for investigators to connect this DNA to a specific individual. Investigators soon had another trail to follow. It was discovered that a handgun believed to have been used in the murder had been dumped into a nearby lake. Later, it was recovered by police after being fished out by citizens. Fortunately, detectives now had another lead in their inquiry. As part of his probation in a separate case, Devaris Hampton, a man with a troubled past and a lengthy criminal record, was wearing a GPS monitoring bracelet at the time of the murder. Hampton was precisely where the gun was thrown into the lake according to location data from his GPS monitoring bracelet. Phone records showed that Hampton and a man who was at Todd Lampley's house at the time of the murder had exchanged phone calls and text messages many times. However, the strongest connection is yet to be uncovered. Detectives found evidence of a prior relationship between the victim, Todd Lampley, and the suspect, Devaris Hampton. Hampton once claimed in court that Todd Lampley was responsible for the same area murder of Jacques Sellers in July 2007. It's interesting to note that Jacques was also fatally shot through the window. It appears as though Hampton was leaving a trail of clues for detectives to follow. It was only a matter of time before justice was done, because all the evidence pointed to him. Hampton had created a web of lies and deceit around himself, but it was beginning to fall apart. In 2011, after being detained in an unrelated case just a few days after Todd Lampley's murder, Hampton remained silent and declined to answer any questions regarding the Todd Lampley case when questioned. Although it was a frustrating obstacle, the investigators persisted. They were committed to solving the mystery no matter what. Years of diligent work were finally rewarded in 2016 when DNA evidence linked Hampton to the murder. Hampton had spit some of his phlegm into a puddle, and authorities collected some of it and used it to obtain a DNA swap without Hampton's knowledge. The results were conclusive when they were returned. The sweet potato's DNA matched Hampton's spit's DNA. It was a turning point in the investigation. The pieces were starting to fit together, but even with this damning evidence it took until February 24, 2023 to capture Devaris Hampton. For the fatal shooting of 31-year-old Todd Lampley, 40-year-old Devaris Hampton was apprehended and charged with 1 count each of murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. When asked why Hampton's arrest was delayed for an extra 7 years, authorities chose not to address the reason for the delay in the tense and uncertain courtroom. In Barnstable District Court, Hampton made his initial court appearance on February 27, 2023, exactly 12 years after the fatal shooting. He pleaded not guilty to the charges against him, firmly declaring his innocence with a serious expression on his face. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Devaris Hampton maintained his composure and resolve, knowing that he faced a protracted and difficult legal battle. As the judge scheduled his next court appearance for April 5, 2023, the courtroom fell silent. The investigation into Todd Lampley's murder may have reached a conclusion and a suspect has been named, but it's far from over. Russell Enos, an assistant district attorney, has been coy about the delay in the case, saying only that the evidence has been evaluated. Edward Fogarty, Hampton's court-appointed attorney, has pledged to mount a resolute defense and expressed faith in his client's innocence. In 1999, 17-year-old J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett were best friends. They were incoming seniors at Northview High School in Dothan, Alabama. The girls who lived in Dothan, Alabama, had decided to travel to Headland for J.B.'s birthday celebration on the 31st of July, 1999. They loaded up in J.B.'s 1993 black Mazda at around 10 p.m. and headed out. However, they soon got lost in Ozark, which is roughly 20 miles from their house. At around 10:30 p.m., the girls halted at a gas station to ask for directions because they couldn't decide where to go. They also used the gas station's payphone and appeared to have a better understanding of where they needed to go after speaking to some friends. However, an hour later, they were still in the dark and far from where the birthday celebration was to take place. They made another stop, this time at a different store that had a payphone. Tracy then called her mother, Carol Roberts, and explained that they were lost. She soon added that they were returning home. Sadly, Carol never saw her daughter or her best friend ever again. The next morning at about 5 a.m., Carol noticed her daughter hadn't returned home. She knew something was wrong because Tracy was never late. When it was 8 o'clock and Tracy had not yet returned, Carol called the Dothan Police Department to report her missing. Authorities got to work and discovered JB's car that day. It had been parked on Herring Avenue in Ozark with the tank empty despite it being filled the previous day. The car's driver's side window was rolled down a few inches and the doors were unlocked. A handprint on top of the trunk gave investigators an eerie clue as to what might have happened. The police opened the trunk and discovered JB and Tracy in it. They both had been killed by a gun. Although dressed, both teenagers were strangely dirty. Semen was discovered on the scene, which allowed detectives to obtain a DNA sample from the offender. Because both girls still had their purses and valuables, authorities were able to rule out robbery as a possible motive. The only item missing from the car was JB's keychain, which held the car keys. It was unclear to investigators if JB and Tracy were killed in the trunk or somewhere else. On September 1st, 1999, a month after the girls were discovered, a man named Johnny William Barentine walked into the Ozark Police Department to give his testimony of what he thought might have happened to the girls. According to him, on the 31st of July, 1999, he had gone to the grocery store to purchase milk for his 2-year-old son, just about the same time Tracy contacted her mother from the Big Little store. On his way back home, his car got hit by a black truck with Dothan license plates close to Herring Avenue. He claimed to have seen the truck speed away from the crime scene where the girls were discovered. The investigators interviewed Johnny for 4 hours, and during those times he changed his testimony at least 5 times. Johnny at a point placed himself at the crime scene. After much inconsistencies in his testimony, the police eventually filed 2 murder charges against him. Johnny was sentenced to death. However, he kept on asserting his innocence and said he had just made up the stories to get the reward money. In the year 2000, the grand jury decided not to indict Johnny. Upon discovering that his DNA did not match the semen sample discovered at the crime scene, he was no longer treated as a suspect. Over the years, a number of additional leads turned out to be false, but the detectives never gave up looking for a DNA match. The authorities have looked into a lot of suspects throughout the years. They conducted hundreds of interviews and collected DNA samples from quite a number of people, but there was no luck. On the 20th anniversary of the girls, investigators reopened the case and decided to use a new approach. They entered the evidence at the crime scene to a public genealogy database in March 2019 and soon got a connection. Officials soon announced the arrest of 45-year-old Coley Lewis McCraney. McCraney, who had been in Dothan all along, was charged with 5 counts of capital murder and 1 count of first-degree rape. The community and Marlowe Walker, the current chief of the Ozark Police Department, were astonished by how the investigation turned out. Chief Walker actually attended school with McCraney. They found it hard to believe that he could be accountable for such a heinous deed. Back in 1999, McCraney would have been 25 years old, divorced from his first wife, and was involved in an ongoing paternity lawsuit. Ironically, the day before the killings, the judge had actually mandated that he submit a DNA test. Records show that he never followed the directive. McCraney had never been arrested before, and he was never considered a suspect during the initial investigation in 1999. He got remarried in 2001, and at the time of his arrest, he was a bishop, motivational speaker, and working for the Lord. After his trial in April 2023, Coley McCraney, who is now 49 years old, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. On April 15, 1997, a father and his two sons discovered a body in a secluded dry stream bed close to the Morgan County line off Eagle Rock Road in Union Grove, Alabama. The skull, hands, and feet of the deceased individual had been removed on purpose, probably to hide his identity. Investigators suspect the man's heart and spleen may have contained evidence because they were also removed. According to forensic analysis, sharp-edged trauma was the cause of death. The gruesome efforts by the victim's killer or killers appeared to work because for years investigators were unable to identify the victim. However, in 2019, Alabama authorities partnered with a DNA technology company named Parabon Nanolabs, which gradually made progress in the investigation by first enhancing and clarifying the DNA samples from the body and then comparing those profiles with others in genetic databases. Scientists from this company were able to create a genetic profile of the victim after overcoming DNA deterioration and bacterial contamination that had occurred over the course of the previous 26 years. They used DNA phenotyping to determine the physical characteristics of the victim. They later produced a composite sketch of the victim's profile, which revealed a male whose age was between 20 and 28 years old. He was of North European descent with a light or pale skin. He had blue eyes, brownish blonde hair, and few freckles. The investigators at the time released these sketches to the public in the hopes to get information, but no lead came out of it. In order to identify the victim, scientists at Parabon Nanolabs entered the body's DNA profile into public genealogical databases. Although they were able to pinpoint a few distant relatives of the body's DNA from the databases at their disposal, it took months to finally identify the victim. After finding further relatives and matching that information with historical records, the scientists were able to name the victim as 20 years old Jeffrey Douglas Kimsey of Santa Barbara. In 2023, investigators were able to track down a member of the Kimsey family in Tennessee, who then directed them to Kimsey's parents in Santa Barbara, California, where the identity was verified. Jeffrey Douglas's parents claimed they didn't know he was dead. He was never reported missing either. It isn't clear what he was doing in Alabama at the time of his murder, but investigators believed he was probably just passing by. Since Jeffrey Douglas Kimsey's case was ruled as a homicide, detectives are still on the case, trying to find his killer. They, however, announced having persons of interest in the case and are actively pursuing every lead and utilizing evidence gathered at the scene where the body was discovered. Hopefully, Jeffrey Douglas Kimsey gets justice soon. On a cold morning on November 15, 2015, around 11:30 a.m., Hale and his wife, who lived on Farley Lane in Lillian, Alabama, discovered a startling sight on their private driveway. They noticed a strange car that had been there the first time they came out around 7:30 a.m. Unseeing the car again, they had a bad feeling about it and decided to check it out. When they peered into the car's windows, they saw the body of a young man who appeared to have been shot to death at the back of the seat. Hale immediately dialed 911, and the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office arrived at the scene and identified the individual as 22 years old Devin D. Shun Kennedy from Pensacola, Florida. His mother, Tammy Sims, had reported him missing a day before. Further investigations reveal that Devin had a history of run-ins with law enforcement in relation to drug charges. When Tammy Sims got the news of her son's murder, she was devastated. In an interview, she described Devin Kennedy as a determined young man who sought a better life for himself and his family. He was also a devoted father and a loving son. According to Sims, her son always wanted to run his own business. He always mentioned starting a restaurant and investing in real estate. Sadly, Devin's dream was cut short and his life taken away from his 2-year-old daughter. Devin was working and attending college the day he was killed. His mother knew something was wrong when he didn't come home or answer his phone calls. Tammy Sims sought justice for her son for many years, pleading with the public to put themselves in her shoes and say something if they knew anything. Sadly, the case was opened, but gradually became cold. Police also investigated the case at the time and identified a few people of interest, but they did not have any solid evidence to link them directly and charge them with the crime. For 8 years, Devin Deshawn Kennedy's case file stayed cold on the Baldwin County Sheriff's shelves. In April 2023, the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office announced the arrest of 32-year-old Decadai Darnell Herring, who has been charged with the murder of Devin Deshawn Kennedy. According to the police, they earlier received information that eventually led to the arrest of Decodie Herring. They, however, never mentioned what information it was. According to detectives, Devin and Herring may have known one another, and the motive for murder was robbery. Herring had shot Devin elsewhere and left him off at Lillian, Alabama. Decodie Herring's first court appearance took place Friday afternoon on the 21st of April, 2023. He informed the judge that he had been imprisoned for the past 7 years in Florida due to a felony firearms charge. He had just served the remainder of that prison sentence when Baldwin County detectives named him as their top suspect in Devin Kennedy's murder case. After his bond hearing that Friday, Judge Bill Scully set the bond amount at $150,000. Decodie Herring would be required to wear a GPS ankle monitor and be prohibited from leaving the state as part of the terms of his release if he were to successfully post bond. This case takes us to Heflin, Alabama. In 2002, Heflin was a small town which has a population of less than 3,500 people and a total area of just 16.31 square miles. Back then, everyone pretty much knew everyone. And when a triple homicide occurred in a place like Heflin, it shook the very core of the community and left behind aftershocks that may still be felt today, particularly when the victims were a young pregnant woman and her 6-year-old son. Monica Pritchett Rollins was a 23-year-old mother of 2 boys named Dalton and Aaron who were 6 years old and 2 years old respectively. Before her murder, Monica was also expecting the birth of her 3rd son in a few weeks. After she and Jeremy Rollins, Dalton and Aaron's father and her high school lover, made the decision to separate and file for divorce, Monica and the boys moved into their Sugar Hill Road home in late 2001. On Friday, September 13, 2002, Donald Pritchett, Monica's father, had been looking forward to Monica and the boys' arrival at his Anniston house, so he could finally give Dalton his gift. A colt Dalton had named Mojave. When they finally arrived, they spent the evening talking, eating, and riding horses, before Monica and the boys returned to their Heflin house at around 8:30 p.m., with the intention of returning later that weekend. But after the weekend had passed with no further communication from Monica, a family member made the decision to go see if everything was well with her and the kids. Nothing could have prepared them for what they discovered when they arrived at Monica's mobile home around 10:45 a.m. on September 16, 2002. Monica and her first son, Dalton, had been cruelly killed in their own house. According to autopsy results, they died as a result of multiple stab wounds they sustained somewhere over the weekend. Because of the assault, Monica went into labor. Her unborn child was later discovered dead and only partially delivered. Aaron, her 2-year-old son, was discovered hidden in a closet, inside the house alive and unhurt. Around 6 p.m. on the same day, Jeremy Rollins left Southwire after completing a 12-hour shift. He found out about the killings of his ex-wife and his oldest son a few hours later when the police requested him to report to the station. As the investigation progressed, officials claimed that Jeremy was not a potential suspect and that he cooperated with the inquiry the entire time. The detectives did all they could to find the culprit at the time, but there were no tangible leads. At the time of the murder, DNA, fingerprints, and other types of evidence had been gathered at the crime scene and transferred to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for examination. Unfortunately, due to budgetary restrictions, the forensic department experienced severe backlog problems at the time of the killings, which caused a delay in processing. The case went cold for decades until January 2021 when investigators reopened the case. They re-interviewed 60 people and resubmitted a cigarette but found at the crime scene to the forensic lab for DNA testing. After a thorough analysis, investigators linked the evidence at the crime scene to Lewis Landon Spivey. Spivey, who is now 36 years old, was 18 when he allegedly killed Monica and Dalton. He was romantically involved with Monica. After the murders in 2010, Louis Spivey was imprisoned in Florida for 15 years due to a separate robbery and severe assault case from Bay County. Investigators visited him in prison for an interview. On June 26, 2023, Louis Landon Spivey confessed to the killings of Monica Rollins and Dalton Rollins. He allegedly offered officials a complete confession by describing the incident and accepting sole responsibility for the killings. Finally, after 21 years, Louis Spivey was taken into custody by Health and Police Department after his release from a Florida prison. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.